Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang,
Aye, Captain. Feeling great here. Feel like we're on a cruise with that kind of intro, but man, oh man, these teams now in the control of their fate. Only 2 will make it to Berlin out of the 8 we have from this day onwards.
Well, I mean, we started this entire group stage, kind of wondering who is going to really take that road, that path, that journey to Berlin. Not the ones we're expecting so far here already here at the playoffs. And so at the end of this, man, everything is on the line, and I think everybody's going to bring everything they got.
They're on, Berlin. It's gonna be a nice, it's gonna be a nice trip there, but I really doubt that it's going to be the same thing. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what we've got coming up here. It's Big BAAM starting this game off with full sense. And Dax, this matchup is so incredibly important here. One of the real first times we can see the Vietnamese squad prove themselves in an international setting in the best of 3.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because this is now time for Vietnam to really take their part in the shining stage. They are going to be the main characters of their own story, and really feels like they're no longer an add-on, but just such a big pillar of the SEA community. But man, oh man, when they're going to be facing off against already a titan that is Full Sense, really one of the best teams in SEA who have been there contending for that top spot, it's a big ask and a big task for this team looking to go for that uprise.
Well, I mean, it's only just a matter of fact that Vietnam is the newest region that we did add to this whole VCT program, them being the most callow, them being the greenhorns of this whole program. We kind of touted them to be one of the ones that had the most to prove. And by all means, even though they kind of lack that experience in the pro circuit, they are one of the only regions in the C playoffs now with 2 representatives. Most of the other ones like Thailand, Philippines, the other powerhouse regions, they only got 1. And so for Vietnam, they've proven a lot already, but can they go all the way?
Yeah, massive chance right now for the Vietnamese region to be able to go further and prove themselves against everybody else. But let's take a look at how they got here. The standings on where we are right now. Their journey here has not been the cleanest. The only team that dropped out was Ego from Vietnam here. And Full Sense, the only remaining Thai team left. Wow, that's all on their shoulders to be the heir, to be the claimants to the throne of X10, because thus far the king is dead, and the only player, Full Sense and Paper Rex, Dax, you've said this before, they could be the new kings of Southeast Asia.
I mean, right, it's a line of succession here. If X10 falls, who's the next best side team? It is Full Sense. So let them eat cake and let them run rampant in the playoffs. But just the competition absolutely fierce. See Group A, Bren, CBT, their Paper Rex, of course, alongside Full Sense, Big BAAM, and Boom in the toughest group that we've ever seen in the history of all of that. And then Alter Ego and Cerberus on the other side. So just back to the points, guys. It is 2 Vietnam teams here coming into the playoffs, which is just such a far cry from their performance in the last SEA Challengers. Back then, couldn't even win a map. This time, they are here, heading the field and looking for battle.
Well, that is huge, man. I mean, looking at it, when we kind of expected X10, everybody touted X10, so did we, to be the team to come out of this playoffs and represent Southeast Asia in Berlin. They're not here anymore. And for the only remaining Thai team, as you touched on it, Dax and Illustrado, Full Sense, a lot rides on their shoulders. They're the only flag bearer right now for what is touted as the best region in Southeast Asia. But can they continue to live up to that title? Well, now, finally, after coming in second perennially time and time again, now's their final shot to get to Berlin.
Oh, it is, of course, a very long, winding road, and here we find ourselves at the very end of it, at the start of the playoffs, though. We do have a couple more steps to take, and this is where we are for the brackets. We're starting with BAAM, Full Sense, following that up with Bren, Cerberus, and then it's Alter Ego versus Boom, and then at the end of the day, it's Paper Rex versus CBT. Quite a lot of interesting matchups that we could potentially see. I'm looking at that third one right now, yep. Alter Ego versus Boom, and I think we know it's a little bit unfortunate for Indonesia to have their 2 remaining teams go head-to-head in the first round, but it's still very much a crucial matchup that will tell us which of these teams really are the predominant Indonesian squad, because thus far their performances have been looking very close to each other, and it's hard to say, Dax, which of these guys are actually the better squad.
The thing is, Ilu, silver lining about all of this, guys, is Indonesia is guaranteed into the semifinals. So at the very least, they're gonna have that. But the prize pool, guys, it really feels like as we're now into our top 8, not only are those Masters 3 seeds to Berlin on the line, but also circuit points that can trust you into the last chance qualifiers right there, Black and Blue.
Definitely so. I mean, not just, the prize pool that we have here, amazing $25,000 for that champion, 15 for the second, but more importantly, circuit points and that Masters 3 seed straight to Berlin. Top 2 will go to Berlin. The circuit points will be digressing there for the rest of the teams are able to qualify. So for everybody who's joined already in the group stages, they already get some circuit points, but you definitely want to go higher, and that's going to matter as our last chance qualifiers will be that final hope, the final gauntlet for teams to re-qualify into the champions itself.
Well, and you said it, man. Those circuit points absolutely crucial if you want to get into the final stages. You want to go to that LCQ, but you really also want to go to Berlin, man. Those first 2 slots, like you said, going to be absolutely crucial to determine which of the 2 teams will represent us. And what's really interesting here, Black and Blue, is that we're going to get 2 new faces that represent the entire region of Southeast Asia in the world scene. We didn't get this before. Last time we had X10, but this time we get 2 absolutely new faces that will go onto that stage and introduce themselves, and we want to see who it's gonna be. Dax, who are your thoughts on it? We made a couple of predictions. Who are your maybe predictions to make it out here and be those top 2 representatives?
I mean, let's look into the history so far. You gotta give respect to the likes of PPGL and Full Sense. Top 2, top 3 last time, really fighting for their lives, trying to beat each other. But keep an eye out, guys, on Bren Esports, who's really found the renaissance period of their Valorant careers. But guys, I think it's time for us to get into that first game. Looking very exciting. Big BAAM versus side of Full Sense, and really 2 tough contenders in this incredible playoffs period. As here we have it, Big BAAM right now. It's Crazy Guy, Dorpina, NTK, as well as Red Neville. We've seen how strong they can be. We've seen their identity shine, and really a team that feeds off the energy of everyone popping off, especially their captain, Crazy Guy. But the question right now is, can they maintain that momentum? Strong history in their community scene, strong history as well in the local scene, in the official circuit. But there is that caveat. They didn't make it last time, and they're trying to shed a few of those issues here and there. How confident will they be as they move into such a great matchup against Full Sense here, Black and Blue?
Well, I mean, Full Sense, these guys, they might not be the first seed time and time again like that Big BAAM roster, formerly Steal Your Glory, but Full Sense, what they have been is always at the cusp of that international breakout performance. Then that's expanding more than just Southeast Asia. We got Shalala, of course, John Olsen, Lammy Snacks, PTC, and Super Bus, the last one of which the latest addition to this roster, and might I say, he might just be one of the best defensive players we've got in Southeast Asia. We're going over to the head-to-head here, Ilu, and I mean, anybody's really ready and worthy of this praise.
Yeah, we talked a lot about these guys here. I mean, you mentioned it right at the start. In terms of just being those flex players for your team, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. Now, Crazy Guy, he's one of those insane players that you can't always rely on to put up those numbers no matter what. And we talked about just how he's one of the highlight players for his entire region, being a bastion of not just the Vietnamese scene, and for his team, but just for the region in general, that you can look up to him. He was there at the very inception of Valorant when things really were beginning. But before I go ahead and talk about the matchups a little bit more, I want to talk a little bit about the maps where we will be playing on. We have Split, Bind, Haven, and then we're going to be finishing off with Bind. So the maps were, the band were Icebox and Breeze. But let's take a little bit of a look here. Dax, what are your thoughts on this? We're starting off with Split, and then we're going to be following up with Haven and Bind.
Are we going back to the classics? Are we going back to closed beta? Are these the maps that we're only gonna have coming into this set? Because Split, Haven, Bind is just the classic trifecta, what we know and love in Valorant. I do want to touch on one of those bans, though, Breeze, real quick. Big BAAM banning that out. They barely have experience on that. Full Sense, no experience in the official circuit. But coming into Split, Haven, Bind, both teams having such incredible high rates. When we were talking about Big BAAM, they had perfect records for all 3 of these maps before they went into SEA. They lost Haven once already. They've lost Bind as well, but they still have a perfect record on Splits, and it's up to Full Sense on the other side to break those chains, to break those numbers.
Let me tell you something. For Big BAAM, the lowest win percentage that they have on any of these 3 maps currently is 90%. That is, of course, with the caveat that the sample size is a bit smaller compared to the size here of Full Sense. They played about 10 maps on 10 times on each and every map, where in Full Sense they played a bunch of it. But by all means, from the performances that we've seen from Full Sense during the group stage especially, and in the past historically, these guys are very confident on every single map that we see here. Split being very good for them. Haven, we've seen some great performances from them during the group stages, and as well with Vine. So I think by all means, the kind of map video that we got going into this best of 3, it kind of looks like we're going to go a full best of 3. I don't think it's really a big caveat of, you know, who got the better ban in this case when it comes to the map video, because by all means, they look pretty even. They're both favorable maps. All 3 are favorable maps for both teams. But will the playstyles align? Will they contrast enough for one team to get that upper hand? We'd have to find out and see.
Oh, we definitely will. This one is going to be a very, very close one, if you ask me here. Big BAAM have been looking very much on the rise in Full Sense. I feel like their form has been quite shaky of late, and sure, they have been experiencing a little bit of a better performance from some of their players, namely in the form of Forsaken, some great players for the Vi. But it's going to be a tough one to see if they can hold their form up against a team that is looking on the rise. One of the Dax, I'm going to touch on this real quick here for you. We talked about Forsaken. We talked about that Forsaken Devi combination. And Forsaken, he's sort of changing up a little bit of how he approaches the game. No longer every time on that duel. So now playing a lot more support, a lot more flex. And at the end, he's going to be doing that to support Devi, who's actually been stepping up more and more onto that duelist role.
I mean, yeah, if you touch on that Paper Rex part of the SPA sphere, right? It does feel like that's what Paper Rex is gonna do. And you compare it to Full Sense, who are in this matchup right now, it's the same thing. When Forsaken PTC, they're doing the same thing right now in terms of the agent pulls that they're going for, just all that support and more. And we see the likes of Lammy Snacks, John Olsen really stepping it up for Full Sense, alongside, of course, the addition of Super Bus. Seeing how Full Sense right now, as well as comparing to their rivals, which we'll see later on, Paper Rex, it does seem like they have a similar answer to how to be at the top of SEA, is to go for that flexibility. And right now, here at the very start of our day, Full Sense is going to be tested if that's going to work out. Is that the correct answer right now going into the playoffs? Are they focusing too much onto perhaps one of their biggest rivals, Paper Rex, who are completely on the other side of the bracket, because they've been facing off against each other? But Full Sense right now, their eyes have to be on this matchup. Everyone has to keep an eye out of Big BAAM, because if you are caught napping by Big BAAM, they are just going to take a round from you, and it's suddenly 3 rounds, 5 rounds, 7 rounds, all in a half. Just take it, because this Big BAAM roster, once they start dominating, once they get steamrolling, the snowball momentum is just incredible to see from this Vietnamese squad.
I mean, you kind of touched on it. I love that you actually brought it up there, Ilu, because, you know, for a team like Paper Rex in Full Sense, one of the latter which we're going to see here today, the one team that has been getting in their way has been Extend. They're the one team that has always been at the top here of Southeast Asia. For Extend not to be here anymore, well, they kind of fell the same curse that Dax was talking about. They were looking a bit too high, looking for the stars, but they forgot the clouds is what they got to have to go through first. And in that group stages, they kind of focused on the playoffs when they really had to focus on the matchups they had ahead. Taken for, you know, granted, maybe some of the other teams that they were coming up against in the group stages really bit them in the back. So for Full Sense, well, you touched on it, they are the regional rivalry here, them and Paper Rex. Will they be able to get that revenge? Well, previously, historically, Paper Rex last Sea Challengers around during Stage 2, they sent Full Sense down to that lower bracket, and when they got into it in the lower bracket finals itself, Full Sense got the revenge, sending Paper Rex home. Now, we've got another rematch in the group stage. They were both in the same group. They both come out of that, and they both went 1-for-1. Very interesting enough, they both 13-10'd their own respective maps. So, by all means, this rivalry is not settled just yet, and we would be lucky, and I'm sure everybody's hoping for a rematch of that, a final conclusion to end the year. Who is the better team? Now, Full Sense, as Dax talked about, they cannot look ahead to that just yet, because Big BAAM, man, they have surprised everybody with how good they're playing for a region that is the newest, the most callow, the greenhorns of this entire C region. they have been performing like a team that has been here from the start. That former Steal Your Glory squad, these guys are perennially, actually right now in my mind at least, the top Vietnamese team for the moment, and I think that's going to continue on for long. And if you get caught sleeping, as Dax said, well, you might just be in for a nightmare. You thought you were going for the dream, but you might just wake up in one you didn't want to be in.
Yeah, well, you know, we're about ready to get... I'm going to have to cut you guys off because we're about to get ready and go straight into the match here. It's the first day of the playoffs. I'm absolutely psyched. And we only have the 8 teams that remain here that are going to be facing off and leaving their mark in the history of Southeast Asia. And they're going to want to seal the deal in this first match. And we're starting off with Big BAAM going up against none other than Full Sense. I'm going to leave it all up to you guys here, the casters. Take it all away.
Another tragedy, and we just seem so numb. Need the peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets, we see police don't freeze but run. And then that thing that you know, somebody reach for the gun. Let the murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
Cầm xuống lây làm nó bịหักที่เหมือน Red Devil เอ็นที่เกิดเขาว่าทำให้มูรถเจ็บหนักและมีแน็กแบบเดล่าไม่ได้น้องดีครับมันเปิดและมีไปจน
Looks like we're starting off the morning in a big way. Senses open, eyes wide. And it is high time now to get on started with the SCA playoffs. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 1 of the playoffs. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue. And Black and Blue, we're going to kick things off with Big BAAM versus Full Sense. Already, you can see 2 Juggernauts looking to clash. One absolutely proven in the hands of Full Sense, of course, with their history so far, making it to many of these SCA encounters. But in the meantime, Big BAAM, first time in, already a big splash, and it does feel like that we have brought in a new predator to this SEA field.
First of all, I want to start this by saying that from their group, it was Big BAAM Boom. Qualifying into it. I would just want to get that off of the tongue because it rolls off it nicely. But the more important factor here that they have to consider that might not go as smoothly for the team you're being expecting here is Full Sense versus this matchup. Because Full Sense, we've talked about, you know, with the other team representing Thailand, X10, the team that we perennially said is the best team in Southeast Asia. Everybody agreed with that factor. They're not here. And for a very good reason. They look too deep into the stars. They forgot they gotta go through the heavens and the clouds first before getting in that spot. And so, for a team like Full Sense, you cannot get a bit too ahead of yourself. I know, you know, your bitter rival might be at the end of the classroom and you might want to throw a paper ball at him, but this paper Rex, they're going to be waiting for you. But you have to get through the rest of his group first. And being that, the first stop, the first hurdle here is that Big BAAM group. I think, Dax, we were all surprised by how well they performed, but we were not surprised by how well they can actually do when we actually kind of saw that they meant business. After that first day that we saw from Big BAAM, we were like, oh dear. These guys mean business. We took them for granted, and they're going to prove all the doubters wrong. I think they might just do it here today.
You know, deep breath, Black and Blue, because that first day, that first map that they had, it felt like they had that stage fright. It didn't feel like that they had that usual Big BAAM identity. But halfway through, something just clicked. Everyone waking on up, everyone getting takedowns, formations, the pushes, just all balls to the wall action working out there for Big BAAM, and they kept that momentum into the second map, contending against the likes of X10 and finalizing things with that 2-0 sweep over Galaxy Racer. Big BAAM is here to play, and really, it's the question right now is, can they keep that up? Because that's been their question to themselves for quite a while already. They said to themselves about why didn't make it to Sea Challengers 2. They didn't feel like themselves when VCT was announced for Vietnam back then. They lost out on their identity, they lost out on their usual place, they didn't have that same confidence that gave them those multiple community championships. And this Big BAAM roster, who was formerly known as Steely Glory, as you mentioned, they've had that history. in the community pre-VCT. Before Valorant even officially came out, they already were competing in SCA to begin with, but right now the competition is fierce, and Full Sense on the other side looking absolutely hungry to now be crowned as potentially the best Thai team in SCA. And here we go into split, and look at the compositions already here, Black and Blue. It's breaches on both sides, and it has been such a popular pick here in the playoffs for a map like this.
Yeah, especially here on Split. That's the one map you kind of want to have Breeze on if you're ever going to pick one. And we've been seeing it quite often in C Challengers that teams like having a double initiator, and sometimes that second would be Breach. In this case, though, they're going to go single on either side. Viper here on the side of Full Sense. We've seen that in the past with Superbus on the Astra. Mind you, this is one of the best performing maps for Superbus. But on the other end of things, well, you got basically a more standard composition. You got that Raze instead of the Jet that they do got on the Full Sense side. And so, by all means, composition-wise, everything looking standard except for that Breach we have seen put to good use. But round number 1 kicking off here. Shalala on that Cypher, door for the Killjoy. Let's get the show going, Dex.
Yeah, it's high time now to get on started, and let's see what Big BAAM and Full Sense bring to the table as we have started things off with some Valorant breakfast here and now. Seems like that's the best way to start the day, isn't it, Black and Blue? Not really the heartiest meals, but just such a spectacle on our screens right now. It's time to see what SEA is all about as BAAM. They'll be pushing on forward into the middle. They're going for a bit of that mid control. It is going to be the double duelist composition here for Big BAAM. And we know when they love to play the double duelist, it's going to be NDK and Red Neville on their signature agents on that side. Crazy Guy, though, the flex split, the captain, and the guy you can rely to find the clutch no matter what the situation. Going to be there on that breach. And it does seem like they're trying to clear out a few angles here on A Tower before they go for that A side here, Black and Blue.
Interesting enough, no presence here by Full Sense on the A Heaven position itself. They're all inside the side for the most part. You got doing that, but NTK is going to find a frag. Shalala on the trade-off. PTC finding one of his own. 3v4 right now in the favor of Full Sense, but Shalala can potentially do some damage. He does find Pina. Dorf will get the trade, but in a 3v2, there's still a chance here for BAAM. Slowly, though, slipping away as PTC finds that pick off, and Crazy Guy is going to find one, but they know where he is. Position given away, and will be confirmed by PTC, the opposing breach. Opening pistol goes in the way of Full Sense.
Yeah, and you were asking, why isn't Full Sense contending? Apparently, they rolled out the red carpet and stained it a little bit more with Big BAAM's blood there in 10. Unfortunately for Big BAAM, as soon as he got on site, Full Sense was just prepared, and this is the power of the Cypher in the first place. The setups, the knockdowns, a little bit of the movement here and there for Full Sense as well. And I like how they just navigated that A-side continuity, because you can see that they love to play that back angle, suddenly move on over to the other side of the screens, and the screens themselves getting a big peek out of Lammy Stack. Sure, it didn't get a pick off onto Crazy Guy the way that they would like, but then again, it allowed PTC to finish off the competition, and here we have it. Now it's Full Sense with the first round win.
Well, they have been starting off strong for the most part in the group stages. John Olsen finds a double, give him a third, show him the way out. Lammy snacks on that final pickoff, and all beyond a Pina. The classic in hand. Who knows? Maybe he can jump and right-click somebody, but for the most part, this should be a done round. Even if he does get a pick off at this point, well, it's only going to be a bit of a consolation, if anything. I think the thing that we should be pointing out here is how much Full Sense are willing to shake up their gameplay round to round. We've seen that from them in those group stages. They love to initiate, retreat, and then retaliate. And that's something that I really think is kind of like the whole Thailand brand of Valorant. In Full Sense, they execute that to perfection, and they live up to every single sense of the word. All full capabilities abound.
Yeah, all 5 senses open, but it does feel like that reprieve part of their game plan really helps them out in the long run. Just have a little bit of that rest period. Know that you have the advantage. Push and pull. Have the yin and the yang together. It does seem like here for Full Sense right now, they are in control with that 2-round lead. But Big BAAM, this is their time to shine. And this is their time to buy the guns. We were talking about records a while ago. It's John Olsen now does decide to advance here for a few pickoffs. But NTK with the kill onto Chalalala. And Dorfir can be swinging on to the right side, trying to at least see where PTC is. A bit of a spray here, Black and Blue. Full Sense right now, though, waiting for initiation. Potentially a flash dash here and now. John Olsen going for the push and does get the takedown. Using that breach utility just to clear things out. Even though it's not for the blinds themselves, it does allow the Jet to push and get that takedown.
4v4 right now. Still, interestingly enough, even though they lost the pick there on A main itself, they still want to try their luck once again on that alpha site. BAAM here looking to go big, and to start things off with that initiation, they look to make it ring true, but nobody on the site to actually get affected by that. The entire defense of Full Sense is all the way towards Bravo. They have no idea, none the wiser about this take on the A site, and the plant will go down right for the taking. It will have to come as a full retake here from the side of Full Sense, 4v4.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little dicey here for Full Sense. They only have the Spectres, and on A site, if you can have the right angles to play a little longer on the ranges, then it will be such a big advantage here for Full Sense overall. Rifles, as we mentioned, at the ready. Full Sense now creeping on forward as a unit. By the screens, it's a heavy staff. Will they just rush on in after the breach utility? Aftershock right now to clear out a few angles. Fault line now going to be the call as well. John Olsen leaping on forward, but Full Sense, they have to go already. They're running out of time. Time is ticking from that spike. NTK Crazy Guy though, and Peanut cleanup house. And as soon as Full Sense arrives, they're just booted out of this house. Big BAAM with the first point on the board for themselves. And here we go now for Full Sense. Should be the buy round for them this time.
There might be a named Full Sense, but it seemed like they had a false sense of where BAAM were really going. That for them to reaggress into A was a very risky decision, but they made it work out, and luckily for them, a bit of fortune came their way as well. You know, Dex, I just realized that we didn't really actually touch on our predictions coming into this. So, ignoring these opening 3 rounds, what were you looking at? How were you thinking this way was going to go?
Dude, I'm just invested in how Big BAAM plays. So I think this will be a Big BAAM win of all things. Big upset perhaps. And if that does come to pass here, Black and Blue, it will really show how strong Vietnam truly is. Like we touched on last time, Sea Challengers 2, that wasn't really anything. They were taken aghast by a sudden entry into VCT. And of course, they did prepare for it. But it does feel like now, Vietnam as a whole, they are prepared for SCA, and Big BAAM is at the forefront of that. But before I ask you, who do you think is going to take the series? It does seem like now that BAAM is ready to go for that B-side take. Bladestorm is available. They're patiently waiting for an opportunity here, but Full Sense on the other side, again, just a push and pull. They're hanging on back for now.
Looking for a bit of mid-control here. John Olsen to try and contest that for the meantime, but I think it'll give me time to kind of expound on my prediction. You know, I honestly feel like Big BAAM, they took a map away from X10, but we have yet to see them close out that entire best-of-3 series versus a Thailand powerhouse. Can they do it this time, though? Honestly, I think Full Sense still got this 2-1, but we're gonna have to really see if John Olsen can make a play here. They're all crawling up the mail, but will they be sent back to the post? No. Crazy Guy opening things up here in the Lammy Snacks, eating them alive, and John Olsen not able to dash up, but they get a 4 kill! The quad kill goes in the way of an ace! Somehow, John Olsen, perfect time, perfect place! Big time players make those big time plays, and Full Sense take round number 4!
But yeah, put this name on a postcard here, as Full Sense will send back Big BAAM from whence they came. Who just shows up, and Big BAAM on napping there. Didn't even need that Rolling Thunder to start things off from PTC. Helped out John Olsen to get the ace at the end of that play. But man, oh man, Big BAAM, they forgot about the other door on the other side. They completely left alone the vents. And John Olsen just going ham, getting the takedowns. And apparently, Big BAAM right now, they just need to wake on up. This was the problem that they had at the very start of the SA group stage. It is all about that wake up here for Big BAAM. Sure, they showed up in the group stage. Sure, they competed against some of the best SEA had to offer in their group. But still, the playoffs, a different beast, and they have to be ready already. On the flip side, Full Sense, they have been here 3 times already. Twice as Full Sense, 1 as NG Black. And they have been tested by the fires of SCA, so they are ready from a moment's notice. But Red Neville, at least he's rallying the call. Lammy Snacks does go down. It's 4v4 right now, but Big BAAM, they're so low on the HP for Pina, and they only have the shares. With PTC's peak here, it's just a precise shot to the head, and NTK will fall there.
Dax, we just started this day off with an ace on a gun round from John Olsen. I think that's a sign of things to come. For him to get that early on, I think that's a big confidence boost to Full Sense. Although, they cannot let themselves get complacent. Star here could potentially be a big problem. Chala knows what's up. He's able to find a double to end things off, and it's a quick, clean round for the most part here from the side of Full Sense. But Once again, they have this confidence boost coming into this. They know that they are at the top of it. 10-2, look at that already coming to round number 6. You can just see how much value they get off of this guy, John Olsen. They might have, PTC kind of flex into that jet spot sometimes, but it really is John Olsen for the meantime taking up that main duelist role, and by all means, he flourishes in that spot as well.
No, the thing about Full Sense right now also is we're seeing them set up some stations for a pseudo tower defense style here, Black and Blue. You can see in the stats the assists for both Superbus as well as Lammy Stacks on the higher side. And that's really just thanks to the extra decay, removing some HP from some of these fights, alongside the Gravity Wells, the Nova Pulses perhaps from the Astra. The tools Full Sense has here enables them to have the advantage from the get-go in these firefights, and Big BAAM hasn't found the answer as of yet. We saw that Easter from John Olsen. You can see how much help his team would give him in the first place. Try to set things up, give him the confidence to peak. And I feel like if Full Sense wasn't running a composition like this, no way, no how would John Olsen decide to do that. To go outside and try to get those kills. But really, it's a matter of timing here and now. And we got Crazy Guy here going for that push with the ultimate. The rest of Big BAAM following suit and already going for that P-split. And Pina looking for a target, finds Superbus there. Just giving the Astra a flat tire. Lammy Snacks so still on the high ground, getting flushed out by the Nano Swarm. But it does seem like here as Full Sense, we try to plant retake. Big BAAM all complete and have set up on this site.
Good heads up there to not plant on default, but they do have the opening pick in the way of Big BAAM. This could be their round come around and going into the 7th, but they have good post-land positions here right now. A lot to flush out, especially NTK, who's going to be trying to bait them out off guard. John Olsen does have his dash, could potentially make some noise, but they know for the most part the push will be coming from that heaven position. Red Neville could be spotted out here. He does see Lammy Snacks, and John Olsen able to find NTK. That's huge for him to get. Dorf off to find one, but for the most part, still equal here. 3v3. Red Neville going to shut things down, and it's all going to be on PTC, who doesn't last too long in the conference. 2-4. Big BAAM, a very good clean B site take.
Yeah, Big BAAM finding a glimmer of hope in these fights here, Black and Blue. It does seem like if they can make an opening from themselves, if they can get on site, in Full Sense, they're lacking on the retake department right now in terms of their setup, and it is gonna give Big BAAM that boost of confidence for many of these attacking rounds. Full Sense on the flip side, how will they stop Big BAAM in these post-plat scenarios? Can they even do that with their setups in the first place? Does seem like right now it's a bit more on the proactive side for Full Sense from what we're seeing. They want to make the play early. They want to get the advantage as soon as possible. If it's Big BAAM making the big plays with the big pickoffs, then it is going to be the Vietnamese squad looking to get a runway treatment to these sites.
Well, no matter which way you treat these guys, they don't mind. They can bring every single piece of heat, and Lammy Snacks, he's been found out. Red Devil can confirm that free and easy kill. Seems to have been blinded by his own smoke, but a good flash as well to entry into that. Pina finding one on the Superbus. For them to find Superbus this early on in the round with the minute left on the clock, that is a huge pick off here from BAAM. Allows them to really crawl in the way, and both controllers taken down from the side of Full Sense. The sites are a lot more vulnerable right now. Even with Chalala on this, there's not much you can do, especially with the lockdown, forcing him away. Site will be taken. Red Neville getting the trade on the Crazy Guy, but still a 2v4 heavily in the favor of the attacking BAAM from Vietnam.
And this is the problem right now for Full Sense. If they lose these battles early on, it is just... May I take your hat, sir? May I take your coat, sir? And can I bring your car to the valet? Right now for Big BAAM. It's just such an easy take for them with these initial pickoffs, and Full Sense, the only thing they can do right now is look for exits perhaps. They do have the right angles there for John Olsen and PTC. Tower take is a go from the breach here up on heaven. And as we get the aftershock at the very least behind that billboard, that's just it. No chance here for Full Sense right now to contend, and they will go for the save with 2 rifles. But this is now Big BAAM's bread and butter. Find the initial pickoffs, get the first takedowns, and punish Full Sense and their plays. If they can keep doing on that, they can keep getting these rounds. And looking back at the group stage, Full Sense did have this problem against the against the rivals Paper Rex, that if you lose one of the controllers early, then everything just falls apart. So Full Sense right now, they need to rethink, they need to replan, and they need to be careful with how they peek out in these opening firefights.
You've noticed that Lamy Snacks, him holding that heaven position down towards mid and male quite often, actually every single round. It's been something that BAAM have already caught onto in how they like to play it, and by all means, BAAM, they have every tool available to flush him out of there. They got the Astra to maybe gravity well him on in or concuss, and they obviously got the Breach for the Flasher and Crazy Guy, which they used to great effect to clear out that position, but John Olsen, well, he's got some abilities of his own. Blade Storm on out. They do have that Neural Theft and the Viper Pit here from Lamy Snacks, and that's something they can work with. They do have those ultimates to really utilize, and so do BAAM, but the ultimate economy in the meantime in the favor of Full Sense, though the weapons, the arsenal that they've got all around, not exactly in the same fortune. And with the mid control that BAAM were trying to contest here in Full Sense, winning that contest for the most part, they're looking to take their talents towards that A site. It's only Chalala on that A site, mind you, but if you maybe go 1 for 1 here, you could be up to some good news for the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense right now, they just need to be resolute with their defense. But John Olsen assassinating NDK as we see Big BAAM go for the push. Red Devil, though, he's looking for anyone to bring his fireworks to, but no one is there to watch as the screen's now gonna get blown up just to toss out the rocket there.
Spike planted.
Spike, though, is getting planted, but the shoe is now on the other foot. Full Sense, yes, they have given up the site, but they do have the numbers advantage, and we'll see now if they can make this retake work. Crazy Guy, though, hanging on the round by main, but Lamy Snacks with that takedown, and here's John Olsen. Can he go for the push yet again? Gliders right now to drop one down. Dorf, though, spotting him out. Ball playing a little too late to save the Jet. PTC, though, on board, and here comes PTC to get 2. Hina now the last to fall, and apparently the breach and clear is here from PTC. Full Sense. Seems like now they've retooled their game plan. They adjusted how they go for the retakes. And if they can keep themselves safe before anything else, they can make this defense work.
A good read by them to go triple push that ramp position. They realized that earlier on, just in like a few rounds ago, BAAM only really commit 1 member to playing there on that A main position to hold down that ramp, and with that, they knew even with the lesser weaponry, the arsenal not favoring them, they could outman where they are outgunned. And that's exactly what they did. Full Sense, a great thrifty retake on it, and they steal the round away from BAAM, who have just enough economy to buy up into this one. In Full Sense, they're trying to really extend this lead further. The largest lead that they've had, or anybody have had in this game, is 2 rounds. Can they bring it to new heights?
Yeah, it's time now to see if Full Sense can ascend to the top towers of Split. One-way ticket perhaps to the penthouse of SCA with X10 out of the picture? Or will Big BAAM play Spoil Sports and show us why they have gotten the keys to this new apartment? SCA right now has welcomed Vietnam with open arms. And this looks like they have finally brought back their game plan, their style, everything that Vietnam has been looking to accomplish in Valorant. Though, ooh, look at this camera, just so sneaky. CCTV, super secure. I would live in an apartment complex like that if I knew cameras were protecting me every single time. As Red Neville here, he's waiting for anyone to come. PTC, though, he's prepared and already welcoming party, but Red Neville blowing up PTC while he was trying to set things up. This is a big opening here from Big BAAM, but NCT is caught out there by John Olsen.
Spike
Too already
down.
for John Olsen as Red Neville gets one more on the board.
Left.
Need to clear out their fronts, their backs, every single side. Big BAAM have to be careful because Chalalala, he's in the way and he will get 2 there. Pina now the only one left. And what looked to be a fortunate situation there for Big BAAM, it just falls apart yet again because of John Olsen.
He's been doing it time and time again here for the side of Full Sense. It's all on the Pina. He does, fortunately, have it in at least lock, at least to be able to save the weapon, but you know, Spike is not with him. All he can really do is get an exit frag here, but he does have control of the B site, and well, Full Sense, they're really readily able to give that up. They don't have the economy to really hunt for him, and that's a bit of a, at least, caveat in his favor. John Olsen, man, this vent play that he's doing time and time again, he got an ace on that a while ago, finding a double really to secure the round, put the nail in the coffin, the dagger in the heart. And now Full Sense, this is the largest lead any team has had so far in the game, up 3 rounds.
Full Sense just understanding again how to navigate around the map, how to set up these kill boxes. And as we said a while ago, just some tower defense right now from Full Sense, on the literal sense, especially on that B site. One playing at the back. That time it was Chalalala. Same case there in this round. But this time now, as Big Bam decides to navigate through that A side, they're greeted with the controllers in. So Lammy Snacks here alongside Superbuzz. We mentioned their control playstyle very much on the defense-centric. And Lammy Snacks yet again sent them to knock things down themselves. Superbuzz on the board as well, as NTK will find the answer against the Astra. 3 members right now here are Big Bam looking to go for the push, but Crazy Guy is already low, and he was vulnerable there for quite a bit. Crazy Guy, he's not done. Take down there out the Lammy Snacks, and Rolling Thunders have been a go here. This has been the Ring of Fire split so far with the breaches into play. But Big Bam right now trying to make a play for themselves and moving over to that A side here, Black and Blue.
It is a 3v3. Oh, John Olsen, he spotted out Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy. This guy might try some wacky things, but in this case, I think John Olsen might just have his number. Will he be none the wiser to what's happening on here? John Olsen still trying to look for that lurk, and he's lined it up perfectly to try and stun him, concussed, but 2 HP left on the NTK. Can he continue to sustain further in the fight? PTC will shut Crazy Guy down, breach versus breach, and NTK will still somehow find Shalala even on low HP. Now in the 1v2, could not make it happen in the end there, Pena. And now Full Sense extend the lead up to 4. A great retake from Full Sense. You can see there's a bit of awkward timing there for John Olsen to try and find Crazy Guy, but when he realized, okay, I have to move on forward, PTC, you got this. Get my back, PTC. As you say time and time again, this guy is one of the most consistent players you're going to see in the Southeast Asia region. He brings his A game every single time, and you know what you're going to get out of him. Reliable in every sense of the word, and he shows his true value there.
And just to bring back some of the points we mentioned a while ago, the top 2 teams after X10, both Full Sense as well as Paper X, which we'll see later on, they've really embraced that flex role to one of their duelist players. They're willing to let PTC play this breach. And it's just been incredible because he's the only member of this Full Sense roster that did not come from the NG Black roster that they picked up before. He was the addition, and right now he's just showing why he's at the heart of the team. But Lammy Snacks dodging the plays and getting a takedown. Superbus on the board as well, and the Full Sense double control playstyle on A side has been effective so far, and we're seeing it yet again. Just a guarantee here from Full Sense to hold the line until their members fall. Lammy Snacks though on the board there again, and it's all up to Crazy Guy right now at the corner, but he is forced to stand there, punished for his misdeeds, and Full Sense right now with another one on this defense. Really Black and Blue. The story of the first game so far for our playoffs here. It's who gets the first pick is usually the one who gets the advantage and does get the round. And if no one can really step things up, if no one can really change up the pace of how these rounds work, that's going to be the case here all throughout this game.
Yeah, at this moment, it seems like, well, BAAM, at least in that final round, yes, they were in a lighter economic situation, but they don't really change the pace up as much as we see Full Sense. And that's surprising to say, even though Full Sense are on the defense, they are trying some new things out and not sticking to the same guns every round. This time, you can see, like, Lammy Snacks, early on in the map, he was playing that heaven position near close towards male to hold down mid, but this time, he is going to be popping his ult there on B main to try and block that off, while they have a double stack on the heaven itself. That tower can be very difficult to penetrate. And John Olsen, this position is usually good for 1-for-1 before he can back off. Luckily, he is a jet, and nobody going in deep. We'll try to rescind control of that for the meantime. You're going to peek on out. Superbus holding down the line. They can go for a crossfire here, but will Red Neville be wise in this situation?
Eviction notice perhaps with the pain shells, and there you go. Superbus is flushed on that, buying some space here for Big Bam. But how much real estate can they actually get on this B tower? That's gonna be the question. Aftershock now gonna get thrown on over, but John Olsen in the power position to get that takedown. Blades are now is out and about. Red Devil though in the meantime with a refrag, and Big Bam, can they finally change the pace here at the last round of the first half? They are going for that B site. The spike lagging on behind, but luckily here for Big Bam, no peek that's so yet for Full Sense. But as I say that, Lammy Stacks on the board. Here goes Crazy Guy protecting his teammate. Tina now getting the refrag onto PTC after his breach falls. And everything is left now to Chalalala. Can he sing a happy song here for Full Sense? He has already been spotted by the alarm bot, so Big Bam has an idea where the cipher is. Spike planted. Astro Stars being set on up. And it is 2v1. What Sonata will we get here from Chalalala? Can he get that song on? Can he get his voice be heard? No. utter silence courtesy of Dorf, and Big BAM,
Switching
they
sides.
come into that round in a big way. They needed that victory just to keep it contentious, just to keep in the competition so far. 4-8 isn't as bad as it seems as they go now into the defense, and we'll see if they can bounce back here, Black and Blue. But before we talk about the second half, it really does feel like right now Big BAM yet again having the similar case from the first game of the group stage, to the stage fright, the jitters perhaps, or really just waking up on the wrong side of the bed. And that's a problem for Big BAM because in this roster, they do have to figure out how to beat their opponent. But first things first is they need to get that confidence in themselves. They know that their playstyle works. They know that they can win out these duels. But right now, reality is just hitting them hard in the face here, Black and Blue, and they need to get that confidence back.
They are a team that we have seen to kind of start off a bit slower, and the old adage rings true, like a hunk of good motor oil. The hotter it gets, the thinner it seems the lines are drawn, and BAM, the more they keep on going like a well-oiled diesel engine, they just get better and better, and that's something that Full Sense are going to have to contend with this push, though, on the B side. Lots of defenders already here to try and stop that from happening. Look at this double, triple stack on the default. John Olsen finding one, but Pina quick on the trade. Could not find a second as Red Neville will get the trade off on him, but Super Bus driving them into control of the site itself. A 3v2 here, Rite. Frenzies abound for NTK and Dorf, the remaining two members. Did not stick to plant. I think he let go of it a second too early, but Cam on out for information. Dorf has an idea on where they are generally, but can he spot the guy right under him?
Oh, Dorf dropping on down. Lammy stacks ready with a backstab. And here we go with the classic shots, but the right click doesn't connect. Eventually, though, Superbus is there. And he is speed. He is ready. And he has got a 3K so far. It's all up to NTK here, but he's stuck in the cyber cage. And unfortunately, he just gets DDoS there by Lammy Snacks. 9-4 right now, as Full Sense will be up by a handful. And you know, Black and Blue, you make these car analogies, and I don't know anything about cars, so all I gotta say is ka-chow. But how quick did Full Sense make that play work as soon as they got on site, especially with Superbus at that driving seat?
Very interesting to see the fact that, you know, BAM, they triple stacked, like close to default here. A bit of a wide peak from Crazy Guy, but I get why he had to do it in that situation. He obviously could not continue to play where the stack was. Maybe on the other side of the pillar for the most part, hold that flank off, but it did seem like it might not have been the right decision to necessarily peak that wide straight off the bat. But Full Sense, man, they're taking this lead up to 5 right now, and they're looking to continue to run away with it. We've said that BAM, they do start off slower, then come back like mid-game or late in the game, but for Full Sense, I don't know if that's something that can work out in this map specifically here on Split. Maybe they can make it happen coming into map number 2 and 3. Maybe that's where they can do that third round turnaround. And by the way, for Full Sense, they are a team who have historically, at least against the rivals, if they win map number 1, they typically lose map number 2 and 3. That is true for them, especially against Paper Rex, and that's actually true for both of them against each other. And so, will BAM here, the top seed of Vietnam, be able to tell the same tape of the story against Full Sense? That's a question, Dex.
I mean, Black and Blue, it's a new map, it's a new team. Who knows if those trends will work? We all know already by now the Full Sense Paper Rex thing is something everyone has been looking forward to, and those two teams will want to make it all the way to the upper bracket finals for that matchup. But this is a best of 3, guys. We are finally in a format that gives us conclusions, and Chalalala, he will conclude the life there of Red Devil to start things off. But Full Sense, their eyes are on the prize. They want to go to Berlin, and they understand that every pit stop along the way, every matchup that they will have to fight is something that they need to respect. And we were asking that question, is Full Sense looking forward against the likes of Paper Rex, against the likes of perhaps Bren Esports if they win those matchups? Will those matchups happen against bitter rivals that they know already? And will they get too blinded by it? The answer so far is no. Full Sense is very prepared in every single head-to-head. They respect what Big BAM has accomplished because really, they effectively, mathematically eliminated their fellow countrymen X10 in the group of death of Group C. So this Full Sense roster, they know their time is now. This is their chance to seize that crown, and they will make sure every single one of these potential usurpers will get the respect that they deserve. 10-4 here for Full Sense, as BAM now get the rifles.
Full Send a hand into that B main control, but they don't really progress past that, realizing a lot of the stars here might not necessarily align with the system that they're going for. Now, Full Sense trying to take things a bit off of the site. Mid control might be what they want to fight for, considering the fact that Chalala is on the sewers, so they can kind of double peek this mid position. Though Red Neville is quite a shallow angle, but he's been doing a good job for the most part in holding off his lanes. It is Full Sense who have to make a play here. They got those Spectres on a single rifle for them, and this just means that they really want to take those fights up close. But Red Neville doing a good job of keeping them at bay for the meantime. 45 seconds left on the clock, and they really have yet to establish any real control except for B main, and because of that, it seems like the B site, a full send attack is what they're looking for.
And we'll see if Full Sense has really done their homework. They're a roster that finds counterattacks from the get-go, that has good understandings of the playstyle of the opposition. That has been their bread and butter all throughout SCA. But Big BAAM, in the meantime, defending yet again. If they can get their playstyle to work, if they can just outclass the competition with these firefights, that's where Big BAAM can really step it up. And here we go. They have the arsenal now to do so. Penal gonna get on the board, but John Olsen with a takedown. 2 here for John Olsen so far, making a name for himself yet again. Crazy guy though, spraying it down, getting a takedowns onto 2 more. The Lammy Snacks, he will get the refrag. Dorf is there and makes it 2v1. Chalalala, he's here yet again. Similar scenarios, but different sides. Now picking up the rifle as we get Big BAAM here to end the round due to time, I believe. That's just gonna be that. A little too late on the gas pedal there for Full Sense, with BAAM getting in the way with both the Astro as well as Breach. All the plans there of Full Sense just gone to the wayside, but a good fight overall. It's still Full Sense getting a good number of pickoffs versus Big BAAM, who now have to rebuy a few of those guns, who now have to try and hold the line yet again, because if Full Sense wins this round here, Black and Blue, Big BAAM is gonna be in trouble for this map.
That's kind of the problem when you push really late into the round, where you're maybe able to drain a bit more utility from the defender's side, but you get that one shot to go for an execute. You can't back off, rotate to the other site anymore, because you've already committed your final remaining time for the site execute itself. Crazy Guy has been doing a great job of holding down the B site for the most part. In this case, though, forced off the angle, realizes he might bite off a bit more than he can really chew. So Full Sense, even with his B main control, they like doing this, well, 2 rounds in a row now. Take B main control, and then rescind it, fall back, try and see what they can do on mid or the A side, and look for other avenues of attack. But even though they have Lammy Snacks lurking all the way in the sewers that are close towards the A side on the opposite side of the map, it seems like they still want to press the issue here on this Bravo side for Full Sense, and BAAM, they're ready to receive this by all means.
Yeah, Crazy Guy, he's looking for a few of those peaks. Fault line now gonna get thrown on over, and Superbus is gonna get stunned, concussed just a little bit. Red Neville though, dropping on down, getting flashed on the round. John Olsen now will get the takedown. Opportunities here being taken by Full Sense as Big BAAM falls apart on this B defense. Blade start right now. Oh, couldn't get that killing blow, but Dorf is already quite low. And this is just unfortunate here for Big BAAM. Seems like Full Sense utilizing the timings well enough on that push, making it happen through the garage and more. Jalala though,
One enemy remaining.
behind PTC there. Just takes command and takes names, Black and Blue. Full Sense yet again with another round here. 6 points now, the lead for Full Sense. And if this keeps up, this is going to be a Full Sense victory with 23 takedowns on John Olsen. Man, oh man, John Olsen, is this the playoff mode we're looking for from him?
A great counter flash there by PTC. Textbook. You saw he opened up with a flash, and Crazy Guy answered with his own, thinking that was the end of the barrage. But, well, PTC had one more lined up to really seal in the deal and get the frags for John Olsen to really initiate and support him in that endeavor. Okay, the bot doesn't land, but they'll try and get the turret back up online on the top of the box itself. John Olsen, though, quickly taking control of that Heaven Tower. And with BAAM here only having pistols, you can kind of tell why and get why they just want to stack his A site instead and put all their eggs in this one basket. Will it be enough though? I'm not sure about it. NTK finding one, but PTC is able to find the double on the site itself. Control taken, seized, and now the plant should go down. The 3v4 retake.
Yeah, the heartbeat of Big BAAM as they're only on the pistols, and Full Sense is getting control time after time. Spikes planted. It's 3v2 as Pina does find the kill there onto John Olsen. But besides that, Big BAAM, they're stuck in their lanes. They're just cornered here. They are just being suppressed by Full Sense in their position. And what we see is what we get. Full sense right now, understanding where Big BAAM is going to come from. And PTC yet again at the forefront of that. Tina now so low on the HP Super Bus just with the spray down into the takedown. And with Crazy Guy, the only one left, one clear out will be enough here to go for the kill. One right, the right stick does connect a little bit, but yeah, Super Bus with a 3K in confidence right now for Full Sense. Understanding is through here from the Thai Squadron. And really, they know that this is their chance to seize that throne, not just for Thailand, but also for SCA. And no one, I mean no one is looking to stop them so far with the way they're playing and the way that they understand that every match is important. As Big BAAM still needs that wake-up call. It's 7 rounds the gap, and it's map point here for Full Sense.
This is not something that Full Sense have historically been able to really come back into. And especially against a team with the caliber that Full Sense has brought into this series and into the tournament itself. They're looking like the favorites to take this home, man. I don't know about you, but that's the way it's looking to me. Although, for the meantime, they gotta get through the hurdle that is BAAM. Not seemingly a tough nor high one to really hop over, but for the meantime, it is something that is in the way. And this is looking like an opening, really strong map dominant start for them, to be quite honest with you, Dax. We might just take the series 1-0 at the start of it, and certainly looking that way, but we can't call the action before it really happens. And over to the Lady Sings, and for BAAM, well, they're trying to turn the tune in their favor. The beat might not be going their way, but if they can tip the scales a bit, both musically and, at least, in terms of the statistics, then maybe they can make something happen. But this is their final chance, quite literally. Operator finally out in NDK. We haven't seen that all game, but then again, they haven't had the economy to support that endeavor just yet. Can't be the difference here. It might just be, considering the fact that they're going to the Bravo site, which NTK, B main, he's got his site fully trained on it. Astral Divide coming on now, with the Rolling Thunder answer back.
Yeah, Ultimate's bound here and now, going for that beat. They get Full Sense providing cover for themselves, but on the flip side, Rolling Thunder is the answer here from Crazy Guy as well, as BAAM has gotten through so far. Operator finding value, NTK right now with the Blade Storm, but John Olsen catching out Crazy Guy, and here comes Thor for the refrag. Seems like right now, Big BAAM trying to keep control of two sides of the wall, on the left, on the right. Now Cosmic Divide gonna fall, but Lammy Stacks will get that takedown. It's 1v1 here in Full Sense. They need to get this kill and fast, and he will do it in the nick of time. Full Sense, head down, eyes open, and laser focus in this series. They will take the first map of the playoffs in just a single second to spare. What a way to end it, and what a call from Full Sense yet again.
Man, Full Sense, they seemed entirely conscious throughout that entire thing. No esoteric kind of like travel coming from these guys, because by all means, their feet was on the ground, eyes up high, but low on the ground, they stood. And by all means, you know, Full Sense, they typically start the series off slower and then come back in those second and third rounds, where it's off usually the flip side for BAAM. They start off strong, but then sometimes, you know, go falter in the middle, then come back with that heat in the later stages. But it just seemed like Full Sense all the way for John Olsen to open up with that ace. You just saw that. The confidence shot through the roof. They took every single risky play that they wanted, because by all means, damn, they could and they should.
Come on, that last play, it was just like, time is running out, the stopwatch is ticking. Might as well say, screw it, let's go for the kill. And with a single second to spare, and a little bit of milliseconds after that, it was enough to win out the game there for Full Sense. Big BAAM, they played it smart at the very end, especially with that Rolling Thunder from Crazy Guy with NTK on the operator. But Full Sense, they just had such a good idea and such a good station in the first place for many of their pushes. How they went on the offensive was a big turning point of that map, because for Full Sense, they looked so secure in what they wanted to do on the offensive side. On the defense, you could say the same thing. We already know how defense-centric the likes of Superbus and Lammy Snacks can be when they play that double control play style. But really, the confidence right now for Full Sense is sky high. They know they're the only Thailand team remaining in the playoffs with X10 out of the picture. And they're making a big splash in SCA. This is all eyes on them from not only their local community, but also the region. And they're happy to be under that pressure and under that spotlight. In the meantime, for Big BAAM, some of the fears that we had for them, they're coming true. Unfortunately for Big BAAM right now, it does seem like that they are having a bit of the jitters, a bit of the less confident playstyle that we have seen from them in the first place. And that confidence is what thrust them all the way to the playoffs. When they get back in the rhythm, they come in a big way. The Big BAAM right now, it's a bit of whimper. When will we hear them roar?
I think it's going to be very soon, though, Dex. We did see on that map number 1 during, the first day, they kind of had similar situations, but came on alive later in the group stages. But we're going to have to find out if that will ring true here, as we will be back with map number 2 after the break.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Get through the morning, you gotta power on and power through, but for now, it does seem like in the series here, Mr. Black and Blue, there's a bit of that energy gap. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Big BAAM versus Full Sense. Dax here with Black and Blue, and you mentioned it a while ago while we were off cam talking to the panel, does feel like Big BAAM, loud, proud, so strong in what they do and what they accomplish. But right now, Full Sense, they say, hush, silence in the battlefield, because it has been the word of Full Sense from that previous map.
It seems like here, for Big BAAM, it's like they need a bit of that, the morning cup of tea to get their day going, because they just don't have it right now. They really do seem like either maybe tea or coffee, depending which way you go. Sometimes it is that way. But for them, they need something to get going. And for Full Sense, well, maybe that John Olsen ace was exactly their cup of tea. For the coffee lovers out there, at least maybe that what might they be for the side of Big BAAM. Not the same tune sung just yet, and for them to lose their opening map pick to go into Haven, which is a good map, great map for Full Sense, I'm not too sure about their real kind of like, I guess, the outcome of this really looking in the favor of Big Bam. You kind of predicted 2-1, but do you think that will ring true?
Well, it's time now for basically Big Bam to save themselves. Save my prediction, sure, but the bigger one really is them finding their footing coming into Haven. We saw what they could do against X10 in the group stage on a map like this. Full Sense though looking to challenge that with this being their map pick. And we mentioned it a while ago, the Big Bam, they have incredible records right now on the 3 maps that we have in the pool. With their loss against Full Sense, that's their first ever loss recorded in the circuit for Split. They lost Bind a while ago to BAAM Esports, if I remember correctly, in the group stage, and I do believe they lost Haven once in the community scene. But with victories against, with a victory rather against X10, that should give them the confidence that they need, that they have that baseline to work with. But on the flip side, again, Full Sense, they're such a crafty team, I gotta say. They love to hit the books. They're so well researched at the opposition, and we see it that they have this counter-attack playstyle, but they also unleash it from the get-go. It doesn't feel like that they need to see what their opponent is doing first. They put in the homework, they put in the study, and our mentions a while ago were like, are they going to be preparing for Big Bam, knowing that potential rivals that they've been facing off against will be there for them later? Will they get blinded perhaps because of that potential star matchup versus Paper X if it does happen the way that they would like all the way in the upper bracket finals? Well, right now it does seem like they put the sunglasses on. They're very prepared, they are very focused, and they understand chapter 1 is where they need to start. Subject here, Big Bam.
Well, you touched on it a bit, right? They were able to win against X10 here on Haven, 13-10. It was a very tightly contested map. And, you know, for Full Sense, they're probably like, okay, thank you for getting rid of X10, because while they're our fellow countrymen, we really did appreciate that because they've been the biggest hurdle in our journey so far. But then again, they're also like, since they are our fellow countrymen, since they are our fellow flag bearers here coming from Thailand, of course, you know, the fellow region mates, basically, these guys know that they're also like, okay, we kind of have to get revenge now for our friends there on the X10 side, so this might just light an even bigger fire under the side of Full Sense. The thing is though, with that chip on their shoulder here, with, you know, BAAM, they have never lost an 0-2 in the group stages. Will this be the first time they actually go down in the series 2-0? They've been going so far at least 1-for-1 through almost every single match here for the side of Big BAAM, and I'm not sure if they can really pull their way out of this one. The way that they are looking here in the playoffs, at least day 1 versus Full Sense. The caveat is, you know, when you look at it on the group stages, they did get off to a slow start on day number 1. But the thing is, since it is the group stages, there is no elimination. Different story here entirely in the playoffs. You go get a bad series, a bad game to start off the playoffs, you're immediately in the lower bracket, and then at that moment, you're at sudden death. And that is not a situation that I definitely want to be in, especially for the first seed here of Vietnam. And for a region going up against, you know, the most cal, the newest region here to the C playoffs, going up against the region that we're touting as the best, most experienced region in Thailand, that's not an opening start that they want. Fortunately for Vietnam, they have 2 seeds in this whole playoff shebang.
Yeah, Vietnam as a whole, they still have Cerberus who will be facing off against Bren Esports later on. But Big BAAM right now, the focal point is on them. They just need, again, I mean, we say it a lot already, they just need to wake on up because we've seen them be absolutely incredible before. We know that this roster, Big BAAM, formerly SYG Steal Your Glory, is ready to steal some series away from top teams. And when they get that confidence back on the board, when they just make everything work out in their favor, when all the pieces and the parts align here for Big BAAM, it is just an absolute spectacle. And really, when I see Big BAAM, I always expect them to do good. Their track record speaks for itself. Just a few disappointments, a few bumps in the road, and I feel like that they understand that those disappointments were disappointments to them mostly. They're like, okay, we can play better. We can do better than this. And when I see Big BAAM falter, it's really just them not have that Big BAAM style in them for a while. They just need to get back to their identity. They just need to get back to what works for them. And right now, Full Sense is getting in the way time after time. You gotta give credit to how Full Sense has been playing things out. You mentioned a while ago silencing Big BAAM, but now this is the time for Big BAAM to let their voice be heard. Everyone here on SCA has a voice, has a stage set for themselves, and it's up to them to seize that day and to seize potentially a series to move on to the next round. But here we go, it's map number 2. Full Sense take this. They are going to be our first semifinalists of today. In the meantime, Big BAAM It's time for them to try and tie things up. We'll figure out how this is going to go as we get into the game already here, Black and Blue. And thoughts on the compositions as Red Neville now flips on over to the Breach with Crazy Guy back on the Silva instead.
NTK holding the angle, could not land a shot, but able to successfully back on off. This is the exact same lineup and composition that BAAM brought versus X10 to win that map on Haven as well, the fellow Thailand team. But NTK opening things up here on the PTC. It's a really good start for the side here. BAAM and Red Neville finds one, but the double goes in the way of Chalala. NTK, that's a second now for him, but quickly taken down, low HP already. A 2v2 on this B side, or A side take rather, is Dorf on the flank. He gets taken down by Lammy Snacks, eating him alive, and Lammy Snacks, ever the clutcher, will get the round. He ended map number 1 in the favor of Full Sense, and he starts map number 2 in their favor once again. For Full Sense here, this is a good start, man. You touched on it. Everybody has a voice here in Southeast Asia. Everybody has a role to play in the theater that is C. But not the spotlight isn't on everybody. Right now, it is Full Sense center stage, and BAAM, they're looking to watch this one from the side wings.
Looks like right now we got Full Sense as the main actor of the story, and Big BAAM, well, they need to make a big play to make themselves be seen in this game. Time to find out though how this is gonna work. Talking about the playoffs of Black and Blue, I do expect a few tricks being unleashed here and now in our upper bracket and potentially in the lower bracket later on. But then again, on the flip side, these are compositions that these guys unleashed in the group stage in the first place. They're already tried and tested comps, and they are going to go for the push. PTC though with the takedown onto Pina, and Full Sense with the gun advantage. Trying to get as much map control as possible. Crazy Guy though on board there versus PTC. Lammy Stacks with 2, make that 3 so far. And it does seem like here for Full Sense that it is going to be their voice yet again making waves in this playoffs. NTK though on the flip side. And the turret, oh no, the turret plus the Spectre. Too many bullets, not enough firepower. Full Sense now up by 2. And again, the start here for Full Sense looking absolutely stellar.
Might I say, this is not necessarily super kind of like what we expect from the side of Full Sense. They don't always start this strong, but then again, we're only 2 rounds into map number 2. Can they continue the momentum here on the gun round for BAAM? Previously on Split, that we just saw map number 1. So far, the tune is yes. Even on these lighter buys, Spectres on round number 3, BAAM, even with those rifles, have yet to really be able to kind of dominantly win these third rounds of the half. And so Full Sense, they know that even though they might have lesser cards in their hand, the deck at the end of it does favor them, and they know how to play those hands to perfection. PTC quick on the plant, should not be able to back off because he's burned his dash to get there, and the gravity well will stop him from planting, but John Olsen, a double! How does he do it time and time again? And Lammy Snacks chiming on in to find Dorf. 3 left remaining, make that 2 as Pina finds a pick on John Olsen. So 4v2, up close and personal. Pina will make things happen.
Guardian gameplay, man, oh man, making an impact. But NTK does have the operator. It does seem like here for NTK, looking for Nangle, but Pina inside the Nebula and still finds the spray out the Lammy Snacks. Sometimes BAAM, a hope and a prayer is all they need. And plays like that can get them started, but Full Sense, watch out for the links. One to the left, one to the right. Keep an eye out on this intersection. And this just might be a car crash waiting to happen. NTK, oh, how the hell does he hit the operator shots inside the smoke? I don't even know. Close range gun, apparently the operator truly is. That's Big BAAM come up in a big way with a big clutch to get the defuse in the end.
Big BAAM going boom all the way around operator here, and he's looking smooth like a criminal with it. Very, very nice from NTK. He's really good on those operators, but the thing is, on Split, while the operator can be quite successful on the defensive side, they never really got that opportunity. Why? Because, well, they started on the attack, and by the time they got to the defense, they didn't have enough time to build up enough economy to really support that endeavor. And so for BAAM, for them to be starting on the defensive side, technically the less favored side, NTK is doing real good work with that operator. He started off the map really strong on that pistol round. They did lose it, but coming into round number 3, making things happen. Can they continue it though? On this 4th round where they actually have weapons on the side of Full Sense, who have been so spectacular when they got the rifles in their hands. BTC opening things up, and this is what we talked about, Dax. He's now on the jet. This man can flex all day.
He's back to where he belongs, and with the double initiator comp that Fulsense has, they can get some map control there with the guiding lights from John Olsen. And here comes John Olsen. His name is gonna get seen yet to get two. Superbus on the board as well, and things are falling apart here for Big BAM. Unfortunately for BAM, they had the clutch a while ago, but this time, there's just barely any fight in them left remaining. They have to back on the way. They do not want to lose this operator whatsoever. And even though NTK made a miracle happen on that B site a while ago, you can't expect him to do it twice in a row. Full sense though. The powered double initiator is coming to pass here, Black and Blue. This is why double initiator comps are just so effective and popular right now, especially with the Sky. The guiding lights, not only do they regenerate even though you lose 1 in terms of max capacity, but also with the lack of animation, the Sky can peak after the initial entry of the duelist. So you can have a bit of a duelist role in the initiator. You get that intel from the Sova. You get so much space because of the guiding lights. And Superbus even kills NTK to add insult to injury. This is just painful right now for Big BAM, unfortunately. It's like they got a band-aid at the very least to stop the bleeding in the round, but suddenly someone rips it off here, and that someone is Full Sense. They're just bullying Big BAM right now with some of these plays as they go onto these sites. The takes have been paramount to their success. You can see how much space they get and how much of an advantage they have in these duels because of the flashes in the first place. And losing the operator is just even worse. Big BAM, we know that this squad can come up in a big way, but if Full Sense takes those tools away, there is no playtime here for Big BAM at all.
Well, I don't know if it's really necessary time for playing here for Big BAM, because they have to get serious about this. Full Sense, the last time that we've seen them build these 2-round leads, they started to run away with it. And Big BAM, that is not a prospect that they want to be on the receiving end of. Crazy guy. Well, there's not much they can do in this round, at least, Dex, so pistols, yeah, that's all they can really work with, but they can try and make it a bit more expensive for Full Sense, and that will really help on maybe in the second half of the first half, really, if you get my drift. The Lammy Snacks catching NTK off guard, Blade Storm dispensed, and subsequently kind of went to a bit of a waste there.
Yeah, Big BAM right now. The hopes and dreams of Vietnam on their shoulders here. This is still the upper bracket. They might have a chance later on, lower bracket, if they do fall here. But they don't want that. They want to prove right now that Vietnam is here to play, here to slay, and here for SCA as the 6th pillar. It's no longer Vietnam left to the wayside. It's them trying to make a big splash. And they did it in the group stage. They made history for themselves. Big BAM actually the first team from Vietnam to win a map in SCA VCT. But PTC, he's just winning. You know, 3 letters to his name. Win is his game. PTC, just incredible with how flexible he's become. But when he's back on that jet, he does feel like he's so at home. Pina though, Shorty surprised. Black and Blue. Oh no, Superbus. Just a hit and run to be done, and there we got it. Full Sense now up by 3. Is this the recovery period that Big BAM can attain, as they should have the guns this time?
They should. And we've been saying should a lot in this entire series on the panel pre-game, that this should be a very close game, a breakout opportunity for BAM. But it's up to them to really seize that chance and make the most of the moment. Carpe diem, seize the day, no matter how you want to put it. BAM have to wake up. They're sleeping right now. And Full Sense, they're continuing to ride this dream in their favor. And for BAM to get that map number 1 not in their way and so heavily dominant for the side of Full Sense, it's not a good start. And that's definitely could just reinforce the fact that they aren't playing too well at the moment. But we talked about it. This is their chance. They got guns in this round. Round number 6 is a round that they won last time around to bring it 4-2. Can they do it again here on Haven as they did on Split? Hopefully, though, if they do, they're able to continue that momentum further into more rounds, because Full Sense, they look in tip-top shape here, Dax, and I don't think that if they continue this and BAM continue to also be asleep in the series, this is not going to be a tightly contested nor a competitive one at all. So for Full Sense, they're looking tip-top shape. BAM a bit less so, but they are on the defensive side where they seemingly, even on Haven, look more at home, especially with NDK on that operator who's been doing great stuff all series long.
And he's gonna try and make something work yet again after that incredible display on B side. The Big BAM, they do have the fortification on C. They had the triple stack on A to stop the initial pulls of Full Sense. So overall, in terms of the first minute of this round, things are okay here for the defense. Dorf though, that's a good start here for Big BAM. And there you go with a big move from them. Platform for precision from Dorf there for precision. And with John Olsen, the only one left, it looks like Red Neville will take the same stage as his fallen comrade. There you go. That's the big BAM experience that we're looking for. That's the big BAM that we know and love from the group stage. And they are coming in with a big wave. But look at Dorf, as I say, platform position, precision. Just the triple P's here for Big BAM on that C site. And at least they get on the board yet again, keep the operator and keep the guns that they have in the first place. Full sense though, they invested early on and they went to the moon with the economy they have thanks to the win streak. They still have money to buy. And here we go again, another test here for Big BAM.
Flash not necessarily landing there for John Olsen. That small window of opportunity, well, Dorf made the most out of it. Right on the platform, tip-top shape. He's on the podium, and a sentinel that he is, just shutting things down. Good round for BAM, and that's exactly what they need to get back into the game. Looking to go into it loud and clear. The plan? Will they get it off? No, the gravity well shaking him on up. Still, PTC will eventually go down to the classic of Red Neville. That was perfectly timed to go for the gravity well on the Astra here. Coming from the side of BAM. Pina, perfect timing on that once again. Here comes out the Trailblazer. Will get the stun on the Red Neville. Actually, the flash onto him as Crazy Guy finds a double, even though while he's stunned and gets a triple L somehow. Chalala goes down, and the tune is not being sung his way. John Olsen, he might be Johnny, but this is him done. Crazy Guy going and saying a 4K, and BAM, straight back into the game.
Ring, 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 ring. Hello, Big BAM. This is your 12 p.m. wake-up call. And it feels like finally they stopped snoozing and they stopped losing. Their Crazy Guy with a triple kill. And the hype is on for the series as Big BAM has finally arrived. They get the fight on back. They get 2 rounds in a row. And full sense, they need to find the answer yet again. But we saw this in the last map. Big BAM, they had that second wind to wake themselves up. They had that breath of fresh air to go for the firefights. But then full sense adjusted and just shut down Big BAM and silence them in the remaining parts of that split map. Can this happen again? Will it be the same story? Or will Big BAM this time stop being shy and wake on up, make the plays happen, and say that we are here for SEA? For now though, Red Neville hanging on around. We do get the star set up onto B site as full sense trying to get some mid control here and now. Scouting out the links, but BAM, proactive now on the rotations, and with Crazy Guy all the way by spawn, it seems like BAM is planning something. They do have the Hunter's Fury, so they can make things work if ever that's the case. A bit of intel, a bit of concussions perhaps, that will be the concessions that Crazy Guy needs to line it up and take them down.
Look at this. They initially tried to pressure that B site, and PTC, he knew that if he dashed in, he's going to get sucked in by the gravity well again. So what did he do? He puts a Cloud Burst out to try and bait them and get the reaction out of it, and he does perfectly. PTC, though, he's going to find that frag. Pina here, like a colada at the back of it, able to get him down. Will eventually get traded out by Super Bust, but they're not looking to rescind the control of the site. Look at Red Neville just pushing on in with a Silver Dart to give him reconnaissance. Super Bust taken on down, and suddenly the trip has taken a turn for the worst here for the side of Full Sense. BAM showing up and holding on to the site, not really rescinding control of it. And now the B site is what they're going to try again, but Crazy Guy has been the maestro of the Bravo site itself. Ping there with the Aldron, but John Olsen still going to win the fight. MTK to bring it down to a 1v2. It's all on John Olsen, but with the updraft, he's going to catch him off guard, and so will Red Neville, looking like a devil. 4-4, BAM have made this game a series.
Glorious, absolutely glorious here from Big BAM. Yet again, Crazy Guy being that stalwart on B site. And we say a lot about this Big BAM roster. When they're winning, Crazy Guy is there. When they're losing, Crazy Guy is there. When they need the clutch, Crazy Guy is there, and he can get such a pickup for the team and rally the rest to the call to action. Big BAM now tying things up, and with everyone on the same page, with Big BAM looking very comfortable in their even defense, things are looking up for the Vietnamese squadron. But full sense, we said it before and we'll say it again, never count these guys out. Is it time now to retool and replan the attack here, the assault from Full Sense? The answer seems to be yes, as they're going to be playing it slow and steady here. And not only that, Black and Blue, you ever want a sniper duel? Seems like we're going to get it. PTC on the operator, NTK on the other side. It's going to be a beautiful battle on a site if ever that's the case.
Full Sense, they love shaking things up, and to bring this operator out on the attacking side might not be something that BAM are necessarily ready for. You can potentially find a pick off of this and snowball that into the round win. How long will it really work out for him? They have to get the ball rolling first to well, make that a possibility. PTC trying to entry with this, but the turret will give him away. Does not want to let the shot out, and now with the information given that there is that operator here on PTC towards Charlie's site, you're going to see that they're going to try and be a bit more passive on the aggression here, not necessarily trying to initiate the fight. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, for BAAM, NTK all the way deep there on A main, and that Trailblazer does not have enough sight to look deep, and NTK is going to land true. Superbus taking a turn for the worst, and the second kill goes in the way of NTK. That's a sniper battle we wanted, and NTK lands his shot second time around, gets that kill.
TK, he's prepared for more, and Full Sense cannot handle the powerhouse that is Big BAAM on the defense. The operator holding the long angle, getting to take down Chalalala. There's no happy songs for him. He is just gonna be seeing the jailhouse blues as he is entrapped there by NTK. Lammy Snacks still picking up the operator and shutting down Red Devil on the other side of the map. But that's gonna be that. Seems like Big BAAM is coming up in a big way. It's 5-4 here for Big BAAM. The defense now taking the lead. And this does seem like this is the wake-up call that Big BAAM has been looking for. This is now going to be a series if this keeps up. Full Sense, though, what's the next page in their playbook? What's going to be the next plan from them?
Full Sense, they've been really good on kind of pulling out those mixed kind of buys and making it work out. Somehow they have been in the group stages at the very least, but here in the biggest stage that they've been in so far, the stage itself, the Sea Challengers playoffs, they've been here before. Can they back to the grand final slot and make it really happen now that X10 are out? That's it remains to be seen. But Big BAAM, when this series started to look like a wash, when it seemed like Full Sense have this one in the bag, Big BAAM go boom. They're ready to make a show here. Is now they've taken that lead, but it's only a single round. By all means, Full Sense, even though they might be playing with that deficit, they've been really good at making these small round comebacks happen. This could potentially be a tied game up going into the second half, but you're going to have to win around here, Full Sense, to make that. I'll drone for information, and you can see that NTK changing things up, now holding the sewers instead of long this time. A peek there coming in after the concuss. Not going to land. Information not given, but that in itself is information alone.
Interesting point there, Black and Blue. You mentioned the comebacks, but I gotta give you this. It has been sporadic in this series. It's mostly whoever gets that first pickoff that gets around. We saw it in Split a while ago. We're seeing it on Haven right now. And it does feel like when you give the driver's seat to one of these two... Oh no!
You want to fight it?
They dropped the spike on the floor and now everything is gonna get exposed. Sure, it is gonna be Big BAAM knowing what's to come. And crazy guy! What kind of play is this? How does he make things work? Apparently, he is the one saying, you are all trapped here with me in the sewers. And Big BAAM come up in a big way yet again. PTC dashing on away. But Big BAAM holding off Full Sense, forcing the remaining member, the one with the operator to just run on out. 6-4 and Full Sense. PTC will get one, but Dorf now with the punish. Huge kills here from Big BAAM, but the patience just so essential here for Big BAAM. No one clearing out this angle. Everyone assuming that no one was there into the corner. And for Full Sense, from one misstep to the other. So unfortunate as they dropped the spike, confirming that they were there in the sewers with the objective, and all Crazy Guy needed to do was wait. The perfect timing.
Sometimes you need just a little bit of crazy to hide in those kind of situations. Nerves of steel and ice cold veins for that trigger discipline. They had no idea he was there, none the wiser. Full Sense. It might be named that, but haven't been living up to it necessarily with his lurks coming from BAAM so far. Quick dash in onto that Charlie side, trying to take control of it. It's all in PDC, who's left alone, divided from the rest of his team, and taken away because of that great kind of gravity well that they had on C Long itself. So good job shutting him down. Maybe a bit premature on the push there from him, but the rest of his team couldn't really yet follow up just in the moment. So BAAM, they've taken the opening pick in Full Sense here, with them having that Blade Storm up on PTC and only having, well, two real rifles here, the Guardian and the Vandal. It's not a good start for them. BAAM, they're looking to take the largest lead. Actually, this is already one of the largest leads they've had the entire series. Can they bring it to 3 and finally get some confidence under their wings?
BAAM here. They're prepared. Crazy Guy. He's been the king of B-side, and yet again, his reign has not been stopped. There's the takedown. Chalala though on the board versus Dorf, but Red Neville and Chalala love another answer here for Full Sense. It's still BAAM though who does come out the head. And now in a 3v1 situation here, Black and Blue, John Olsen is left by himself with the Guardian in hand. Can he make this work? Oh no, the guy might get stuck! But NTK, he took a bit of damage there, has to back on out. And as John Olsen navigates to the back of B side, Crazy Guy is there waiting for him, summoning him, and executing him on the spot. This is Big BAAM now in the game, in the series, showing up when they need to the most. And a while ago, it seems like when we turned on the lights for the series here, Black and Blue, between Full Sense and Big BAAM, it was only half lit. It was a little bit dim. It felt like it was Full Sense, the only one really shining bright for SCA a while ago. But now, we changed that light bulb. We are back in action, and it is glowing, glowing, glowing here for both of these teams. Big BAAM, though, they have made such a big impact with a 6-round streak, Black and Blue. And it does feel like as we get into the last round of the first half, there are no signs of them stopping unless Full Sense can find the answer with the rifles.
Do have a player named Super Bus on the side for Full Sense who have been really good at delivering that exact outcome, but NTK, he's been really, well, efficient at holding down this A site in general with the operator, finding picks time and time again, and Full Sense, will they be able to really kind of split the site? It seems like, even though they have 2 players in sewer who are not able to back off at the moment, still trying to aggress here on mid. And I think this might just be enough to catch him off guard on the A take. Because of that presence that they did towards mid, this now pulls NTK back with the operator, so no longer holding that A main position, and gives an opportunity for Full Sense to crawl into the site. This is perfectly played by them. They've completely sold the bait out, and for them to cross, it makes sense, and they almost get the pick off on the NTK, but more importantly, they will get the plant here now, and with a 4v5 post plant, this can still happen in the way of Full Sense.
Yeah, Big BAAM does have the numbers, but Full Sense has the position, and as you mentioned, the bait and switch worked, and they get the plant on the side. PTC, though, lurking on the round, and it's gonna be time for these hidden blades to sing onto the Night. Pina, though, busy setting up the wall, and oh, this is gonna be an execution on the spot, perhaps. Pina now moving on around, PTC right behind him, and there you go already. Dashing and stashing to get that takedown. John also on the board as well. That's 2 so far here for the Skydorf in the meantime with the refrag, but BAAM, they have to be careful because PTC is coming like a dark knight here on A side. It's gonna be Full Sense. They're wrapping up the round, but PTC, contract confirmed with the assassinations, and it's Full Sense getting that recovery in the last round of the first half.
Give this guy a mugshot because he's criminal in how good he has been on every single agent that we've seen him on PTC. I don't know, Dax. I don't even know how to answer your question.
They can't. No, they can't because they didn't even see him coming. There are no witnesses whatsoever to what PTC did. No one saw that, guys. No one watching on Twitch chat saw that at all because he just... That backstab was so perfectly timed. I gotta give it to him. How patient he was, hounding Pina for so long, skulking behind his spray, and then navigating as soon as Big BAAM was setting things up. Full Sense, just an incredible way to recovery. And we always mention it. There's always the next page here for the Full Sense playbook. And, well, you can see that from PTC and the rest of the crew.
PTC looking like a predator in that one. The Tigers of Thailand here, Full Sense. They're roaring really loud, but can their bite match the bark that they've got so far? We know that these guys are primetime showtime in every sense of the word, but BAAM, they got a really good opening half here to go 6 rounds straight for them. It's a really big moment, and they have been struggling to find that kind of like pillar to really cement themselves around on the foundations. Were not there on map number 1 on Split, but this time there is no Split personality for BAAM because here on Haven they've ascended into where they should have been from the start. Waking up, the dream now reaching a fever pitch for BAAM. They can only get higher and hotter in the moment. But Full Sense, 5-7 going on this defensive side. Might I say, Dax, this might be just looking like a map number 3.
I mean, if this keeps up and Big BAAM keeps up with their level of play here, it is a possibility, but never count out Full Sense. We've seen them find recoveries time after time, beat the biggest names in SEA before, and they can do so yet again in this series. You gotta respect Big Bam though. That's the thing. The Vietnamese community, from what we know historically, right? They've been such a, I'd say, passionate community about FPS in general. Games prior to Valorant before it officially came out in Vietnam, they're already so into it. And many tournaments in the community for SCA, you'd be surprised to see who are some of the people behind it. The organizers, they can come from Vietnam, just the teams there from Vietnam fighting in SCA from the get-go. And really here in VCT, now we see them on the official stage. Now we see them at their peak form. And Big Bam really has to be one of the best representatives of it. I gotta say, this Big Bam roster, it exemplifies what Vietnam is all about. Just the willingness to push the envelope, change the status quo of SCA in general, and go where no team has gone before, especially in some of the offensive plays. These guys are willing to go crazy, and the captain for Big Bam, you already know his name. You know his game, and his name is Crazy Guy. But Full Sense, it's been tried, it's been tested, it's been disciplined, and Thailand has always been at the top of the SCA food chain. Full Sense, they are sick and tired of being second best. It's time for them really to make sure that their succession to the crown will be a clear path and a convincing one. Can they do it here in the defense as we get into the second half? Black and blue, 5-7 the scoreline. Full Sense, if they can get this pistol, there's a good chance they can tie up this game.
It's a good chance in that, but not the same fortune here, at least, to start things off for NTK. Opening damage done to him is going to be quite a detriment for him to be on that jet. A lot less risky plays that he can pull off here. And that's something that BAAM have been honestly thriving on. For them to play these angles that Full Sense weren't expecting. They can't really do that in this case, especially in the attacking side. Now for PTC, he should win this fight, and that he does. Captain taking down here Crazy Guy. And for the Sova, a lot of reconnaissance already removed off the board early on. Superbus, what an angle he's playing. Will he expect anybody to be on the default bomb plant? He will get that one pick, but not much more. Shalala shutting things down here, and Dorf has answered back. It's a 2v2 on the site right now. Default plant, PTC on that long flank. It seems like they're going to want to hold down the site from within itself. But PTC coming in from C long here. Oh no. But look at this, the initiative coming in from BAAM to try and aggress CT and catch Lammy Snacks off guard. They don't spot him, the timing just not working out, but they're very close to making this happen.
You know, the beauty of having these long speeches in between is sometimes it just comes through on screen. And there you go, PTC now getting taken down there by Pina. Lammy Snacks though on the board. And it's going to be 1v1 here between Dorf and Lammy Snacks. Who can get the pick off? There's the scan, but there's a few of the tags in response. Shock Dart though is coming. That's Dorf evading the lightning. And can it strike twice? The Frenzy runs out of bullets, but oh, that's Dorf with the takedown at the very end. Big Bam willing to go above and beyond and willing to go the distance to get that round. But truly, in that pistol there, Black and Blue, exactly what I was saying. Full Sense, their playbook. It's so vast. They can play these off angles. They can play it well. They can play it smart. But Big Bam, they decide to push on forward. They decide to go further than what's expected of them. And in the game of Ring Around the Rosie, apparently it was the better shot who won. And Big Bam was just able to get that final shot onto Full Sense at the very end. Now it's 8-5, and this is a stellar sign here for Big Bam. They have the gun advantage. They can keep the control and the pace of this half under their belts. And the only thing that might be able to stop them on the other side is a hero marshal here for PTC. Gotta say though, before we get started with the round, NTK is only on the frenzy, guys, so it does seem like an operator will come very, very soon here for Big Bam.
Looking to want to pull that out early, even on the attacking side, but Pina finds a frag and shot a lot. Perfectly timed flash there, coming from Red Neville to assist him on it. And Crazy Guy, they're making it happen on the C site. The flawless one so far. John Olsen, okay, looking to make me wrong, a liar, but Pina definitely gonna tell the truth at the end of it. 9-5, and Big Bam, they barely scraped by round number 1 of this half. That was round number 13, but coming into it, they're looking really strong. Only 3 away from that match point, potentially. Crazy Guy, 15 frags on him. Operator not out just yet, rather, for NTK, but I think coming into the next one, you might look to put that into play. And for Full Sense, who have yet to be able to kind of shut down that endeavor from him, It might just be, but they need to seal the deal here on the second map. But early aggression coming in from BAAM and Full Sense here on that A-long position. Banana not going to be opened up just yet.
Holy crap, NTK, just the willingness to dash like that, scaring off PTC. And really, the Big BAAM playstyle, when they feel it, when they get that confidence, they're just willing to make plays in the same vein as that. John Olsen, though, watching out from the back of A side, keeping an eye out. NTK, though, still on the right-hand side of A long. Bit of a lurk, perhaps, if anyone decides to push on forward. But this is just a good station here for BAAM, if ever. Unfortunately, though, for NTK, he's kind of stuck there, black and blue, unless he cloud bursts away. Because he used his dash already to go for the advance. And Big BAAM might be forced here to go to A site just to rescue their jet.
I mean, I'm not necessarily sure if
They're
it's
gonna go for it now.
PTC who needs rescuing here, but oh no, he actually might. Yeah, on the swing though, he still lands it. NTK whiffing the shot, even with the Spectre up close on the move, and he was the one taken down. John Olsen finding one. Crazy Guy does the same, but Red Devil will get the trade off, but not before Lammy Sacks will get one of his own. 3v2-1, decide the retake gonna happen. Favored in numbers here, Full Sense, especially after that pick off on Crazy Guy. This might be a turnaround from Full Sense. They did have that weaponry advantage, and now they get the round. 6-9, very nicely done. No puns meant.
It's a nice time to be in Haven. It's a nice day for Valorant, but I gotta say that was a adequate round for both sides. Sure, Full Sense lost 2 players, but it is only PTC and John Olsen, and the rest of the crew they can just buy some guns perhaps for the rest of the roster, and they should be square in that situation. BAAM in the meantime, they tried to make that A play work, and they did get a few pickoffs along the way to even up the economy. So there might be a slight advantage here for BAAM if ever Full Sense's buys aren't really the best right now. But besides that, we are still going to be in this game, still going to be in for this firefight. And you can see here that BAAM does have the rifles in tow. And on the flip side, yeah, that's the problem here because of PTC's Hero Marshal buy a while ago that didn't pan out. And with John Olsen's demise, it's only going to be Spectre and the Frenzy. This time, Full Sense is hoping to prayer for that A-long contest. And if Big BAAM doesn't respect this whatsoever, PTC will actually get the guns that he needs, or in this case, the blades. Good try, though, from Red Devil, as well as Pina there to try and flush out the orb control. Besides that, it's still Full Sense getting the objective done. They have the Blade Storm, and they are ready to fight against BAAM in this round.
Fight. That is what they're going to bring. The Storm. That's what's going to ring in the ears at the end for BAAM. Full Sense, to make that happen, well, they need a very decisive round. They have yet to really kind of win a decisive one on the defensive side on a full gun round just yet. So let's see if that will ring true for them. But Super Bus on the boost here, on the logs, but he might just be taken down, logged off of the position. PTC finding one, but after the flurry of frags goes in the way of Full Sense, this is seemingly looking like a much more decisive game and round from Full Sense. Looking to have regained their former form on map number 1 on Split. And if that's the case, then BAAM, they're in for a rough time. But Full Sense, within reaching distance of this lead, and with BAAM on kind of a mixed economic situation, this might be an 8-9 at the end of it.
I felt like cha-la-la-la there, black and blue. That round was so quick, it was like a blink and you'll miss it round at the very end. And we followed him, look at the recon dart real quick, right? And as soon as that happens, everyone else in front of him was already dead. And he was just part of the cleanup crew. Such haste in some of these scenarios, in some of these conclusions. And you can see how sure these players are, these teams are, and what they do best. When they have the sight lines, they will look to confirm those kills. They will look to use the utilities. They already have all the motions under their muscle memories, under their game plans. And it's just incredible to see how in sync these two teams are right now with themselves and with each other. But Full Sense, they're mounting a little bit of their own comeback here, and now they're trying to fight, and they're going for a few more rounds. Red Devil, though, he was just busy putting the spike, man. Let the guy do his job. This is what he gets paid to do. The gravity well, though, getting in the way, and now the spike's gonna get planted. It's a behold here for the side of Big BAAM, as Full Sense will try to go for the backstab. It's gonna be dicey though. John Olsen creeping in closer and closer, but Dorf will still fall. Another kill perhaps as the Phantom now gonna get picked on up. Superbus coming in from the garage, and it does seem like no place will contain Superbus. PTC on the board. Red Devil trying to hold the line, but it's all left to Pina right now. Bulldog in hand, but this is gonna be Superbus neutering him instead. Full Sense is back on the board, back on the beatdown, and we say it time and time again. The Full Sense playbook. There's always another chapter.
Well, he's definitely in the drive gear, full 6-stick shift for Superbus. Just even though he might be at the bottom of that scoreline, he's been getting a lot of value of how his utility usage has been shaping things up here for the side of Full Sense. We know that these guys are very capable of fragging out, especially Superbus and Chalala, the backline here of Full Sense, but they really get their full value in the team with their utility usage and their timing and their positioning as well, more importantly. So Full Sense 8-9, economy not looking favorable here for BAAM. This easily and should be by all means a tied game coming into round number 19, but BAAM, we've seen them be somewhat thrifty, at least in the group stages, not to the same scale that Full Sense have been, but see if they can change that tune for the meantime. As seems like the garage to Charlie side take, the C take is what they're going for, but still, Rolling Thunder to kick off the storm, and PTC's gonna find one, but not anymore. Red Devil on the trade, and now it's a 4v3 here as they're holding on to the B site. C site, rather.
Shock Dart doesn't get damaged. No, but Superbus again on top of the platform, and it's just a hot drop that Full Sense wins on out. They get the loot, they get the round, and it's all tied up 9-9. Superbus, yet again, firmly in control of that position. And here we have it. This is a game, ladies and gentlemen. This is a battle, and this is gonna be what SCA is all about. But Superbus looking absolutely stellar in that position yet again, keeping an eye out of the garage and more. Gotta say the black and blue. For Big BAAM, they have woken on up, yes. Their mechanics are on point and their strategies are sound. But can they handle the versatility, the flexibility of Full Sense? Every single round, it feels like there's a whole new experience for Full Sense. And right now, Full Sense is holding the hand of Big BAAM and saying, let me share this whole new world with you, and then just slamming them on the ground as soon as they make the play happen.
The play right now seems to be for Full Sense. Stack the A site. We know they're coming. We can definitely ring the bells as the alarm has been set off. Opening pick goes in the way of PTC. For them to find Red Devil, a lot of the initiating power taken off of the board immediately here on the side of BAAM. 4v5, it will force them out of the site for the meantime, but now that that lockdown has gone away, Full Sense, Chalala is going to put his one into play. 9-9. Can they take the lead here? Full Sense once again. Hunter's Fury will not really land. Gonna tag up NTK, but that's all they're really gonna get out of it. Gravity will keep him at bay, but NTK getting a double D line up for him, and the triple kill by NTK. How does he do it time and time again for BAAM? John Olsen taken down. Suddenly, even with the man disadvantage, BAAM are holding on to the site in Full Sense with the lockdown. Are gonna have to rescind control, and this will be a 10th round in the way of BAAM.
No matter what your tricks are, Full Sense, Big BAAM can just shoot you in the face, spraying it down, taking down names, and taking control of the site. That's the Big BAAM way. Suddenly, kills abound here from Big BAAM. It's been their bread and butter in the local scene, just the understanding of how these initial positions work. And as we can see here on the replay, NDK prepared for anyone in his way. Oh, it's just the timing. He sees the lineup, he gets the takedown onto both Cerberus and PTC, and finishes the job off with a takedown there onto John Olsen as well. For Big BAAM, they keep it simple, they keep it clean, and it's just flawless fundamentals when they can get in position. Full Sense, again, the whole job of Full Sense right now is to put a stop from Big BAAM and their comfort. If Big BAAM gets in the stations that they want, they are just so prepared for it, and they're willing and ready to win the firefights. But if Full Sense, yet again, can surprise them, take them aback from some of their plays, from some of their styles, then that is the recipe of full sense of success. But there can only be one chef in this kitchen black and blue, and there can only be one winner in this map. Well, NTK, he's feeling confident and he's going for that A site yet again. You know, it worked last time, it can work this time. Red Devil on the board, and now Superbus in the middle. He only has a sliver of HP left after the gravity duel, and there's the spray down into the takedown. Red Devil will still be able to get that kill. I just love these smoke spams here from Big BAAM. They know exactly where to shoot. And okay! Cosmic Divide says no. Lammy Snacks, he felt like he could have gotten that kill, but NTK saved by the wall.
And now they're going to be fully removed from the situation quite esoterically. Now Full Sense, I think they're going to go for a save here. This might be another round rescinded by Full Sense here. BAAM, I think they've successfully won it, and by all means they should. The time is in their favor. They've got really good positions, and Full Sense know that with the operator in hand of PTC, not the best initiating weapon in the retake, and so they're just going to have to hold the angles here. Chalala getting the exit frag on Red Neville. He's found 2 in the round already, so he's already done his job there, Red Neville. Great play by him. You saw the perfect use of the aftershock to force Superbus, who was already low onto position, off of the angle. Spray through the smoke because he knew that he was going to have to fall back through CT itself. And so, BAAM, a round away here from taking from going to match point to potentially take map number 2. Will we go into that third map of the series? Are we going to go to Bind? Well, we're going to have to find out. Full Sense, everything's on the line.
Man, the synergy though, I'm just impressed by that synergy. The willingness to peek that long, knowing that the Cosmic Divide is coming on up. It was Big BAAM willing to fight against the tower there, knowing that if it lasts a little longer than it should, they can get safe. They will be safe in that position, and Full Sense could not go for the answer. That's exactly what happened. Even though NTK couldn't get the kill onto his dueling counterparts on the other side of Full Sense, he still stays alive because of that Cosmic Divide. And really, it's just a small thing, but it really speaks volumes about the communication right now in the sync of Big BAAM. We know that Full Sense is an incredible team. They showed it there in map number 1, and they've had that history of it being such a representative for Thailand for so long in SCA. But this is what Big BAAM is all about, and we were touting them to be better than the performance they showed in map number 1. And we are seeing it here, presented, unfolded, and incredible in map number 2. Does this mean this game is over though? Absolutely not. There's always something new here for Full Sense, and they are gonna try a defense this time that is offside. PTC inside the sewers. There's the takeout, but Crazy Guy yet again. Count on this guy. He is your hero. He is no zero, and he is just gonna be so precise that he can get them twice. It's BAAM right now, looking on that A side. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, because BAAM right now is just hammering away again and again and again on this A take here, black and blue.
Okay, Shalala landing that shot, but as they secure the round in match point here, BAAM, I ain't gonna lie, Dax, John Olsen and PTC, they kind of whiff those on sewers, very uncharacteristically. Not landing the shots up close, you know. I get that he kind of went for the no-scope there, NTK, but still could not land it. Same with John Olsen, you know, holding down the spray, but still could not land the shot, and that small window of opportunity given to BAAM, they're able to capitalize on it, and they're going to land their shots because these guys are very hot-handed. Thing is, the hands are heavily, the sands, the time are slowly slipping away here, hollowing for Full Sense in this map number 2. This is looking like a map number 3 to me, but in every sense of the word, this is the final shot of Full Sense to get this into potentially overtime. But now, Full Sense on this A-side defense. BAAM have been, for the most part, successful in taking it, taking the site away, but PTC, that's a good opening start to find Crazy Guy, and almost every single time that it's Crazy Guy who goes down first, Full Sense have been able to convert it into a round win.
I mean, he's the most reliable of Big BAAM. Let's just be real. How incredible Crazy Guy has been for his team, it's something you have to respect. Again, before VCT Stage 3, he had a wrist injury, and he came on back, led his team even stronger, and have brought them here to SCA. So a perfect pick-off here from Full Sense. The value of that takedown onto Crazy Guy is just so astronomical that this is going to be a good sign here for Full Sense. And there you go again. PTC now with the takedown onto NTK. Just line them up here for Big Bam, but Red Neville, he's fighting on back. John Olsen though on the other side. Dorf there with surprise, and a quick look there from Red Neville, finding the head of Lammy Snacks. It's 2v2, while Full Sense has gotten some prime targets. The job is not done. Red Neville, history in previous scenes, such a strong DPS player back then,
enemy
and right
remaining.
now he is willing to take the helm here for Big Nam. 3 here for Red Neville, looking for a 4th, and it does seem like they've stolen the opposition's glory and have stolen this map away from Full Sense. We are gonna go into game number 3 as Big Bam gets this victory.
Full Sense, they might be the Tigers of Thailand, but what is a mere beast to the devil that is Red Neville? He's been so spectacular in that series, finding opening pick after opening pick, getting the perfect flashes to entry into the site and hold back the pushes, and this man is prime time. We also saw great performances from the rest of the side here of BAAM, but they as a team seemed to have waken up in the perfect time. We talked about you can let that slide in the group stages because you're playing for points, but not in the playoffs. When you lose a single series, you're down into that lower bracket, sudden death ultimately at the end of it. So for the side here of Big Bam, they waking up at the perfect time, Dax, and their name, Big Bam, they're living up to every sense of that word. NTK on that operator has been getting so much value off of those picks, and crazy guy at the end of it. Who else can we put the medals on, the titles on, aside from this guy? I said it, at the end of that game. When Crazy Guy goes down, seemingly BAAM are not able to win most rounds, but that time around, well, they changed the tune in their favor.
Yeah, with Crazy Guy falling, it is tougher, but his job was already done. He had the rally for Big Bam at the very start of the game. He found that clutch in him on B site, and that's all Big Bam needs. Once Crazy Guy pops off, the rest is history. The rest of the team gets back on the proper momentum that they love utilizing in many of these games. And you saw it there versus Full Sense. Even though Full Sense, again and again, such creative team, so smart in their plays, changing it up round per round. Big Bam just able to outmuscle the competition. And Red Neville, at one point in SEA Overwatch history, he could have been considered as a second coming of Patipon in a way from Vietnam. He was a big reason why in that game Vietnam came back strong and had a good heyday. But then he realized, this is now my calling in Valorant instead. And he's been in this roster alongside the rest of Big Bam for so long already. And Big Bam never given up on themselves. They've never given up on each other. And you can see why they are touted to be one of the best, if not the best, from the Vietnam scene. But guys and gals, incredible 2 map sets so far. And this time, it's no group stage. We are gonna go into a 3rd map. It's Full Sense versus Big Bam. After the break, you are tuning on in to the Valorant Challengers SEA Playoffs.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Big BAAM coming up in a big way here up against Full Sense, one of the favorites in the tournament, and the alleged potentially heir of the throne of X10 in the wake of the death of the X10 roster in this tournament. But we still have one match yet to go, and the lingering question is, and I think for the entirety of the tournament, can Big BAAM win on a map pick that's not theirs? We have yet to see whether they can actually take a full best-of-3 series against top seed teams. This is where we find our answer. Again, I'm Ilustrado, joining me, Dax and Black and Blue. Let's break down that little game and do a little bit of a sort of breakdown of it. Okay, Dax, what are your thoughts on that one? And do you think that they have what it takes to close out map number 3?
Absolutely. They're awake right now. And the fun fact of the matter is, guys, that twice now has Haven been picked by the opposing team versus Big BAAM. And twice now, they have just basically taken it. They did it against X10 last time. They did it against Full Sense now. And this is just them looking absolutely playoff ready coming into this set. You can see here in the map selection so far, we got in that old school trifecta that we know and love: Split, Haven, and Bind. But while the first map did go in favor of Full Sense in a convincing manner, they fought back here for Big BAAM, and they took it 13-9. They're Black and Blue.
It's making me wonder very curiously why these teams from Thailand are picking Haven against BAAM specifically. What did they see coming into this? Because so far, BAAM have upset every single Haven pick against them, especially by these Thai teams. They get to extend, as you said, and now once more to Full Sense, the two top seeds that we were kind of touting in this entire tournament. But now, going in the bind, selected by BAAM. They're going on their home turf. They did lose map number 1, which was their own pick as well on Split here versus Full Sense. But Full Sense, for them to be starting on the attack, I think this kind of favors BAAM now that we're in this 1-to-1 situation.
I'm going to agree with you right there, Black and Blue. This is starting to look very good for BAAM. Taking that second map, always a big momentum boost here, you know? Here's the thing. The reason why, and I think Dax touched on this, no, you touched on this, Black and Blue, why people would pick Haven against them. Well, the thing is, this is because they probably go ahead and ban Bind, which is the most successful map of Big BAAM. They have a 92% win rate on it, including this tournament, with 12 wins and 1 loss. That's not to say Haven isn't a very good map for Big BAAM either, because they're on a 90% win rate with 9 wins and 1 loss. So regardless, no matter how you cut this cookie, it's going to be a very, very interesting way to slice this pie here. But now we find ourselves on Split, and this is where I start to really agree with you, Black and Blue. The win rate of Big BAAM on Split the whole season is 100%. They have not lost a single map on Split, and this is probably why you say, you know, this is starting to look Big BAAM's way, and this is clear evidence of it. 100% win rate, Dax.
It was 100% until Full Sense said, no, we're gonna put a smudge on your record. And really, that map number 1, so unfortunate. It's always the records right now of Big BAAM that gets stained here in SCA. But really, it's a stain that they would be like to have in the first place. They're just so willing to fight against the best of what SCA has to bring to the table. And as we're gonna come into Bind, it's gonna be interesting because even though you guys have mentioned the incredible stats that Full Sense has and some of the notions that we have, I feel like for Big BAAM, the fact that this is their 3rd map, and if they're going to be starting on the attack here, the stats are actually in their favor. They've had some good starts on the attack of Bind if they can get off with the motions. The problem last time versus BAAM Esports was just, again, those map 1 jitters. Map 1 of their group stage first series. And we saw it a while ago on Split. It was the first series of their playoffs. I don't know what's up with Big BAAM having a bit of stage fright as we get into the VCT SEA stage. But after that first round blues, that first map blues, they went in hot and they struck in the second. And now here in the third, I feel like it's going to be another tightly contested contest. And it can go either way here. Full Sense, they have had so much experience, so much pedigree behind them. But Big BAAM, they're making waves in such a big way. And really, Vietnam, hello, welcome. And we're happy to have you here in SEA.
Well, sometimes you kind of need to get a bit dirty, get your knees knee deep in elbow grease to end the series clean. And for them, they seem to have looked like a BAAM that we've known coming to the group stage. Seems like the curse for them to always start off slow, then get hotter as the game progresses, as the day and the tournament progresses, is ringing true for the meantime. And at this point, I think they can only go it higher.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Black and Blue, because they have been looking very much strong here. But let's see if Big BAAM can keep the explosiveness up here in game number 3. I'm going to leave it all up to you guys. Black and Blue and Dax, it's all yours.
Here we go, guys. Map number 3. And this series has been incredible so far. It was the full sense show a while ago, but Big BAAM remembering that they are also a player in this act, in this set, and in this tournament, and they bounced back as hard as they could to take map number 2. And now, with both Big BAAM and Full Sense actualized in optimal condition and proving and showing their strength so far as teams, well, it's time to see who can take the win here. I'm Dax with Black and Blue, and here we go again, ladies and gentlemen, for the final map of the first series of the quarterfinals of the SEA playoffs. This is the upper bracket. Winner will move on to the semifinals. Loser will fall to the lower bracket, and we will have 2 SEA representatives to Berlin at the very end of our week. But we got Full Sense here on the attacking side. We got BAAM on the defensive, and interesting enough, does seem like Full Sense they are going to go back with PTC on the breeze. It's John Olsen and Chalalala on the double duelist this time. They're forgoing the Sentinel here, Black and Blue.
Seems like they want to take things a lot more offensively. Having that breach and having the, well, Sky as well to complement that double duelist that they're running with. No defensive kind of philosophies being played in this one. Sometimes the best defense is an even better offense. That is what Full Sense is playing off of here. John Olsen getting that pick. Superbest finding one of his own. And seemingly, this double duelist lineup that they've got, well, it's working out for him.
They whipped it out against 5 A's in the group stage, and they're going to do it again. It's a pretty unique composition that I do believe they've really shown here just in SCA. It was a little bit different in their local scene. For now, Full Sense, we'll see what they're all about. BAAM, though, they're fighting on back. Pina on board there versus Lammy Stacked. Crazy Guy on the board as well. Classic Crazy Guy with the Sova, of course, and Chalalala. Can he actually step it up on the duelist this time? Crazy Guy, though, will deny him of that glory. It's PTC, the only one left. He's good for the setups, but can he knock things down all by his lonesome? But the wall is up. PTC will get 2. Can he crack the barrier orb in time? PTC right now trying to get on through, but Crazy Guys, he just knows it's a win already here for Big BAAM, and that's just gonna be the win con that he needed. Dorf, closing the door on PTC. And an interesting start to our game with 1 utility. BAAM just takes it.
That barrier orb is so deadly on the pistol round, especially when you got like 1 guy left. There's like no chance to melt it down. If you don't burn it, you don't melt it in the initial stages of it being set up, then the foundations get a bit too strong to melt at the end of it. So BAAM, good opening round. This is something that we've really been wanting to see from them. They haven't been able to start series off strong, but they end it even stronger, which I think is a really good adage from them. But for them to open up here and get the pistol on by in the final map of this series, well, it's a really good sign for things to come potentially for BAAM. But once again, the winner of this will go up against the winner of the Bren Esports versus Cerberus match, and certainly another one to look out for. But for the meantime, BAAM, nice opening start. Can they continue this into the half itself?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting if ever both BAAM and Cerberus take their quarterfinals. We're actually gonna get Vietnam versus Vietnam, similar to how the quarterfinals 3 is gonna be, which is Indonesia versus Indonesia of Alter Ego and Boom Esports. But anything can happen. It's still a completely blank page. It's a canvas that these players and these teams can pretty much make their art on. And BAAM right now, they're the ones with the masterpiece so far. 3v2 with the gun advantage. Good pick also from Full Sense. All things considered, can PTC actually get a takedown? Crazy Guy, though, swinging onto the left-hand side, playing peekaboo, but PTC says job's done. There's the takedown on the Crazy Guy, and he's not done. Precise, tactical, and absolutely clutch. Those are the tenets what PTC is all about. Can the breach now go for one more takedown? Dorf trying to play things out, and he's able to do it there. So close, but he will deny PTC of that glory. And Big BAAM, yet again, taking the round, albeit it was 4 of their members falling in the firefight.
I think that Ruination and the new Sentinels of Light, like, ending kill animation is one of the most BM things you got in the game, honestly. It's just so, like, yeah, I'm gonna
floating.
Yeah, I'm literally just gonna put you on a pedestal, hang you up high, and, like, basically make you my trophy. for winning that round, and so
It's
very-
a remembrance. We're gonna forever remember Dorf just defusing in front of the floating corpse there at PTC. But still, PTC, man, stellar shots, absolutely incredible player. Plays the jet, plays pretty much anything that this team needs, flexing on over, as we mentioned, similar to one of his counterparts on another team, Vapor Rex with Forsaken, and that's has been the storyline so far for Full Sense. One of the answers that they have to become the top team of SEA is to allow flexibility to shine in their roster. And PTC, Lammy Snacks, I gotta say, they have to be the biggest signs of that. While the rest of the crew will, of course, fill in the roles that they are accustomed to. On the flip side, though, here for Big BAAM, they just keep their own playstyle. They keep comfortable with what they know, what they have, and refine it every single day, especially when they are on point. John also, he gets the entry frag there on the Red Devil. Lammy Snacks also getting the refrag now after Dorf gets a takedown. Crazy guy, though. Marshall shot still on the PTC, and he is so deadly with snipers there, Black and Blue. History in the tactical shooter scene with snipers themselves in the top scenes of Asia itself. But for now, BAAM, they're left to one. Super Bus seeing his counterpart mirror image on the other side. Can Pina hold together? No, he cannot. The Super Bus will deny his existence and win out the round here for Full Sense. 1-2. And yet again, BAAM getting a few pickoffs, but it's Full Sense now with the guns, with the members still alive, and we're going to be seeing a hotly contested round into the next one.
Super Bus leading the charge there on the trip to getting their first round on the board. Good initial trades here coming from the side of Big BAAM, but even as Crazy Guy finds a pick, and he's been so proficient with that sniper rifle in his hands going on hunting season. Super Bus, you know, found his doppelganger at the end, but he ends that one with a banger at the very least. PTC now on the flash here toward the Showers position. Wall on out to try and buy him some space and a bit of an avenue to fall back, and that he successfully does. Luckily for him, because Full Sense, they were looking to fully capitalize and punish his position. So for the meantime, Full Sense taking things a bit slower, using their utility to find some information and maybe get an opening, an alleyway here. Slow Orb to counteract that with a one-way. Try and make things a bit more difficult on the push. This certainly will favor NTK if they peek him. Now they're looking for a different avenue of attack, Full Sense. I'm not too sure about their odds on this A side, considering how many defenders from Big BAAM are already waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, Full Sense, though. They do have tools to remove those preparations here, Black and Blue. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Seekers. So not only can they get intel here from their sky, but also they can just really flush out any of these corners in a big way on a side. Interesting enough, though, Full Sense doesn't have the Sova, so they're gonna have to rely on these squiggly jellyfish to give them the intel that they need. John also though on the board, but Crazy Guy from afar getting one already. Cha-la-la will go down. Dorf in the meantime catching out John Olsen, who does get tagged by the lightning there. And it does feel like it's a sizzle in the air. There's a spark right now. And Big BAAM is looking to keep up with this electrifying play. NTK gets an off shot there onto Super Bus. Lammy Stacks now with the catch on the Red Devil, but he's all alone by the lamps. And the only light right now that's shining here is Big BAAM.
10 seconds
NTK
left.
from up top, up in heaven, going for another shot. Doesn't get this time. Lammy Snacks at least. He'll force the
Spike
situation here,
planted.
Black and Blue. Put that spike down. They're gonna hit by Slow Orb, but Dorf gonna go down instead. It's 2v1.
Now, Lammy Sacks all on him, but we've seen him be very clutch in these moments. He's one of the most consistent players you're going to see in the Southeast Asia scene when it comes to a 1vx situation. Can he make it happen this time? He's got the utility to make it happen, though. He does have a flash here. Spike will be stuck at least for the half of it. He's going to continue to hold on to that. Will not land the shot. This Crazy Guy has got his number, a bullet with his name on it, too. And BAAM have taken round number 4. A huge round to continue the momentum they had earlier on in the half. And now Full Sense, I think they're starting to lose their senses because this is not looking well for him. And for Big BAAM to get this opening start in this dominant of a fashion and Full Sense going down in the eco situation, BAAM are looking to end the half strong. And as they started strong, I can only hope to expect that they'll continue this because BAAM have historically been able to end halves strong even if they don't start as in the same fortune.
Man, the synchronicity between these two teams are incredible. And I'm going to give it the Full Sense first because that play wasn't bad at all. Rolling Thunder Seekers go for the push, get the takedowns that they need, and make the space. But really, Big BAAM, they've just been so on point, especially that last play. Crazy Guy was counting down those seconds till the Cloudburst would dissipate and was already ready with the trigger finger as soon as the smoke disappeared. Not only that, though, the angles that they took in the first place, shutting down the entries of Full Sense. And when Big BAAM is able to play the Big BAAM style, when they're able to go for the Big BAAM plays and the Big BAAM holds, it's just the Big BAAM game that we expect from them that has catapulted them up top the C power rankings. NTK though on the board versus Live Stack. Jonathan right now trying to show us how blades work, but he will only be able to get one Red Devil on the board. Crazy guy right now with the scans yet again, and will set things up for himself. Not only is he the one to lead the charge, but he's also the one taking names and kicking butt. Cha-la-la-la, the only one left, and we've been singing the songs, the praises of Full Sense, but Big BAAM right now, this is their hymn, this is their sonata, and this is the tempo to their own drum. And again, crazy guy, patience is his virtue, and right now BAAM is looking absolutely holy. Magnanimous gameplay here from Big BAAM so far. 10 takedowns from crazy guy, and while Full Sense of their playbook has been vast, the plays that have worked out, it's only a list, minuscule right now, especially on Bind.
He might be named crazy guy here, Dax, but he is calm. He has found his zen. He is at the pinnacle of focus right now. This man, crazy guy, just very strong start already from him. And we know as a team captain, whenever they lose him early on in the round, BAAM struggle. And so for him to be opening up the half this good is a really nice, well, at least sense of what is to come perhaps. But
you think they've taken a sense already from Full Sense? How many senses does Full Sense have by this point?
It seems like whatever sensory problems they might have, Full Sense, it's starting all at the brain, honestly, because they're just getting outread, to be honest with you, here by BAAM. And BAAM, they know now at this point how Full Sense like to play. They've done their homework. They know that Full Sense, they might initiate early, but they're going to back off. They're going to try and bait the opposing defense to react to that. And so BAAM, they're going to react. They're going to give them something to not necessarily give away that they've read them, but they also know that after the initial, kind of wave, when that initial wave hits and pulls back, they only know there's a tsunami to come right after it. And BAAM, they got their walls up even higher than Full Sense have right now in terms of what they're going to bring, the storm that's to come. And in Full Sense, they need every single round in the attack, especially with the composition that they have. No Sentinel is not going to work out too favorably, I think, on the defensive side. And Pina is just showing them how effective that can be when you got all the utility to help the push be pulled back.
He isolated the entry, and now he's getting 3. Cosmic Divide is just a joke for now for the side of Full Sense, because they tried to set the wall, but it protects absolutely no one. Big BAAM coming in a big way, and just one last bad bun for the whole cast. They just sense what's coming. That's really it. Full Sense, again, we say so many times that they have such a vast playbook, and we always see it. It's unique every single round. It never feels like it's something that they've rehashed during the match. Prepared. He takes care of the jet first, puts the gravity wall in the way to prevent anyone else from going for that instant free frag, and buys himself enough time to go for the 1v3 scenario that he ends up winning. And this is incredible to see here for Big BAAM. That triple kill from the Astra. Everyone can step it up. And again, it all starts with the captain steering that ship. Crazy guy says, guys, come on, Big BAAM, we're Big BAAM. We win these games. We play the style. And with everyone on that same page, everything is just working. This is really the true power level of Big BAAM.
Honestly, Dax, I kind of felt like that Cosmic Divide coming from Superbus was a bit short. Both in the control it gives him and literally, like, where it is on the map. Like, you kind of want to move it back a bit more.
Okay.
To just give them a bit more space to work with. And because of that, you can see that Pina, he just dodged and weaved left and right like a well-primed boxer in his prime, landing all the shots too and dodging every single bullet that came his way. So NTK, good smoke, okay, to open things up. That allows him a bit more space to work with on the default position.
The Trailblazer got in the way of the slow orb, I think. With the leap, it bounced the slow orb back.
It knocked it off course.
Interesting. At least this dog is a good boy who gets a treat. But now, Big BAAM, they're not retreating whatsoever. They're still holding here with Pina. Just absolute heroic play yet again for Big BAAM. Full Sense, though, they're in the labs right now. And this could be deadly because Red Devil, he's right there with the paint shells. Dorf, though, with the first contact. Cha-la-la-la on the board versus Dorf. Pina in the meantime with the refrag. But it's Full Sense now getting the kills that they need to make it 3v3. Gun advantage, though, still for BAAM. time is ticking here for Full Sense, and Pina is not done. He sprays one down, misses the other one, but he's gonna go for more with the classic this time. 3 kills yet again for Pina, and it's gonna be Superbus now catching out his mirror image yet again. And TK dropping on down. It's just a massacre here on A side. Absolutely messy end to the round, but Big BAAM will still win it anyway. And really, that round, we saw a lot of order, a lot of plays from these two teams. That time, it was just chaos. Apparently, if you throw a slower but a Trailblazer, things just fall apart for both sides.
Chaos. If you know, you know. But right now, things are definitely looking crazy a bit here for Full Sense. Might be, they might have players named, you know,
he's right there with
Superbus and all, but it's still seeming to be a one-way trip looking like here for Full Sense. I mean, they were trying to go to Berlin, but if they're going to continue this performance against some of the teams that we touted that they cannot look under, they might just not even reach there. Their first stop might be going home. And BAAM, they're looking to send Full Sense, who are one of, if not the favorites, to come out of this entire tournament. Now that X10 is out, they're looking to send them home. And that is a prospect that we said, you know, Full Sense, this kind of happened to their fellow region mates from Thailand in the group stages. For X10, they looked further, they looked deep into the stars, but they forgot they got to get through the clouds, through the stratosphere to even get to those stars on the other solar system, and they lost in their group stages alone when their eyes were set on the playoffs. And for Full Sense, they might be having their eyes set to maybe Paper Rexy's other teams further in the bracket, but it's BAAM right now who's a hurdle. BAAM is the first pit stop. And by all means, it's BAAM who are fully gassed up to go the distance here. Full Sense, can they wake up? Now is the time. It's 6-1.
I think Full Sense is really looking at Big BAAM right now, but they just can't handle it as NTK. Quick shot there to get the takedown, and that's that for that initial firefight. John Olsen is already gone, and what we're seeing here is while Full Sense is trying to make the plays, maybe, just maybe, Big BAAM just wants to keep it simple and say to Full Sense, stop giving us all these problems that we have to solve, because we're going to have the same answer. Shoot you in the face and set things up well with our utility. As NTK right now backing on, Red Devil going to be able to get to there as Full Sense tries to cross. And truly, this is just power plays right now from Big BAAM. They're showing us why they are that top seed from Vietnam. They're showing us why they have to be someone you have to watch out for, why this team has been at the top of the Vietnam food chain for so long, and they're looking to make a deep run into the playoffs. This is going to shake things up in SEA as a whole, black and blue. And logically speaking, if Big BAAM is able to take this, this is still technically an upset. If you don't know anything about these two teams, and look at the result, Full Sense is the second placer of the last time we are here on SCA, and Big BAAM is new to the scene. But how the tides have turned, and with the history between these two teams so far, Big BAAM right now, they're proving that their accomplishments before have set themselves up for success now.
Well, the thing is that, just like in many of a world, you might be there for a longer time, you might be part of the old guard, but eventually, in comes the new generation, the new wave kicks in, and BAAM, they're part of that wave. They're certainly surfing it through a potential win here right now. By all means, if BAAM win this, this is an upset. And the way that Full Sense, they were the expected team to come out of this in the upper bracket to win this series, but BAAM right now proving everybody wrong, just as they did in the group stages. NTK will be forced off the angle because of that cloud burst. And still Full Sense, early control on towards Hookah, but you can see that they're not too keen on pushing out of that just yet. It seems like A is where they want to take it, even after pulling the defense here. Red Neville, a great shot to find Superbus, and things are looking quite dire for Full Sense here, Dax.
Full Sense, they're getting outclassed, getting out-muscled, and the Big BAAM performance has just been absolutely magnanimous so far. Pina, though, he's been the god of triple box. He's been beside that Radiant Knight. He's been as shining or even more stellar than the glow of those boxes in the first place. And he does it again. If you like Pina Colada, I gotta say I like Pina on A side even better. Cha-la-la-la, now putting that spike down on the B here. Full Sense left with two players. And again, we see how smart Full Sense can be. Heads up, go over to another side of the map, understand what's going on. But as I say that, BAAM just swoops on in and takes them down. Doesn't matter where you go. No one and run. Nowhere to hide. Big Bam is there looking to be the big boss of this series. So the flawless win, making it 8-1.
Big Bam coming into this series, and the third map especially, with everybody at the cusp of what is to be expected. They came on in here, lots of words to say, but ultimately it's a performance that speaks the loudest out of anything. Now the world has their ears pointed towards what BAAM has got to bring, because nobody expected this coming from them against the perennial kind of second team in Southeast Asia since the last Seed Challengers. The team, full sense, that eliminated Paper Rex after losing to them in the upper bracket, eliminating them in the second matchup, and for them to go to the grand finals, almost winning against X10. This is huge from BAAM, but John Olsen's got something to say about it. Here's Johnny opening up the door, and Shalala will swing it wide open now for Full Sense to make the comeback. If they can bring this 4-8 and go on the defensive side, even with a 4-round disadvantage, they can make things happen. But NTK gonna find a pick off here, Operator even up close. Limey Snacks opening things up on the B site, and now the plant will go down. Rotation coming on in to 2v4. NTK, we've seen 2v4s happen on Bind in the very first map of the first day of the group stages, but that was between CBT and Bren. Can the duo here, BAAM remaining, make the clutch happen versus Full Sense?
Multiple highlight reels have been built on this B site, and it's all up to NTK right now. He has the Operator, but he's already gone, and Full Sense will deny Big BAAM of further glory. Eventually, finally, Full Sense has found something that worked, and in all honesty, it was another incredible showing from them. Not only did they make a play on A side with the Rolling Thunder and the dash on in, but they also find the opening on B, and just gives them a myriad of choices on this map. You can go on A, you can go on B, you can go wherever you want, and you will have control. That's the thing. When Full Sense has a plan, and when it works, it's just stellar. It really feels like it's something that you can use as reference in the future for other teams, for even the ladder, if ever you have someone that you can be that coordinated with. But for now, Big BAAM, they just mostly have kept the tenet of shoot head win game and stay in a good position all throughout this series. When they got back on their footing in map number 2, it has just been the muscle showdown from Big BAAM. Find the frags, get the takedowns, and BAAM right now going for the showstopper there, but Chalala, beautiful angle up top of the nebula, and here we go with Full Sense and their authority and their intellect and their takedowns. It's 5v2, and the tides are turning now in favor of Full Sense. Crazy guy by the elbow, and will he dislocate here? Yes, he will be by Lammy Snacks. It's all up to Dorf, but his efforts, will it be dwarfed by the presence now of Full Sense? Seems like that's the case, and it's now 3 points on the board for Full Sense. They are not done. They are the lasso of Thailand here in the upper bracket, and they will shoot for the stars and go for more as we get into the last round of the first half.
The final flag bearers here of Thailand, the Tigers of the region. And they're definitely, with all the weight on their shoulders, gonna try and carry it up as high as they can into the heavens, just as Atlas would. The weight of the world here on their shoulders to make this comeback happen and not get sent to the lower bracket in the very first round of the playoffs. BAAM, by all means, exceeding everybody's expectations. Great flash there to force NTK off of that angle. What do you see? A lot of NA Jets play. No one specifically, but you get what I mean. John Olsen, jet of his own, but he's trying to find an opening here. I think they have an idea that he's there towards the lamps, and it's going to shine a bit of light on that, but John Olsen has a good position to maybe make something happen. If he can time this right, if he can time the swing right when they push off, and especially with him being behind the Cosmic Divide already, he might just do enough damage to secure the round for the side of Full Sense. But John Olsen has been given away. He knows up close he can win this fight, but he does not find more than one. Pina looking like a quick colada here. A drink for him, a sip of the cup, and they get the res as well for NTK. And that brings it to a 5v4. Time is ticking, and not in the favor for BAAM, rather for Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense already gone in that trade. Unfortunate here for Full Sense because they thought they could actually make that one work, but Dorf, can't forget about the Sage, the Resurrection. Making 5v4 right now, picking the scales back in Big BAAM's favor. The crazy guy, he's back here after Surge G. Over onto the elbow. Doesn't want to get cut off this time, and he will try to apply that pressure. Shalalala gonna fall to the hand of Red Devil. NTK and Pina are there on the board. PTC, Superbus do fight on back. It's gonna be 2v1 here, and as Superbus does get 3, Dorf will put it to the station instead. And the Sage, not only your healer, not only the ones who can make miracles happen on the resurrecting side, but also on that final kill. It was dicey, it was a brawl, but it's Big Bam who comes up ahead in that fist fight. And it's 9-3 right now. Bam! 4 away from moving into the semifinals.
One
You get the
enemy
replay.
remaining.
At least watch how this all turns into the Superbus
Last
show. He
player
tries,
standing.
mighty effort from him, but just one person too much. That Rez really helping out Big Bam there in the scheme of things.
They get the round BAAM, but man, full sense, Superbus, he's so good for them in those post-plan situations. We saw it time and time again in the group stages itself. And that time, almost making it happen. You need a 4K clutch to really bring home the round. But BAAM, for them to have this lead going into the second half on the attacking side. And looking at Full Sense, who do not have a Sentinel, they're going to have to be a lot more initiative because they're not going to have a lot of sustaining power. And even with that, Red Neville with the shorty up close with the sawed-off. He finds a second too. 2 barrels on the gun, 2 kills to open up the round.
Okay, the first one, I'm good with that. That's good range. The second one, yeah. 150? 150 creds? Hello? Valorant?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, that's beauty of the shorty. And shotguns in general, a map like mine, plus the raise itself. Fly on high, go off to the distance. Red Devil now though with Ghost instead, and there we have it. Pain Shield's now gonna get lobbed. BAAM with heavy ace side control thanks to the efforts here of Red Devil. He does get blinded. We'll have to back on our way and wait for the rest to come. Cloudburst goes provides some cover. Dorf now gonna get that takedown. Lammy Snacks with the refrag, and here we have it. It's 2v3. Can Full Sense make the retake happen? They're low on the HP, they're low on the numbers, and now they're all dead to rights. Big BAAM with the pistol win. Even bigger signs here for BAAM to try and take this map away from Full Sense. This is gonna be huge implications and shattering many brackets if it's Big BAAM who moves on to the upper bracket semifinals. But for the side of Vietnam, for the fans of Big BAAM and more, it does feel like it's been a long time coming as we go into a BAAM timeout. Feels like their confidence, they just want to reel it back a little bit. Black and Blue, breathe in, knowing that they can make this upset a possibility.
If they do, if BAAM win this, with everybody, including us, the fans of Southeast Asia, players from every single team looking forward to see that Full Sense versus Paper Rec matchup, potentially the rivalry of the region that we've seen time and time again bring us the best, closest, most competitive games, we might not see that even happen because BAAM are looking to send Full Sense early on, first match, round number 1, directly into that lower bracket. Full Sense, this is a position that they have not been able to come back from yet. We have not seen them in the final map of the series come back from a deficit this big. If they do, it's going to be a historical one for the Thailand region. That's something that's a prospect. I don't know if they're going to be able or capable to do that, but if there's any team here in the C region that can do it, it should be Full Sense. But can they live up to that expectation? Let's find out. Round number 14. Eco coming in here from Full Sense. They're going to have to go as thrifty as they can be.
Yep. This is a very bad sign for Full Sense. They're not the team that do mount those incredible comebacks. They're a team that has cruise control thanks to all their playbook styles, thanks to all the pages in their arsenal, and thanks to all the plays and flexibility that they can bring to the match itself. Counterplay is the way for Full Sense, and not only that, the research they put in early on before the match even starts, it's one of the best standards really of SEA so far. But Big BAAM, they're just getting the better shots, they're going for the proper pushes, and they're just getting the takedowns that they need. Dorf right now with that 3rd kill, make that a 4th overall here for Big BAAM, and it's cha-la-la-la, but there are no happy tunes here whatsoever for Full Sense. Things are absolutely dire. Big BAAM looking so decisive, and it's just 2 more here, Black and Blue. 2 more, and Big BAAM will move on to the next round.
I don't know, man. Full Sense, they're in the sea. They thought they're the kings of it. They thought the currents were going in their favor, but I'm telling you right now, it's BAAM who are setting the trend here. Full Sense, I don't know if they're ready to hop on this wave just yet. I'm not sure if they can even surf it to begin with. Because BAAM are looking to run away with this. They take this round, by all means, I think this is a done game, this is a done series, and Full Sense go down to the lower bracket. But Full Sense, this is super important for them. And for John Olsen to find that opening pick here on the Red Neville, that's exactly the type of confidence play they need to work out at the start of. Fortunately for them, it does. But BAAM, even with that, even with them giving the pick off here on B short, they're still looking to aggress onto that hookah position. And the defense here, Full Sense, knowing that they got a pick off on B, are going to be rotating to that A site, knowing the fact that BAAM, at least for the most part, like re-aggressing, even though they got a pick not in their way. And John Olsen, he finds a second here. They do have that weapons advantage still. BAAM, I think they're happy to give this round up. They know they got a huge cushion to work with. For the meantime, the pressure is on Full Sense, and they're delivering, but can they continue that for this long? Oh, getting a bit too close for comfort there. Hopefully, successfully able to back up, and he
That was
does.
very close from that angle. It looked like a jiggle, but I think it's probably just a shoulder peek by that point. Very, very dicey though to just lose one early. And oh, NTK catching out John Olsen. BAAM right now with 2 so far, but Full Sense cleaning up house. And a while ago, that was their lifeline, Black and Blue. But they can breathe a sigh of relief with a round win like that. This does allow them to have money if ever they lose. That's the thing. So Full Sense right now, for the rest of their life in regulation, they're gonna be fine. They will contend. They will have some guns at least to use in the first place. The problem right now is it's not the most money in this scenario. They only win 1 round, and John Olsen, after the armors, after utilities, he only has enough for the Spectre, and no one else can buy him anything. So the Blade Storm has to be the saving grace this time. If Full Sense gets another round, they should be in a better spot economically if that's the case. But if BAAM takes it and Full Sense, they take the L instead, it's gonna be dicey. They will have a few guns, yes, on the other side, but it's not gonna be the best buys. And BAAM knows it. They can play this smart here, Black and Blue. They can play with the money that the opponents have.
Not sure though what necessarily the play here for Full Sense is for them to stack A early on, seeming to realize the weaknesses of their composition and have a lot of this initiating power on the A site itself. Try and fight fire with fire, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right remedy for the symptoms of their problems. This crazy guy shuts John Olsen down, who popped his Blade Storm, tried to use a vertical angle to his advantage, but to none the avail. Chalala will find one crazy guy, getting another in the favor here. BAAM and the res will come up. Red Neville back up online. It's a 5v3. This probably should be the round secure, but Lami's next. He's really good on these post plants, as we've said. Superbus finding a frag, and another one going in the way of Lami's next. Full Sense suddenly bring it to a 3v3. Now Superbus is quite low, and this is going to be a big caveat against them, but they can stick this defuse at least at the very half of it. Pina's going to find one on the Lami Sax, but PTC's going to get the trade off, and Pina's going to find another here. How is he doing it in the post-plant situation once again? PTC 1v2, 10 HP. Time is ticking against him, and he will be taken down by Pina here. Never mind. Crazy Guy will secure match point for BAAM, and Full Sense, whatever tasty cuisine might be on the side of any of these regions, it's Full Sense here, the Tigers of Thailand, who are currently getting cooked by BAAM.
Oh no, and I know that's illegal in many countries. They're Black and Blue. Gotta say it. I feel you, brother. I feel you. They're looking endangered right now against Big BAAM. They have been touted as the next best thing after X10 in Thailand. Consistently, they're consistently contending and have really been one of the top teams of SCA. But is this the changing of the guard? Is this the debut truly of the real Vietnam experience? Seems like Big BAAM, they're giving us that smirk, they're giving us that smile, and they're telling us right now that we are here to play and we are here to stay in SCA. Bit of gun swap though, as NTK for some reason dashed. I don't know about that. Might hurt them in the long run if ever they need it. But hey, he has the Spectre now. He does give the rifle out to someone else. Full Sense, they are getting spotted here by Big BAAM. B-split perhaps the call here, Black and Blue. Full Sense though, they need to prepare. They already know that conflict is knocking on their doorstep.
Full Sense, they need to prove that in the playoffs, they have a meaner bite than the bark or the roar. The Tigers here. John Olsen opens things up, and Full Sense are answering back. That's exactly the response that we need after their huge opening that BAAM have found in the map itself. Pina answering back, but at this point, it's a wash. Full sense, they should be able to take this round, but PTC half-heartedly crossing. Not expecting him to be peeking on that angle in hookah, but they eventually do close the round off, and so full sense staying alive for one more round, but it's a 7-round deficit, Dax. They can bring it to maybe 5 rounds apiece, and it's gonna be a bit more palatable, but I don't know. They're gonna have to play perfectly for 7 rounds, and against a formidable BAAM team, that's not gonna come easy.
That round, PTC, I think from PTC he did not see. He just ran there out in the open.
Oh,
Just
no.
like, where are you going, PTC? Someone's shooting at you. I guess you just shrug it off. But hey, this is still a good sign for Full Sense because Big BAAM is in the eco state right now, and with Chalalala setting things up and knocking things down alongside Superbus, it's the Wombo combo by the Cubby. 2 there for Chalalala, make that 4 already, and the power of the Rays is unmatched on the map like find on those tight corners as Full Sense will do it flawlessly. We're not done. 6-12, and never count out Full Sense. They're a team that will not take a deficit lying down. They will fight on back. But the problem is, can they fight back long enough to make it 12-12? There's still so many more rounds to go here, Black and Blue. 6-round gap between these two teams. And after that quick, okay, you guys can take this round situation from Big BAAM, they have the guns again. And here we go. One more pressure point that Full Sense needs to alleviate.
Pressure surmounting by the minute. And these men right now, John Olsen has been so good on these opening picks for the side of Full Sense in these dire moments. Not whiffing a single shot on those opening picks once again, so been really good on that, but can it continue? Will it even matter at the end of it? Crazy Guy finds a frag on the PTC. Could certainly be done here in the C. Lammy Snacks actually getting found by Crazy Guy, and that's a really big pick to find him. But Shalala, the duelists of Full Sense are doing it right now. Positions given away. Neural Theft has come online, and the rotation here to go for the 8 plant instead shall be called. They're going to try, I think, and go for a triple plant. They do not have short control for the meantime. But in that case, Full Sense are ready to intercept and receive this plant, which will go down for Showers.
On the scan there with the recon, but here we have it. Showstopper flying on high, and it's just be a beautiful show there versus NDK. Dorfto with the refrag, and it's now 2v2. Superbus now on the left-hand side, John Olsen. He's been a stalwart here on the defense. He's been incredible with the initial pickoffs, but time is ticking, and Crazy Guy has that Hunter Fury. First volley is there, hits the shot, and another one! And guys and gals, the lines of succession have absolutely blurred here as Big BAAM will take down Full Sense. Welcome to SCA Vietnam as they make the biggest splash in the biggest way, knocking down Full Sense into the lower brackets.
The usurpers to the throne, the most callow of regions, the newest entries to the VCT program here in Southeast Asia, and Vietnam are doing it. 2 representatives into the C playoffs, and one of them have just sent one of the perennial favorites of the entire region down to the lower bracket. For them to do this versus a team from Thailand, I cannot even begin to explain how huge of an accomplishment this is for the Vietnamese region. Every single fan from Vietnam should be proud by every sense of the word, because these guys brought the heat in Full Sense. The Tigers of Thailand were just not able to receive it. What a performance from Big BAAM. And after that, Dax, after the opening start, I don't think there is much that can get in their way.
What a start to our day, and what a victory there from Big BAAM. Really proves why we add new things to SCA and why Vietnam is here to play for the region. But we are back here with Illustrado, and guys, come on. What a series to kick things off in, well, it's the afternoon now, but the morning into the afternoon. First series already, SCA playoffs does not disappoint.
I think it's very safe to say at this point that Vietnam is here and they are showing everybody up in a big way. The resounding question at the very beginning of this entire tournament is Vietnam. Yeah, they look good, but do they have have they had the time? Have they had the time to adjust? Have they had the time to perform and level up their game? And it looks like the answer is, for the most part, yes, because they have answered that. Well, they have answered the fact that they can take a series up against top seed teams like Full Sense. Now, I think the really lingering question right now, Dax, and I'll put this straight to you, is this more of Full Sense underperforming, or is this just BAAM showing everybody up?
Yeah, this is BAAM. This is the BAAM story. And again, I don't know what is up with BAAM for first game of a tournament. They were not up to the stuff that they showed in the group stage consistently as we got into the first map on split. But again, it happened last time versus BAAM Esports in their first match of the group stage. And now they were back into form. Map number 2, map number 3, everything is a-okay. Crazy Guy, of course, is the MVP, to no one's surprise, with a 3.5 KDA. And the captain of the ship will steer Big BAAM to even more glory. This is what Big BAAM is all about. That's really it. They show how powerful they can be, how much they could out-muscle Full Sense. And really, this was a good showing from Full Sense, all things considered. They showed how many plays they had under their repertoire. They had so much, I'd say, confidence coming into these fights, and they wanted to prove that they could be next in line after X10's fall. But no, Big BAAM denies it. And really, foreign invaders and crowns, yeah, history has said to us that these things can happen, and Big BAAM right now is looking to be the Cerberus, as we mentioned a while ago.
Totally. I mean, like my old man and my mom, my pop, they used to say, you might not be able to start the fight strong, but you better end it. And by all means, BAAM did. We always questioned and kind of wondered and pondered, ruminated, can they actually win a best-of-3 series against a top caliber team in Southeast Asia? They did go 1-for-1 for the most part in the group stages, but now they've finally proved their worth here in the playoff itself. For their first game, for their first series, to send Full Sense, the Tigers of Thailand, I'm going to keep on saying it because these guys have a mean bite just as bad as their bark, or roar in this case. For them to do this against the second perennial best team of Thailand, this is a huge accomplishment for Vietnam and for BAAM as a whole. They're moving into that semis with a lot of heat behind them.
I agree, and you know, for me, it's all got to be about Crazy Guy right now. You know, so Crazy Guy is, I'd say, you know, you look at him and you think, okay, Big BAAM, this is his moment of reckoning here. He had, you know, one of the oldest of rosters in Valorant. He moved over from CS and he was one of the best snipers, and a lot of people are questioning whether he can successfully make that transition. And lo and behold, the way that he shapes up his team absolutely emblazons them, brings us to believe that there's absolutely everything that he can do for his team. An absolute force to be reckoned with here, Dax. And I know you wanted to talk about Crazy Guy. Just to think of the fact that he can be captain like this and perform and put up numbers like that, it's a little bit uncanny, isn't it?
It's also uncanny the fact that his sniper repertoire, it doesn't come in him playing duelist, playing the op, and the like, right? It comes in with the Hunter's Fury. He's so precise at those angles. He knows how those long angles work, and he's just like, okay, I couldn't do these kind of wall bangs that are across the map before in my previous titles. Might as well do it now. But just the leadership, the experience, and how he is just so reliable. When Big BAAM is down and out, Crazy Guy will perform. When Big BAAM is on the uprise, they're good to go. And overall, it's really Crazy Guy there showing us how Big BAAM has him at the heart of the team.
Well, you're absolutely right. And speaking of the people that are at the heart of the team themselves, we have an opportunity to go ahead and have an interview, a wonderful opportunity to sit down with one of the members. We got none other than Crazy Guy himself, you know, the legend. Welcome to the stage, man. Obviously, a lot of us have been a big fan of you, your career ever since, you know, and what we want to hear from you right now, man, tell us a little bit about the journey that it's like to prove that Vietnam is here to be in VCT as one of the big regions.
I mean, in the beginning, everybody like didn't look at Vietnam because we didn't compete in VCT 1, and we didn't do well in VCT 2. But we are here now. We beat the top 1 and the Full Sense, the number 2 in Thailand. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you completely. I'm gonna follow up a question right after that, and then I'll let Dax leave you to it. But okay, so Crazy Guy, this is what I wanted to ask you. So your transition, you know, as a team that has not had a lot of time in VCT, you guys had, I'd say, one season where you didn't get to play on the first split, right? How was that like? How was making up for that lack of international experience like? Because you seem to have made all the necessary changes.
I don't know what to say about this, but we just try our best. Like we watch the demo from every team. Like we have the demo when we scream. We just watch it 2 days before the tournament. I think it's okay.
Yeah, well, I just want to ask Crazy Guy, first things first, congratulations taking down Full Sense. But really, you guys off to a slow start yet again. When you have that first series of the day, that first map, it isn't really the best showing. But how do you guys bounce back? Because when you bounce back hard. You impress as soon as you guys are ready. And what's the feeling there, transitioning from a little bit of the low point and back to the big BAAM glory that we know and love?
To be honest, I think the 10 a.m. match is not for us because normally we wake up at like 12 and we start playing at 1 p.m. or something. I think we are a bit like sleepy, and the opponent they read us like a book. I don't know what to do on split.
Makes sense, because I think we took at the time Black and Blue is like, is it at 12 o'clock? Oh, that's when Big BAAM's waking up. That was, I think we said it on stream that we had a time.
Oh, yeah.
It was around 12, so
Yeah.
Makes sense, guys. So, guys making the schedule. No morning matches for Big BAAM, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Black and Blue, I'm gonna leave it.
When I saw up, when we need to play
Go ahead.
10 a.m., I said, oh my god, this is not gonna be good.
Yeah, well, I think none of us are really morning men here, Crazy Guy. But one thing I want to ask you, and this is actually close to the time point that they were making, wherein, you know, on stage 2, you guys were the newest region to be introduced into VCT, and as Illustrato talked about that means you guys were the freshest faces here. Do you think, you know, as we said that during stage 2, that you guys were like, it's only a matter of time before Vietnam wakes up? They are the sleeper region here in Southeast Asia. Do you guys think that works in your favor, coming up against some of these regions like Thailand, who everybody says is like the best region in Southeast Asia? Do you think that works in your favor, and how do you necessarily capitalize on them kind of thinking of you guys as underdogs?
It's good when the opponent thinks like they are overdog, because when we are underdog, right, we have nothing to lose. If we win, it's a big win. If we lose, it's okay. It's like everybody expect that. So I think I love when someone think we are underdog.
Yeah, absolutely well said, Crazy Guy, and what an amazing match from you guys. Congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to let him have his rest. A well-deserved victory right there. Crazy Guy, one of the legends in the Vietnamese community for very much good reasons. Still putting up the numbers and showing why he is well-deservedly in the top spot at the forefront of our minds. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of a break here because we do have to get ready for number 2. And not our number 2, but the number 2 match of the day. We have a very, very, very interesting one to come up here. And it's going to be Bren stepping up to the plate right next, and they're going up against Cerberus, the only other Vietnamese region here. So we'll take a break, and when we get back, it's going to be VCT SEA game number 2.
Last player standing.
Welcome back from the break, guys. My name is Astrad. Of course, joining with me now is Dax and Viminal, and we just witnessed a humongous upset. I think everybody was thinking it's going to be full sense, they're going to be good, but in a best of 3, Big BAAM went the distance. Crazy guy, ballistic in those games 2 and game 3. But anyways, enough of that. We're going to go straight into this next series, and this is going to be a bit of a doozy, guys, because it's Bren Esports, the hope of Philippines, up against another Vietnamese titan, Cerberus Esports. So, guys, gotta ask you, what do you think about this one?
Oh, Vietnam back-to-back. I love it. I've been high on the Big BAAM stocks for quite a while already, and for me, I believe that was just a strong showing from them that proved how powerful Vietnam can be. Cerberus, on the flip side, they have the work cut out for them because Bren Esports of the Philippines, they have been on the uprise for quite a while. The trajectory and the growth of Bren Esports has been noticed by SEA as a whole. And Bren Esports, with a perfect record there, Vim, in Group A as well, really making a strong case for themselves into the playoffs.
You know, honestly, that is a statement coming in from Bren into these playoffs, right? Undefeated. I mean, I know we were expecting Bren to do well, and I'm sure a lot of people were, but did anyone expect for them to be completely invincible coming into the playoffs here? And, you know, as we get into the roster here, again, Bren Esports, a household name for many fans out there watching now. A team currently made up of the most veteran roster in the entire Philippine scene, amalgamating experience from various esports titles, international runs, and playing for teams in different regions. So they've come together to fight under one banner as the sole flag bearer of the Philippines coming into the playoffs.
Yeah,
Well,
that's really just it, right?
yeah, that's it. that's quite a lot.
Scene is basically colored black and yellow with Bren at the very top. But on the flip side, Cerberus looking to guard that door to the semifinals. And here they are yet again representing Vietnam. Absolutely tenacious effort from this roster. They got into the playoffs after winning out in overtime versus Alter Ego to break that tiebreaker versus Uwu. And Cerberus Esports, they are going to be the second representative of Vietnam for good reason. 2 times already here in SCA. The first showing wasn't really the best, but with extra coding in the help of Malix, plus the flexibility of their agent and map pool, I really feel like for Cerberus Esports, there's a lot hiding in behind the faces that are there to come. But here we have it head-to-head here, Mr. Asarai, and it's Jesse Bash and Akashi.
That is actually an interesting head-to-head that we're showing right now, because I thought we were going to be maybe spotting out Dispenser or Daikalim, who have been the heavy hitters, I think, when both Cerberus and Bren Esports perform. But this is also something quite interesting to mention, that Jesse Vash and Akashi, both of that Sova make, have been creating waves for their respective teams. We know that Jesse Vash has been the Sova player. Way back, he was like the I believe the Sage operator or whatnot, but it seems like he has gone that way of Sova just to be able to let his team get that crucial information. Same could be said with Akashi. Now, looking into the map selection for this best of 3, we got ourselves a bit of a doozy here, gentlemen. Ascent, Haven, and Breeze. Second time for Ascent, first for Ascent and Breeze coming into this one. Sorry, second time for Haven, but these are maps that I think Bren have a really good shot on, especially for Haven, but Ascent I feel like is a toss-up between Cerberus as well as Bren.
I think Cerberus actually has a good chance really in this series. Bren Esports, we know from Philippine history right now, Haven is their baby. That's where they can just run rampant with the flash competitions that they like. Ascent, in the meantime, they always had to get better in Ascent every single time because the Philippine scene loves Ascent, and it was the map that was touted to be the map that you can actually beat Bren on. But on the flip side for Cerberus, they have great win records as well on Ascent. Haven pretty decent as well. But look at that Breeze map. Even though Cerberus as a whole has only had a matchup in Breeze 3 times in the VCT program, it's actually one of the most interesting maps that you can have in the first place. Multiple times they're going to have multiple comps. This is one big brain play that they did in VCT Vietnam. They whipped out one comp against a team called CBT Gaming because they were trying to psych out one of their biggest rivals, Division X Gaming, instead with a different composition, and worked out in their favor, gave them that chance to make it all the way here to SCA. And I feel like that's going to be the case here. I've mentioned it a while ago, guys, about Cerberus. Flexible on the hero picks, flexible on the map picks. And if there's any team that is so-called saving strats for the playoffs, it might actually be Cerberus Esports.
All right, you know what, Dex? I mean, sorry, I just got to interject really quickly right there. It's just, if Cerberus is saving for the playoffs, quote unquote, I'm pretty sure Bren has something up their sleeves as well. And really interesting map selection as well. I do believe, Azurai, I agree with you on the first one. It might be a toss-up, but then the second one, I think, is heavily going to go in favor of Bren. Third one's going to be a toss-up as well.
Yeah, again, I'd like to remind you guys that during their Oasis match, the only time that I think Cerberus were successful were on their attacking side. When on the defending side, it was very, very difficult for them to find something, and that's never what you want to happen up against Bren. Now, we do have, of course, the fun stuff of this panel segment. We got ourselves predictions. So I'll go and start first. I'm actually pretty torn between this because I'm both a big fan of both the Philippine and Vietnamese region. I think their stories are very something that kind of makes you want to support both of these particular regions. Anyways, but when it all comes down to it, my heart still says Bren Esports 2-0.
Come on, 2-0, really? 2-0? If you are a true Filipino fan, you know that Bren Esports does not win 2-0. They don't do that. Come on, guys. But really, I'll give the props to Cerberus here. Again, so much flexibility in this roster, so many different things that they can unleash, and they've really been such a gritty team in the first place. They've made it to the playoffs because of their overtime win, because that they could fight against the likes of Alter Ego, and everything they have accomplished so far is because of their vast knowledge about the game. But Bren Esports, they're done being second fiddle in SCA. So I'm gonna go with Bren 2-1 because Bren does not do 2-0s. Come on, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, as for me, Dax, I'm going to have to agree with your statement right there. Most likely, it's going to be Bren 2-1, but I still think that Bren is going to have the upper hand coming into this matchup, even considering the map picks and statistics alone. So there you have it.
And there we have it. So we're going to be throwing it on to our game now and to our casters. But guys, don't close your eyes in this game, because if you do, you see nothingness, and that nothingness is what happens when I don't see you, bro. So let's go.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred grows trying to every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it. They ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. About how cool is the gunplay when the strays will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore until somebody from your past come back to settle the score like
Play not to lose, but the play to win as Georgie is here to play.
ที่เราเคยเก็ตตัวเดียวสุดท้ายอากาศิโลกวิธีอากาศิเขาบอกมาดึกตีเข้าไป
Dax and Veminal side by side, loud and proud. You know, Dax, you're going to be dropping the bars, and this is going to be me trying to keep up for the rest of the series as we get ready for the next epic match, folks. Let me tell you, I've been waiting for this moment all morning. This is going to be Bren Esports, the undefeated kings of the Philippine scene, coming into the playoffs. They're going to be fighting for the Philippines and their fallen brothers in arms, Galaxy Racer and Oasis Gaming, against Cerberus Esports right now from Vietnam. And Cerberus, of course, is a formidable team that proven time and time again, when the going gets tough, Dax, they just claw their way out of the gates of hell.
Absolutely. But you know, you bring in the big brain, I give you the game, and we're gonna get an incredible match there for these two teams. Gotta say though, game face on after that incredible ending by our lovely host Asarai, by the way.
Yeah.
Just all the giggles there and the like. But let's get back on track. Let's talk about the match. And I do want to point out the fact that in these two teams, one big thing to note has to be the organization behind them. But Bren Esports and Cerberus have to be at the very tippy top of the esports scene in their respective local regions. It's just Bren Esports has fielded multiple teams and multiple titles, has been one of the standards for boot camps in the Philippines and more. And funny enough, other Filipino teams actually boot camp in the Bren HQ because of the amount of facilities they have. Cerberus, though, in the meantime, same case. Long-time team already, absolutely at the pinnacle as well of the Vietnam region in terms of an esports center. And it really goes to show that between these two teams, the support doesn't just come from the community, but also from the people backing them, the names behind the name itself. And I feel like that's already a good sign for SA as a whole. Don't you think, Vim?
Absolutely. I mean, let me tell you, Dax, if I was 18 years old today, boy, oh boy, would it be a dream to work in the esports industry as a player. Like, this obviously has been something of a childhood dream of mine, seeing the esports infrastructure here in Southeast Asia, here in the Philippines. It's also been blooming, and Bren is at the forefront of that. And of course, it kind of reflects on the players themselves as well. Not only does the community support them directly, but they support the community and give back as well. It's sort of like them nurturing this whole ecosystem of FPS here in the Philippines, and it's incredible.
You know, even though age has taken you, Viminal, gotta say a little bit of modification of approach. If you can't aim, you can cast. There you go. This is
Maybe that's why I'm here. But,
maybe that's why you're here, but man, just between these two rosters, let's look into Bren Esports and Cerberus because we're gonna be getting into the game. Enough of the fluff. Let's get into the stuff. In a sense, is gonna be our first match. Yes, there are a lot of people backing these two, but also the amazing organizations behind them. But when the battlefield is set, it's just these 5 players on each side dueling against each other. 5v5 action here on Ascent between Bren Esports and Cerberus. And thoughts here on the compositions here, Mr. Viminal, because we got Wits on the Sky, double initiated right now for Bren Esports on the defense.
Yeah, Bren definitely on their comfort picks right now. But let me tell you, Dax, I've been theory crafting pretty much the whole night last night. And I've come to the conclusion that double initiators are pretty much key right now, and Astra is necessary, absolutely necessary on Ascent. You have no business playing Ascent, I think, without Astra at this point in time. Could be wrong. That's just my humble opinion. Coming into this agent composition alone, I do think that Bren does have the upper hand. Again, double initiators, when you have a very synchronous team, can really make the most out of it, as Dubstep will be sort of aggressing onto that forward position there.
I think the Battle of the Compositions is a bit of that age-old adage. We have Kishi on the Phoenix, and when you compare your Phoenix as well as Sky, one is a bit more on the team player side on the Initiator. Yes, you can set things up for yourselves, but further flashes can help out your teams playing the entry. On the flip side, it's Kishi. He's a one-man army. His ultimate screams it with that second life if ever. And besides that, it's pretty much the same composition. So will the short-range flashes be effective enough for Cerberus here on the attacking side to make the entries happen? Or will Bren Esports go for the pop flash there and then? There's a flash there from Wits, but he's still gonna get blinded and does get taken down there by Loki. Yes, Cerberus Esports, they're on the prowl already and they're on the hunt to go over the B side. But Jesse Vash stopping the speedway, setting up a toll gate. It's Dispenser now all alone versus 2. Dispatching out Dykelim, turning his back against the Killjoy. But as Loki plays from main, it's Cerberus right now. The 3-headed dog will get a 3K with the Astra, and the first point on the board here for the Vietnamese squadron.
A strong start for Cerberus this far, and honestly looking pretty dicey for them as they made the entry onto the speedway. Jesse Vash almost bagging a 3K on that one. Arguably, if he did get that third kill onto the Astra, perhaps the round would have ended in a different outcome. But nevertheless, Cerberus very well played. It was a very straightforward rush, Dex, I do believe. And there was a bit of a scuffle over there in B main, just kind of powered through it and then went all the way in. Sometimes, even at the highest level of Valorant, Dex, you really shouldn't overthink your strats. Sometimes you just gotta go in and then click heads and win the round.
Yeah, that's what I like with you, Bimino. You keep things simple for everyone to understand, including me. Thank you so much.
Oh, come on. We all know you're the Galaxy Brain here, Dex.
No. You know what's going to be Galaxy Brain is how Cerberus is going to play this. We keep mentioning it, though, because how many times has Cerberus whipped out a special kind of variance in how they play their composition, in how they play their style? too many to count. And really, whenever we see Cerberus, it reminds me of, if you compare the previous matchup, it does remind me a bit of that full sense playstyle. They have understandings of multiple angles to try and seize a map, and they're going to do it here and now. In any case, though, Cerberus will just go for the heavy stack onto the cubby. They do have the gun advantage, and it's dubstep only with that hero Marshall. Brendo in the meantime, Jesse Vash caught napping. He's the father of Philippine esports. Sometimes, though, when that age does get to you, it's a little bit of that nappy time from the side of Cerberus. 3 here for Kishi so far. Cerberus esports looking absolutely hot, and they're enchaining Bren esports here from the get-go. Dubstep now backing on the way. Dispenser on the other side. It's 5v2, but Dispense, he finds one at least, and maybe a chance here for Bren Bim.
How does he make that work with a frenzy at that range? But Daikalem will be taking down Dispenser. Dubstep with that hero Marshall. Sometimes it is worth the gamble. But at this point in time, he might just take down Kishi at the very least before he goes down. But scratch that, Daikalem. He's out there playing a game of his own. I mean, well, you know, granted, he is playing Jet, so you can expect him to fly around the map. My bad.
Mission impossible, man. Mission Impossible just hops up top, gets one more shot, and doesn't care while he's in motion because it's just actually good vibrations here from Cerberus. But Kishi finding Jesse Vaster, catching out the Sova unaware. And this is such a good sign here for Cerberus Esports so far. You can see that since it's Kishi getting the takedowns, look at that ultimate meter. He's 1 away from that run it back. And when your Phoenix player is feeling it and has a second life to go in with reckless abandon, Cerberus Esports is going to be happy with that forward momentum. But on the flip side, Bren Esports has had enough from the get-go, and Jesse Vash, he knows these walls. He knows which walls are absolutely bangable here by the Odin, and he's ready with a machine gun on the other side of B main.
You know what? I feel like Sova indirectly got buffed over there onto B main just because he could wallbang all the boxes. And that's going to be pretty interesting here. And you mentioned it, Dax. He's on a rampage over there onto Loki, and perhaps tagging a little bit more from the other opponents from Cerberus. Suka and Daikalem down 20 points of armor. That is a lot of value, all things considered. Dubstep, though, he does take a little bit of damage himself as Borkum gets displaced by that recon dart over there onto mid lane.
Trailblazer, though, getting the scout onto Kishi, and Jesse Vash is not done with the Odin, waiting it out on the other side. Cerberus, though, I do like their resolute playstyle right now. They are a bit more reserved in what they're doing, but they're just falling apart at the seams with Daikalem getting caught there by Dubstep. Kishi, though, with the refrag. Borkum now returning the favor for Jesse Vash, catching out Kishi unaware this time. And really, eyes need to be open here for both of these teams. They are getting caught out in these different angles, and Bren Esports have returned the favor versus Cerberus. 3rd round turnaround, the Odin applying pressure and forcing Cerberus to consider to go on the A side instead, where everyone else from Bren was waiting. 2-1 right now, Vim.
Patent pending, by the way. The 3rd round turnaround is real, my friends. Jesse Vash taking first blood over here onto Loki, softening up the opponents. Dubstep, though, does take another one as Borkum trades him out. And then it's just Wits securing the round win. I mean, who says ADSing is a bad thing here in Valorant? It definitely is a thing here. You definitely make it work at the right situations, obviously.
It's a magnifying glass, and it helps you out in those scenarios that you know that this is the angle that you want to home on in, and when you're precise to get the headshots, well, it can pan out for you. But we are not done. Cerberus just has gotten off to a good start, and again, since they do have the ultimate there for the Phoenix, it's all eyes on Kishi here. Can he make a play against Bren Esports? Dubstep, though, in the meantime, looking to anticipate a potential run-it-back push. And this is pretty smart from Bren Esports. If Kishi decides to use the run-it-back here, and now Dubstep can catch out the Phoenix, pop in his color after the revive. But in any case now, this is even smarter from Cerberus. Hot hands to flush out Dubstep. The floor is lava, and there's no way you can float on out. Kishi burning down the jet, and apparently fire is a stronger element versus the wind. And this is going to scatter the ashes there of Dubstep. Cerberus with a proper raid, such a smart play from the Vietnam roster, and will now rotate with a one-man advantage.
You know what? That really was a gamble play coming in from Dubstep. I mean, especially the highest level of Valorant, you can expect for them to check wine quite a bit. There was a gamble, didn't really pay off in that one. Left. Now Bren is down 1 man, 30 seconds left. Commitment is nigh as Kishi makes an entry onto the side, closes the door. Very good decision making from him. Despite not getting a frag just yet from his runner back, I mean, he made the entry onto the side, paved the way for the rest of his team. Dispenser's going to be taking down Suka. Daikalem does take Jesse Vash, though. Wits trades him out. Wits with a 2K.
Time sticking though, and Cerberus, they use that spike down and fast, and because of that, oh, Akashi still gets the takedown anyway! Doesn't care about the Seekers, finds the headshot on the Wits, and it's all left to Borkum now. It's 2v1 though. Can Borkum find a frag? There you go, Loki will fall, and Borkum again! It's time for him to shine, 2-2. Bren Esports though, collapsing onto that B site well, and while Cerberus, they got the job done with the objective, and they gave themselves hope after that kill on the Wits. Borkum was just prepared to go for that retake all by his lonesome and clutches it out for the black and yellow squadron.
Dex, you know what time it is?
Borkum time.
No, it's 2 p.m.
Ah, you're so funny.
That is probably the lamest joke ever cracked on a
You get
Valorant
one.
broadcast.
You get one.
I get one strike right now.
We did a full sense pun fiesta a little bit with black and blue, so that was our one then. This is the one for the series, Vim.
Okay.
This is the one.
That's it for me, boys and girls.
Okay.
But 2-2 now. Again, Bren Esports, they do have the economic advantage coming here, the firepower advantage. Of course, Dubstep and Daikalem, though, are going to be having their Blade Storms here. Dubstep not opting to get a gun.
Oh!
Dubstep takes down Suka and another onto Daikalem. Beautiful. Now, I wonder, why can't I do those shots with the knives? But then again, that's why I'm on the casting desk. You know, it just checks out, I guess.
Just so far. That's the thing. He just needs to
accuracy,
scan.
bro.
Precision absolutely there from Dubstep, but Cerberus, they will still fight on back, and a good pick off here from Kishi. Now he's able to pick up the gun, go over the hot fence, but Dubstep, he's not over. He's not done. He wants more, and he knows he can find a few more frags, but Jesse Bash will just go for the wall banks there. Akashi, though, beautiful tap with a head, and with a shock dart amplifying that damage. That's just gonna be it. Loki down with 2 so far, and Cerberus Esports are clawing their way out of this pickle. Oh, Dispenser, wrong utility, and there you have it. Punishment! Dynamis Loki, as Cerberus Esports will steal that round away from Bren. Unfortunate scenarios there for Bren Esports. Not only does Jesse Bash get tagged by the shock dart and the sheriff tap at the same time, but also Loki impressing with the Marshall. Cheap gun, but making it expensive here for Bren Esports. And while Dispenser was fiddling with his gadgets, this is why they say that you shouldn't be playing with your computer too much, playing with your toys, because you are gonna get caught out there unaware by Loki. Mischief and Mayhem, Cerberus taking that round.
I mean, I bet that was just a little bit of a misplay coming in from Dispenser. It's probably a bit of a fat finger. That's why he pulled out his utility as Loki was peeking him right there. But Jesse Vash, you know the Vash guarantee. He's going to be taking down Akashi with that Hunter's Fury. And again, we always wonder how he gets at least one pick whenever he whips out that Hunter's Fury. And this holds true today. Bringing the man advantage in favor of Bren at this point in time. Jesse Vash will only have an Ares, but it still is quite effective over there in B main. Now, there's a bit of a standstill, Dex. There's sort of waiting it out, perhaps running down the clock, waiting for the opponent to get antsy here.
Oh, there you go. And this is a really how Cerberus has been playing this. When they lose a man early on, they're still so disciplined to hang on back, find the punishments, and catch out players unaware. And there you go, Wits just walking on around in the trees in the garden, enjoying nature. But Jesus gonna be just fertilizer there by the A side. Kishi though now unleashing the run it back, gonna go for the push and playing the entry. Jesse Bash shattering the glass and will go up top through the rafters. Borkum though does find Loki. Asuka is trying to go for the plant here. But Cerberus, they're getting denied. They're afraid of this setup right now on the other side. And even though this is their wall, they still have to be wary. Kishi right now, catching out Jesse Bash though. There's a little bit more of the push, but Borkum on the flip side, making the flank work. It's 3v2 here. Dispenser dispensing Suka now, and it's all up to Daikalem. Can he find the ferocity in him, or will he just be cute and cuddly that Bren Esports can smother? It looks like it's the latter, as Dispenser will get that kill at the very end. And here we have it, 3-3, the scoreline. Competition kicking off in the highest gear between Cerberus and Bren, where we're seeing both the strengths and the weaknesses of these two teams amplified so far, Vim.
Very, very close start over here. It is round number 7, and everything is pretty much neck and neck. Kishi having a slight ACS advantage of 379 there. But really, the tail of the tape here is what's going to happen now that Dubstep is going to be on that operator. when this guy brings out this gun, he just feels so comfortable with it. Absolutely potent with that weapon. And this is really where Dubstep's potential is unleashed on the battlefield.
Time though, he is on that duelist role for Bren Esports for good reason. And when Bren Esports is in a pickle, when Dubstep gets the clutch, that's when Bren turns it up to 11. But Cerberus Esports, incredible effort so far, preventing Bren from getting any kind of real momentum. It's 3-3 right now. It's all tied up. And if you do watch Bren Esports games, you know that when they get momentum, they just keep at it again and again and again. So the best solution right now for Cerberus Esports is to win these sporadic rounds. Of course, the easiest answer is to just win every single round from this point onwards, but just stopping Bren Esports from chaining wins again and again and again is already a good sign for them. And Cerberus, I really love what we're seeing from them. Just the respect right now by the team, but also finding the opportunities. Dubstep though, watch out for this guy because he gets the first kill, dashes on the left-hand side. He's hungry for more. Kishi, they're gonna come from the market, but Suka cannot find the kill onto Dubstep anyway. It's 2 here for Dubstep. Wit's now gonna get on the board here for Bren Esports so far, but Kishi's not done. He impressed the last time Cerberus was on the C stage, and he's trying to do it yet again. Curveball down, gonna get thrown. Loki flicking to the left-hand side just to avoid getting flashed, but Jesse Bash will still stay on in the angle, and Bren Esports will clean up house yet again. Bren setting up a trap, knocking down the opposition, and Cerberus walking into that one, unfortunately.
Dubstep, he's going to be pretty chill about going down over there in B main because he did a lot of damage, thwarting the offensive coming in from CES, taking out Akashi and Suka. Quick 1-2 punch right there, and the rest of his teammates to retrieve that all-important operator, that game changer right there, and just returns it into the rightful hands. Let's see if Dubstep... Yeah, he's going to be rotating onto A main here. And this is going to be a bit of a guessing game for CES. They're going to try to avoid getting picked off early by that operator. And when this happens, as I say that, it's just really the most challenging thing about playing against Dubstep when he's wielding that up. It's just a guessing game.
No, narrator's note, he didn't avoid it. And unfortunately for Cerberus, yeah, the operator's still making damage happen from the Bren Esports roster. Now, Cerberus, I think they're understanding now bit by bit how Bren Esports is playing as.
Oh my gosh!
Look, you took one step too far with the jump peaks. One step too far, I believe. Just trying to get a little bit more of that intel. Kishi, though, in the meantime, beautiful tap yet again. And Kishi, he's been incredible so far. But now he's gone to the hand of Borkum, who does get to. It's all up to Suka. But back to my point about Cerberus Esports. This team, you can see how responsible they are about their play. Yeah. And I believe that they're understanding bit by bit. If they get some space on the attacking side without any real conflict, it's Bren Esports letting them take that for good reason. And if Cerberus understands that in these killback scenarios as, oh, Jesse Bash can get the kill on Suka. Now Suka knows not to go there because he does have a rifle in hand. Okay. And yeah, he'll go to B site. But back to my point. If Bren Esports makes the kill box and Cerberus walks into it, then Cerberus will be in a tough spot here on Ascent. But if Cerberus still keeps an eye out on some of the angles that they think they cleared out with the flashes, I really think that Cerberus as a whole, they can fight back against Bren. It's just all about the lack of information right now. And, well, since Suka did not know where the Spencer was coming from, he's gonna get taken down with that backstab from the main. Cerberus is not out of this whatsoever. There are so many shining lights for the Vietnam roster as a whole, especially with Kishi having another run it back. And that's what you want from a Phoenix here, Vim. The more run it backs you can do, the more run it backs you can get, the more you can play the entries on site. And while Bren Esports will take the round and have a 2-round lead, keep an eye out on Cerberus because they're ready again to make a play.
Absolutely right there, Dax. It's just... as we saw that pick onto see Daikalem and Loki there, it was just a pretty straightforward round for Bren here as the rest of CS was on eco. But you made a very good point about that Phoenix. It is a very, very good pick on a map like Haven because you basically get a free orb like from A main. It's very easy, probably one of the easiest orbs throughout all the maps to get. And you definitely best maximize that ultimate. It only requires 6 ultimate orbs to pop that run it back. And it's just one of the most powerful ultimates in the game.
Yeah, well, We'll see if Cerberus can actually rally behind Kishi, who is top fragging for the roster and has been the reliable one in the SCA program for the rest of the Cerberus roster. And speaking of rosters, these two teams, they've stuck together for so long already. The players have been playing with each other for the most part of the VCT program, and it really just goes to show that it's all about trying to figure out if this is the right decision, if this is the right roster to go on forward, and of course, relying and trusting each other to make the plays. Chemistry has to be off the charts for these two rosters right now, and Kishi, he's a one-man army to go on to A site. So he's gonna go for the running back play just to put that spike down. Dispenser though trying to go for the spray, and as Kishi puts the spike, he is gonna get set back from whence he came. Akashi though with that takedown, perfect opening here for Cerberus so far. It's 5v4. And it does seem like here for Cerberus, they will just keep an eye out as much as possible. But no, the wall will get in the way. There we have it. Borkum going for the defuse and the silence, the hush falling into the battlefield. But Loki will get two so far. Kishi on the board as well. Suka is there to wrap it up. And while Dispenser and Jesse Bash do get takedowns here for Bren Esports, it's still Cerberus making it work. And we said it a while ago, the rally behind the run it back is important. Not only will Kishi play the entry for you, but also just buy you the space, the time that you need to make your plays work. And really, in that run it back, it was just impressive to see. When you say entry, it doesn't have to be you getting a kill onto anyone. It's you making some space for the team, buying time for whatever objective they're trying to accomplish. And in that case there, Cerberus putting that spike down and working well hand in hand together to get the takedowns despite the cosmic divide. For now though, it's still Bren Esports with the lead and with the operator. Ascent special right now for Bren. With the op, with the Odin, and looking to at least cover up every single side of Ascent as much as possible. It's comfort fix here for Bren, but Daikalem will make sure nothing's cozy here for Bren Esports so far. The fight from Cerberus is absolutely ringing, and they are still guarding as much as they can their honor, their values, and this battle. Wits though, he's playing guard this time by the tree, does get scanned out there by the Owl Drone. On the flip side though, Borkum right now keeping an eye out, but Daikalem, who's gonna turn on who first? Daikalem does, he spot out the Astra, and the trap is spet, the trap is sprung, and Daikalem getting that takedown. Big opportunity here for Cerberus. One more punish perhaps, yes it is! And the patience game, it's panning out here for Cerberus. Even though these are the most subtle and softest kills, they make the loudest noises in the scheme of things. Then again, Bren Esports fighting on back, making it 3v2 for now here, Vim.
Yeah, it's just such a close match. It's just 4-5 at this point in time, round 10. And honestly, this round could go either Bren or CES, despite Bren having the match advantage here. Wits taking down Akashi, but Kishi quickly trades him out, Dex. Spike is going to be going down in the nick of time here, but Jesse Bash bringing out that Odin. Is he going to be able to find a pick here? He's going to be caught in a crossfire, though.
He tried to go Rambo against Loki, and he did take that one down, but Cerberus, numbers advantage with their meticulous play, and they have tied things up. Again, patience is a virtue, like I like to say. I don't have that virtue whatsoever, but Cerberus Esports does. And the way that they're finding these pickups onto Bren Esports who are feeling a little itchy on their feet, itching on the trigger finger, hunting down some members of Cerberus right now, it has allotted openings here for Cerberus Esports as a whole to get the numbers advantage and make their side takes easier here, Vim.
You know what? I think Bren is going to be going for a 6-6 scoreline. They might save the lockdown of Dispenser for the next buy round. They could try to make a play here. I mean, Dispenser does have a Hero Phantom still. Let's see what they make out of this round. Suka is going to be taking down Dispenser, making short work of him, but Jesse Bash just doing his best to stall that push.
Oh, Kishido finds Wits, and now it's going to be 5v3 yet again. Cerberus, though, they do have good angle onto that B site, pressure onto A as well. And with that confidence, Cerberus Esports is willing to contend against Bren, no matter where on the map. Bash, though, in behind by the boat house. He does have a Phantom in hand and does have the Hunter's Fury. But really, Cerberus, picture-perfect shots. Surgical in their decisions and in their precision to go on these sites and more. Until Jesse Bash surprises Suka with a Phantom in hand, does get the kill. 4v2 here, Vim, but really for Bren, they're gonna need a miracle and a half. Unless Dubstep can get 4 people with this shorty, or Jesse Bash can use Dubstep basically for cover It's
30
Cerberus who
seconds
can
left.
easily take the site. And you know, Cerberus, they even make a better decision as Dubstep now gonna get caught unaware there by Loki. They go to A instead,
Spike
and
planted.
Bash, please. You have 8 HP. No, Bash. Oh, Loki in cover. One shot, and couldn't get it done. Jesse Bash still alive. There's a Brett here. There's a chance for Bren Esports, but it does seem like all hope is lost in the face of adversity, and that name is Kishi.
Last round
6 to
before
5.
the switch.
Cerberus take the lead from Bren Esports, and really just the intellect of these two teams right now are being put to the test by each side.
You know, honestly, really well played by CES in that previous round. They knew where Jesse Vash and Dubstep was. They were over there on to B site, so they knew no one was there going to be on A. And what they did was that they sort of simulated all of them running onto A site, but no, 3 of them were actually hanging back and lurking. And it's just Dubstep and Jesse Vash just running through and unexpectedly bumping into them. That was absolutely well played.
Just the lurks and the corners that these guys are taking. Cerberus right now, you can't hide from them. That's the thing. You can try to run, but they will hound you and they will be prepared like the gates of the underworld has been sealed by their namesake. In any case, though, Dubstep, operator yet again. Jesse Bash, though, he gets on the board. There's Lem. This time, Dubstep hopping on away just to not get shot too much. But Jesse Bash is not done, but Suka will force his hand. 4v4 here. Cerberus again with some beautiful punishes when Bren Esports is looking to be proactive. Really, with Bren on the defense like this, but Cerberus pulling a little more defense-centric, it might be a little too late for the suggestion, but I feel like for Bren, they could be hanging back a little bit more. Cerberus, though, they still peek it, and oh, Dispenser, he makes it costly. While Cerberus was aware, it's still Bren looking to be the better shot, and that's what matters in this situation. Borka with a takedown, Wits will finalize things, and Bren Esports will tie things up. Yes, it's a contention point, yes, it's dicey, but Bren Esports will still make it work, and we are all tied up as we get into the second half.
Spectacular and Mr. Dax to that first half. We are neck and neck. Round 13 begins as the scoreline is tied 6-6.
Odd.
Dispenser just cutting off their rotation there, Dex. Again, an unexpected play. Both of us were sort of expecting Bren Esports to hang back, utilize that lockdown, but no. Spencer was like, nope, I'm actually going to cut off the rotation instead. We're going to be a lot more proactive here. And it worked out. So I guess it's just one or the other when it comes to these possible outcomes here. And
I do want to point out
when
that,
it works, it works.
Yeah. It worked. I do want to point out that Suk actually shot first. If you saw the bullet, he just missed on the pre-fire, unfortunately. And that's when Bren was able to take advantage. So really, Cerberus right now, they're so aware of their corners. That's one thing that's stellar about them. Even though that they get entrapped by Bren Esports when they were on the defense a while ago, it's still them being aware of any kind of angles that Bren can take after they learn their lesson on B site. So really, Cerberus Esports evolving as we go, as I say, tenacious against the best teams that SE has to offer, and Bren Esports proving to be one of them on the other side. But Wits right now would take that. Cash is finding Dubstep in response, making it 4v4. Jesse Bash still look for another one. There's gonna be the right click, and Dispenser will clean it up. Wits still with 3 so far, and it's all up to Loki now. Can he find a little bit more of Mr. Mayhem coming into this round? Ghost in hand, 2 stars at the ready. Borkum though hopping and just telling Loki to keep an eye on him, but the distraction will work and Dispenser will get that final takedown. 7-6 right now. Bren will win that pistol, and some smart plays there on B sites. Apparently, it's not only Cerberus with a bag of tricks under their belts.
I mean, we do have the stats for this, Dax. Typically, Bren would be off to a slow start during the first half pistol rounds, especially starting on defense. But when they swap on over to attack, they usually win the first couple of rounds over there on the attacking side. This is what they did here. Again, as you mentioned, some very smart rotations out there. Unfortunately, Dubset was getting caught off over there by the left Radiant box. But now we're going into round 2, all of them buying Spectres. And this is probably going to be a speed run on to the third round of the second half.
You hear those engines revving. You hear the lights looking to go out. Ready, steady, and go. Wits will get that first kill onto Loki, but apparently there is a hazard on the track, and there is going to be fire in the way of Bren Esports, but Dubstep doesn't care. Hops on top of the generator. Suka, though, doesn't hit the shot again. It's unfortunate right now because Suka has had the right ideas multiple times, but cannot hit the precision shot from the get-go. Bren Esports will take advantage, make it 4v1. Kishi, oh, he's going to fall there. And Bren, of course, they had the gun advantage. Of course, they had the good bearings onto that round. But some of these rounds, Cerberus Esports, they can say, what if we actually hit that shot from the get-go? Because really, they have the right ideas here in some of these fights, in some of these checks, but they're just not hitting the shots while Bren Esports is.
I mean, that's true. And of course, while Daikalem did have a valiant effort there, he did get one shot, one kill in that round. When you have a Sheriff, honestly, it's not going to work well no matter what against 5 Spectres running at you. I mean, that's just a matter of fact.
You can see the efforts really of Cerberus. They also want to join their fellow countrymen, their fellow regional representative.
Yep.
Big BAAM in the upper bracket semifinal. And funny enough, if they take this series against Bren Esports, we are going to get civil war if that's going to be the case. So Bren Esports, the only hopeful of the Philippines, looking to rally the nation right behind them. And they do want to make the path to Berlin a possibility. Daikalem, though, looking to go for the firefight. The Spencer already is down, and now Dubstep going to be on the other side. And it does seem like Bren here trying to cosplay as the defenders, but Kishi will remind them what the position is and get the backstab onto Dubstep there. 3v3 now. Cerberus trying to fight on back. Suka, though, has been isolated. And while Jesse Bash is blinded, Kishi will be able to correct his aim and get the kill there onto the Sova. It's now all up to Wits here. 1v3. We know that Wits can get things done, and he will get the first one there versus Suka. Is it still possible, though, with 50 HP? That's the question. One double peek here from Cerberus. Never mind, just a better angle from Kishi. In the third round, it was bloody for Cerberus, but they will make a jolly good show out of that one. 7-8, 22 kills for Kishi. This Phoenix is just showing us how valuable he is for this roster.
Kishi just absolutely playing out of his mind, Dex. Time and time again. Just such a huge impact round per round. Securing those multi-kills and just... I just gotta say, CES exhibiting phenomenal fundamentals here. And of course, you know, at the pro level, at this stage, of course you can expect to have really good fundamentals for just about every team. But we're seeing it so consistently here in each and every round as defenders, as them on attack earlier. It's just they play so well off of each other.
Ooh, Owl Drone down spotted though, and this is the perfect spray down from Makashi. Dubstep with the refrag, but Cerberus even quicker on the re-refrag, and we're adding more and more prefixes to this chain of kills. But in the end, it's Wits who does find the last say. Proactivity now from Cerberus has been unleashed, but Bren Esports' beautiful punishes so far, giving them a good chance in this round, especially as they have the rifles in tow. While ago, Cerberus did win the round there, Vim, but since they lost many members, they're stuck on the Spectres here. I do like the proactivity there from Akashi, but at the same time, it has to be more pickoffs here from Cerberus, and as Loki tries all he could, he just couldn't line things up, and Bren again taking advantage of that scenario.
Very well taken advantage of, I'd say. It is 3v2 right now in favor of Bren, but... Again, Akashi trying to make a play there. Always a good idea if you have a gun disadvantage. Typically, you would try to get a pick earlier on, gain the man advantage, grab a better gun. Just didn't work out to their favor, at least in this scenario. 17 seconds left on the clock. Bren slowly making the way onto B, and it seems like it's ripe for the taking, Dax, as they just speed run it onto the site, just clearing out those utilities. Dispenser planning on a sort of default location, but not really.
On the other side.
On the other side of the default location.
The default. You turn the word default upside down and out in front, actually. Gonna be an interesting call here for Bren, but they know they have the numbers advantage. They know they have already the battle bot up top the box, and they're just challenging Cerberus to come and take that spike away from them. Time ticking. Wits, though, and Borg can work together to get that takedown. Suka here by the speedway, but the gravity well will keep him in check. And it's already going to be a late checkout here for Cerberus because Bren Esports will rally on forward and win the round. 9-7 here for Bren Esports. And I do believe that they've shown how much they improved as a roster. The call to action for Bren Esports, it's been a stellar story, adding on Wits, getting a better performance in C Challengers to compare to Masters 1. And they've really been one of the favorites now walking into C Challengers 3, especially with X10 gone and Full Sense knocked down to the lower bracket. It really feels like for the Philippines, this is the perfect time to ascend to stardom and to ascend to the top of SEA. But Cerberus Esports never giving on up. again, Vietnam having a lot to prove here in Challenge number 3. Saying Challenge 2 was an absolute fluke. We weren't ready, this time we are. And the contention points of Cerberus have been incredible so far. Again, the hot hands in the way of Bren Esports. And what's the call now? Here, Dubstep, are you gonna go? Here comes Bren, going for the push, looking for a takedown on the A side. But Cerberus backs on away. Bladestorm now finding Loki. And it seems like Bren looking to push the envelope and tell Cerberus they're willing to play their game.
A little bit of hesitation from Loki there from completely falling back, and he's going to be paying the price for that. Daikalem is going to be having his Blade Storm. Kishi and the rest of the gang will be relegated to Sheriffs at this point in time. Not looking good for them as Spencer just takes down Kishi, makes short work of him. See if Akashi can get a pick here, but Borkum will be taking down Suka as well. It's going to be a 5v2, making that a 5v1. It's all down to Daikalem here and his Blade Storm.
Blades out, gets Dubstep, but that's no Penta, no ace with the Blades. Jesse Vash will deny Cerberus of any kind of highlight reel situation as Bren Esports have hit double digits and are up by 3. Just goes to show how they're able to make that take happen. When they get the space, they can work with it. And you mentioned it a while ago, some hesitations here from Cerberus. And really, there are a few rounds that, because of that hesitation, because of the missed first shot, it's cost them the round that they could have won. This could have been easily a scoreline that is more tied up, or even Cerberus in the lead if some of the initial reactions that they had were a bit more precise than what actually unfolded in reality. Because Cerberus, I mentioned it multiple times, they know what's up. They have such a good understanding of the game, and we see their reactions are on point. It's just when you don't hit the shot, all the intellect that you have for the game, unfortunately, does go to waste, and that's been the case for members of the Cerberus roster, except of course Kishi, who is absolutely on fire right now. And again, Bim ready with the run it back.
Yeah, the weight of the world on his shoulders, but is it going to be enough? Is his run it back going to have enough impact at this point in time? Bren seems to be running away with it, slowly but surely dictating the pace of the game. CES really need to step it up at this round. It's going to be a bit of a tipping point. If they lose this one, Bren could really pave the way onto match point quite easily if they lose this one. Dubstep going to be making an entry onto the side. He's going to be closing switch without a doubt. It is a pretty standard execute coming in from here. Seems like CES has the idea of going for a full retake Dex.
Yeah, they're prepared and they just want to make it a 5v5 as clean as possible. They've had enough of these skirmishes. But Jesse Vash, look at his position. If Kishi doesn't know that he's there, this is going to be so vital right now for the Bren offense. That Hunter's Fury is going to provide cover just in case for the spike. And keep an eye out on the backline if ever. Turtle does get broken there by Kishi as we have the lockdown now ticking on the way. Can Cerberus, though, actually get back on site? Yeah, that's no. That's a note, and this is a lot of time bought here by Bren Esports. You know, time is golden, time is priceless, and right now, Bren Esports is putting a price on Cerberus as they want to take the scoreline. Bren Esports right now do get a kill with one for Dispenser. Running back is denied as well. And while Cerberus is taking their sweet time, they are going to be able to get those takedowns with still holding the line in the boathouse. But, you know, it doesn't matter here because someone's waiting on the other side of the map. He's the only one who escapes really besides Loki, of course. His name is Jesse Vash. And if ever that was the case... Oh, the scuffle, though, with Loki winning that exit frag. But really, as soon as time was ticking, Vim, that was just Bren's to win with Vash all the way already with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, I mean, he had the Hunter's Fury. They were playing for time. At the very least, Wits was still alive, and they barely had any time to defuse, and Jesse Vash just trying to secure the win condition. And honestly, just watching Bren play right now compared to how they were in just the previous months, compared to how they were before Wits entered the roster, it seems like they're a lot harder to read, even from an observer perspective. Even their set plays or defaults aren't exactly one-dimensional as compared to a lot of teams that we're used to seeing. So this is pretty interesting to note for the side of Bren, as Daiklem will be taking out Dispenser. Wits with a quick 2K. Oh my gosh.
Jesse Vash volley incoming. Where does it land? That's the question. As the shock darts will fly on high to the rafters. Bren Esports buying themselves some space to set up on a site. But the things that have been working out for Cerberus, it's not panning out this time. They took the gamble to go for the 5v5 retake a while ago. Did not work. This time, though, they have the ultimates, and they're waiting at the wings and waiting at the exits. One takedown each for the Sova as well as the Jet. Borkum, though, still staying on, and Borkum, an absolute hero. He will get turned into mincemeat there by Suka. But in a 1v1 scenario, dubstep coming in from the Gardens. Beautiful Nano Swarm though. Just Suka understanding the potential angles Bren can come from. Halfway done, halfway left, and dubstep will not be left behind whatsoever. It's Bren now on map point. Cerberus again showing their intellect, showing that they have understandings of some of the dimensions of Bren play. But Bren, they're taking it to the next level. And put on your 3D glasses, guys, because there are layers and layers of Bren Esports right now, hammering on and fighting against Cerberus.
7-12 Bren Esports on match point, guys. This could very well be the last round of map number 1. Especially taking a look at the economy of Cerberus right here. They've had such a valiant effort throughout this entire game. They're relegated to Spectres and shotguns here. There's not much they can fight with at this point in time. However, Loki does have that Cosmic Divide at the very least. It seems like Bren's just going to try to overpower them, run them over here onto A side of Kishi. Look at that!
Bulky surprise, but Jesse Bash at least catching out Kishi as soon as the smoke dissipates. Bren Esports not pushing, understanding when the smoke was going to go away, but still Cerberus just trying to go for a last hurrah there with the Phoenix. 4v4 at the very least. Dispenser is gone, so no irritating nanoswarms for the post-plant scenario if ever. While Trailblazer is hunting down Daiklem, the Cosmic Divide will dissipate, and Loki will get that kill. Wits now will fall. Daiklem on the board as well, and Cerberus tries setting up the stations and doing it well. It's 3v2, while Bren will consider the rotate right now and go over to B site. There's still a pinch coming here from Akashi, but Borkum, he is ready for that one. Does get the takedown. 2v2 here, Vim, as we move on over to the other side of the map.
You know, CES has turned this into a very winnable condition right here. Daiklem, though, is he going to win the scuffle against Jesse Bash? Yes, he does. Still, 125 HP against Borkum, down to 72 points. Borkum knows exactly where Daiklem is, but he does have that tailwind.
He's just like, I'm out.
Oh my!
Suka! Oh no, but okay,
So close.
Daiklem is there to clean it up. Again, yeah, for Cerberus. Right position, right timing, right plan. But at the very end, couldn't click the head. And at least, they still had the numbers advantage. That would have been so heartbreaking though for Cerberus if that's how they lost. Bren Esports, they are just looking so stellar with the shots so far. They have been so particular with their aim as well as their plans. And Cerberus has had to rally and had to have so much guts in them to just answer back. In the second half alone, Cerberus has only gotten 2 points on the defense. They want to make it more. They want to get the scoreline out and about. They want to try and tie things up to force overtime. But Wits has other plans as he gets rid of Akashi. Dubstep, though, did fall to the hand of Cerberus, and Cerberus is not done. Daiklem, this is going to be the wake-up call here from the Jet. Seems like he's ready to pop some heads and ready for action.
Bren seems to be very happy just taking these aim duels head on. But perhaps they can't be a little too overconfident coming into this one. They are on match point, but perhaps a slower pace or switching the gears here is the way to go. Borkum, though, is right in the crosshairs of Daiklem. Let's see if he can actually spot that one out. But Borkum, he's going to be rotating out, I think, or perhaps faking the rotation, rather.
And Bren Esports, they're rallying over to B main. Time to set up on that Bravo site. If ever Daiklem, though, in the meantime, ready with the blades, and he's found his footing in the last few rounds. If anyone can bail them out in this scenario, it might be him. Borkum, though, spotting out Suka, who has to drop on down. Nanoswarm for the stall, half a minute remaining. And Bren Esports on a bit of an exodus to go over to B site. Slow and steady is the pace, keeping it quiet, keeping it cool. And there we have it. Loki now with the takedown on the board. Daiklem on the board yet again. And Jesse Bash with a big gun, trying to make a big name for himself. And he's setting up on B side. All about the sprays, though. Looking for some cover here on the default as we get the hot hands on the left-hand side by the corner. But just Bash, he's trying to play the rally. Loki gonna get blinded just a little bit there by Kishi. Jesse Bash saves scenario. But with 30 HP and no time remaining in the bank, Cerberus will still be able to survive. No exits out here for Bren Esports as of yet. We're not done. Cerberus still in the way, preventing Bren from taking this map. And just, it's been stellar so far from Cerberus as they found the rally and the shots behind them.
Bren calling in a tactical timeout, Dex, just in time, because they are going to be going for an eco state coming into round 22 after this timeout. CES they're still in this. They're hanging on. They're not giving up. Got to respect the heart and mental fortitude of these professional players from Vietnam. Definitely proving to everybody why Vietnam can't be underestimated, why they're here at the C playoffs. And Daikalim, Kishi, and Loki, they all have their ultimates, with only Hunter's Fury for Jesse Vash coming into this round. So this scoreline could easily be a 10-12, inching ever so closer to that overtime scoreline.
And the problem for Cerberus hasn't really been their plans.
Yeah.
They've been so stellar in their positions. We've seen them figure out the locations of Bren Esports on both the attacking and the defending side. But again, it's just if you have the right plan, but you can't execute on the shot, that's where it all falls apart. And
True.
multiple times we've seen Bren Esports just figure out a way to outshoot the competition. Yes, their plans are complicated, and yes, their plans are sound here for Bren Esports, but more often than not, it's just making big openings with the pickoffs that they have gotten so far. And if Cerberus can keep stable with the form they've been proving for the past few rounds, and if everyone can get on the same mechanical page, there is still a big chance here for an overtime if this keeps up. But we are not done. Bren Esports, they know the range of a map like this. They have the Sheriffs, they have a single Frenzy of Borkum. Their wits will believe in the Hero Guardian here, Vim.
Can definitely make it work. Wits atop the scoreboard right now, definitely catching up to Kishi in terms of those frags. He's been a stalwart for the Bren Esports roster in this game and in many other games in the past. See if he can make something out of this. Jesse Vat trying to go for that quick wall bang. Perhaps just might get lucky on catching someone there, but no. Oh,
Bren here. Ooh,
Orb.
go for the orb. He wants it. It's a Blade Storm ready here for Bren Esports. And in an eco state like this, the Blade Storm and the Hunter's Fury are going to be huge ultimates that can tip the scales in their favor if ever they get that pick off. But now, it's another journey. Feels like we are migrating from one side to the other bit because Bren, as a whole, stick together team.
30 seconds
The
left.
buddy system. And I guess Jesse Bash is a chaperone in behind. But as I say that, Loki right now with the kill off the Borka, but the buddy system works as Dubstep does get the refrag. It's 4v4 right now, and onside we go. Kishi hiding behind the double boxes so far. And can he get more? There we go. Dubstep goes down. Dispenser will fall as well. Partners in crime do die one after the other. And Daikalim with the catch on the Wits after Wits
10
catches out
seconds
Kishi in response. And now Vash all alone to fend for himself. He's not out of the woods as of yet. He gets one there versus Akashi. Good pick off with the Sheriff. But that's not enough. Cerberus, they play patiently yet again. And again, Vim, the angles that they take, the places that they hold have been the stations and the toll gates that Bren Esports have not been able to clear out as Cerberus defends well one more time.
it's just time and time again, you wonder, like, wow, he was actually staying in that corner, or like, wow, he was actually watching that angle. It's just from a player's point of view, when you obviously don't have the same POV that we do, it's just so unexpected and sometimes unconventional for the side of CES. And it works even against players like Bren. So very well played for CES right here. If they keep it up, perhaps we might actually go into overtime here, but a lot rests into this round. Of course, Bren goes for the full buys as well. And as of right now, they actually seem to be defaulting. And I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeves.
Might as well go back to the fundamentals, but thing is for Bren Esports, after the lose streak they've had so far, they should have money for this round and the next, if ever there will be a case. But we've also seen for Bren Esports that they have fallen in a little bit of an overtime situation before in the group stage. Yes, it was a perfect record, but how many times did they have to go against CBT in the very first match? And for Bren right now, they need to win. That's just it. It's a very simple statement, but they really just need to stop this game from happening. They need to stop this game from continuing, and they have to finish off their opponent already, or else Cerberus will get back on their feet, go for even more and more of these rounds, and we will get an overtime situation. But unfortunately for Cerberus, their shining light in this darkness, Kishi, has already been busted by Bren. Not only that, lockdown plays go with some nano swarms, and Cerberus, they will have to respect this lockdown setup here from Dispenser.
Cosmic Divide is going to be going down. However, for the side of CES, at least going to try to delay the push. Dubstep is down to 50% HP. Akashi on the overlook here. He does go down in the hands of Wits. Again, Wits, such a stalwart in this entire game. Suka gets a kill onto Jesse Bash, but then it's just a scuffle, a complete scuffle over here onto the A side.
Oh, and Bren Bren Esports, the black and yellow will glisten gold for this game. We said it already. They needed to finish off the opposition, and this time they will make Cerberus heal. 13-10. It was dicey. A fight from the Vietnam squadron, but Bren Esports will finalize the matchup with a round at the very end of that. 13-10 victory. Man, oh man. Cerberus, though, the rally, the defense, the setup, and just the positions were incredible. Eventually, though, Bren again just, okay, let's just outshoot them and let's win this game.
I mean, the interesting thing about that match, Dax, there was really no point in time wherein we felt Bren was so in control that they were running away with it. I mean, sure, they actually got a match point first, but it was just such a close game to the end. I think it's a testament to how well CES and Bren played out that match. It was a bit of a tug of war between the two teams, and it was a toss-up pretty much the entire time. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Dax, Ascent is the map pick of Cerberus here. So it is pretty telling that they did lose on their own map pick, and the next map is going to be Haven, which is arguably Bren's strongest map, even taking a look at the statistics in terms of win rate percentage. But again, Kishi here with 28 kills, almost getting that 30, bro. But Wits with 24 as well.
Yeah, big efforts there from Kishi, and it wasn't even the whole composition of Cerberus that was a problem in the first place. We mentioned it, right? Who will be able to carry their weight for the team? We say that the Sky team-oriented set things up, and Wits there with 24 looking absolutely incredible. But on the flip side, the one-man army named Kishi, his whole kit is for making himself look good and feel good, and multiple times he was able to just bail Cerberus out of a tough situation. But the stats don't lie, and some of the lower KDs there for Cerberus, it's a bit telling of what happened there. While Cerberus had the right plans and had the right positions, and they couldn't hit the shots, you can't do that against a roster like Bren Esports. These guys are so gifted mechanically and tactically. If you give them a small opening, they will take it and they will destroy you with it in the first place. We saw it on the punishments of Bren Esports when they would find Cerberus at least either napping or missing the initial shot. And when that retake happened, when Cerberus decided to say, hey, let's try to play a 5v5 retake, it was a no-go. And Bren proving how strong they've become here in SEA. But guys and gals, we are not done with this series. It's a best of 3, and the work of Bren Esports is still cut out in front of them. Will Cerberus Esports fight on back and guard the path to the semifinals, or will Bren unlock this gate and get to the promised land? We'll find out as we go on to break. You're still watching the BAAM Challengers SEA Playoffs.
And there we go. We're back, guys. And before we do get started, coming back from that break, I just wanted to ask Dax and Viminal here. Guys, you guys want to know the best thing in my life is?
What is that?
It's the first 2 words of that first sentence.
I'm kind of loading like right now. My
this
brain
mean?
is trying to
You guys.
process. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that thought.
All right. So anyways,
can we
we're
go
back.
on break again real quick?
I think-
just
I think-
1 minute, Prod. 1 minute, please.
Guys,
You know-
all right. It's done. Let's
Okay.
continue with the discussion. All right. When all of that dilly-dallying has concluded, we just witnessed as Viminal mentioned it before you guys went on a break, a very back and forth kerfuffle between Cerberus as well as Bren, where Bren, it seems like they were struggling a bit on their defending side. Cerberus had a lot of options. They were countering the anti-lurks as well as the rotations. But Bren, as we hit the second half, even though, it was still a back and forth, Kishi was a god anchor on that Phoenix. I gotta say, there were a lot of times where I think Cerberus just played very passively and went and waited for Bren to take the sides. But the problem with that is they kind of baited themselves into long rotations because they were stacking 3 people on a site and never really understood where I think Bren was positioned. And now, as the settles, as we end on Ascent, Haven is the next to go. And arguably, this is the Bren map. So it's looking dangerous for Cerberus.
Yeah, and I think to build on your point there, Asarai, you mentioned the passive play. There's a form of that can work for Cerberus. It's the active passive play. I know it's ironic. I know it's opposites. But if Cerberus find the right stations in the right positions that can catch out Bren unaware, that's where they really succeed in many times of those maps. But when they just let Bren do whatever the hell they wanted, that's a big problem. Because when Bren Esports gets their foot on the door and just stomps on whatever kind of setup they want in the first place, then they're good to go. And we saw that multiple times when Cerberus would just let Bren Esports do the thing they wanted to do, they would fall flat on their face compared to the rounds they actually contested the angles that Bren was caught unaware, right, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely right. In my perspective, it's just a matter of sort of outreading the opponent and trying to be the most unpredictable on the battlefield at that point in time. And it's just a matter of fundamentals as well and how you position your crossfires and the anti-lurks. It just works so well for Bren Esports right there.
It's rather scary to kind of think about that. When we were on the defending side, I was just looking at Dubstep, who was equipped with an operator, and my oh my, was he doing the super aggressive close range fights, and he was hitting a lot of those shots. I think that shook Cerberus a tad bit here, a teeny tiny bit. Anyways, we're going to be passing it on to our casters to give you all that action to, just lock it all in. Let's see if Bren is going to be the one to take the series and move forward in the tournament, or will Cerberus have and give us a game number 3? So let's get to it.
Yeah, here we go, guys. It's time for Haven. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Bren Esports versus Cerberus Esports. Dax here with Bimbidal. Gotta say, though, for Cerberus, the plans are set, the playbook is sound, so many pages as well in their reports here and now. Unfortunately, if they can't hit the shots from the get-go, Bren Esports is a team that will pounce on that and punish that immediately. We'll see right now, after they got a taste of Bren there on the first map. Will they be able to find the recipe of success this time coming into Haven? But the odds, the stats, they're going to be a bit stacked against them here, Viminal, as we go into Bren home turf. Haven is where they shine. Haven is when those guiding lights come into play yet again from Bren Esports. And if you enjoyed the double initiator style that we saw from Bren a while ago, wouldn't be too surprising to see it yet again here on a map like this, Vim.
As you know, Dax, Haven, again, arguably one of the strongest maps for Bren Esports. I do believe it is their second strongest map, according to their raw win rate percentage right now. Over the course of over 40 games, over 40 matches here, 77%. What a staggering number that is. But stats are just stats. Can Bren bring the magic here? Can they replicate their success from their run at the group stage, Dax? Against Cerberus. I mean, it was sort of too close for comfort coming in from that first game.
Yeah, just again, the problems that they had in the group stage, not finishing up these games as quickly as they should, as well as giving a chance, allowing the opposition to run rampant and really find their formations at the latter half of the end times of a game. And it's really just the efforts of the team in question that they're fighting against. We saw it against CBT in the group stage. We saw it from Cerberus right now in that last map. Always gritty, always fighting, and refusing to lose against Bren Esports. And I feel like that's where Bren Esports kind of falls short in the scheme of things. We know that this roster has gotten so good, has become the best form that they had so far. But at the same time, if they can't keep that up completely, if they get 95% of the job done, but have a bit of those struggles in the 5%, that really gives a chance for anyone else to take the win away from them as we get the comps here.
Taking a look at the agent compositions here, Dax, it seems like Cerberus will be going for Phoenix for the side of Kishi, Kashi again on the Sova, Daikalem again on the Jet, Loki on his Astra, and Suka. Pretty much the same lineup coming in from the previous game here. As for Bren, they are going for a double initiator. Yet again, dubstep on the Jet. Borkum this time on the Omen, however. Sivash, of course, very, very comfortable on that Sova. Now, again, this is more of a question, Dax. Is this going to be a bit of an initiator difference? Because you have Wits on that Sky, a bit of a hybrid duelist playstyle. Because again, Sky is an agent that can flash for himself and for his teammates. And this is because of basically that slight buff to the animation of that flash. You can bring out the gun very quickly, so that allows you to flash for yourself. And that's why Sky is just such a potent agent right now, aside from Sky's kit.
Yep. And don't forget about the regenerating guiding light that you can get after using the first one. It's also a big one. But I feel like it's the same question with the same answer, Bim. Which of these two agents will get more value? Because Kishi as well as Wit's gonna be that head-to-head yet again in a way. Team play versus individual play, and Bren right now gonna be able to get two so far. Cerberus still fighting on back behind the boxes. Kishi there yet again getting the takedown, and this is gonna be a big start here for Cerberus. Asuka will find his form, find his aim, and get the 3K here for Cerberus. We said it a while ago, a few issues on the aim department here for Cerberus Esports, and they just need to get back on their footing. Know how secure they can be with those headshots and find the right positions one more time. But to answer your question, Bim, I feel like it's a rehash right now of the Ascent. It's gonna be the same question on a different map. Which agent will get more value? Which of these two teams can punish one another? And if you're looking for a little bit of deja vu, I wouldn't be surprised to see it here compared from map number 1 to map number 2. But the question now is, can Cerberus learn enough from their mistakes last time to change the fate of their team? Seems like that's the case so far with Daikalem getting 3. The lobby filled by the corpses of Bren Esports, and Cerberus howling into the night, or howling in the afternoon here with a 2-0 lead.
You know what, Dax? I blinked once, round 1, done and dusted, right off the bat. I blinked another time, round 2, done and dusted. Just like that. And it's just Daikalem with a stellar effort, really bringing the fight into Bren Esports. And again, Haven is just such a fun map to play, because when you have the upper hand in terms of economy, when you have the upper hand in terms of ultimate economy and firepower, it's just so easy to push on those long lanes, try to take a forward aggressive position right here. But as we all know, Bren often goes for the third round turnaround. Let's see if this holds true in this one.
A bit of a tendency to lose that pistol, but get back on the recovery. Cerberus, though, that was a lot more secure compared to their last outing on Ascent. And it does feel like right now that with Cerberus finding more names, getting those takedowns, it's going to be a good effort for them as a whole, and a good sign for the team to truly be ready for this battle. I do commend Kishi's multiple takedowns on the Phoenix a while ago on Ascent, especially with many running backs that he was able to play because of it. But at the same time, if Cerberus can scatter around those kills, give more confidence to the rest of the roster, and play the same way with the same kind of notions as Ascent, I think it's going to be a lot more successful here for Cerberus Esports. If you have the likes of Suka, the likes of Akashi popping off and finding the takedowns, Daikalem getting a better start overall, then they're going to be able to have many more guns that they can rely on, and that can help them steal this map away from Bren. But Bren, of course, they're going to go for that 8, secure with the guns, secure with the sights. Jesse Bash though going for the plant. He will get tagged quite a bit by the shock dart, but not fully. And here we have it. Recon dart flung into the air will land later on.
Actually trying to count in my head how long it takes for it to land when it's flung into the air like that. I think it's just going to land the nick of time here, but Borkum out with a paranoia. Just get taken down by Daikalem underneath heaven.
Bash though finding takedown Daikalem right now, gonna get the refrag. It's gonna be 4v3 there as Kishi throws out the curveball and is looking for anyone to take down, but Jesse Bash with a punish instead, and Jesse Bash is not done. It's 3 here for Bash, but it's on the board as well, and Dispenser tried to play into the sewer, but it's now 1v1. Phantom in hand here for Loki as time is ticking. Is there even any time now for Cerberus? There we have the defuse with Stowe calling the action, and while sure Loki will get that takedown, Bren Esports buying enough time for themselves to win that round. A costly win for Bren Esports. Cerberus making the effort happen. And this is going to be a good sign for Cerberus still. A point on Bren, yes. But Cerberus now ready to go with guns a-blazing.
Absolutely right. I mean, Bren at this point in time, you know, it's a very awkward position to be in. When you win that third round turnaround, but you lose all your guns in the process, you feel like you still lost the round economically. So you have a choice of going with half armors, forcing those rifles, and some of you have half armors and specters, and then sometimes you just go on a full save actually. But it seems like Wits can grab an orb here. He can make something happen for the side of Bren Esports, that they are going to be committing to that buy. Jesse Bash also has that Hunter's Fury, so I do understand the logic behind this decision. And there we go, Hunter's Fury on Jesse Bash. We know the Jesse Bash guarantee, but Dubstep's going to be taking down Loki as well. It starts.
And there we have it, Dubstep Bash stepping onto that seaside basically with themselves and Hunter's Fury respectively. But Suka, he is not going to get caught out unaware this time. He knows the mistakes he's made in that Ascent map, and this time he's looking for retribution, and he's going for a show with that firing range. 3 kills already here for Suka so far. Lockdown is a goal as well. It's been incredible so far here for Cerberus. It does seem like the whole team right now is stepping up to the plate and playing the best game that they can do so far in the first 3 rounds. And can they get more now? Now the lockdown gets nothing, but at the same time, Bren doubling back and going back to C sites. A little bit of the fake play on the rotation, but Cerberus, they're no fools. They understand what's going on. And Suka and Nakashi looking for a pinch. Spikes planted here, Vim. Can we actually make this one work? Oh no, though, the plans of Cerberus, they fall to the wayside after the Seekers. And now, with the scouting information, it's Bren Esports knowing exactly where Akashi is. It's 2v1 with the regrowth now going for the heals off the Jesse Bash with line of sight. Not only that, Recon Dart is there, counter Recon Darts. In response from Akashi, bounce, go onto the ground, and Jesse Bash will make sure Akashi will be on his knees and begging for mercy. 2-2, and yet again, Bren Esports with a smart play there at the very end.
Good swing from Jesse Bash right there, again with that very high altitude arrow. This was really a good entry from Dubstep and Jesse Bash, just making it happen. The Bash guarantee getting a pick onto Garage. But it seems like they failed to clear backside here. And that, you know, they paid the price for that. Suka got a 3K out of nowhere, just standing over there in backside.
And even though that was a lost round for Cerberus, that should give them a bit more confidence now in their aim that they can fight against Bren, despite the lack of utilities on their side, if ever. Guiding Light, though, does get confirmation, and Dubstep already with the blades. Can he actually go for more as he's hunting down members here of Cerberus and looking to pin them to the wall, looking for even more and more of those bounties up into play, but misses all the shots there versus Suka. The Killjoy just basically doing the Matrix there and getting away with his life. But as I say, Dubstep will deny him of a second chance. Dispenser on the board as well, and here comes Daikalem. There's the first takedown of Borkum. Spikes planted here. Daikalem, though, trying to get on site and look for another one, but Wits, he's just gonna be able to get precise with the shots yet again. Bren Esports now up by 1, taking the lead away from Cerberus.
There we go. 3 consecutive rounds for Bren Esports just like that. CES, they need to fight back this early. At this point in time, they got to stop the bleeding, because Bren, when they start to dictate the pace, they tend to not drop the ball. They just maintain and sustain their momentum. They adjust on the fly very, very quickly to try and keep their opponents guessing. CES need to understand this and make the necessary adjustments right now.
for Cerberus. We've seen them figure out how to adjust. We've seen them figure out which part of the Bren playstyle is shining in the first place. But for now, Bren Esports able to outsmart the competition, especially in that last round, and find the plays yet again in them. It has been the story though for the past 3 rounds, or well, for the past 2 rounds. The first round of their win, kind of dicey, let's be real. Cerberus doing an incredible job of wiping out everyone on the Bren roster, but just couldn't get the defuse on the spike. But next 2, very convincing here for Bren Esports. And we tout how Bren has improved so far, and they're proving it here in the SEA scene. Kishido and Nakashi on the board, and Cerberus proving that they will not back down from a fight. Wits in the meantime finding Nakashi in response, and it's 4v3 here. Kishido quite low, running back now, has been shut down as Wits will force Kishi back to the connector there. But Jesse Bash doesn't care about the blinds. He's gonna take down the Phoenix, and Suka and Daiklem, they will get their names on the board as well. Borkum though, he's gotten 1. V1 here, and this is Borkum time. 2 HP and a Dream. TikTok on the clock, and just 1 more shot to rule them all, and 1 shot to bind them. Truly, this is the gongs ringing for Borkum as Bren Esports will find the clutch in them yet again.
You knew this was coming, Dax. Guys, it's just Borkum time yet again in round number 6. We're heading into round number 7. Bren up by 4 consecutive rounds. That was a nasty clutch for Borkum. As we take a look at this replay right here, you can see his positioning, playing around that default box really, really well, isolating those angles, turning that 3v1 into multiple 1v1 scenarios. That is the only win condition that Borkum had, and CES perhaps failed to exploit on that fact.
Just finding the single duels, basically. Borkum in the right position at the right time. Kishi, though, letting that sheriff ring. It does get the ding there onto Dispenser to shut down at least the killjoy from this equation. That's a big pickup because that could have been a lockdown play for Bren Esports if ever. But here we have it. Dubstep now, confident that he is. Takes down Suka, but Loki now with the refrag. Jesse Bash on the board. Borkum holding the back line. And with Daiklem caught out, it's only 1 angle of attack here from the side of Cerberus on their defense. It's Akashi now all alone. By the garage though. He does have the Hunter's Fury while the Trailblazer is scouting. But this is looking very tough for Cerberus so far, and it's gonna get even tougher as Bren Esports will secure the round. This is now a problem for Cerberus, because if you are a fan of the Philippine scene, there is one thing that Bren Esports thrives on: clutch momentum. Borkum with the 1v3 clutch a while ago, turning the 3v1 to a 3 versus something that I have won, says the Omen. And now, with a 5-round streak for Bren Esports, when they are this hot, when they have this momentum, it is undeniable that they look nigh unstoppable until you actually put a stop to their efforts, because for the next few rounds, Bren Esports will look to be as strong as they can be. Go in, go ham, get the takedowns, take the sites, and that is just a fact of how strong their momentum really enables them to play. I feel like in terms of a team, Bren Esports do have a few caveats in terms of finishing off games and getting off the good start. But when the plus side is on them, once that scale tips in their favors, they are one of the best teams in SEA that can really run with that momentum. Can Nakashi though shut this down? Does get a tag onto Spencer, I believe. That's just it. That's all they get from that. And Bren Esports, they get the pick off.
And Jesse Vash off with the first blood onto Kishi. And again, Kishi's always been the guiding light for the side of CES. Without him on the board, it's just a lot more dire for the situation right now. Bren up by 5 consecutive rounds. Jesse Vash with the Hunter's Fury, and Dispenser with the lockdown in play. Meanwhile, Dubstep going for that aggressive operator on attack. He does get
30
one
seconds
onto
left.
Loki. Execution is nigh for Bren Esports onto
Last player
C-Site.
standing.
With Spencer though on the board now, all up to Akashi here. Can't even do anything against Bren. Not this time. And there you go. 5 becomes 6. With still all 5 members alive for Bren. This is where it gets even tougher now for Cerberus. We said all about the Bren momentum, and this is the perfect call here from Cerberus so far. Turn that grayscale on. We are gonna go into a timeout because Bren has not only gotten convincing round wins, they found the clutch in them, they have the guns now, and they will have money for a good part of this half. So this is the question, Cerberus. How will they manage this? How will they figure things out? And for you, Vim, What's the problem right now for Cerberus? Because it's just been Bren all day since the third round.
You know what? If I were CES, I would really try to hang back just a little bit. They've been getting shut down in terms of those aim duels. I mean, when you lose by 6 consecutive rounds, that means you're losing majority of the gunfights, especially in Haven, where it's so easy to punish those early aggressions on A and C long. Really, the answer to this, when you're down for the count, go for a full retake. You do have an Astra. Cosmic Divide is going to be in play. Hunter's Fury is going to be in play. And then you also have a Killjoy. Wait for those ultimates. Try to get the orbs at the very least. And go for a full retake. Honestly, that's the only way I see CES coming back at this point in time.
You know, it's ironic actually because CES have gotten more success out of their dry peaks this game from what we've seen so far. But at the same time, with removing the active proactivity that we saw a while ago on Ascent, the angles and nooks and crannies that they took Bren for a surprise with, then they're gonna lose out in the long run because those were the opportunities as Dubstep finds the opportunity there versus Cash to get that takedown. Those are the opportunities that gave Cerberus the man advantage on Ascent. And if it's just gonna be dry peak versus dry peak, Bren Esports has proven so far in this game that they're willing to go at it. If they just get the setup, they will go for the knockdowns. If they see the duel, they're happy to go for it. And here we go again. Kishi will just run on in just to die. Suka does find the Spencer there, the on by a long. But as the lockdown will corner the Killjoy, it's Borkum with the execution. All up to Daikalev right now alongside Loki. One on the front lines, one the back line, trying to make a sandwich here out of Bren Esports. But it feels like there's just too much filling on this side. And in the middle, it's Bren Esports watching, waiting, and securing the round. 7 now the score here for Bren. Cerberus again. They improve on one side of their game, but unfortunately, the other aspect that helped them out immensely in the last game, we're not seeing it now here.
Absolutely right. And possibly because, again, at this point in time, most of the Bren wrestlers just kind of feeling it. You can sort of see that they're a lot more warmed up than last game at the very least. But really, taking a look at the agent composition again for CES, maybe if they had a raise, you could outpeak or at least get to that angle first before Dubstep can peek it with his operator. But they don't. And maybe if you had a Reyna, you could flash out and make a play. Maybe if you had a Sky, you could flash out and make a play, but they don't. But you know what? Bren Esports is going to make a play onto A side here. Daikalem does get one onto Wit.
Lockdown though, bending them off here, Vim. And Borkum, he's stuck, but it's not the worst situation. He can shroud the step if ever that's the case. But Daikalem, look at the angle he's taking. This is going to be perfect. Dispenser though, in the meantime, gun out! Ah, the timing. The timing was just perfect there for Dispenser. As soon as he was ready for action, he went for the peak himself and caught Kishi for a surprise. Many players will just still hang on back, not on the side of Bren Esports. And really, we know that Cerberus Esports, they've such a smart team, incredible efforts to make it to the playoffs. But right now, it's getting out-muscled by Bren. And it's just a fact here that it's been 7 rounds in a row, and it hasn't stopped so far, Vim.
30 seconds
You know, you can
left.
tell from how CES is moving around the map that they're really kind of paralyzed at this point in time. When you're trying to guess or read where your opponent is going to pop out of, trying to guess if where they're rotating, you get a lot less confident in taking those aim duels. And right now, Bren is capitalizing on that fact.
And Cerberus, well, it's time to back on the way. He saved the guns for a rainy day. From 7-2, it becomes 8-2. And things get even more and more dicey here for Cerberus Esports. We mentioned how gritty they can be to go for a victory against a top team. And we saw it especially against Alter Ego, but there's also a bit of that negative side if you look back into that group stage. Against AE, the maps that they lost, unfortunately, weren't as competitive as they would like. I believe it was 13-6 on split before Cerberus won out in overtime to qualify for the playoffs. And when they do get out-muscled like this, it does seem like that's one of their weaknesses in terms of that raw firepower on their side. They're such a tactical team that can outsmart teams that try to go for the outplays, to go for the anti-strats, with having multiple varieties on their own. And you can see they have a lot of thrust within each other with how they play. But just these small little slip-ups that have been being shown here by Bren Esports, and the fact of the matter is, not everything that Cerberus unleashed last time, we're not seeing it here this time because Haven is still a different map, unfortunately. Things are just going in favor of Bren Esports again and again and again. And even though Cerberus wants to contend,
My God.
Bren Esports is just making them sit down and be humble. Daikalem couldn't make that Blade Storm work, unfortunately. Bren will be scouting on the round, but immediately one pick off like that changed the tempo of a game like this, especially if you're on the defending side of Haven. -1 player makes it even harder to scatter yourselves around these sites.
Low-key trying to keep an overlook over there onto C side. It seems like Bren's grouping up over here onto C long, preparing for yet another C execute here. Dubstep, he's on the operator, yes, but he can make an entry still with that Blade Storm. But seems like Wits will be the one making an entry here. Arrow onto backside, Loki pops out that gravity well.
Suka though holding the line yet again, and there we go. That backside has been his baby, and he's happy to stay there to get through. But Dubstep 4 come on the board, all about the Kashi now here by the garage. But Dubstep swoops on in like an eagle, looking for prey with a triple kill there with a Blade Storm. And this half is looking to be all Bren ever since they won their third round turnaround. It's 9-2 here, 12 kills for Dubstep and Borkum respectively, heading the class. But it has been a masterclass so far here from Bren Esports. Cerberus, they are taking notes, they are making ways for themselves, yes. But it just doesn't seem like it's enough here versus Bren so far.
It seems like they always get caught off guard when, as soon as Bren goes for the burst play. Bren's running down the clock trying to get early picks. And again, CES, I do understand them. You know, they're trying to make a play. They're trying to gain information on the map because they can't simply relinquish all map control, right? I think their retakes didn't really work. Their early plays didn't really work. So they're in a bit of a tough spot right now. But Bren, just knowing what to do every single time, trying to reading their opponent as Dubstep takes down Akashi right there.
I think it really just proves the improvement of Bren Esports as a whole. But Loki at least chiming on in, getting that takedown onto one of Bren's side, and Borkum is the one that falls. Daikalem though, perfect opportunity. Using the alarm as distraction, catching out the Spencer, and those are the scenarios where we love how Cerberus plays. Just active proactivity, just active on the passivity rather, and just holding those defensive angles in such a good motion, in such good timing. And Daikalem, he's showing how good he can be with the 3K. It's all up to Dubstep right now, but Loki will shut him down. A little bit of mischief perhaps here for Cerberus, and at the very least, they will salvage that last round. But Bim, is it little too late? We saw the smart plays there from Cerberus. We saw how effective they could be with a single distraction or with a single angle that Bren Esports is not watching out for. But unfortunately, the reality here, Bim, is the damage has been done. And while this was an impressive round for Cerberus, it's still 9-3. And Cerberus is going to need this pistol round badly if they want to contend in this map.
Yeah, you know what? Arguably, if they win the first round, perhaps, you know, it's still very much within realm possibility for them to tie up the scoreline. Again, we don't know how the dynamic is going to be working out as CES assumes the attacking side of the map. But if they lose this pistol round, Dex, I do agree with you. This is going to be, I think, a long shot for CES if they do lose that first round.
Yeah, Cerberus, they have so much tricks under their sleeve, and unfortunately, Bren Esports isn't even letting them put on the magic show at all with how they've been playing so far. Yes, there have been times for the PH Squadron running down the clock, but then suddenly bursting into the seams and catching out Cerberus for more or less of a surprise. And while the Vietnamese Squadron has been fighting on back and has been as gritty as they could be, the results speak for themselves, and the ding there from Dubstep speaks volumes of how this game is going for Cerberus. Bren Esports off to a good start there with a Sheriff pickup from afar. This time, though, Akashi answers back with the free classic, and there's nothing can beat than free. And right now, Kishi gonna be beating Borkum there. Can Cerberus get more, though? That's gonna be the question. Akashi gonna get on the board, the Spec still fighting on back, but Cerberus, they knew their lives were on the line for the pistol round, and they will achieve the victory that they desperately needed. It's 9-4. We're not done. This is Cerberus with gun advantage coming into the second round of the second half.
You know, I don't want to jinx it, but perhaps we're just at the tip of the iceberg here for map number 2 in Haven. CES taking the most important round so far in this game for them. If they want to mount a comeback, they definitely got to start it with that first round. Obviously, Daikalem, he's going to go all in with his marbles here. He's going to go for a Vandal. If he loses that, though, that's going to be disastrous for the side of CES. So again, better be careful. Kishi, though, onto the first blood with Wits, as the rest of them try to make their way onto A-Long. Jesse Bash is going to be caught unaware as well.
Yeah, this is a good start. Not only did they get 2 pickoffs on A side, they also put Dubstep so low in the middle already. And now he is so very dead as Kishi is rampaging and ready with the run it back. Here we go again. The steps to success here for Cerberus. They're coming to passive. Not only do they have the Phoenix ultimate ready to go, it's Kishi right now getting the takedowns that they need. Daikalem watching out for any kind of potential exit frags, if ever, any kind of flank. But Dispenser will just wait instead. Close range with the Frenzy. Good start, though, for Cerberus, and we were talking about it again, and it's the same answer, Viv. You asked about the Sky versus Phoenix, the Initiator extra on the side of Bren versus the extra Duelist on the side of Cerberus, and Cerberus proves that they know what to do with this Phoenix. They know that Kishi is someone you can rely on, and he has the run back yet again to prove it, and as Loki will make it flawless here for Cerberus, losing no one, it's still a fight. It's still a tussle, and it proves that Cerberus never gives up whatsoever in the SCA Challengers.
Yes, Kishi's down to 69 HP there on the board. Just proceeds to feed on his prey the rest of the Bren Esports squadron. And during those eco frags, during those eco rounds for Bren, CS can really thrive in that. Kishi can have his run it back and basically farm that round, right? So now, in this buy round for Bren, he's going to have that run it back. That brings their win percentage really much higher than it should be against Bren, who has a firepower advantage here.
And if they play the right angles, especially with the Phoenix, it'll be so paramount to their success. I think an A or a B take will work out very well here for Cerberus so far. And as I say that, it seems like they are going to go for that B side, if ever. If they do want to go to C, they can transition if need be. But here we go, Guiding Light going to be into play. And Witch trying to prepare on the right-hand side. And the lineup is perfect here for Witch. He has gotten 3 so far. And everything that Cerberus has planned has gone to the wayside as Witch steps in front of the door and greets Cerberus with a resounding 4K. Witch there! Never ending, never stopping, always someone you can rely on here for Bren Esports, and they shut down the sound plans of Cerberus Esports.
Let's take a look at this replay. Again, it's just them sort of rushing in blindly through the smoke, which is a bit of a curious play right here. Loki goes down in the end as Wit secures the victory. Now, Kishi is their lone flasher here. Granted, Loki can make it a much easier job by utilizing those gravity wells, smoking out those entrances, and then concussing as well. But really, there's not a lot of explosive burst potential, other than flash from the Phoenix and dash in from the jet. But if you can't do that, then it's going to be pretty tough.
And I feel like sometimes teams do funnel on in too frequently. We already knew that was the dark cover from Borkum. He's the only Omen in the roster, and Cerberus might have been able to play at least someone on the most right side of that smoke to play a little further away from the easy lineup of Wits and at least make it a contention point if ever. But unfortunately, it was just, of course, Wits there looking prepared, and Dispenser saw Kishi, and now he's there, he's dead. That intel was enough for Dispenser to get that takedown. Daikalem though with a refrag, making it 4v4, and here comes Cerberus looking to set up on C side, but Bren Esports is still waiting it out. The Seekers hounded Loki, and now it's going to be Wits confirming that kill. Really a chain of takedowns for Wits exemplifies and just amplifies what he brings to the table here for Bren Esports. Now that Bren knows that Cerberus is in that location, it's an easy shot and an easy takedown. And here we go yet again. Dubstep, so precise, so secure with a wallbang headshot. It's all up to Akashi and Daikalem now, but it's unfortunately headless chickens here for Cerberus. They're running around the map. They don't know where to exactly go. B might look to be a safe location. C is a possibility as well. But it all lies to Daikalem making this lurk play happen. It does not. Wits is there to get that takedown. And the Guiding Light is just perfectly timed. If every single step of this round has been on a meter, it does feel like it's been going in the Bren Esports favor here, Ben.
I don't think Akashi's even going for the spike plant here. Wits finishes him off. It's just I can't blame CES for looking like headless chickens right there, because it's just so hard to predict where Brennan's going to be popping out, and they're sort of patrolling the map on the prowl here. you know, after Dispenser got that kill, it's just Wits holding down C side, then Dubstep out of nowhere holds down A side as well, and then Wits is just on the guard over there onto B side. It's just so unexpected. CES was trying to be really clever in that round, and that was a really good effort. But in the end, Bren sort of read them as well.
Perennial #1 team of the Philippines. And they're finally making a valid case for themselves to be the #1 in SCA. Their improvement has been stellar in Borkum right now with a 6-shot onto Loki. But Bren Esports, you cannot deny their journey so far. How they added on Wits, how they have improved in the SCA scene, slaying down some rivals in the community scene, just making it yet again a 3-4-3 being an SCA rep. Never count out the opposition here in the SCA playoffs as Cerberus will fight on back with the Sheriffs. Not only that, Kishi now able to pick up a Phantom, and since he has the run back, he can actually use that later on for this round. Spike though has been planted down yet. It's a chance, a hope, a prayer here for Cerberus, but Bren looking to just go for that push on the B side, but Jesse Bash and Borkum do deck denied. The one-taps are real here from Cerberus. It's all up to Dab set right now. He gets the first kill onto Kishi. Can he go for more? Dashing on in into the smoke. But a thrifty victory here from Cerberus is going to send ripples onto the economy of Bren Esports right now. We're not done. It looked to be decisive for Bren Esports, but it does seem like Cerberus will always fight. They will never give up on their duty to deny Bren Esports a chance to the semifinals, and they will try to fight Bren until the bitter end.
Seems like we're far from done here, Dax, as that thrifty round, you know, tends to swing the momentum in favor of the team who gets the thrifty. But Bren's going to be answering back here. Dubstep does have that Bladestorm. Dispenser does have that lockdown. They still have full buys here. They're going to be on the defense. They could either go for that highly aggressive play really early on, or maybe go for a retake. But then again, at this point in time, when you have the enemy in your control, there's no reason to go for a full retake. You can definitely maximize control of the map. And once you've actually read them, and the fact that CES isn't really being unpredictable right now, they're going to be funneling in through Garage as Dispenser takes down Suka.
Platform power position yet again in the Jesse Bash guarantee, and now you get it twice because it's going to be nice here for Jesse Bash. 2K4 and Borkom on the board, and Dispenser will be there to wrap that one up neatly. A 5-course meal for Bren Esports, and they are just hungry for some dessert right now. And this is gonna be the next course on the menu here, Mr. Viminal, because it's match point now for Bren Esports.
Again, just what a short-lived breath of life for CES. Quite unfortunate for that one. It's just, again, they just funneled in through Garage, and they were dismantled by Bren Esports one by one. It seems like Bren, this time around, they will be taking full control of A-Long. This is going to be a cross-map play as they go for that flank and try to shoehorn CES onto the middle of the map.
Yeah, Cerberus are going to try at the very least to go into the middle, but can they actually keep hold of it if that spike gets put down on B side? Thing is, though, might be a bit of bait switch here from Cerberus, going for a last hurrah, going for another incredible play in their playbook. Then again, fantasy and fury does not mean reality, but Kishi, he realizes that Bren is coming from A sites, and he gets one there onto Jesse Bash, but Borkum with the refrag. We're not done, it's 4v4. Dispenser, though, he might get caught here by Daikilim. And there we have the peek from Dispenser. Cashing out with a refrag, shutting down the turret. Phantom is picked up. It's 3v3 now. And Bren Esports, well, can they actually make this hold work? Paranoia gonna get thrown on over. Shock Dart is the response. And the Kashi will get that takedown. Widso on the board yet again. And the lockdown now taking on away. Cerberus buying space for themselves. As Bren will have to respect that. A little bit of time here for both of these squads to change the pace of the game.
You know, that lockdown is going to be in place. 0 players detained, but Wits is going to be going out with those Seekers.
Oh,
now they're going to attempt the retake.
Akashi at the back of the site, and there we have it. It's a big blind already, putting a stunning presence onto Akashi there. Hunter's Fury, though, is the call, forcing Bren to respect that and back on the way. Dubstep now with a push on forward and get the audacity off this path to go for the push. And the aggression from Bren Esports have had shown their fangs bared. And Bren, they have slayed the Guardians of the semifinals. Perhaps time is ticking, but this should be enough. Close, but no cigar, Cerberus Esports, as Bren will tube to be so lethal with a 2-0 victory.
That, my friends, is the Bren Esports experience that we've known and loved for quite some time in the Philippine scene. That is why they have been a household name for quite some time already in the Philippine region. And without a doubt, they have brought out the best of what the Philippine Valorant scene has to offer. But time will tell as they move further down the bracket. Are they going to be able to replicate the success that they've shown right here and now? A valiant effort from Cerberus. Then they're going to be going to the lower bracket to continue to fight on another day, Dex.
Yeah, what a series there, proving the improvements of both teams. But Bren Esports, they're gearing up for that top spot of SEA, and it does seem like the Vietnamese squadron on the other side was just powerless to stop them. But welcome back to Asarai. And before you get started, Asarai, I do want to commend you. Apparently, we are not the true fans, my friend. You are 2-0 from Bren Esports.
My predictions, man.
I'm a little bit in shock,
I mean,
on how convincing that was. I'd never count out, of course, Bren Esports. Never do. But it's usually 2-1, 3-1.
Yeah.
Not this time. And yeah, I think guys, it really speaks volumes of how much Bren has improved from stage 2 to stage 3.
Yeah, again, Bren has always been that team that we kind of comment as the team that really, what's the word here, is very slow to start. But it seems like they're getting to gear up those motors faster and faster as we get deeper and deeper in this tournament. And if you're a Filipino fan, the last bastion of hope for us is looking at least pretty good with that 2-0, still undefeated in the entirety of their run here in the C Challengers. So we're just going to look quickly into the statistics here, gentlemen. Again, on the Haven map, Dubstep was just phenomenal. He was hitting everything, and he was almost about to clutch a lot of those rounds that we saw. It seems like Bren, at the start of that half, they just punish, as you mentioned, the map control that Cerberus was trying to do every single time. But I think Haven is just a map that does not allow that if you don't double down or triple down into that map control.
Yeah, and when Bren finds the isolation plays, they are just so lethal. Interesting enough, though, we didn't get many of the flashy Bren clutches, I gotta say. Small things from Dubstep overall. He tries to go for the flashy Cloudburst, Blade Storm, make a play, and he gets shut down by Cerberus, all things considered. I think the only time I saw the big Bren clutch was from Borkum in that 3v1 situation on that A side, and Wits, I guess, on B side, holding things together and getting the quad. But despite that, it wasn't the most spectacular show from Bren, but they got the job done, and it speaks volumes that they don't need to play that way to win out series like this. Cerberus, on the flip side, they did show improvement in the gunfights, especially on Haven, but unfortunately, they couldn't make the things that worked on the set work now coming into this second map. Bren just had a lot better of that map knowledge, and the shutdowns on the angles. Yes, Cerberus picked it up, especially with Daikalem. They're top fragging for the roster, but I really feel like for Cerberus right now, they just need to figure out the way to outpower the competition. Cerberus, such a smart roster. I gotta say that. And it's funny enough because the last roster that we saw also get knocked down to lower bracket, Full Sense, they're also a smart roster. So far, guys and gals, in the upper bracket of the SC Challengers, Braun beats Brain, and it's been such a mechanical showcase from the likes of Big BAAM and Bren, but never count out the strategies that they have employed so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll agree with me here, Azaray Dax. It's just that, again, Brain has that brawn. But arguably, they have the brain as well. And when you mesh that two together, it's just each of them can play so autonomously around the map. And basically, the name of their game right now is map control. It's no longer the old Valorant that we're used to seeing here in the Philippines, that, you know, it's a very one-dimensional kind of play. You know, you rush onto a site, shoot everybody, and that's it. But, you know, it's just... the name of the game right now is map control, and they're playing so fluidly across the whole map and so autonomously as well. I think this is the evolution of Bren that we're seeing right now.
So basically, the TLDR of it is Braden Braun equals Bren is BB. And if you guys are not Filipino, that just means Bren is baby. It's a thing. Anyways, we are going to be going straight into our interview here, and we have Dubstep waiting on the other side of the line. Wow, your hair. Dang, I love it.
Hello guys, what's up?
All right. So first and foremost, again, Dubstep, congratulations. You guys are still undefeated and are moving into the upper semifinals in this tournament. You're going to be up against another Vietnam team in the form of Big BAAM. So I guess I'll start our line of questioning here. You guys have an amazing Haven map. And moving forward, you just have that fluid motion in this. Do you think teams have to respect this map of yours this Haven map of yours in general and just ban it straight up, or just respect your whole team when you play?
I think the case on our Haven is it always depends on who we're playing with, because there are a lot of teams that beat us on Haven. That's why when I said what I said to you guys before, right? Like when we play in the Philippines, it feels so different, but when we play on Southeast Asia, it feels more comfortable for us. So I think it really depends on who are we against with.
Bust ups. My question is, I'm gonna give you a stat real quick. You guys haven't lost a map yet, and from what we know from Bren Esports, we take the L's, we give you the one, and then we take the series. What gives it really just that you thrive under this spotlight right now in SCA? Is there extra motivation for you guys to try and perfect your run as much as possible here in SCA Challengers?
I think the Berlin slot itself is the main motivation for everyone. Like this is like a one-time thing in once a year, right? So why not give it your all while you're at it?
That's what I want to hear. How about you, Bim?
It's just absolutely incredible. The past few days, Dubstep, the support from your fans, support from the community, fellow players as well. It's just absolutely tremendous. I just want to know what's going on through your head right now when you're clutching out those rounds and sort of, bearing the flag of the Philippines.
It's an honor to play as a Philippine representative, and I'm really happy that everyone is supporting me. Actually, this is the first time that the amount of people supporting me is this much. So I feel like a little pressure, but that pressure can be converted into something better. That's why I do these things. I get lucky most of the times, and I'm happy that they're supporting me and I'm showing them what they want to see.
Absolutely.
That is perfect. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Vim, but yeah, again, congratulations to you, Dubstep, and the rest of Bren. So we're gonna wrap up this interview. Again, thank you so much, and we're just gonna say goodbye to Dubstep for now. Thank you so much again, Dubstep, and what an incredible matchup here for Bren, guys. That 2-0 really does goes to show how much Bren have, as we mentioned here in the panel, have grown. But there still is a chance for you guys who are wondering what happened to Cerberus, what happened to Full Sense. This is a double elimination tournament, and they still have one more life left to give. And anyways, guys, we're going to go for a quick break. And when we come back, it's that next match that we do have. And that is going to be Alter Ego versus BAAM Esports. So VCT Challengers playoffs will be here. So don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Well, hope you guys had a nice little break. That was about 2 minutes of, I think, a bit of a torture for me because I really want to know now who is going to lead in terms of supremacy for the Indonesian teams, because we do have upcoming Alter Ego versus Boom Esports. But for all of that, I just wanted to ask you, my panel, now to hear me out a little bit, because guys, I know that Dax and Viminal, they're awesome people, but life without you guys, it's like an unsharpened pencil. It's pointless. Anyways,
Okay.
Illustrato and Black and Blue here with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that slide as we slide into the next slide here, the brackets, and talk about that instead, because I'm just not even gonna acknowledge that.
Hey man, I just live up to brighten your day.
Yeah, you do, but I only in secret. Now, okay, so we got the battle for Indonesia coming up next. This is gonna be an exciting one. Right after we saw BAAM take on Full Sense, and then Bren just clean up house in that 2-0 up against Cerberus. This playoff bracket is going to be all we want and more here. And Black and Blue, like all day we've been talking about this match here, and we've been fighting behind the scenes about who we think is the better one. It's a battle for Indonesia, and I'm so hyped to see it.
Well, this matchup is looking very similar to some of the two that we had a while ago in terms of it's a game where they're looking to prove themselves. You know, with BAAM versus Full Sense, BAAM looking to prove that Vietnam has what it takes to make it happen. But in this case, what they're really trying to prove here is who can be the kings of their respective region. Indonesia. It's been a region that they've been fighting for ever since Stage 1. There has yet to really be a clear-cut winner, but we're going to see the conclusion to that today.
Indeed. And take a closer look here at Alter Ego. Personally, the squad, I think, who has been doing better. I think they're leading the charge. Their performance in their group stage, much more clear-cut. They had an amazing set of games here. A lot of magnificent games. Berserks and Fat Penguin, and had a lot of moments of glory. And let's not forget about Elmi Moore, who was just had one of the best showings in any final day of a group stage that we've ever seen in any tournament. So I'm thinking that these guys, they've got everything that it takes.
I disagree, honestly, quite heavily. I think Boom Esports, as we're going to pull them up on this, they need no introduction, but Asterisk, Blaze, King, Eeyore, Flip Jitter, and NC Slasher, they are the all-star lineup from Boom Esports, and while they might not have necessarily come alive during the group stages and in their own respective qualifiers, as compared to Alter Ego, there is such a thing as playoff Boom Esports. These guys know that when the going gets tough, well, they're down to go and get rough as well.
Yeah.
And historically, their series between these two teams, the maps have gone 13-10 in the favor of Boom.
Honestly, I want to look at historically. This rivalry, this Indonesian rivalry, has been going on forever in their local VCT here. So, way before, the current standing now is 5-4 with Boom Esports as 5. But for VCT matches, it's actually Boom with 5 ahead, 5 and 2 for Alter Ego. This just means that Alter Ego has been on the brunt end of this rivalry and are now struggling to prove themselves up against a team like Boom, which has always been the better one. But the thing is, historically speaking, this goes back even further than that, because back in the day, Alter Ego used to absolutely stomp Boom. But then, as time progressed, Boom getting better and better with their rosters, getting roster changes with Flip Jitter coming into the equation, it started becoming the Boom story, and Boom has been gatekeeping Alter Ego ever since.
Well, still has to be said here, this is a match that is incredibly crucial. Not anymore in the Indonesian region, are we? But here in the whole Southeast Asia, another rematch. We have ourselves now the map selection for this best of 3, Bind, Split, and Haven. And gentlemen, I'll just try to give this to you immediately as to, I think you have a lot more to talk about in terms of the map selection for these particular teams.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, this is looking like a very close one. I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing Ascent here, especially with how Alter Ego have been doing so good on it. But honestly, this is a pretty much well-rounded roster. Their teams, both of these teams, have very close statistics on you. I'll give the specific numbers in a second, but this series, it's gonna go 3. It's gonna go, honestly, all the way here. It's gonna be 3. It's gonna be a 3-game series. I mean,
when you do look at the stats, it does look neck and neck, and I'll give you this caveat in that Alter Ego, the only map that they have between each other that has a bigger than like 9-10% win rate differential is Haven in the favor of Alter Ego, with Alter Ego being at 71 and Boom Esports at a clean 60. That's the only map that has more than like 10 points of differential in terms of percentages. But I think historically, even though that might be the case against other teams, when they clash against going up in the series for the most part, and as you said, they have a leg up here in the total games played versus, well, Alter Ego, and I think they still got what it takes to really come out of this. Playoff Boom is a real thing in my opinion.
It seems like there is some sort of evolution from both of these teams. For Alter Ego's side, they're a team that has been losing a lot more against Boom, but again, that is, I think, you know, to the advancement of Alter Ego. The more you lose, the more you learn, and it seems that they have been using all of what they've acknowledged coming into this playoffs. On the other end for Boom, a little bit shaky as you mentioned, but there is the playoffs Boom as well as the Boom that took a game, a decisive game against X10 Esports. So gentlemen, we will be going with our predictions. I will start first because I'm the least handsome of you guys, so just let me have this. I feel with how we've been watching these teams, I will give it to Alter Ego because I feel like Tebatal has been a mainstay for the Alter Ego roster, and he has been one of the most flexible players that has allowed the team to flourish even in the most crucial of circumstances.
You know, on the subject of you being the least handsome, I'm not going to disagree. But I'm just going to say I'm proud of you for being very forthcoming about your shortcomings. Now, my prediction here, it's going to be a 2... no, I can't say. 2-1, Alter Ego. Alter Ego 2-1 all day, every day. I think they have the better form. Boom has been looking a little bit shaky. And while they have taken a map against X10, Alter Ego have been coming up hotter and hotter and stronger in the coming days. I think we're going to be seeing a new king of Indonesia here today.
I mean, no disrespect to Alter Ego, but I think Ilu, and full disrespect to you, I think you're kind of getting blinded by the group that they are in. Like, if you look at things here, is it really, though, Alter Ego performing better, or did they kind of get the lucky draw? I'm kind of infer the latter, to be quite honest with you. Still, though, Alter Ego, I did pick them to come out of their own respective group. They are, by all means, a great team, but they're not Boom Esports. They're kind of like the younger brother of Boom Esports, where like, okay, you go kick everybody's butt, but you ain't kicking my butt. So, Boom Esports, 2-1.
Well, let's delay this no further. Indonesian matchup here at the Seed Challengers playoffs. We'll leave it to the casters to give you all that action.
Another tragedy, and we just seem so numb. Need the peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets we see police, don't freeze but run. And the next thing that you know, somebody reach for the gun. Okay. Murder get reciprocated. Man, I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
Untuk Bigetron, Nasmoran berhasil melakukan Hoodie Mazer, Divine di lockdown pula. Ini benar-benar tersiksa, tapi masih ada
The battle for Indonesia is nigh. We have two of the best teams from their region coming head-to-head. It's going to be Alter Ego versus none other than Boom Esports. The Kingslayers versus, you know, the second best team, allegedly, as a lot of the casters like to say, but I'll beg to differ. Alter Ego have been looking stronger and stronger, and this might be the day that they finally overthrow their big brother. My name is Lestrado, and joining me here today, Black and Blue, are going to be your casters here. How are you feeling about this matchup we got here, Black and Blue?
I think this honestly is kind of like the matchup that most people are looking forward here to today. It will be a battle for supremacy for their own respective region. Indonesia, such a powerhouse of a region, one of the only two regions that we have here, along with Vietnam, that actually has two representatives. And unfortunately for, you know, Indonesian fans, they're going to be matching up in the very first round of the playoff itself. But we're looking at the map veto, rather, the compositions here real quick already. Agent Select, what do you think for your guys at AE?
Yeah, I'm looking at this lineup, and they're very comfortable on this. Elmi Moore, always very good on that Sova. Had one of the best Sova games that we've seen in recent history. And Fat Penguin, always on that controller. He's one of the great ones to hold and defend sites. And one thing I like about Fat Penguin, whenever he steps up to the plate here, it's not always just multi-kills on the defensive side. He knows when to get aggressive, and you never really expect that, especially coming from the controller. So, game number 1, here we go. Battle for Indonesia yet again, and this time it's going to be the decisive one here. Which team is going to go into the lower brackets? Which team is going to progress further and further into this one? As we're going to start this off strong into the pistol with already a couple of flashes being thrown out here just for information.
Mind you, we have yet to see BAAM play a Haven map coming in there on which will be part of our rotation later on. But as we're looking at things here on Bind, Eeyore opens things up. No snooze on him as Fat Penguin caught off guard. Pain Shell a bit too late to deny the plant, and that will successfully be put down as Asterix finds a pick there.
Oh, that's a great start to this, and Asterix finds a double here, leaving 2 players left standing. That's Berserks and Elmi Moore, the 2 last people here. They do have not a lot of time. The spike will be taken away here. That's a good pick. That should probably seal the deal on this round. Elmi Moore is able to get a couple. There's 3 people up in there. That recon dart is going to do a little bit of... Nah, I take that back. It's not going to hit the shots here. Awkward for everybody involved. Elmi Moore almost gets away with murder here. But at the end of it all, 3 kills. Just not enough to win them this one. And boom, they're going to take a round ahead.
Very nice opener here coming from BAAM, and this composition you see in BAAM is something we've seen actually time and time again recently. It's one of their most played compositions, especially coming into Bind. They played this as well the last time, but we did see them play on Bind during the group stage. I believe it was against Oasis where they did 2-0 in that, and so very, very comfortable in what they've got to bring to the table. Looking to play defaults here on the second round, trying to anticipate a play coming from AE, which I think is the right decision. You can see how forward Alter Ego are right now, looking to make a play themselves. But can they actually pull that off when BAAM Esports are ready to receive it?
Gonna be forced onto that eco, and you know, Black and Blue, this is a story that has been in the making for quite a while. Both of these teams have wanted this resolution to come in. Like, they've always been fighting for the top spot. Alter Ego used to be the kings of Indonesia. Title was taken away from them by BAAM Esports as time progressed. And now Alter Ego, they're looking like they're in one of the best spots in their entire careers to be the #1. And what a statement it would be if they were able to get through to Berlin and their fellow countrymen could not here. A little bit of awkward timing, but in the end, all will level out.
Well, as Blaze King finds that opener here on the B site, right for the taking. Okay, they get it done. Spike not even anywhere near to be planted because Asterisk doesn't mind. He's going to end it here. Ellipses at the end of it, 2-0, and let's see this continue on. But Alter Ego, man, during the group stages, they've only played this map once in the entire group stage.
Yeah.
And that was against Uwu itself. They went 8-13 with Uwu taking that. Composition-wise, they don't really change up much this time. The only real difference I do see is Alter Ego not having Nats on that Cypher anymore. They'll try and switch things up, have him on the Sky, which I think might be a bit more favorable, especially against how BAAM plays.
I'm liking the little bit of adjustment here that we're seeing from BAAM. They're gearing away from the double duelist lineup. They're having Blaze play a little bit more passive on that Sova now. Back in the day, it used to be the Blaze and a Dern King show on BAAM. But this time they're sort of leveling up the roster and trying to play a little bit more tactical, a little bit slower. And one thing that we've noticed here about BAAM Esports, with Flips Jader in their roster over a Dern King, it feels like they reached a certain level of maturity that just feels so much more tactical, more cerebral. And I think a lot of the discussion is when they made this move was, does Flips Jader fit better into the role of a Dern King, or does a Dern King still do a better job? And it's very clear right now that Flips Jader is filling the role and even more.
Yeah, he had quite deep shoes to step into, but by all means, he's filling it out nicely and tightly. Although, on this push here right now, Boom, can they fill this round out in a 3v3 with Tebotol holding down the line, hopping out from Hookah, and they just meet their untimely demise in courtesy of Tebotol. Now, he has his elbow control, which can be very hard to flush out if you don't have the proper utility for it, nor the manpower, in which case Boom Esports has neither. For NC Slasher here, he's going to have to do a lot. Trapped between a rock and a hard place here in this cubby position. He cannot swing out wide. Otherwise, he might get found by Natsir, who's crawling up behind him. This should be a crossfire in the favor of Alpha, rather AE, who are the Alpha Dogs of this round for the meantime. They will shy it down, and Boom Esports hounded back as now finally Alter Ego take the opening round for their sake.
It was a little bit expensive. They'll be kind of in this weird place to decide what are we going to do here, because they're going to force 3 rebuys. And it's not going to be pretty. You want to keep those bonus rounds as clean as possible, but we'll see if they'll be able to do that here. It's definitely going to be a tough situation. But like I said, Alter Ego, one of the things that I've been noticing here from them is just that their retakes have just been so much cleaner and cleaner. Like the coordination, ever since they changed their playstyle to include Flips Jadur and to sort of put Blaze on a little bit of a step back. Just to support the team a little bit more, has just been so phenomenal. They're very crispy with their zoning, they're on form with their trade frags, and it feels like they're just so much more in sync than they ever were, which is why I believe that Alter Ego has just been so transcendental lately in terms of how they've been performing.
Well, that's evident here, with them taking the initiative even on the defensive side to try and go for the showers control, maybe fight for the orb, but more importantly, have that position to really play off of. Nazi are trapped between, well, quite an open spot to really cross over, but he does have some utility to work with. They are kind of hounding him here, though, with the slow orbs. He's trapped. And now, with the frag here by Flip Jitter, a trade-off from Asterisk. Tebotol, he's going to find one, but not enough to really avenge his teammate, as Flip Jitter will be rezzed there, coming from Asterisk, who found a double of his own. Battle Sage every sense of the word, true and through. Now, 2-1, this could easily be a 2-2 on the board to tie things up for the side of Alter Ego. Berserk's caught out in the open there from Heaven, and this is not looking too well for AE, especially after that Hunter's Fury not connecting.
Yeah, if they don't win this round, and it looks like they won't, it's going to be very difficult. They'll be forced on a save. And so the best thing to do is write this off as a loss, take that 2-2, and step back a bit and go ahead and save up for the next round. They might be able to buy. If they do keep these 2 rifles up, it's going to be very unlikely. They'll probably be able to afford maybe 1 or 2 more, but definitely not going to be a full buy in the next one here. And one other player that I definitely think should be mentioned for this matchup, one thing that we should be looking at is Berserks. Especially on the defensive side, he's known to get very aggressive. Take those angles, take duels, and come out of them scot-free. A lot of the times he'll start around, just peek something, dash away, or dismiss away depending on what he's using, and able to get basically free rounds. One of the biggest turning points in the previous games up against like Cerberus and up against Cerberus was the amount of times he was getting free kills with the operator, pushing hard on multiple angles. That's what I'm hoping to see when he finally does get that operator in his hands.
Berserks is actually their kind of hard-lock duelist main, and in that endeavor, he's been really good and efficient at it. He might not always be at the top of the scoreboard for AE, here for Alter Ego, but he gets a lot of impact frags and honestly a lot of entry frags as well, as we did see in that previous round. So Bulldog in his hands, but can he chew his way out of this one, especially for AE, who are down now 3-1.
They still managed to scrap together a little something, but it's not going to be very much. Alter Ego, they're going to be red here because Boom, they know this. They know that there's a big disadvantage, disparity in terms of weaponry. And so they're going to wait a little bit more passively to see if anybody pushes them. And they're not going to fall for any tricks right now. They know. These teams know each other so well. This is probably one of the most common matchups, or one of the most historical matchups that we've ever seen for Indonesia and actually in VCT in general. Because these guys have been butting heads for months now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even outside of the pro circuit, when you kind of tally the amount of times these guys have went up against, I think they've had like 9 matchups now. This should be the 10th.
Yeah.
That they're actually seeing each other, and that's excluding the pro circuit. If we just talk about the pro circuit, this should be the 8th. and excluding that, 10. So
7.
these guys, they've butt heads multiple times in the past, and they know how the opposite play. They at this point, you even have to scrim each other, because you know what the rest is going to bring. But
No, they don't. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
absolutely certain that they'll never scrim each other. I mean, because what's the point? We'll see each other in the finals anyway, or in the semifinals, and or in the playoffs, which is exactly where we are now. Now, this is a little bit more of what I like to see here from Alter Ego. That little push up there that Berserks did make didn't really yield much results here, but he's known for going for those aggressive early peaks for information, and then relaying that team for that information to his team, so that the rest of Alter Ego can make an informed decision. However, they won't be prodding now too much, as they dial it back a little bit, and yet again, it's going to be a waiting game. You can see how much respect these two teams give each other, because neither of them are pushing haphazardly, not going headlong into any rushes. It's really all about acquiring information first.
I mean, you don't normally see standoffs like this where they're actually like more than just a single corner between them and the opposition. You can just tell, as you said, like how much space they're willing to give up if it means that they feel they can win the round after that. And because of that, well, that will allow Boom to just calmly walk into the A site itself. Blaze able to open up things ablaze here, and Eeyore will chime in, but Debutol answering back with a showstopper of his own to find Flip Jitter. It's a big pick here in the favor of AE, but they still do not have that man advantage in their way.
I really like this post plant setup here that we have right now from Boom. They don't plant default, they go ahead and take showers and even wall off the right side. That just allows them so much more room to get creative with how they deal with the post plant, with the retake. And look at this, they're going to have to fight so many angles just to get closer and closer. And Eeyore is able to mop up 3 kills and secure Boom another great round, 5-1. This is not Alter Ego's map. This is clearly very much not a map that they're that comfortable on. But it's very evident that Boom are very much prepared for it. Because look at that execute towards A. That was clean. That was clinical, precise. And the way that they even dealt with that post plant was actually clinical.
Yeah, I have to concur. I really like that setup, and it's not something that you normally see. And if anything, that's the kind of setup there on the post plant where you have that Sage Wall blocking off the right side of triple as an only in C kind of thing. You don't really normally see that in other regions too much. But as you said, AE not super comfortable on bind. I think it honestly has to do with Boom specifically, because if you look at their statistics, they are actually a higher win percentage bind team than Boom are. They're about like 7 points higher than Boom, which is not much, to be fair, like 7 or 8 points. But then again, those weren't against Boom, who by far Boom, even though it's only about 70% for them, that's still quite high. It's one of their best performing maps so far. And Boom, we talked about it, they have that kind of playoff mode that it seems to only come alive when it really matters. In their own individual qualifiers, they're coming in at the 3rd slot. People expecting them to go in first, but obviously didn't play in that. In the 2nd, they were beat out by Alter Ego to qualify as a 2nd seed, and Boom come in at 3rd. And that's not the result people were expecting, but this one, 5-1 to start things off, I think this is more in tune of how the power levels have historically kind of seemed.
There was this alternate reality where it actually wasn't Boom that went in. It would have been Galaxy Racer and X10, and that was very much a possibility. It almost became a reality. Just didn't really manifest that way. They go in no matter what, and that's why I was so confident saying that they're looking like the better team, especially with nice little taps like that. I like this aggressive setup here from Alter Ego. The propensity for a quick flank is just going to be so immediate the moment that spike goes down. But wait a minute. That's all a bit awkward. Look at where the spike is. Black and blue.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna run a gauntlet just to get it back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh no. Okay, he does lots of damage. I don't know what's happening, but yeah, okay, classic, getting some dink damage at the end of it, but not able to really confirm the frag on the Blaze. They knew where he was, but I mean, as you said, the spike, they had to run a gauntlet to get to that. Finally, though, the chalice in their hands, it will be enough for them to settle the table on the A site. It is ripe for the taking, and so AE are not able to deny the plan from happening, really, even though they kind of had control of it. But in the meantime, they did lots of damage in quite a thrifty round so far.
It's a little bit questionable to me, if you ask me honestly, that they would leave the spike all the way there with the one player who was going alone towards hookah. I mean, the odds of that one player going towards hookah alone and getting picked off are pretty high, eco or not. And the fact that they had... If this were a gun round, that could have gone awry real quick. But fortunately for BAAM Esports, they're able to balance things out and play out their opponent. And this is what I mean. I think a little bit too much respect for both sides, if you ask me. Just BAAM Esports, that was a little bit of an unforced error here. And I think it has to do with the fact that they're giving Alter Ego way too much space, even on those eco rounds.
I honestly feel like they're quite fortunate that Alter Ego aren't like taking the inches given here by BAAM and converting it into miles, honestly, because I mean there are a few openings here, and these rounds are 6-1 could have easily been something like a
they could do so much more, right?
Yeah, it could easily be like a 5-2 or something. Right,
so this is what I like from Berserk. See, this is what he does. He's very good at looking for those opening frags here. He misses that shot for now, but he's gonna push even further in. He's gonna dash out there. He's gonna get caught, but into the safety of B site, kind of, or not. Ooh, that's a Hunter's Fury for a Hunter's Fury here, but they both miss completely.
Okay. Almost getting it there. He does get the tag. At the very
no,
least
that's still a whiff.
Well, he hit him once on Berserks. He's down to 70. So
yeah, but what about Elmi Moore?
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either, though. But
that's a bit of a whiff there, Chief. But Fat Penguin landing the shot on the Eeyore once again. Not gonna get caught sleeping. Nats finding one. The trade-off here from NC Slashers. So he's gonna cut things up and finds a second. He's so good on this Astra, trying to support the rest of the push. But it is down to a 2v3. Caveat here, though, for AE is that Fat Penguin's very low, but still does not mind. Finds the opposing Astra. Pushing through the divide, and Asterisk is going to get a frag off of that, too. 1v2. He is a Sage, but does not have a heal up online for him. Down to 20 HP. And the Shock Dart to bring the Lightning, the Storm, and end the round. Now, AE, that's a bit more what they need to get the ball rolling. 6-2.
That's one of those shock darts, and there's nothing you can do about that shock dart at all, because you'll barely hear it coming around the cosmic divide. You'll get to hear it when it's too late, and that's exactly what happened. The moment that he knew he was dead, it was already at his feet. There was just nothing he could have done there. But I do want to point out what a great performance that we're seeing right here from Asterisk, from this battle sage, like you mentioned. 14 kills, and we're only at round number 9. He's had his res up quite a fair bit here, and they're looking like they're gonna press this and utilize this. One of the best things about having a battle sage on your team is that they have that res so often. It almost feels like a 6v5 in a lot of rounds.
Very true. Like, it's almost like when you have that that res up online, it's like you get the free run it back without actually having a Phoenix on your side. And we just know, right back how good of an ultimate it can be for both information and just getting kills. And you can take risky plays knowing that you can reconfirm that player after, as Flip Jitter confirms the frag on the Nats. Was, I think, a bit too eager to go for information there, and Eeyore is going to do the same to Tempotal, getting caught out in the open. Fat Penguin won, but not anymore. The Predator here from Blaze just going to hunt the Penguin down out of the air, and now suddenly it's a 4v2 once again.
They have the operator, and honestly, this is one of those situations where you should consider saving it. Retaking on an operator is difficult enough. It's even more difficult when Asterisk has a res up, and when Blaze is still alive here, they still have the Astra. There's just so much utility that you can bring with these guys, and the save call, it's better done sooner than later. They're gonna go ahead and make it now. This is gonna get another round here for BAAM as we approach the 7-2 score line. Alter Ego still have a chance at making this happen, but what I think here is happening for BAAM, one of the reasons I think they're getting shut down is because they really know how Alter Ego like to play. That standoff between Berserks and Blaze down towards B long, where it came down to 2 Hunter's Fury being deployed, that only happens because of how well these two teams know each other. That only happens because they know that Berserks likes to go for those aggressive peaks with that operator and push the envelope as much as he can.
That he tried to do, not really too much avail in that endeavor, but they did win that round where he tried it, but not because of his aggression. Although, I do like the initiative, and I would hope to see a bit more of that here coming from AE. They are on the defensive side, and in that case, yes, sometimes you just kind of want to play a bit more reactive to what Boom are going to do in the attacking, but you also have to take some initiatives of your own, and with them doing this, I like this to come out from them, although the gravity well perfectly placed. They knew something was amiss,
Yeah.
but still, Berserks will not miss that shot. Flip Jitter taken down.
That's, I think, the first real op kill that he's gotten, and it's a very, very crucial one. When operators like Berserks, like you saw it with Dubstep, they'll keep going. They will go for more and more of these picks right now. He gets spotted out by the recon. Do they dare peek him? Yeah, they do here, but he still dashes. And they might be able to go for res here. I think they will be. Yeah, that's the wall to deny him, but the Seekers will be pushing alongside Nats Laurent. Flips Jadur. Oh, this is an awkward angle to deal with. He's got to get out of there. They maintain the 4v5. And it's a very good pickup here for Alter Ego, because not only have they secured a lot of information, they've also burned the res away. But Fat Penguin looking to do even more. He gets one, followed by Nats Laurent, who's able to finally take down Asterisk, who has been the thorn in the side of Alter Ego. Flips Jadur, working his way around the smoke. He's able to find one here, but he's gonna be Berserks to actually find NC Slasher. Nice adjustment right there. Nice reflexes to swat the jump peek. He finds 3. That's gonna be 3 kills. It could be the ace round here for Flips Jadur, the newest member in Alter Ego, proving that he can fill in the shoes of Adern King, and it's looking like he's very close to being able to do it, though. 11 seconds on the clock here. Fakes away, but it's a great idea to fake that player from heaven, but does not land the shot. It's going to be, yet again, the round going for Alter Ego, and what a round it was. What a way to get back into this game.
Imagine if he actually hit that shot on Tebotol to brought it down to a 1v1 and somehow get the plant off. Very, very real, especially when it is Flip Jitter in that clutch situation. He found the 2, but he needed an ace clutch to bring it home, and fortunately was not the case, at least for the side here of Boom fans. But they got some restitute here, or a bit of a consolation with the fact that they do have this lead, a bit of a cushion to work with, 7-3, and Boom, they still got some economy to buy up onto this. Aggression here from Berserks. He's tried this time and time again. This time not going to work just the same as the last time he tried it out, though. But once again, like the last time, will aggress this time to his untimely demise. They knew he was coming.
It's great when your aggressive upper goes for those peaks. But if you're doing the same thing again and again, to the point where you're starting to get sniffed out, especially by your national rivals, it's very difficult to get away with that kind of stuff. So adjustment has to be made here for Berserks. He can't always go for those same aggressive peaks on B long. You could get away with doing that against teams that don't know that you always do that. But this is Boom. Not only are Boom a top quality team, they're also the team that have been playing with you for like ever.
Literally, they know forever, ever since childbirth.
Yeah, ever since the dawn of time, the advent, the creation of man, they were there. Boom Esports.
Big Bam Boom. Yeah.
Exactly. No, that was Vietnam. But Nats Laurent able to get a pick off here. Still a 2v3 on this defuse. They have information. That's a good kill, but still, it's not enough. It's gonna be Boom yet again. Just the round difference is starting to show. They're losing bodies at the start here, Alter Ego. And it's really not paying off for them. They don't have a lot of rounds to play with. Personally, I would have liked to see Berserks on the operator a little bit earlier on, just so he can start to get his groove. But the way things have been shaking up, it's just none of it is really going his way. And we could very well see a 9-3 scoreline here for Boom.
Well, with this 5-round lead that they're taking, going into potentially closing the half and making it even more, especially with the economic advantage that they've got, not looking too well for AE. Plain and simple, for them to be on the defensive side here and have yet to really get more than maybe one dominant, decisive-looking round is not a good sign for things to come. Hopefully for AE, they can wake up. Alter Ego, maybe some split personalities getting in the way, but there shouldn't be any confusion as to what this means to them. I'm sure they know that, but will they be able to really apply it into their game? It's Boom. They've been reading them like an open book, judging them by the cover, and by all means, their guesses were right. So for Boom right now, All they have to do is keep on playing their game. There is a triple stack here from AE on the Bravo site. They're trying to crawl up long, but they know that that comes with a bit of a risk. They can't necessarily just try and go in haphazardly. They have to take things a bit slower with 45 seconds left on the clock. Nat's trapped here, and the nade lands perfectly, painting the hookah red with his own blood. Good shell from Flip Jitter.
It's not just the shell, it's also the gravity well that sucked him in at the same time. So the good combo utilized perfectly, but a nice shot here from Berserks to level the playing field here. And so far he's been hitting. He's gotten another one here. Berserks, he's looking for a third. He gets the reset, still has blades in his hands. And he's got time to work with. 17 seconds left for Boom. They have to make the decisive move. Will they go for the teleport? Not a lot of time to think. They have to clear out Berserks, who yet again bounces up, but only to find death. For the meantime, Tebutal with a showstopper, keeping things interesting for now. As Flip Jitter will get that plant. No, gonna be denied here for Elmi Moore. It is his time to deny. It's 8-4. Alter Ego have found a foothold in this match here. And if they win this pistol, Black and Blue, it just might be a chance.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this pistol, that would probably mean it's 8-6, and that's a lot more palatable than the current 4-round lead they have. We've seen 8-4 leads happen in the VCT here in Southeast Asia, and it's not honestly as big of a lead as you might think. 9-3, well, that's a problem, but 8-4, that's workable. And for a team like AE, who have been very scrappy in these sort of situations where they might not have the best time to play it out to a T, then all they need is a pistol round. This one opening round could decide their fate for map number 1. Can they make it happen?
There is a lot of utility being deployed here at the start of the round here. A couple of shock darts, already a lot of smokes being deployed. And it just means that Boom really want to stave off any aggressive pushes, any rushes that Alter Ego might have any notions of. But for now, what's happening is, again, poking and prodding. This is something that Boom Esports and Alter Ego, the more I think the teams get familiar with each other, the more that these slow rounds like to do. Because there's less of the chances that, you know, a rush is going to work, or, you know, your default executes are going to work. Because they know very well how it fits into that playstyle, how they like to run them. And so it's more about burning away that utility at the start of your round, doing that due diligence that you need to do just to be able to, you know, get yourself in a better position on the attacking side. And that's what they've done here. However, it's a pretty good read right now for Boom, as they have committed 3 members of their defense onto this A-hold.
They do know that Alter Ego like making early contact on the opposite side, that they eventually do push, and in this case, they're right on that gamble, but oh no, Flip Jitter could not land the shot, punched here by Tebutal from a distance, and Elmi Moore is going to find one, but he's going to get traded off quickly. Berserk's up close with Asterisk to get the trade of his own, but it's a 4v2, make that a 4v1. All on to Blaze is going to have to go fiery hot to bring this one back. But look at this triple peek in the sight. There's no chance he could have made it happen. And that is the silver lining that AE were hoping for.
That's such a cheeky play to stack 4 people into lamps. And, you know, on the pistol, why the hell not? It works. It's one of the most effective. You can secure the trades. And it has good line of sight towards the spike. So there's no chance of getting mowed down. So absolutely, go for it here. 8-5 as Alter Ego, they find a little bit more of a footing here, a foothold in this match. Only 3 rounds away after that, and if they secure this anti-ego cleanly, able to put themselves in a decent spot.
But, well, no matter what situation they're in here, Alter Ego, ultimately it goes to them to make the best out of it and to make it happen. We've seen Boom be thrifty, scrappy, and win these ego rounds before.
Oh.
In this case, though, Tebutal, okay, off to a good start, but Predator and Asterisk, Blaze rather, will get the double opener. It's a 3v3 real quick, and what a shot here from Elmi Moore to shut down Blaze on that swing. 2v3. They now are stacking the CT position. Spike is still towards long, not pushing up just yet as Berserks finds Asterisk. It's all in the Flip Jitter. This might be a done deal.
And indeed, they will clean up house here. 2 rounds that separates these 2 Indonesian squads, proving to us that they are pretty much tit for tat here. It was a much better start here for Boom, but Alter Ego, they're starting to get warmed up. And on the pre-show, Black and Blue, we talked just about what makes this lineup good, this matchup very good. And for me, it's the fact that Alter Ego, they're on a rise. They have found a little bit of success earlier on in the Valorant careers at the start of the year. But right now, it's sort of them experiencing their renaissance. We haven't really seen them very much at all before this in an international setting. And not at all in the VCT, aside from the one in their region. They're showing to us that they can take the fight to not just people from other countries, from other regions, but also from against their own countrymen who have been the favored lineup for a very long time. This truly could be, I'd say, one of the biggest growths of any team here in Southeast Asia.
Well, just like the actual renaissance, which was quite short-lived, will that happen here for the side of AE? To be ultimately, appreciated maybe a century later, but point still stands. Gravity Well keeping them guard. They've been really favorable in that play. They love popping that Gravity Well in hookah, then following up with a nade, and Berserks will confirm the kill after Asterisk was already taken down quite low. And so AE here on the path to getting a 7th round on the board. Flip Jitter, oh, they walk by past him. Will they even expect him to be here on the Radiant? He's gonna get the double off of it too. Not checking the angle, not checking the corner. Could potentially find a third, but that nade will keep him at bay. But Nats, they're making it happen with the Sheriffs laying down the law, and they're suddenly in a 3v1 to their favor. How did they make it happen?
Alter Ego picking up rounds that they really shouldn't have. And this is going to reset Boom's economy here. They're going to be broke. Just a number of good reads from Alter Ego. And they start the round of strong here. One of the biggest problems that Alter Ego had was that they were starting each and every round with a very big manpower loss at the start of it. But they've shown that they can hit the shots. And so right now, it's Alter Ego who have been picking up those early picks, have been picking up the first kills in those rounds. And what they do here, they let the round stabilize, they go for the resets, and then they win. They wait, and then they win towards the end of it. But so can Boom, as 2 great shots on the Eco manages to bring us to a 3v2. NC Slasher, to say that he's worse for wear would be a little bit of an understatement. He looks torn up right now as he's only sitting on to 7 HP.
They've been consistently finding these opening picks, and oh my gosh, Berserks with a 4K. As I was saying, they've been consistently finding these opening picks when they're on the eco round here, Boom, but they haven't been able to find more than that. They typically find 2 in those eco to start things off, but then everything just barrels down against their own hill in the favor of AE, and that's something that Boom really have to work on, trying to close out those eco rounds. Easier said than done though, when you don't have the firepower advantage, but with the manpower, there should be enough there to bring it home at least every now and then, but we have been struggling on that, and it seems, speaking of struggles, both teams here have been struggling on that defensive side over the attack. It's quite interesting to note here on Vine especially.
Nice little pick-me-up that he got there on that eco round, Berserks. After being shut down on the defensive side for quite a while, especially after being on an operator, that definitely helps your case when you can go ahead and get those kills. 4 kills especially. Look at this. Blaze is not afraid of aggression. Showstopper coming out, and they're trying to get away. They do. They try to re-peek that angle here. And it's again another game of chess. Just deploying all the utility they can just to take map control. Basically barter at this point. Map control for some utility. And flips Jader. It's looking to be the first point of contact. Manages to get around a corner here, but that nade should be enough to take Berserks out. So both of the star players, both of the duelists taking each other's lives in very anime battle style confrontation there.
A bit of a martyrdom coming in from Flip Jitter, at least to get that kill post-mortem. So, it's a nice consolation prize. If I'm going to go down, I'm going to bring you down with you at the very least. But Blaze completely blind. Good pop flash there. And Ellie Moore capitalizing on it. Predators, Blaze, Eeyore rather, is going to find a double. And Fat Penguin, Tebatol find 1 apiece. Now, 1v2. He's got the res. Thing is, though, nobody really in a position to get res safely. So come down to how he can play this. He's got the heal, he's got the slow orb. That's all he's got to work with. He does spot Tebotol out, but won't be enough to really confirm the kill. Fat Penguin has been given away and will save the day here for AE, taking the round, and they have finally taken the lead away from Boom.
This is one hell of a comeback that they're mounting right now. Boom have not won a round in quite a while. This was an 8-4 halftime. This is 5 rounds in a row for Boom. We started off this game with Boom taking 2 rounds at the start and then following it up with 4 really good rounds after that. And then right after that, it was just blow for blow. But right now, Alter Ego, it feels like they've downloaded Boom. It feels like they've gotten a good read on how they like to play this defense here, because the first picks always going their way. The map control also going Alter Ego's way. Every single thing that they want, they're able to take here, and even the duels, they get traded out very, very quickly. Now, Boom has to figure out what they can do in response to that, because for now, it does seem like they're getting read like an open book, Black and Blue.
Thing is, the pages have been telling a different tale to what they might have been expecting here. Seems like Boom Esports a bit caught off guard with how well AE have been reading their strats, have been counteracting whatever plays they would put out there. Try and go for one of their own this time. BME, Boom Esports, big time organization from Indonesia, but can they live up to the expectations that everybody's really looking for them? Double Marshall out. We've seen that kind of Arsenal buy up in a mixed buy situation, in a low eco situation, work out time and time again for some of the teams that we got here in Southeast Asia. Thing is, though, Boom, they really need this round. If they give this map away as Eeyore finds it on the Berserks, that's a good start, but can they actually convert this into the round?
Hunter's Fury not going to connect to anyone yet again. In the Battle of the Hunter's Fury, they both deploy them, but nobody really finding the mark once more. It's Alter Ego who, for another time, will have an advantage coming into this one. Sure, they did lose a player early on, but it's still more than enough for them to take the current B site, which is okay in their hands here. Good spray through the smoke there just to make sure that elbow is clear, and that's going to leave asterisks in a 1v4 with only a Sheriff. I do not favor his odds. That's an understatement. Might not even get one here. If he does, it's going to be helpful, but not today here. 10-8, Boom Esports are keeping things worrisome for the rest of their Indonesian fans, because they came into this, I think, this tournament as the heavy favorites, the #1 Indonesian representative. And on their map pick, they're looking like they're getting torn to shreds here, as Alter Ego as currently the team that have the upper hand, 2 rounds up. And this entire half, Black and Blue, this entire defensive half, Alter Ego haven't missed a beat. They haven't lost a single round.
Quite literally flawless, perfect in every sense of the word here in the second half. But Blaze is able to find a double kill. Okay, leading the charge. Even though he was low HP, the res woke up online, and it's exactly what Boom needed in the moment. Asterisk holding it down just to let his teammate successfully get back into the game. But in that chaos, they found their way onto the B side, and Elmior is able to find one, but Flip Jitter and NC Slasher find one apiece as well. Fat Penguin, the last man remaining, far removed esoterically from the site, is nothing to do in this. What can he even apply and what can he even try? Not much. Save the gun, that's all. Round is done.
One person left standing. I mean, sure, he probably won't even go for that. Knows that the smart thing would be to go ahead for that save, not get ahead of themselves, because that gun's still very much precious. Even though they still have a lot of money, a lot of it also has to be about denying Boom Esports that momentum. Now, Boom Esports, they've finally taken a round after losing 6 rounds in a row. That's got to feel good for them right now as they keep things still interesting here. But that being said, Alter Ego, they're only 3 rounds away from cleaning up this game and taking the victory on Boom Esports' map. This is a very big sign, Black and Blue, that Alter Ego are starting to become the favored squad. The fact that it is this close is very, very worrying for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, when the map opened up, it did seem like a wash in the favor of Boom, but they're proving everybody wrong here, AE. Elmi Moore finds one, and as they go for 2 picks apiece on either side, it's down to the 3v3 as the dust settles here on the B site. Berserks finds a pick on a flip jitter. Now they have control of that B site. They can go for the plant here, looking for a bit of information there. They know that elbow is clear, and that should allow them to plant openly for the meantime, but Boom, we've yet to see a really good, successful retake from them here on the defensive side. They have something to work with, but not much. Their shots, though, who cares if you don't have utility when you've got aim like Asterisk does?
Nats Laurent is though a little bit better, and so will be Berserks to take that last kill of the round. 9-11, and Black and Blue, just these two teams have been trying to one-up each other since the dawn of time. Not literally, but, you know, ever since Valorant began. And this goes to show that there's a little bit of a trend here. I think the old guard here for Valorant, who were there at the very beginning, they're starting to taper off a little bit as the younger teams, different teams are starting to experience a surge in strength and, power. Look at the teams that are gone from this tournament. X10 are gone. They're no longer participating here. Boom Esports, they're looking very much shaky. Alter Ego, BAAM are in. The Vietnamese region are here to play. So many things changing in the landscape of Southeast Asian Valorant that it might be a little bit harder to keep up for those teams that have been on the top for so long.
Yeah, it definitely has been kind of a trend, at least during the group stages, and what we see now, especially a while ago with Full Sense, the team that we kind of touted to be the second best team in Thailand, who by default should be the second best team in C, have yet to actually win a series here in the playoffs as Flip Jitter finds Saboteur the opposing Rays, and that's certainly going to set things ablaze here, at least to start things off for Boom. It's exactly what they needed.
No way Fat Penguin wins it. How does that... Fat Penguin winning that duel in an angle he shouldn't have. I mean, Asterisk already got into a corner that he had no business getting. Nice kill from Berserks. Doesn't even need to dash away. He escapes into the safety of the smoke as Elmi Moore is able to find one and Berserks finds another. This is match point here for Alter Ego, and we're going to be seeing an upset. Not a lot of crazy plays this game, Black and Blue. But for those for the people who are a little bit more nuanced and a little bit more into the tactics of this game, this hasn't been the flashiest of games, but the mind games that have been coming into this, they're just outreading each other. It's like chess that we're witnessing here in the first game of the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing right now is honestly comfortability. These two teams, they have played each other this is like their 10th matchup, right? And that's excluding, rather including other, community tournaments and so in the official circuit, in the VCT specifically. They fought each other 8 times. This is the 8th. And that just goes to show that you can see that once they try something, it kind of seems like there's a bit of a deja vu moment where we're like, wait, we've seen that before. The next time they try that in this map specifically, we know how to counteract it because we've practiced it. We've studied it. We went over the VOD. We know how to do it. And in that moment, AE, for them to be kind of like the underdogs touted in this matchup, that just goes to show they have a bigger chip on their shoulder. And when you have more chips on the table, if there's one thing I've learned from poker, Ilu, is that you can throw more in there and have less of a care in the world of the outcome. And that kind of confidence is working for AE.
Oh, indeed. The confidence that they're having, they're showing respect to Boom. But at the same time, they're happy to take the duels. And this is why it's so crucial for them to be, because they're able to get the duels in their favor. They're winning everything. Look at this, Berserks. And he gets taken down eventually. NC Slasher is able to get him up. It's going to be the showstopper. Not going to be landing onto, I take that back. Elmi Moore does get caught off, and it's now a 3v4 here. A good chance for Boom Esports to get to double digits and deny the game to Alter Ego. They're going to be trying for that overtime play here, but they might not expect Eeyore in this close corner. He's going to be swinging wide, and he's able to find out one. He's not able to get any more, but still, it's bought some time for the rotation. Flip Jitter here to the back of the site, spots one, knows where the other one is, gets around the corner. That's going to be a good paint shell, and Flip Jitter with 3 kills. able to keep Boom Esports in the running and catching off Alter Ego a little bit off guard.
Okay. Flip Jitter keeping them afloat for the meantime. Eeyore going 1-for-1, enough to delay them and really alert the presence here. The defenders inside the site for Boom. Capitalize on it, and Flip Jitter a triple kill for him to keep them alive. Boom Esports hanging on by a thread in the meantime. Will it be enough to really climb up that Spidey hole and find their way to the real meat of things and get us into our first overtime of this entire playoffs? Remains to be seen. Oh, Berserks! Great shot, great reactions on him to catch Blaze on the jump peak.
I like that they go for the operator on this round. I like that they're confident in it, even though Berserk was getting shut down earlier in the game on the defensive half. Picking up the pace right now. He's feeling the heat. Okay, he was tempted for a second, though. But, you know, on this round, he even whips out the Blade Storm. Full stop here. Absolutely everything. They're going to throw in everything they got. They don't want to give Boom that 11. So this is pretty much do or die here for Boom. As Alter Ego, they're putting all in. They're going all in here. All the chips on the table, like you said. And this time, it ain't no bluff here. As the recon does come in, a couple of rotations will be made here. As Nats Laurent looking to get that great timing onto Eeyore. Looking a little bit sleepy on that one. And Berserk misses that right click. Somehow still alive here. And Flipsider will get traded just as quickly. Still, the move has been made. And this is looking like the game here for Alter Ego. Can they defeat the #1 in Indonesia and get ahead in this series? It's looking like it as Asterisk. He's got a little bit more left in the tank. 1v3 now as he's trying to creep up towards Elbow. They know where he is, but this triangle of doom, this crossfire, there's just no way in hell he's ever going to make this out alive. It's looking like Alter Ego is going to be the ones here emerging victorious, or will it? Trade frag failed, but the time's ticking away. He can heal himself a little bit, and that's the beauty of having a Sage. Flash goes through. That gives information, though, but the peak coming out. Flat Penguin. Oh, almost got it. Great attempt from Asterisks, but at the end of it all, Alter Ego come out defiantly and show everybody that they are not the second best team, and they will never be content to be just second best.
The Usurpers to the throne here certainly have one foot in the door, but they're going to need both feet in the room to claim that title. By the Vandal, folks, could have made the clutch happen, and if he did, their Asterisk, it definitely would have been one for the books here in Southeast Asia. But unfortunately for Boom Esports fans, maybe complacency has been catching off a lot of these teams that were touting to be that #1 seed. We saw it happen to X10. We saw it happen to Full Sense a while ago. Will it happen to the team that we're also touting to be the favorite in this series? Illustrado, you pointed out the fact that the trend here has been the Usurpers winning for the most part in this entire group and playoff stage. I think for the moment, you're onto something there, buddy.
It does look like the only team really left standing after all this time. Because I mean, look at it. Black and Blue. SMGs, you know, Team SMG, we're no longer seeing them in the picture. NXL, that exploded. A lot of the old guard are no longer with us. Boom Esports, they're having a lot of struggle. Bren Esports really are the only ones who we can safely say are doing the best here for Southeast Asia, which is why they're one of the favorites. But like I said, Black and Blue, we are seeing a massive shift in the way that Southeast Asian, the landscape of Southeast Asian Valorant is looking. Nobody knows who's going to be on top a week from now, and even on this playoff itself. It is just this scramble for power in the vacuum of X10's loss.
It just goes to show that history be damned. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. What matters is what's about to happen in the future and the present. And the performances from the teams here who, once again, we've been touting as underdogs. We interviewed a while ago in that opening match that we did have. You know, we were asking Crazy Guy, like, what's up? Like, when they tout you, did we on Full Sense? When Full Sense are the overdogs and you guys are the underdogs, what does it mean? Well, it only just means that they have got nothing to lose. And for the most part, the Usurpers here have been doing that perfectly. But that is only map #1. We're going to be going to split here from map #2. Who will be the king of Indonesia? We'll find out. I'm Black and Blue Williams, Elu. We'll see you guys after the break.
Entered. Last player standing.
got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the
Yes, and we're back from that break, guys. Game number 1 in this best of 3 between Alter Ego and Boom. Seemingly at the first half, Boom was looking, as a lot of predicted, the kings of the Indonesian scene. But once second half has started, Alter Ego had something else to say. My name is Asarai with the panel, and of course joining with me now is Illustrado and Black and Blue. And Boom, they're seeming to get the throne here a little bit, Ilu.
Yeah, I've said this. I don't think they are. I really genuinely do not think they're any longer the best Indonesian team. We look at the performances, historically speaking. They actually weren't even the top seed in the region. They were the 3rd seed. They were the last team to come out here, and they almost didn't make it through. The way that Boom Boom historically has been the best Indonesian team because they've made the most number of international appearances, the most number of successes internationally in VCT Masters and VCT Challengers, but it's looking like it's been very shaky. The number 1 seed of Indonesia was actually Onyx, and they got knocked out in the group stages. And in the wake of this, in the struggle for power here in Indonesia, it's only Alter Ego that I feel like has been stepping up to it.
Well, I still think that, they deserve the benefit of the doubt based on how they have played and how historically they have been that top dog, no pun intended here, for the Indonesian squad because, looking at the logo, Boom, these guys are the alpha wolves of the pack. They bring the heat. They've got a mean bite, a mean bark. All the fans, of course, are big supporters here of the Boom squad, but they have yet to win this map against AE. Although they've done that in the past many a time. But will split be the same tune here for the favor of Boom Esports this time? We're gonna have to find out because, these guys, they've been top dog, but I'm not sure if that's gonna ring true so far. There's a playoff Boom somewhere in there, but will that wake up enough in time? We're gonna find out.
That is such a thing to definitely talk about there. Playoffs Boom. Again, they do have that second life if ever they do get knocked down to the lower bracket. This is a double elimination playoffs stage, but that's not, I think, what they want to get for in terms of mentality moving forward. Because again, they are the teams that have been called multiple times the best in Indonesia, but they're getting a little bit rattled here. So, Elo, I just wanted to ask you, I think I cut you off there real quick. What is your thoughts now with Alter Ego and how they've been forming? You've already said your piece, but I wanted to just ask if you had anything else to include.
Yeah, for me, I think Boom has just been having a little bit of a very shaky performance. I feel like they had a little bit of success ever since Flips Jitter came in, and Flips Jitter has been a really great presence on the side of Boom. However, for me, what is really happening here is that everybody else is starting to catch up to BAAM. It's the same trend all across Southeast Asia, where you're getting these old guards and people are catching up to them in their own leagues. Bren Esports probably being the exception, where they only took one loss in a best of 5, and that's not even the qualification. Everybody else has been shaking up those power dynamics, those power rankings, and I truly feel like Alter Ego is shaping up to be the #1 Indonesian team.
I mean, I think there are other teams here who are worthy of that same sort of praise. Paper Rex have been fully on point for the most part as well. They did have a tougher group, of course, being on full sense. And as much as you might disagree, Illustrado, I think we're going to have to find out for ourselves. But I think, it's quite evident here with us having 2 Indonesian teams in the first round. What this really comes to bring and shine to the light, honestly, is how much the support and the structure of this whole VCT program brings to the surface, the talent that we have amongst these teams, amongst these regions, something that we have yet to really see before Valorant. And now is honestly it's a golden age for competitive FPS here in Southeast Asia, and that only brings to light just how much, once again, competitiveness and talent that we got in the region. And for us to even have this debate between, is it Alter Ego, is it Onyx, is it BAAM, best in Indonesia, best in C even, that just goes to show how much this region has to offer. But for BAAM, well, they're going to need to bring a lot more to the table if they really want to bring this series home.
Yeah, it's great to kind of see how all of this is meshing well. Anyways, for me, last points, Tabotol Supremacy, putting him from to duelist from Initiator has been a great step for Alter Ego. Anyways, we'll leave it to the casters to give you this possible final game of the series.
Well, we've said it before. Again, this is the Battle of Indonesia, the sequel. And this sequel is part of a saga that has just been going on since Valorant Immemoria. I mean, look at this. The names, we're so familiar with them. Anti-Slasher, Eeyore, Predator, Asterisk, Flips, Jadar, Tabotol, Berserk. Everybody here, we've come to know and love these guys over the past year or more. We have been covering them. And now I feel like this is the time that BAAM Esports are really having a little bit of a dilemma as to how they're going to move forward, because they have made a great change. They have found the success with Flips Jadar. They found better success internationally. They qualified through their group stages in a very, very difficult bracket. But at the same time, everybody's growing at an exponential rate as well. And Alter Ego, they're looking like no exception to this here.
Well, the thing is, everybody might be taking steps forward. Not everybody takes the same equal amount of steps as Tabotol and Berserks are taking every step necessary to take this mid control. They found 3 opening picks, but Blaze, make that Eeyore rather here, finding triple on the site itself. It's all down to a 2v1 real quick. It's all on the Blaze this time. Elmi Moore very low. Berserks has given his position away, and by that, he should assume that they have a crossfire from the pillar itself, but they do trade situations, trade positions, and honestly, Blaze can make this happen. He is a very clutch player, but he's gonna need to find one to make it happen, to make it really close. He does get the low player out, LME Moore. Berserk's on the swing. It's so hard to get somebody when he's swinging you that wide with a frenzy up close. Oh, he spots the shoulder out, but Berserk is biding his time perfectly. The sands are slowly hollowing away here for Blaze, and up close, you're not going to win that fight. Not against Berserk with a frenzy. And they get off another great start here, AE.
A great round here. Alter Ego on split. And on split, those pistol rounds are very, very vital. And one more thing that I'm seeing, I do want to point out, Black and Blue. Aside from the teams and the power rankings just totally being in disarray right now, even like the balance of the maps where we said, okay, split is super defensive sided. I don't think I'm going to agree with that here in Southeast Asia anymore. It's been a very wild ride. A lot of the Haven games have been going defending sided. A lot of the Ascent maps, not Ascent, a lot of the split maps are going to the attacking side. It's a little bit topsy-turvy, and I feel like it's a lot of it because teams are still trying to make sense of a lot of things, especially because here in SEA, we're getting used to playing each other more and more, and so we're experiencing a little bit of a resurgence, and I think in this age of exploration, I think is where we're at.
Well, I mean, with a final frontier, with a new frontier, it's a land of opportunity, and every shot is open for either of these teams to get into Berlin itself. The final road begins here, but NC Slasher are going to end it for Berserks. Round number 2 brings it to a 4v4. Thing is, Boom, they've been finding these picks even on eco rounds, but they haven't necessarily been able to convert it into the round win itself, and that's been something that has been biting them in the back time and time again, especially against Alter Ego, who, once again, is cleaning up house, and so will Tebotol end the round. 2-0, and another, once again, great start here for Alter Ego.
And what a way to get into this clean anti-eco. Not the cleanest of, but they'll definitely be happy what they bring to this bonus round now. And it's actually, you know, Black and Blue, come to think of it, on Split has been some of Alter Ego's best performances in recent history. This is why I'm very worried for Boom. I would accept a 2-1 here for Alter Ego. But if Alter Ego takes a 2-0 in a convincing fashion against Boom, that will rock everybody's world in the local and the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree that if they can take this, then by all means, they are the new kings of Indonesia, but they're going to have to prove that first, and we can't really call the action before it happens. Boom Esports still deserve the benefit of the doubt, and they're going to be looking to prove themselves as Predator. Blaze, I keep on saying his name the other way around because he's got me topsy-turvy. I know this man is prime time, but hasn't been enough to really get them a win here in the series so far. As Blaze finds one of his own. It's quick to make that a 1v4. Everything crashing down the foundations of this post plant. Not really working out for them. The defuse will come in for Boom. And finally, they get that third round turnaround with Fat Penguin saving the Phantom.
Yeah, you know why you keep saying it, and it's very understandable. It's because, you know, they have Predator in like all caps. Yeah. And normally the team name is actually first, or the sponsor name is before the player name, which is why we're like, oh, okay, I guess it's the other way around. But yeah,
it is what it is.
It is what it is here.
No
But Split, I did want to point this out, Black and Blue, 70% win rate for Alter Ego on Split. That's not a statistic that you just scoff at. That is 70% win rate, locally and internationally.
I mean, Boom are at 66, so it isn't that big of a difference, but their performance speaks otherwise here as Berserks dashing in, merry-go-round, gets an opening pick.
I like the B main control that they're now taking. Natslorant will have no idea. The flash actually seemingly working against them in that spot, but Boom's NC Slasher. That's going to be a nice double here as he lines up 2 and is able to get a very significant hold onto that B heaven area. Will force them out towards A here. And yet again, Alter Ego are making the right reads. They're committing 2 of their remaining players here on towards this A. But will they expect this push right now? The wall could come up. They are ready for it. That's going to be the Rolling Thunder, and that's going to be catching them off guard. But the flank from Floops Jadur to back up for his team. He breaks the wall to back up his buddy and pushes straight into it to defend the vulnerable. Very heroic effort right there from Flips Jadur. And such awareness. Good shot for Elmi Moore, but that's all he finds.
2-2, and, you know, speaking of numbers here, I'm going to give you a stat. AE, during the group stages, they played Split twice, and from those 2 maps that they played, they've only lost 8 rounds. 2 to Oasis, the other 6, of course, going against, well, it wasn't really favorable, to say the very least, for Cerberus in that case. I mean, on Split, for Cerberus, one of the top dogs, no pun intended, for Vietnam, and only get 6 rounds. Not good. But they are no Boom Esports. Yes, neither of them really at the level or at the historical kind of accomplishment state that Boom Esports are at. Still, it's a pretty big stat. For them to go 13-6 and 13-2 against those 2 teams is a big thing, and all really Boom have got riding for them here is what they can show up and what they can really perform in this game. Stats be damned.
Just again, more respectful place here. But NC Slasher, oh, he actually gets decapitated right there with a judge in his hands. You would think that he'd land that one, but just unable to get the crucial headshot that he does need. Now, we will be pushing towards A here, and this is a decent round already from Alter Ego, but can they secure the post plant? Now, Berserk does have the Blade Storm in his hands. That's a good follow-up right there for Elmi Moore to help him secure Heaven. Good flash, but it matters not, as Elmi Moore gets a triple here, denied with a judge here. And that's going to be the lockdown to slow down the pace for now, because it's still a 1v3. They're not going to be too scared about it. They're they're both reading each other. This is the double read. This is, I'm telling you, man, this is like super chess right now. The double spray down from Predator's Eeyore. And he's going to be able to get another one, but he's going to book it all the way to A. Nats Laurent here. He does have a wall. He does have 8 seconds. He's going to be allowing himself to plant for it's going to be close, but he's going to get it for sure with 1 second to spare. And
Spike planted.
it's going to be still a 1v1. Has a res, fortunately for him. Now he's brought it back here. And of all the players that you could have rezzed, Berserks, that's a great choice.
Fortunately for him, he's got the Blade Storm as well up online. And on the peak, you're going to have to slowly do it, trying to find a bit of an off timing on it. But, well, Nats, he's seen this before. Read him like an open book. Initially, it seemed like a really good play there coming in from Eeyore to kind of predict them going B because of the lockdown. It also did seem like they were going to just continue to press the issue anyways, but then they made the call to go through the vents into the ropes, and suddenly Eeyore brought it to a 1v1, but fortunately, well, he's got the res up online and gonna get the round for him. So Nats, he's been really good in these clutch situations, making the right decisions at least to make up for everything else that has gone awry. That's the reason why AE are still in the lead.
Nice shot from Asterisk to open up the round here, in a round that they very much need anything in their advantage here. Anti-Slasher just gets wrecked there completely. They're not going to be able to res him for now, as the body will be watched. They know where Blaze is, so that's going to be the Sage spotted out. They're going to be keeping tabs on him to deny that res. A site has already been claimed by a good lurk here for Elmi Moore. He spots one, gets flashed off, not too long, because flips Jadder. He's a little bit flashed himself. The spike will go to that A site, will fall to the hands. The clutches of Alter Ego, leaving us in a 1v4. There still is a Phantom, and we've seen a couple of crazy rounds. I just don't think this is going to be one of those.
Asterisk. He's going to need a apostrophe, a comma, an exclamation to cap it off if he wants to make this happen, because I don't know about this, Chief. 1v4, all he can really hope for is exit frags, and you can see he doesn't even have any intention of going for it. He knows how much this rifle means to them to hold on to it in their bad economic situation. It shall be a round given up, forfeited, 4-2. As AE, man, they're making it happen. I'm telling you, the trend here so far of the usurpers kind of slaying the kings in their own thrones has been living up to it in every sense of the word. And for BAAM Esports, for Full Sense, for X10, a lot of these teams at the top of that leaderboard initially, or at least historically, it's not looking true anymore. There is no respect for any sort of kind of like old guard here. As AE, they're looking to make this a quick 2-0 sweep.
Wow, what a performance here for Alter Ego. Thus far, they have been proving that they have the composure, the patience, and honestly, the strats to go up against the best BAAM Esports, man. They're definitely looking a little bit shocked here, a little bit rocked. And what's going to be the answer here for Alter Ego, BAAM, as they do have quite a bit of ultimates. They do have 3. And that's going to be pretty significant. But Elmi Moore gets spotted up. They know that Elmi Moore is the lurk. And so they'll be confident in calling for a couple more rotations towards that mid, towards that A site, and happily leaving A in the very capable hands of Eeyore.
Well, dash in here from Berserk. He's going crazy at it, and he finds a flip jitter. Perfect read, perfect timing, and perfect angle to get it. But Blaze, he's able to find one. A quick trade-off from Fat Frankendos. Smile and wave on the drive-by. It's a quick 4v3 already. Mid-control season taken. BAAM Esports quick to rescind it, though. They do have that Eeyore player here on the Killjoy, specifically on the A site alone. Asterisk answering back to find Debutol. Swings things back to a 3v3. Suddenly, there's a chance for BAAM.
It's all about making the right reads right now. So they know that Elmi Moore's lurking towards A, and they've given up control over Heaven.
30
They
seconds
still have to
left.
deal with the Killjoy who's on towards that A site, and that's still definitely not an easy thing to do. That's Eeyore, his spot is very much known, and Elmi Moore's gonna hit another banger of a shot. That's awkward. NC Slasher, they bypass each other in the smoke. Elmi Moore's left stunned after that one. The show has been stopped for him as we find ourselves in a 2v2. No ultimates. We utilize this time as Fat Penguin. He spots information onto one. He's able to swing. The flash was not good, but with 55 HP, just can't make it happen. Fat Penguin showing how he is physically fit in this one. 5-2 as he gets a triple kill round. Amazing stuff.
It's such a wholesome, honestly kind of cute name to bring into such a
I love that name,
series.
Fat Penguin. It's my favorite name. It's my favorite name in all of Valorant. I don't care how edgy or cool anyone's name sounds. Fat Penguin, he's got it.
If you
That's the
guys
stuff.
weren't able to tune into our group stages, we actually had a team called Uwu, who we were kind of hoping for meme's sake to go kind of deep in the tournament, maybe into the playoffs, and just, you know, because we like saying Uwu.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, I know the chat's given us a lot of hate for like all the times when we would willfully and maybe excitedly just go like, yeah, Uwu's playing. We can say Uwu as much as we want without getting in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now they're
especially
gone. And we're hanging on to Fat Penguin.
Yeah, this is all we got to work with. Well, we've got quite a few penguins on Icebox, but this is split. And they're looking like the sergeants of it for the meantime here.
Yeah, and none of the penguins in Icebox are very fat, are they?
They're maybe a bit girthy, but that's about it.
Yeah, they're a little chunky, but I wouldn't say they're massive.
Yeah, I mean...
Because they have to. Penguins need blubber to survive in the cold.
Yeah, there's a difference between flat and blubber and
exactly.
girt. In this case,
okay.
Well, they're very, very astute.
It's a big round coming up here for Boom if they can make the right read. Can they hold on? It looks like Asterisk will play up close. He gets a double. He doesn't get a third. That's going to be the neural theft there, availing them of information. Very crucial here as Blaze looking to dip and dodge around that corner. The backup coming to support him. Elmi Moore has managed to work his way up close and it's not going to be able to get anything down because Blaze, he's right there. No res is available. Well, he does, but I don't think he'll be able to get in range here. The bodies are being watched carefully. Nice shot, adjustment to punish the jump peak. But an even nicer shot from NC Slasher, making the Marshall work. Just when you think that round was all over, they peek him one by one, and he's not gonna miss those chances. Two beautiful Marshall shots to bring back Boom and give them a chance in this one.
Let's be honest there, Debutol, he kind of walked into the sights of that one.
He did.
And all he had to do at the end was click mouse one. And NC Stalker, well, he's a pro gamer. He can click mouse one all day. There he goes, lining up for him. The shot perfectly landing through. It's hunting season right now, and that was a perfect pelt to bring home.
That was definitely a nice shot. You love to see it here. Very crucial round for Boom. If they gave that one up, they would have been in quite a bit of hot water, especially because they are on their defensive side. And now that they've found themselves with at least a respectable scoreline and a chance to go 7-5, they might just salvage this half just yet. But Rolling Thunder, no chance. Eeyore never gets out of that. He just gets knocked up and he ends up on MTV. That is Blaze as well, getting taken down here with a beautiful double swing out there towards mid. NC Slasher's able to respond, but it's still a 2v3 and a lot of information given for Alter Ego. They're going to be heading towards B, nobody waiting for them, but they could be at risk of a flank coming in as two players here for the side of Boom. They're going to be working their way around. NC Slasher above on Heaven, and they've also got Flip Jitter coming out of the back here. The timing, it favors Berserks, and oh my god, just a disgusting shot. A ripper of a shot right there from Flip's Jitter. Boom, NC Slasher, he's just got nothing left in the tank, except for maybe one more. Can't get onto the site, but he will be caught mid-air, swatted away, and clotheslined in the middle of the site of B. That's going to leave us to a 6-3, resetting Boom's economy.
Looking a bit like Duck Hunt there. Not letting him even stick the landing. Nice try though, but well, hey, they got something to say about that one. Good opening half from them once again. They've been starting these maps super hot, and there just has been no cooldown has been forced upon them by BAAM Esports. We saw it on Bren, we're seeing it again here on Split, and currently there is no worry for the side of A. They got some cushion to work with, an eco round for BAAM, and Nats just punishing there the aggression from Asterisk. NC Slasher though, one man with a rifle here in the side of BAAM is able to find a pick off to kind of equalize things, but oh no, he's walked past him. He's walked past Nats. I don't even think he has any idea that Nats is right behind him trailing. We'll get that kill in the flip jitter, none the wiser. And LB Moore is gonna find 1-2.
They are just so clean, man. That's a good shot though from Predator. Could get the rifle, but oh, his position's known. Fat Penguin. Penguins, at the end of the day, they're hunters, man. They will hunt you down, fish in the sea or not. Only weakness is the killer whale and polar bears.
That is true, and you know they might not necessarily all fly in the air, but they
none of them do.
There is one that can kind of.
There's a flying penguin. I don't believe you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily looking like most of the penguins. It's a bit smaller as Fat Penguin. All mass considered, gets the round. Well, they can fly underwater, so
well, if penguins can fly, Fat Penguin, he is soaring right now because he's gotten a number of ridiculous kills. And honestly, in this battle for Indonesia, just yet again, how clinical, how surgical are these teams looking? Alter Ego, they are not missing a beat. And, you know, shots like this from NC Slasher are really giving me this indication that BAAM are either tilted or just not feeling themselves right now. Because they are not playing like the BAAM that we know and love here. That's a good... no, that's not a good. That's a very good. That's a great showstopper right there. But he gets caught off in a little bit of an awkward spot. Fat Penguins looking to hold the line right now. It's a 2v5. This aggression, this change of pace here for BAAM. They've decided enough. We've respected you too much. Now we're going to take the control of this map back in our hands. They want that 7-5. Will they be given it?
That's kind of what they need to do, honestly, a bit more. Especially, actually more importantly, here on the defensive side where, you know, you might think, okay, we're on the defense. So wait for them to come to us. Well, why not bring the fight to them when you know you've got something to offer instead? Catch him off guard, judge in hand, and he might just win this fight up close. So difficult to deal with, but Fat Penguin once again finding the opener as soon as LB Moore does the same on the A side too. They've taken control of it. He has that ultimate to get back into the spawn here of BAAM Esports.
Oh, wow.
And suddenly, this is a very possible clutch.
This is a great read right here for Fat Penguin. Oh. He's gonna spot two. He only gets one, but still, it's enough. For the meantime here, LB Moore. He has been such a dominant player here. The way that he played against Cerberus was absolutely maddening. He's got the camera that spots out one. He spots out both here. But who is going to win the duel? That's going to be the teleport onto site, and the information is given. But he swings out a little bit wide. Still able to keep himself on the spike. Can he get it to half? He looks like he's sticking it, but Asterisk makes the right read. 3 kills for him. And he keeps BAAM within spitting distance of Alter Ego. Only separating them by 3 rounds right now, and they want to make it 7-5.
Well, when you put it that way, it seems a lot more hostile. But, well, BAAM, definitely all hostility brought into that round, looking to take the initiative by pushing that mid-control, taking away Ramen from it. Could not hold on to that Ramen position here by NC Slasher, but, I mean, even with that soup bowl thrown away, able to win it out in the end. Fortunately for them, Fat Penguin only found the one and done, not able to find more in that 2v3. They've definitely got an Asterisk who also fortunately looked the right way at the last moment, and so 7-4, final round of the half. BAAM really need this round, man, especially here on the defensive side on the split. If they lose this, it might be a done deal. They were not able to come back 8-4 a while ago. I mean, oh.
Okay. Just a little bit of a dance there. And there's 3 ultimates here for BAAM. They need to capitalize on this, but my big problem is that Blaze, he's been sitting on that res for so many rounds now. He's had that op for quite a while. And because of the fact that he's one of the players that's always getting picked off first, and it's not his fault, he's just been unable to use that. This time, however, things are different. As the 2 kills now go in favor of Elmimore. Sorry, excuse me, in the favor of Boom, as Elmimore and Fat Penguin, they go down. But still, yet again, no res. That res has been null and void this entire map here. They still have the lockdown to fall back on. And that's going to give them a little bit of room for safety.
30 seconds left.
Will the safe play work out in the end, though, here for Boom Esports? Or are they going to try and hunt and fish for that information? Which, by the way, penguins are amazing fishers in their own right.
They are. I mean, that's how they survive.
That's all they eat?
That's all they eat,
for the most part?
With 10 seconds left, it's another great read here. Look at this. Natslorant, disgusting yet again. And how is he able to do this? Just the reads. The reads are coming in so well here. The teleport coming in from the shadows might be big. But the lockdown, it doesn't matter. It's planted, however. It's not planted for them, so they're going to have to fight their way back onto this side here because there's 2 players. They're a little bit out of position, but regardless of that or not, Tebotol, he gets that final kill of the round, and Alter Ego have found themselves 4 rounds ahead on their attacking side. On Split, a map that we have deemed just very much difficult for any attacking side unless you've got massive executes. But it seems like Alter Ego are just in the heads of Boom right now, completely.
Totally. I mean, with Boom, on Bind a while ago, they started off that game going 8-4 to end the half in the favor of Boom, and Alter Ego were able to make the comeback happen, obviously, in the second half for them to go, 6 rounds straight and take the lead. But Boom, they're going to have to do a bit of the same here to honestly stay alive. If not, they could be sent to the lower bracket. And to have Boom and have Full Sense both in the lower bracket immediately, the 2 teams who are touted as the best remaining teams of their region here that we still got in the playoffs, especially for Full Sense where there's only 1 Thailand rep, that's not a good prospect. But Nats here is going to get completely shut down. They go in and waddle through whatever defense was left as Blaze finds another kill on here. Going to be peeking into the heavens itself, taking down quite low, trying to swing on wide, get the trades off.
Look at these
is able to shut down Blaze. Perfect flashes to counteract everything going on here on the top of heaven. It's all down to Elmimore. He's going to have to do quite a lot to bring this one back.
I think it's possible. Elmimore, he is so good on these clutches. This is one of the rounds where you actually are a little bit worried, even though you got the plant, even though they know where he is. There's a very decent chance that Elmimore comes out on top. Never mind. It's so difficult to beat the running spray of the Frenzy close range. Sometimes you just gotta accept your fate, and that was one of those instances. I was hyping him up. I was getting ready to be like, Elmimore, yeah, he wins these. These are really good. Nah. I jinxed it. I'm sorry, Elmimore.
Yeah, it's Caster's Curse.
Yeah.
It can be very hard to hit them up close, especially when you have a semi-automatic weapon, and this dude is literally pulling a drive-by on you with a Frenzy, and there's nothing to do. Well, I mean, it's honestly a lot harder than it looks sometimes.
What's the opposite of a semi-automatic? If the automatic weapon is the, fully automatic, but what's the non-automatic weapon? Is that like
double
those blunderbusses and those like
double action
muskets?
Single action.
Single action and like revolvers, right?
Yep.
Okay. So a revolver's not a semi-automatic.
No.
Okay.
Because it doesn't self-load the round. But okay, let's speak into this round. Speaking of rounds, let's talk about this one. Blaze, he finds a double. Okay, Flip Jitter chiming on in, and it's bound to Elmimore. Now, Elu, if things were to go as we've seemed to have them go, then at this point, you should try to hype down Elmimore, because then it might just mean he can make it.
Oh yeah, Elmimore, he's never gonna make this happen. I mean, he's only got a shorty in his hands. There's just no, but honestly, in all reality here, I just don't think he's gonna get anything very much with a shorty. And there's like 3 people on the other side of this wall here. There's toying with him right now. Is that gun just floating up in the air right there?
It seems to be. I think. Yeah.
That's a floating classic, isn't it?
Yeah. That was a classic thrown on top of the barrier itself. Oh dear. trapped between a rock and a hard place. That Shorty's not going to do anything at that range, and so Blaze getting a double to end things off. The group push coming there from the side of Boom, enough to make it happen. And speaking of groups and penguins, well, did you know that a group of penguins in the water is called a raft, and in land they're called a waddle?
No way.
Yes, a waddle of penguins.
That is the cutest thing I've ever heard in my life. So if you get Fat Penguin to make a new team, and they're all different kinds of penguins, I would like to see that. Fat Penguin would just, and everybody on Alter Ego just change their names to like Skinny Penguin or Adventurous Penguin or Brave Penguin and Smart Penguin.
The best waddle in sea.
They will be called the Waddles.
Perfect.
I would pay for that. So I live for this. Oh, that's a pixel of a shot right there that he's managed to find. Nats Laurent building up those charges to that orb here, and that's a disgusting wall. He even spots the feet of Asterisk right there. There's a lot to work with. They don't even dare get close because they know it's so vulnerable. Look at this wall from Nats Laurent. It's so big brain, but all right, he's gonna spot 3, and on the other side of the wall, he meets his demise. Now Fat Penguin, he's gonna get the shot onto 1. He's able to adjust to the second one. Can actually swing out to look for more, but he's worried about the presence over towards Hell, but there's gonna be no one there. Berserks cleans him up. The backup is good enough. The crossfire holds true. Flips Jitter. His position is known here as the tripwire was activated. Probably might not even get onto sight here, depending on the timing of Elmi Moore. He misses it. Instead, Elmi Moore is going to play the patient game, going to call for the retake, wants to play it safe, and that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, and at that point, you know, you might not assume that Elmi Moore is already there, because he would have probably assumed, like, as soon as I hop down, he'd peek me if he was on the Rams, if he was on A main, right?
Ooh.
Well, you were wrong. Oh, that is
the unicorn.
very apt.
Even more bags of tea for everybody in the server. He just keeps going at it. I like how we cinematically pan away as Elmi Moore just teabags.
Beautiful. It's called the, as our co-caster Dax would like to coin, the tactical crouch.
Tactical crouch.
Yes, respect. Well, maybe disrespect, but these guys know each other. They're probably friends, so
yeah, they're.
No
I
harm
mean,
done.
Look, if you're all from the same region, you very much know each other, and there's no way that they don't play online together at some point because you're gonna run into each other. But
yeah, they probably stack.
Yeah, definitely. As again, we're seeing a closer game now, 9-6, and this is a little bit better for Boom, but at the same time, a lot of it has to do with just the picks going Alter Ego's way. Not gonna be one for that though, because Boom have found a very, very nice double kill here. They might not expect Fat Penguin, and they don't. But still, kill goes Flips Jitter's way, and this is gonna be a clean round here from Boom Esports. It's really only Elmi Moore, and they know he plays A. They have time and time again. Actually, all the successes of Boom on this half have been toward that B site. And I really feel like there has to be a way here that that Alter Ego need to change things up, because what is happening is they're getting caught off time and time again, either on that mid split or on that B hit. Their A has just been okay thus far. And so the adjustment here from Alter Ego has to be a way to reinforce that B site, reinforce that mid by either maybe repositioning the Sentinel Elmi Moore or maybe doing a different setup here.
There has to be something that they can really change up, but
maybe aggressively take mid. You know, that's something that worked out for Boom Esports a couple of rounds back here. And sure, it might be a little bit, not a cheese strat, but something that you can't really reproduce a lot or recreate a lot. But at this point, one round is going to be massive the closer they get to double digits.
Especially with the fact that AE are not in a good position economically. They're at the cusp of all of their ultimates. Yes, maybe rather a point or two here to get their ultimates up online. In that case, they're almost at around like 5 ultimates to really come into contention. But they're not in exactly the best buy after this round. And that just, you can see like the full effect of that. Elmi Moore, he's going to be able to hold on to his rifle. Nats and Tebotal able to buy up, and the rest of them, I think Berserk is trying to go for a play here. Maybe take that ult orb early on and go for the blades. But they didn't have much to work with in the meantime. As Boom, they have a chance, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, they even commit the wall just to be able to hold it. Elmi Moore, they've swapped him over to B, and thus far he's found one. He's able to swing around the corner, and he gets a double here. But there's still a lot of work to be done. The raise available for Blaze, and he gets up NC Slasher. Natslorat is able to take down Asterisk, and from the corner, Fat Penguin gets him out. And Natslorat with a hold to defiantly hold up against Boom Esports, who were looking to change up the pace, hit on over towards B, but they weren't ready for the adjustment that Alter Ego made. They actually did go and swap over Elmi Moore towards B, and it paid dividends for them. Boom Esports, they sniffed out weakness towards B, and Alter Ego were quick to learn and patch those weaknesses up, those holes up.
Whatever leaks there might have been that Boom Esports have been starting to expose, well, that pipage, well, it's been completely taken to the plumber here. AE, they went through it, they went through the sewers, they're like, okay, this is what we're abusing, this is what we're gonna start to do to let that not happen any further. Berserk's good kind of initiative to go for that, but we've kind of seen him be punished for that in the past. Although he's able to get to safety for the meantime, but let's see, try that a second time. I'm not sure if it's necessarily super something I'd really recommend for him to do or advisable. Fat Penguin, he knows that they're going to try and push this if he does give them an opening, if he does give them information. Berserk's, he also realizes that they're trying to bait him into the shot, and once he does, he's probably going to get a world of hurt with a triple peak coming his way. And
yeah,
so,
and he doesn't have a tailwind, so he can't miss.
Yeah.
He cannot miss the... Well, now he's on a position where he can just drop down towards the site. That's going to be the Seekers to give a lot of information. Fat Penguin, he's definitely running scared right now as the pressure now comes in towards Heaven. Shots will be fired in exchange, but Fat Penguin in this corner unable to get anything, and neither will Tebatol as flips Jadur. The double entry for him, almost the triple entry, but it's Elmi Moore. The neural theft before he goes down, as well as the kill. So that's going to be a load of information, but with only one player left standing, it's Berserks to go down as Blaze. He's able to take another round for his team, and now they find themselves 2 rounds away. We are starting to get this game. It's been a little bit of... It's taken a little while to heat things up, but this is going to be the turning point, Black and Blue. This is when the teams really start to have at it, and this is going to be an equal round for Alter Ego. Boom Esports could find themselves at 9-10.
Illustrado, this is where Playoff Boom comes alive. This is when they turn up another gear. You might think there's only 6 gears in the system. Well, they've got a 7th. I'm going to tell you that paddle is going to waddle on the way through, and try and make something happen here for the meantime. Nats and the Marshall and the rest of them only got pistols to work with. EO are going to shut down the push here, finding a second. Asterisk doing the same, but Tebatol will eventually confirm the kill up close with a right click of the pistol. So 2v4 still, man advantage heavily in the favor of Boom. By all means, this should be a round that they should be able to secure. And Tebatol being found here by Blaze. Fat Penguin, he's got a hope, a chance, a sliver of a dream. For the meantime, it won't live up to the test of reality. Boom Esports, a single round away from tying the series up.
Boom Esports, it's been comeback after comeback, Black and Blue, and Alter Ego, they made a great comeback in the previous map up against Boom's very, very dominant map streak, win streak, or round streak, excuse me. But now it seems like it's Boom's turn to take the fight to Alter Ego. A lot of the risks that Alter Ego has been taking have just not been paying off. And in this entire half thus far, only 2 rounds have went towards the defensive side. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking here in SEA, Split is an attacking-sided map.
It's been seeming that way, and we kind of noticed that when we were, kind of doing like our local regional stages for the VCT qualifiers. And while, statistically, it is a defender-sided map, online and in tournaments, it has been seeming like a recent trend where a lot of teams are performing better on the attacking side somehow on this map. And when you kind of look at things, how do you kind of break that down and try and explain that? It does seem like, at least for the most part, like when you look at the B site, there isn't really much anchor positions that are super favorable to really hold it down. And maybe A side you got something to work with, but like B, it's quite hard, and I think that's a big factor to just how much this attacker side, this map can be attacker side. What might not necessarily be, it can be.
Well, I just think that it's still more defender-sided just because of the quick rotations that the defenders have. And even though that, say, B side or A side can be taken a little bit more easily, it can be retaken just as easily here. But look at this. Berserks, he gets an opening pick, and that's a nice showstopper from NC Slasher. He gets one as Fat Penguin falling to the ground. No, Penguins cannot fly. Not here, not in Split, as it's a 2v3. Tebatal Berserks, they're going to have a lot of work to do. They do have the Rolling Thunder. They will be utilizing that from now. Oh, it doesn't go through. It doesn't go all the way through. So that's going to be just a tiny bit of time, but it's enough for Berserks to start and get into position. There's going to be a tough retake, especially with the Operator in his opponent's hands. Now, they're going to pass it off here. The Operator will go into the hands of Tebatal as he throws out this Rolling Thunder. Good dash in, but it's going to be straight into Boom Asterisk's hands. And so he's going to go ahead and save that. Going to fall back and make sure they have it for the next round.
Well, that's all they can really do in this moment. Not the best weapon to try and retake the site with. And Boom Esports have successfully tied the score up. They have yet to really get the good lead ever since the opening map, the opening half of map number 1. But now they've tied things up and they're looking to retake that lead. They haven't had the lead since the earlier rounds of map number 1 on that second half. And Boom Esports, the drought seemingly to have passed in the moment. Some rainwater going to their oases, and looking to take a nice good sip of that because they're going to need every single bit of sustainability going up against AE, who have been looking so calm, so compact, and so condensed in how they play. Those initiatives that AE have been taking, even on the defensive side, have been shaking things up for Boom, but they have economic advantage in this one at the very least.
Oh no, he unscopes, but he's... What? How is he allowed to re-peek that? And that was a mistake that they should not have been able to get away with there, but at the end of it all, Berserks gets away with 1, gets away with 2, and he's now able to fall back. A little bit premature on the entry here, but still they managed to find 1 at least, and that's going to be even more as the lurk coming up from heaven is able to find some success. Now it's a 3v3. Eeyore, he's up close, and he loses that duel to Nats Laurent back into B main. The spike is down, so they're going to have to be a little bit decisive about where they want to push. Tebatal's good for 1. Tebatal gets traded out, but it's still a 1v1. Nats Laurent, he did go down in the end, and he taps away. Unfortunate timing for Tebatal and Asterisk. They find themselves finally ahead in this best of 3 series in this map in the second round. It's gonna be this is a close game, black and blue. And look at the stats. Look at the stats. Even all the kills and assists, they're quite literally tit for tat here.
Neck and neck. The Boilers reaching a fever point right now because, I mean, things are starting to heat up. Not that they already haven't, but with Boom here in AE, going into the final act of regulation, the final few rounds of this game, certainly looking like a winner is not necessarily something that we can decide on just yet. We might go into a third map of the series, and in that case, it's anybody's game. But for Boom, they've got the lead. They've got something to work with. Mid control trying to be seized early on. Smoke out on vents in this wall. They're going to be ready to try and find Nats Valorant. He does go on the peak here. His head being given away, but he finds a head of his own to find Blaze. Blaze giving it away, and somehow the headshot angle working in his favor to find that opposing Sage is a huge pickoff here early on for Alter Ego.
They're happy to give up vents. They're happy to give up mid, especially after that 1 pick they have. Now it's Elmi Moore here who is left up to the task of making sure nobody sneaks through, especially after the fact that his tripwires are already gone and removed. So this could be a very wide range of attack for Boom Esports. They have so many options. They've taken a lot of map control. They have B main, they have mail, they even have vents to cut off the rotation here. So that's going to be anywhere that they can head on to. But can they get the frags? Doesn't look like. Elmi Moore holding firm, holding fast here, and folding strong as he gets another one onto NZ Slasher. The rotation denied here by Nats Laurent. And Asterisk looking like he doesn't really have much left in it. He will pick up a gun. In this 1v4 with 6 seconds left, I just don't think it's possible. We're going to see 11-11 here. And this is the match that we have wished for. It started off a little bit slow. And with both maps getting a little bit out of control for one team, the turnarounds have just been happening.
Well, we're now once again tit for tat, neck and neck, 11-11. And it has been going back and forth for the meantime here, at least in the second half. Nobody giving up much ground, but BAAM Esports seem to have finally found their form. Only 3 rounds AE have won in this second half to BAAM, who have been on a 7-round turnaround for the most part. 4 rounds in a row, and now AE finally put a stop to that bleeding. But BAAM, because of those 4 rounds they won, they've built up enough economy to buy up into this one. No problem at all. The ultimates, though, is the real economy here we should be aware of. AE have a lot to throw at this. They have a lot to contest this round and take the match point in their favor. AE holding on to Mail for the meantime, but quickly rescinded as BAAM heavy-handedly pushing here on to Heaven. Nats spotted out. He has to drop. This is not a position he wants to continue contesting from. And BAAM, they've taken quick and early control of Heaven, but it doesn't seem like ultimately to lead to much.
Yeah, they have been taking a lot of map control, but it hasn't led to round conversions because Alter Ego, they know what they can give away and they know what they want to fight for. And these angles right here, Berserks, will he get checked? This is dangerous. False sense of security provided by the bot, by the turret, but instead it's going to be awkward yet again as Nats Laurent looking to push for information. This signals that B site is weak. It's vulnerable. No res available. The neural theft is, however, in a couple of other ultis as well. And boom, they have a res for their own team, but I don't think it's going to happen for now as 4v4 does commence. Fat Penguin not going to get checked in this corner for now. He's going to be a linchpin here. He could be absolutely massive, but Berserks, he finds a pick. Shots exchange here. Fat Penguin looking to swing off the back of that paranoia. Now Berserks trying to get onto that site here, and that's going to be up close, but right click does not connect. It's BAAM that does. They land it all, and it's Elmi Moore here. Neural Theft coming out 1v2. Knows where one is, but that's going to be the shrouded step to help him get out of that position here. Taps away at the spike. Can't land the shot on Asterisk, and boom, they've taken match point, and they could take us to game number 3.
How did they do it? BAAM Esports. You know, with that early mid control and them going to Heaven, it seemed like they were a bit conflicted. Do we go through the vents? Do we try and split the A site, or do we just commit to our positions already and go for that Bravo site itself? Well, they went for the latter, and by all means the right decision. Brought to a 2v1, and in that case, all they had to do is play the trades, not even letting it get to that, as Asterisk ends the round off. AE, their back is against the wall, but we've seen them play with this situation time and time again and come out of it on top. We've seen them handed those bad cards, but play their hand well. Can they do it this time? Judge in hand of Berserks. Tepetol with just a Spectre. The rest of them do got Phantoms and Vandals, and that's at least something to work with, but it is BAAM here who've got a lot in store. NC Slasher a single point away from his ultimate. They got the res online, and so does Nats on the side of Alter Ego. But OT around the cusp. Can they make it happen?
A lot of decisions to be made here for Alter Ego. The buy is scrappy. The utility, it's lacking. Even the armor on Berserks here, he's going to have to be very creative with how to approach this round. Fortunately, this technical timeout is going to allow them a little bit of room to breathe. But at the same time, BAAM Esports, they're looking to ride hot of the momentum, hot on their heels as they look to take this map and bring us to game number 3 here. This is, again, the battle for Indonesia, and both of these teams, neither of them want to relent, as currently the top spot in the region very much up for grabs here. In Black and Blue, we've talked about this before. We've talked about how just the teams are so close to each other, and I think we're seeing just literally the most ideal example of that here in these two games.
I mean, the point to be made here is who can come out on top of that Indonesian scene? Who can really represent? Will it be both of these teams? I think it's highly unlikely, right, to go to Berlin. But there's a very real chance that one of them could go and represent Southeast Asia. And these two teams have been battling it out time and time again. As we've said, earlier on in the series, this is the 10th time they've met each other. 8th in the official circuit. And Blaze just completely opening up the site, blazing a path into it, and they're looking to end the series 13-11, possibly. That will land to turn the channel to a different show, because the showstopper from NC Slasher has made things a lot more difficult for AE. That just could have been the dagger for this map number 2.
A big turnaround here, and this is looking like we're gonna go to game number 3 here, unless Tibatol and LV Moore find something special, find a miracle, and it looks like they're hitting shots. They got information on where Ear is. They landed here, but in a 1v2, it's Elmi Moore has to come up with nothing short of the most amazing plays that he's ever come up with here. The double peek, the swing, and almost gets it. Elmi Moore, he almost had it, but missing the very last shot at the end of it all. It goes to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, and it's BAAM Esports hanging on.
How apt that the battle for Indonesia goes to a final map decider. We're going to the final map of the series, Haven, to cap things off, and that is where a true king shall be crowned. That is where empires shall be built, and that is where dynasties begin. And in this moment, well, it's between the current dynasty of BAAM Esports, the perennial kings of that Indonesian scene, versus the usurpers here, Alter Ego, who have no shame in claiming the throne for themselves.
That game should have, on paper, in every logical sense, in every realm possible within reason, should have gone to Alter Ego. But that game defied all expectations. It took us into a roller coaster when another comeback happened. And you could not script this. Like, you could not have thought this any better, that this would happen right now. Elmi Moore, I want to point out what an amazing performance from him. NC Slasher as well, they're the 2 top MVPs of their team, well deservedly so. Elmi Moore with amazing holds and a great reads, just left alone too many times for those retakes. But however, NC Slasher on the other side, how many showstoppers, how many entries did he get to open up those sites? And an amazing comeback in the very clutchest of moments from BAAM Esports.
We saw an 8-4 comeback happen in the favor of Alter Ego on Bind, and we just saw it happen in the same way, returning the favor here by BAAM Esports on map number 2 Split. Haven is where we're gonna aggress and move up to and crown that king of Indonesia. But for the meantime, well, BAAM Esports, they stay alive in the tournament. The usurpers, they've been making it happen entirely through this, through the performances that they've been showing during this entire tournament, right? During the group stages, we saw some teams not make it that we were all expecting to even go to Berlin. Now, we saw Full Sense earlier a while ago go down, and now BAAM Esports almost being taken down by the usurpers here. They are at the cusp of losing their king, their throne, to the usurpers once again. And so, will that really happen? Will BAAM Esports hold on to their titles? Well, we'll have to find out. Map number 3 coming underway after this short break.
One enemy remaining. It's grounded. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Not kill my
below.
And like in Lord of the Rings, the second movie, we have the two towers, Alter Ego and BAAM Esports 101 in this best of 3 series, meaning, simple maths, we're going to game number 3. We're back from the break. My name is Asteroid. Joining with me now is my panel Illustrato, as well as Black and Blue. And gentlemen, I just gotta ask, what happened to Alter Ego there? It seems like the first half was theirs, and come the second half, they cannot just catch a break. Is it because Berserk's forced himself on that operator, or what?
For me, I really think it came down to the tiniest of details and the tiniest of mistakes. They were all pushing each other to the limit, to the maximum, to the fullest of their capabilities in terms of making those mistakes. And I think it came down towards the very end when there were a couple of misreads by the side of Alter Ego. I'm going to point it out. Nats Laurent. He had a great hold towards that B side at one time. I think it was at about 12-10. 12-11 or something like that. And when he gets a great kill, he ends up pushing up and towards heaven where it was not safe, and there was no information there because they think it's going to be an A hit, but instead they were still split up. So this happened, I think, a couple of those rounds, and then it just led to multiple mistakes here, unforced errors by Alter Ego that just allowed BAAM Esports to completely capitalize and take those crucial rounds here.
Well, it honestly kind of felt similar to what ended up happening to BAAM there in map number 1 that happened to Alter Ego now on Split on map number 2, wherein, much like Calibrimbor, they ultimately designed their own demise. And it seemed like, the opportunities given were by all means taken by their opposition. And the ones giving that kind of opening less windows for the opposition to take, they're the ones who win. And for BAAM Esports, we kind of saw them early on Bind, while they're giving lots of windows to Alter Ego. Alter Ego weren't taking those inches into miles just yet. Then they eventually did that in the second half. Very similar story for for Split here, wherein, AE, there were some misplays that they were doing in the first half. They went up 8-4, much like BAAM did on Bind, but then BAAM, suddenly, coming into the second half, they started to wake up. And there's some weird kind of, curse around Split right now. We're on Southeast Asia. Attacking teams are kind of favored somehow, some way. I don't know how that works out, but there has to be an explanation for it.
It's the mix, I would say that. I think Elo mentioned this. What is happening in Southeast Asia and Split just being attacker-sided when it comes to us.
And Haven.
Anyways, and Haven, actually. And speaking of which, the last time these two went up against head-to-head with each other, which was Stage 3, when they went on a Haven map, it went the distance, 14-12 in favor of Alter Ego. Now, can they replicate that coming in clutch in this best of 3? And as Black and Blue was mentioning, only one to rule them all. So we'll be going to the casters for this final game in this best of 3 series. We still have a lot more, but this one is where it all at least dictates who's the better of the Indonesian teams. So let's get to it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the VCT SEA Challengers, where the map picks and the sides don't really matter because you really have no idea how it's gonna go anyway. I'm Illustrato, joining me on this Black and Blue, excuse me, as we try to make sense of what the heck is going on. We find ourselves on Haven, and Black and Blue, as much as we try to analyze things, as much as we try to, I'd say, peg things down as to how things should go, these teams constantly surprising us again and again.
That's been the wave that we've been on here in the C Challengers. You know, for the group stages, for the playoffs, surprises, and once predictions that really never kind of came true and came to fruition. Things we were expecting to go one way completely being turned around, flipped on its head, and spat out and telling us, well, casters, you don't know what you're talking about because all your predictions, for the most part, have kind of been going around, or at least half of them. And that's been running true here. The underdogs have, for some reason, consistently been winning here at the C Challengers, both in group stage and the playoffs. In this case, people might say, you know, AE, they are the underdogs in this series. I will agree, but that isn't looking so true at the moment. These guys are neck and neck. This is the rivalry of their own respective regions. They've gotten and butted heads time and time again. Once again, this is the 10th time they've fought against each other. Their entire historical series score is 5-4. One series in the favor of Boom, and that is as close as you can get.
I do want to ask you a question, Black and Blue, of utmost importance.
Yes.
Where do you think they got the word headbutt? Like, why did the action for...
Like the move?
The move, the headbutt, turn... Like,
I don't know.
Are you making your butt like a head? Or a head like a butt?
I think it's more like when you butt in, you know, you kind of...
insert your head.
Insert your... Let's move past that, okay?
No, and like, you just, you know...
What?
I didn't mean for that to come off bizarre.
I don't think you ever do, but I think Asteroid's starting to rub off on you a bit too much.
I do think, you know, this is the Blame Asteroid movement after all, and so this is why we're here. But yeah, game number 3, here we go, guys. This is what we have been waiting for, the final stage, and the stage is set for the Battle of Indonesia. 2 teams are here, but one will fall to the lower bracket. Alter Ego, showing a lot of strength, but faltering on the second map. And on the other hand, Boom Esports starting off very, very much in an unconvincing manner, managing to find a eureka moment, a stroke of brilliance, just when they needed it the most.
You know, something we have been seeing consistently here in Southeast Asia, in C as a whole, is double initiator on Haven. Some teams like CBT from Taiwan, Hong Kong representatives, they like pulling out a Sova and Kaio. Other teams like pulling out maybe a Sky and Breach. But in this case, for the side of the Indonesian teams, Alter Ego and Boom, it seems to be the Indonesian way to bring out the Sova and Sky. It's been quite effective in multiple regions, but can they make it happen this time? Table Toll opening things up. Reina, the Empress, here to start the game off, and Nats is gonna find one. Fat Penguin, all mass considered, gets another pick, and it's a quick 5v2. They mean business coming into Haven.
They do look like they're not mucking around anymore, and this is one way of asserting their dominance. Alter Ego starting strong, not losing a single player on that take, and they're looking like they're gonna perfectly take this round, and that is one hell of a flawless take on a pistol. This is one way to say to your opponent, yeah, you might have taken that match, but we're not gonna let that get to us at all. We're gonna fight even harder in game number 3, and this is it.
Yeah, we've got the power of friendship and the power of being underestimated, honestly.
You sound like
AE have.
Kwame from Captain Planet. That's something like he'd say. Heart.
Of course you would know. But what there should not be any qualms about is that Alter Ego, they are in any sense of the word, you know, kind of under Boom Esports right now. Yes, in the series of these two matching up against each other, it is 5-4 in the favor of Boom, but then again, that's not really much. That's not really decisive. If they get this, AE are going to be 5-5 historically with Boom, and then every prediction is still thrown muck about, because then nobody really knows who is the king. But what matters here, more importantly, is who can perform in these big time moments. And for a lot of these teams from Southeast Asia, there isn't a bigger stage than the C Challengers playoffs itself. And so, coming to the round, I mean, full plant on that A site. What can they really do on the retake here, Boom? I don't wager much.
Yeah. I mean, they only have 5 classics. I mean, they probably will just go for full exit frags just to... They also want to deny economy to Alter Ego. Every kill is worth a little bit. You know, you still get like a nice 200. And so they're going to try to take a little bit of money away from Alter Ego, and at the same time, boost their own here. But instead, 5 people alive at the end of the day, and they all just go down together, sinking with the ship. It's Titanic 2.0.
They say captains sink with a ship, but I'm not sure who is the captain of this boat we're on in the moment. Ship has yet to sail. Where will it really go at the end of the day? To Berlin, that is the final stop, but who's hopping on board? Who's going to be steering that on the way? Either of these teams, very, very real challengers to maybe be the captain of it all, to maybe be the top seed when we go into Berlin for Southeast Asia, but they're going to have to prove it through their performance here. They're going to have to get through their fellow regional teams to get there. Both Indonesian teams right now fighting for supremacy, a battle of wits, and everything else considered. AE opening up 2-0. They've been doing this time and time again here in this entire series, but they have yet to win that split map against BAAM recently. This time, though, another 2-0 start. BAAM, I'm not sure if they got what's in them to make it happen to Flip Jitter. Getting an opener, and Blaze and Flip Jitter, they all open things up. Nats, it's all on him to hold down the line. His Fat Penguin, far removed, has got a nice flank, actually.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to at least make something of this round. Actually, if he can get the timing right, never mind. Okay, that was rather unfortunate, but if he did get that timing, that would have signaled Nats Laurent that there was vulnerability towards that A site. But instead, they will be shut down here as we bring ourselves to a 2-1 scoreline. Nothing too unusual, especially on a map like Haven. But again, still a very good round for Alter Ego. And Black and Blue, we are now coming closer and closer to the culmination here. And these players, they're starting to land some insane shots. How are you feeling now about the odds of BAAM or Alter Ego going further as the representatives of Southeast Asia?
I still believe in playoff BAAM, and I also believe that AE, for them to kind of be touted as the underdog, gives them a chip on the shoulder, an edge here over the rest of the competition. Flip Jitter finding an opening pick there on Tebotol as well, but they have a good chance, I think, of maybe being the top seed, or at least a second seed to represent C in Berlin. There are a few hurdles in the way, though, namely Paper Rex and Bren Esports, but either one of them can show up and make it happen for the Indonesian representatives. Flip Jitter finds Berserk, and LB Moore is going to get the trade off Nats. Valorant able to do the same thing too. Eeyore answering back. The 3v2 in the favor of BAAM, man advantage-wise.
There we go. It's going to be a very, very pickup round, a very crucial round here, excuse me. But, ooh, all right, Elmi Moore yet again. We said that he was a player to watch out for, and indeed, it's living up to that potential, to that hype that we have been building around him. It's him and Fat Penguin left standing against Asterisk, who was, as a Sage in the previous game, a couple games ago, the top fragger here, but he does have 2 to isolate. Can he actually go ahead and do that right now? He gets onto site, he finds 1, he knows where 1 is. Can he isolate yet again? Has the turret to play with, but he knows the timing, and although Elmi Moore was able to play around the turret, Asterisk was still better for it. Well played right now in a very crucial clutch for BAAM.
BAAM Esports equalizing things up after losing the opening 2. Now getting 2 back, and they swing left. BAAM answers with a right hook of their own.
Well, it's definitely pretty much a slobber knocker that we're seeing right here. Just 2 teams completely wailing on each other. A lot of great rounds, and a lot of great kills, and a lot of amazing clutches as well as what we've seen here thus far. And now we're returning to the eco round as Alter Ego. They will have to save up a bit here, but not too much is lost here. They'll be happy to take it for now. If they can manage to create an opening for themselves, they might be able to sneak them or ensconce their way into a site just to get a plant. It might be worth it on this eco round entirely. Elmi Moore not making a sound. Neither of them are. And the fact that Eeyore has his hands completely full with this flash, it might actually go against him right now. Oh, the timing, it works exactly what I was doing. That's the very danger of having that. And now Elmi Moore misses the shot. Even though he had a rifle in his hands, it's picked up. Tebotol is able to get one, but that's all he wrote as NC Slasher finds a double, leaving Berserkers all alone, and he's running around. Gonna dash out here. And okay, Asterix a little bit worried about this. He's definitely getting a little bit antsy because Berserks, he can't land these shots. Oh no, the position's given here, and they're doing a dance, and Asterix comes out on top with 40 HP still.
Really fortunate there for Asterisk. He still get the kill at the end, almost giving it up. Not in the way that he might have expected, but boom. Okay, they're doing it, making it happen on the defensive side here in Haven, which is very important, especially starting on it. This Boom Esports, they will be able to get a single round lead, but AE now do have that economy to buy on up. You can see them trying to play things a bit slower. Already the stars here are prepped to try and maybe aggress on a lobby itself. I think Boom Esports are about to go for a play here right now. Flash on out with a guiding light in the peak. They're coming from the sewers with the operator in hand from Flip Jitter, but that smoke being popped there actually works against him. That was a good reaction here coming from AE for the most part, and now with that control rescinded, you can see how much of a rotation has been pulled already to the Bravo and Charlie sites. But Garages were going to try and park themselves and maybe kind of stage and mount this attack on the C site itself. NC Slash has been really good on the platform, but Berserks is able to find one, and NC Slash are able to find one of his own. Natslaran able to get a frag, but Eeyore is going to answer back for a 3v3. NC Slash are taken down off of the whiff, and quickly it's all onto Flip Jitter here in a 1v3. He's got the blades, but can he slice and dice this up?
He spotted the shoulder onto one. He's got an operator. Now this is a very dangerous prospect here. Do you want to try to at least use the blades? Or do you want to safely save that operator? And the decision on that one is going to be the latter, as they now, well, they're going to secure that site here. They're going to secure this round. Alter Ego, they're going to be very happy about this round. But they want to look for maybe Flips Jitter. They know that they have this round as they're all kind of jumping around here, maybe jump spotting a little bit towards the long. And they know that there's nobody going to be trying for it, especially without any time left. But they do want to hunt Flips Jitter out. An op in his hands is always a very, very scary prospect. I doubt they'll find him now, but...
Score has been tied on up, and now AE, great response for them to go full send in that garage and take everything by storm with the C site almost going awry, but for the most part, you're able to land their shots, and that let them gain the control they needed. You can see, even with the map control taken on the A site, Boom Esports, they knew that AE could not go to Bravo, they could not go to the C site itself, but yet it wasn't enough. Even though they tried to stack and help on the defense, it wasn't enough to hold back the execute coming in for Alter Ego. So Alter Ego now trying to split things up mid-control. Not super heavy-handed in that, but they do have some presence here outside the garage itself, and Grass and Berserks trying to spam through the smoke. He does have some idea that there should be Boom Esports players on the other end of that, and as Flip Jitter once again holding on there from the sewers with the operator. He's going to try and rescind control of that, as after the tag from the Isle Drone, well, he's like, okay, let me give this up. I can solo the site. The rest of them go and help out otherwise.
Yeah. Still, not a lot of ground gained, and yet again, respectfully, both of these teams will inquire and prod towards the site. A lot of utility being thrown out, but because of the fact that the Nano Swarm was down, it's not really going to hamper anybody from pushing into it. They still have to deal with Asterisks, who might be able to get a good pick off right now. Predator with a stinger, Blaze, excuse me, with a stinger, is able to get one from up close, and Flip Jitter doing work with that operator. Is able to find one through the smoke regardless, and Tebotol completely unaware, off guard. Elmi Moore yet again
30 seconds left.
is able to make things a little bit interesting. And Fat Penguin, they don't want to plant just yet. They have full access towards the C site, but they want to make sure that nobody's hanging around in garage. Eeyore, though, is a little bit too wise for this. And a couple of Hunter's Fury will be exchanged. And yet again, it's going to be another Hunter's Fury war. This time, Blaze comes out ahead.
And strike thunder from up above, down below. And in that case, it's going to be Blaze winning that fight for Lightning. Fat Penguin, all weight is on him, and that's not a joke on what this man can bring, because we know He is a very clutch player too. He brings it to a 1v1. There he goes. And now Flip Jitter is out in the open. He does get the round there. What a clutch in coming from Fat Penguin on the post plant. They knew where he was. They knew that he was isolated out in the open, but he was better at isolating those penguins. Fat Penguin waddling his way into a clutch.
Honestly, I really think that was a very big misplay from Boom. I think Flips Jitter should have let go of the operator. There were so many other so many guns on the floor. And instead, he was just waiting for... I don't know. I feel like Flips Jitter was waiting for NC Slasher to peek around the corner in a 3v1. Just pick up a rifle and stick together and go for a peek here. But after that first kill, it all just seemed to fall apart right there. And it was a little bit of a lack of communication and definitely a round that should have went to Boom's way, and this will definitely sink into their morale, into their mentality here. They're gonna be reset. A round they should have won. All right, Blaze is able to land a nice shot onto Fat Penguin. A little bit of vengeance for that previous round though, but there still is a lot of utility. Natsularand doing the work towards short, and Tebatol right there towards long. Blaze is completely flashed, and against 3 that peek him simultaneously. No way you can survive. Tebatol with a massive triple K in this round here. Will get up close and secure his 4. Just a little bit of a momentum booster, a little bit of a ego booster, confidence right there for Tebatol, as he hasn't exactly been doing very well in the previous games, and this might just be what he needs to get into it.
I mean, even though it was against an ego, sometimes that's all you need to get going in the series, and especially in a map like this where everything's on the line. Loser goes down into the lower bracket, winner moves on further in the upper. AE, confidence, the ego, whatever it is they have to boast, whatever it is they have to really adjust here. Well, that is going to have to come in now. It's a final chance for them to really challenge the throne here of Boom, who have been those kings of Indonesia for so long. AE at the cusp of taking that title away. Now with this mid control that they've been liking to take quite early. You know, this garage control, this is like the 3rd or 4th time they've done it already in this map alone, in this game. And every time, the garage push has been successful. They do usually are able to get on the C side because of it. But oh, just barely escaping by, and Berserk's finding the pick on Asterisk, who's none the wiser.
The confidence to peek through the tightest of angles like that and to come out on top. NC Slasher, he hasn't been found yet. He's got to get 1 before he drops. Okay, they look at each other just a couple of seconds here, but Flips Jitter, he's got a good flank in, but the Seekers is going to deny. Now they know where he is, but still, it's a good position for a punish. Now the flashes does come out. Have a little bit of information, but Flips Jitter, he just can't win that duel. It leaves it all in the hands of Blaze, and he's gonna turn tail and run all the way towards B's site, where he's gonna be saving that rifle.
Boom Esports, that's all they can really do. And you know, these guys, they are one of the biggest organizations in Indonesia as a region, and they have been in the game. And I don't just mean Valorant, I just mean esports as a whole, competitions, pro teams, the practice, and all the level of competition that you can have in between. These guys have been in it for quite a while, and there's a lot of infrastructure there on the Indonesian side to really help, you know, these guys get to the best of their abilities. And at the moment, Boom Esports, they haven't been looking like the Boom Esports we were kind of expecting, but that is not a shot at AE, because by all means, it takes a good team to capitalize on mistakes given. And for AE to be able to recognize those openings and really make full use of it and turn it in their favor, that's a hallmark of a good team. And by all means, AE, they are a great team here in Southeast Asia, and they're proving everybody wrong that, well, they might be, for the most part, the second best, but they're not settled for that.
I'm really gonna go and die on this hill and just be Alter Ego is still the best Indonesian team. I mean, a lot of people, especially a lot of the Indonesians, will think that, yeah, for the longest time, you know, AE has been better. But that's just in the international arena, where I feel like it's truly the proving grounds of any team. It hasn't been the case. It's been Boom. It's the story of Boom, they won against Bren in a best of 3 in Masters 1. And Boom lost eventually to Bren in, C Challengers 2 here. Now we're at C Challengers 3. They are going to try to change the course of history. But Alter Ego, we haven't really seen how they perform before. This is the first, real litmus test that they're going to be passing through to see whether they can make the cut here in one of the biggest stages in Southeast Asia. And that's a lot of weight on their shoulders. But weight or not, they're proving that they... Oh, that thought. A disgusting peak right there from Blaze. He hasn't done it before. And he does it again!
Okay, looking like the mechanic of Garage right now. He's double peeking it dry, completely catching him off guard. The timing perfect here, coming from Blaze.
How dare you? The gall, the audacity to just swing, no utility, no nothing, just dry peek his way into mid, and then do it again a couple seconds later. Just sometimes that's what it takes, Black and Blue. Just the massive cojones to make those kind of plays.
Cojones, definitely the most apt sense of the word. Well, these flashes have been keeping Alter Ego at bay for the most part. SMG's here for the side of Boom, and Flipjitter is going to be punished as he tries to go for the peak with a Bulldog. Elmi Moore finding another. Now, AE, they're making it happen. Asterisk getting taken down. And this is what we talked about. Boom. They're really good at finding opening picks. And time again, they find 2 opening picks on these eco rounds. But they have yet to really convert it into a 1 eco and into a thrifty round in their sake. And for Boom, it's just been crumbling. There it goes. Blaze being taken down. The only player with an actual rifle in his hands. And Elmi Moore is going to get it with a right click at that range. I'm telling you, man, it's been the story of Boom ever since the start of this series, even in the group stage. They get these opening picks on eco, but somehow they just let it slip away, even with a 5v3. I mean, you might not have the arsenal in your favor, but you've got 2 men alive. You got 2 more bodies to throw. Make something happen.
Elmi Moore is just a disgusting player. And this is why I think he's really one of the highlights. I really wanted to take a look at Elmi Moore in this one, and that was a left click, but for good reason. Oh my god. That round was so well dissected by AE. They knew that they had to make a play. They sneak on over to B. They find 1 pick. They get a couple of kills towards A-Link, and that just means that their A site was most likely open and safe. And the read to go to A just paid so much dividends for them. Alter Ego, they have just masterfully in that round and completely outclassed Boom Esports.
Alter Ego, man, they've been really good at reading what Boom have kind of been throwing at them, but we have seen in this series that whoever wins the first opening half as Blaze opens things up here in Tempo Toll, and Flipjitter is going to find and do the same thing. Fat Penguin returning the favor on the Blaze, getting that trade-off. It's a 4v3. As I was saying, whoever wins the first half hasn't been closing out the game and has been losing that map specifically. And so if things are signed to come, then as NC Slasher gets that pick, Boom might just make something happen at the end of it, but we're going to have to see if that curse rings true. 3, make that 4v1. Berserk's gonna try and hide the operator, maybe go meet his untimely demise, to which he shall, as advertised. Asterisk getting it, and he knows where he saved the operator. Could not find it, but, or does he? No, he doesn't.
He tries to find it, yeah, but it was tucked away in a very safe location. No operator for you on the defensive side here. That's gonna be a big deal because that's gonna force a lot of economic. Yeah, they don't even go ahead and pick up that op. They couldn't afford it even if they wanted to, I'm fairly certain, yes. And this just means that it's going to be 5 rifles for Boom. No operator for Alter Ego this time, even though they can't afford it. Which means one thing. They're going to be going for, I'd say, a very, very decisive hit towards that side. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to use Berserks to go for those entries. And while he's been getting those entries on the operator, I think that the solution here is to fully utilize the double duels that you have to truly break into those sites and create an opening for your team.
I have to agree, and I think they share the same sentiments here. For them to let go of that operator, which they've been quite keen to do even on the attacking side, just tells you that they feel like the pace on their side has been slow, and that is uncharacteristic when you have both a Jet and Reyna online and a lot of the initiating power to back that up. They don't even have a Sentinel on their sides, and so this tells you what philosophy they're kind of trying to bring in here, what theory of Valorant they're trying to make happen. But with that operator, it kind of works against what they're trying to make happen. So NC Slasher has been playing this back of the site quite amicably, as Nats is going to be taken down. Blaze finding 2 opening picks, and Berserks will find 1, but a quick trade-off here coming from NC Slasher. Fat Bang was able to find one of his own on the Blaze, and he finds a double Q on the ER. NC Slasher holding it down, holding down the line. It's a 1v1 right now. Gonna have to be forced off of the plant because of the lockdown here. It shall expire. He has just enough time to rotate to either site, but I'm not sure if that's exactly what he's going to go for. Going to pull up the Cosmic Divide.
That's a great wall.
Oh, but will he be able to plant off of that? I don't think so.
Yeah, he can. There is a space. I think there's a space towards the left that he can actually just plant on. Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. That's really a great wall to be able to play. Now he could literally be anywhere. And just like that, no, he misses! That's the problem with the Phantom, ladies and gentlemen. That is why I still think the Vandal is a superior gun. He gets the dink, but just the second bullet going stray. Alter Ego, man, that should have been round. What a great attempt from Fat Penguin. Just when you thought he had it written in the stars. Astra or not, he can't take that down. 7-5 it goes. 2-round advantage for Alter Ego, and I don't know if this will be enough against Boom.
So close too. What a great Cosmic Divide there to cut things up, eliminating all of the angles that he could have otherwise had to deal with. Still, though, he gets the dink at the end of it, the gush, but suddenly not enough to end the round. And Boom Esports, 7-5. This is the closest scoreline that we've had in this entire series going into the second half. And in that stead, as we ended both Bind and Split, 8-4, whoever was up 8, well, they lost that map. And for AE, I don't think that's going to ring true, at least just yet. Think we could potentially have overtime here, but let's see exactly how that will pan out. Reconnaissance early on C, and that pulls the defense of Alter Ego to try and back up the Charlie site. Only the Sky here on Nats Laurent to hold on to Alpha, but the rest of Boom Esports are already on the site. They've given it up. They can go for the plant here, and somehow ER just shuts Nats Laurent down.
Massive pick to find here, especially on a round that they very much desperately need. They want to be able to level things here. 7-7, and this is going to skyrocket their chances if they can secure this round. They do have a flank coming in. Oh, no, they don't. They don't have a flank coming in. It's going to be Blaze all the way into the back, but it doesn't matter because Boom, they trade flawless rounds. It was a flawless pistol for AE at the very beginning of it, and now Boom Esports, they bite back with a flawless pistol of their own towards that A site. Both of them happening on that A site, and this is just a mark of things to come here for Boom. They want that top spot. They want to be the best in Indonesia. They want to advance and get closer to Berlin, because there is nothing they'd want more than to represent their beautiful nation and just be that representative right there.
A flawless round coming from Boom Esports, and that's exactly what they needed to get some hype under their wings. I mean, it seemed to be quite a drought for them, honestly. Even though they won that map number 2, it wasn't necessarily decisive. Not in the way that map number 1 was for AE. But Flip Jitter and Eeyore opening things up. Asterisk to help out on that, and this is looking a lot more dominant on this round here coming from Boom. But then again, it is only the second round of the half, and they did win the pistol, so you kind of expected to. Fat Penguin all alone in his lonesome, waddling to his demise. And NC Slash will find the opposing Astra. So things are all tied up here, but AE, they've been quite good on winning these third rounds of the half, even after losing the opening pistols.
7-7 Black and Blue, and it could not be any better. This game could not be any closer, and we are looking at just the two top dogs of the region being absolute alphas. And right now, no one's backing down. It does seem like we have both of these teams with like the star players having moments of glory. Like, I mean, Elmi Moore has been showing up. Berserks has had a little bit of a more quiet of a series as opposed to that we're used to. Tebotal as well, but on the other side, you got like people like Blaze popping off. But before I get into that, a little bit of an awkward situation as the Gravity Well makes things difficult for AE, and yet again, Berserks will find one, but it's still brought to a 2v3. There's a lot of ground to cover on this retake, but they're creeping up here. Asterisks. Oh no, he gets caught, but he still manages to win the duel. That's a big big miss right there from Berserks.
Oh,
They might not expect Nets Laurent here, who's worked his way around the corner, but he won't expect Blaze, who's worked his way around spawn. And that was a massive pickup of a round for Boom.
They honestly kind of dropped the ball there, AE. I mean, not just to mention, of course, Berserk's not landing the shots which he really need to, but they seemed so adamant on dry peeking that smoke that they placed on CT. AE just kept on pushing out of it, and yeah, Berserk was able to get the pick off of that, but only one, and the rest of his teammates were trying to do the same thing, but they were certainly shut down and done. And I don't know here from AE, this is not looking like the disciplined AE, alter ego that we saw on map number 1 especially, and even on Split, so this is not a good sign of things at the moment here for AE. Flip Jitter though, oh dear. Him not landing that shot was crucial. And Nats Laurent gets the opening pick.
Good start to the round is on this eco. They've managed to find the lead here, but they're looking to swarm the site. That's ER to find the opening. Tabatal with a stinger, still deadly. And they still haven't dealt with him just yet. Berserk's going down here and holding the flank. That's going to be Blaze. He's trying to get up close as Eeyore is able to round out Tabatal, but Lemon Moore yet again with the shots. Now trying to get onto that side here. As it looks like they're going to try and rush Fat Penguin. They're going to flash at him. They're going to throw everything at him. They're going to take him down. And they're going to run all the way to C. Just full on smeeking right now is what looks like from Boom.
Well, definitely a sign of confidence at the very moment, at least for Boom, when you can tell that they're going in full send and with a reckless abandon. Tell me more. He's going to have to take things a lot more, well, held back. He's down to 30 HP. We've seen that the Phantom can betray you every now and then, so he's going to have to try and play this one as disciplined as he can, but I mean...
There are just so many different metas in this game, and each region, each place in the world, they have their own style of playing Valorant, right? We're seeing more and more what Southeast Asia Valorant is looking like, and as the scene develops, it grows. Like, nowadays, sure, a lot of teams in, let's say, the West, they'd go ahead and pick up those Phantoms. They'd say the Phantom is better, and they have very good reasoning to it. And a lot of the time here in Southeast Asia, you'll get people who still choose to play the Vandal. And that's all well and good, because it really comes down to how your playstyle is in terms of, where you are. If you're playing a lot of full contacts, if your region plays a lot of lurks or slow plays, there are just certain advantages to that. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But in that situation, the Vandal was better.
Yeah. I mean, there are some plays that you see, and you're like, that would have only happened with a Phantom. But then there are some things that we're like, well, maybe if you had a Vandal.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you think about it there's so many times that I was like, yeah, if you had a Vandal, you would have won that. But,
I mean, it's true for both, I think.
Yeah, I think it's true for both. Like, there's a lot of times where people will be like, yeah, if I had a Phantom, I would have won that. But in the end, it's really about what you're good at, Like, personally, I'm used to preferring the Vandal because I prefer playing a little bit more of a tap-tap style.
I feel like Valorant as a whole kind of favors that, honestly. It's quite hard to spray down things sometimes, especially at range. And if you can be disciplined enough to kind of tap 2-3 round bursts at what you're trying to shoot at, then a lot of times you can win those gunfights, even when you're in such a dire spot.
Indeed, but here we go again as we finally get another buy round. Berserks with the operator. We know that he likes to play aggressive off. This time, he's been punished a little bit too much, so he's playing a little bit safer, going on towards C, trying to lock down that area. But it's going to be B, where Boom is going to amalgamate their forces as they now try to secure that site. They haven't dealt with Fat Penguin. Spotted out here, looking for information, but Fat Penguin, Tabatal to back him up. He gets one here, and the spike has not been planted. The pressure just absolutely mounting here towards that B side, and they're going to be trying to find anything they can. Tabatal doing work, getting another 3v2 here. Dash coming out just to get out of that spot, and Nats Laurent's ready for the backup, but Asterisk is good for the refrag. 1v2. They don't want to make a mistake here. They're going to be playing very passively. That's going to be a nice tag with a Trailblazer, and that's going to allow Berserk to finish off that round. I like the communication, Black and Blue. Natslorant knows that his position is very much spotted and it's very much in danger. So the moment that he gets hit by, he goes and lands that hit with the Trailblazer, he just says, okay, I'm kind of in a bad spot here. Berserks, it's all up to you. And he takes that shot, communication shining through, and that was a good example of why Alter Ego can be such a powerful team.
I also quite liked how Tebotol really made use of the chaos that was happening on the B site itself, dipping in and out of the smoke, getting a pick off here and there. Really did help things go in the favor of AE at the end of it. So Alter Ego, a single round away from tying this game on up. Flashes abound, and they're trying to make the A site theirs. Tebotol, he can dismiss out of safety here, but he's not even going to get the opportunity to do so because they've completely overrun the site here, BAAM Esports. Now suddenly a quick 5v2 seems to have been taken aback, shocked and surprised, stirred by what just happened on the site itself. Alter Ego, I think the call here is to go for a save. What any kind of hope do you have? You can see Berserk's already on that. He's saving towards that C site, and BAAM Esports, they've just gotten and taken the 10th round now.
Yeah, this has got to be a save now. This is looking a little bit worrisome for Alter Ego as they want to hold on to these rifles. There's not a lot left in this game. It's 3 rounds that BAAM need after this one to get that win, to get that W in this very close fought best of 3. It's 8-9 Black and Blue. We thought that this would be close, and in this rivalry, this destined matchup between the 2 top Indonesian squads, this is providing us the map that we wanted and more. I could not ask for a better matchup for the 2 Indonesian squads right now. It's a little unfortunate that they met so early on in the bracket, but the silver lining is that we're going to finally know who's the best team in Indonesia, at least for now. And of course, one of them at least gets to go through to the next round.
Well, I mean, with the way that this matchup has went in the past, whoever wins one series typically loses the next one between them, and it's been a back and forth between AE and BAAM Esports historically. And while for the meantime, if AE win this, then they're the best, and while BAAM win this, when BAAM win this, then they're the best. I'm not sure how long that exactly is going to ring true for the most part, and we can put crowns to kings and titles to champions, but at the end of it, at least they do have 2 representatives here for Indonesia. Such a great scene that we have in Southeast Asia. And do not fret, Indonesian fans, because no matter which team loses this series, they still got a lower bracket play.
Second Life, I mean, this is obviously the great thing about having this format is that you don't get to see your favorite teams play once. In fact, you get to see them play a lot of the times because we go through the whole group stage thing. And it just really means that, the more games that you get to play, that just means that the best team is really going to shine through. And that's the whole idea over the group stages, over the whole double elimination, is that in a best of 1 map, there's more likely chances that I'd say the not the worst team, but not the favored team would go through. But in a best of 3, that's where you really start getting those teams that, and those results that you should be seeing. You don't see like really crazy upsets and then nobody's happy. But here in a best of 3, it's very much a different story. Now, Forces here for BAAM Esports. They're going to be gathering towards A. They start an entry. They haven't closed off this angle yet. Natslorant is good for 1. The crossfire falls apart as the 2 members holding A just completely get decimated here. It's Alter Ego have lost round after round after round, and this might be another save call. I wouldn't blame them if they do go for it. They might send Fat Penguin off to just go and die. This is just no way to sugarcoat it. They're gonna send him to go for an
That's
eco.
your mission.
Yeah, that's their mission. Take 1 down with you.
Die.
Die.
I mean, that's all you can really do at that
and
point.
because he needs to, because he doesn't want to have no money coming to the next round.
Quite literally, like, no memes intended. He maybe find 1, go for the exit, and that he shall not do, unfortunately, for Alter Ego. I thought he had that one in the bag with Blaze not realizing him being there, but he pulls out the Phantom in time. Quick draw on this man. Certainly a cowboy, but it's BAAM Esports here right now, who are at the cusp of match point, and this is not a prospect AE are too happy about.
3 rounds away is what separates these two teams. Only 3. But 2 rounds is what Boom needs to take this best of 3 final, semi, and then send Alter Ego to the lower bracket. We're in the playoffs, guys. So there is a lower bracket.
They got a second chance.
Yeah, they got a second chance.
If only everyone did.
I do want to point out, Black and Blue, that just the shots for Berserk and his impact here in this matchup against Boom is really not having the impact that it normally has. I think a lot of it has to do... Oh, wait, hold on. The timing just not going for Elmi Moore's way, and that's a massive, massive chance here. Flips Jadur, completely blind. Oh, no, it's so awkward. They get through Fat Penguin, and there's 3 members right now honing in on the site. Berserks yet again misses an opportunity here. 3v4. Nats Laurent very low on HP, and they lose all the remaining members here except for 2. As Nats Laurent and Tebatol have to make magic, and against 4, it's not gonna happen as Boom Esports are able to claim match point here. Alter Ego, they are in a rut, and it is so difficult to see them digging themselves out of it.
I don't really see that happening, honestly. 4 rounds, perfect that they have to play in. They can maybe get a round or 2 here, but let's see the action before we really call it Illustrado. They have 4 chances to get us in overtime. 4 perfect rounds is what they're going to have to bring. Maybe not flawless rounds, but they have to play every single one to a T and win every single round. And that's not going to be easy, especially against the form that Boom Esports have been bringing now here late into the final map of the series. Plant will go down on the Bravo site. Nothing that A are going to do to stop that from happening. Pushing out Elmi Moore. He's going to get caught out in transition as a spike is planted. The Gravity Well will pull him off guard, and Blaze finding a second, even with the Sova initiating everything and getting the frags. But Tebatol answering back. Asterisk on the refrag here to find Berserks in a 4v1, making it happen. But in the end, he will dismiss the safety for the meantime. It's a 1v3. Can he clutch this one out?
I don't know, man. 1v3, it might be too much to ask here. The Cosmic Divide just proving it to be so difficult, and the timing's not gonna go his way. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a victor, and it's gonna be Boom Esports yet again, moving forward, proving that they are still the #1 Indonesian team. A lot of people have been doubting them, their success. They came into this the 3rd seed of their region. They didn't even make it here first. There was Onyx, there was Alter Ego right before them, and then there was Boom. But somehow still they take the victory, and they are currently the most ahead Indonesian team in this entire Southeast Asian tournament.
A bit unfortunate for the Indonesian fans that they meet up here in the round #1 of this playoff stage, but still, though, for the fans there of Alter Ego, they're going to be going down to the lower bracket, and we're going to see more of Boom Esports coming up soon.
Wow. So we're back at the panel once again, and I just did not expect this to be the outcome. It was going to 2-1 for sure, but Alter Ego it seems like they did not mesh well at all, and I think it stemmed from that one part where Illustrado just pointed it out. Putting Berserks with an operator, it does have its moments in the sun, but there's a lot of clouds that have been just blocking, his ability to just hit those shots, or even just the free ones. He just cannot translate.
Yeah, I just think at the end of the day, Asarai, I feel like Boom had such a good read on how to shut down Berserks and Tebatol. This was like, I think, 2 games in a row, that Berserks was like at the bottom of the scoreboard. Eventually, Berserks did better in game number 2, but still, they knew how to shut him down. Boom had a very good read on Alter Ego. And this just forced Alter Ego to respect them even more, play more defensive. But Boom, they made less and less mistakes. It was a game of perfection here. They took the map control, they knew what they had to work with, and when it was time to execute, when it was time to make that go signal and take a side when they were on the attacking side, it just ended up in perfection, and Alter Ego made too many mistakes for it.
Boom Esports, they played as a full 5-man roster. There weren't necessarily any kind of, highlight plays or like hero plays that were coming out, like on the side of Alter Ego, where you had Elmi Moore do something crazy, Berserks go for a 4K, or Nats Laurent doing something big. No, it was a full 5-man endeavor. And you can see that evident by the total series scoreboard if we ever get to pull it up. But if you guys look at it, it really is a lot more equalized and normalized, and equilibrium has been achieved for the most part on the BOOM Esports side. Can they keep up this momentum? We've talked about it. Playoff BOOM Esports is a beast of its own. In this case, maybe waking up almost a hair too late for the series, but they get the job done, and that's the important fact.
You know, it happens. It happens. So that means that Boom will be looking forward to whoever wins our next best of 3, which is either Paper Rex or CBT. I cannot wait for this. It's like a tad bit of a reunion from the first time when we had our Southeast Asia matches for VCT. That was the road to Reykjavik, Iceland. So this is kind of fun to look forward to. Now, again, to add to that, it feels like while we are still waiting for our next interviewee, which is going to be Blaze again from BOOM Esports, it felt like there was some points where I think individual players of Alter Ego was kind of seeming a bit strained and wanted to catch off opponents, a little bit impatient. I think the one we saw the most was Elmimore, who peeked out of Garage because he heard the members of Boom were in transition to B, and he got caught, not really expecting somebody to mark his location. So there was some points I think that Alter Ego started to feel a bit more that they needed to do something to stop, you know, the onslaught of BOOM Esports. Anyways, I believe our interview is already set up, so let's welcome Blaze from BOOM Esports. There we go. Hello. All right, so first and foremost, congratulations again on your win over Alter Ego. So I'll get this started, real quick. You have been called the gatekeepers of Alter Ego, but you lost your last best of 5 against them in your own, VCT Indonesia. Did you feel like this best of 3 that you had was more difficult than that, or was this something that you guys were already expecting to happen, to win in this best of 3?
To be honest, right, I think a lot of people cheering up for Alter Ego, basically. It's, how to say, I'm happy to be the underdog again. Because they win the second seed, and then we win the third seed, of course. But I miss this kind of thing, like to be the underdog, to play all in, to play not to win. I mean, like play to win but not to lose. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because it removes the pressure from you guys, so you can just play your own game. So yeah, let's start with the next question.
Right. Still, you guys are the most successful Indonesian team, I think, internationally speaking, especially after that win against Alter Ego. I do want to ask, a lot has changed with you guys ever since Flips Jitter, came into that roster. You and him, I think you guys make a lot of good chemistry there. So tell me about him joining your team and what that's been like.
To be honest, right, I've been close with Flips from a long time ago. I mean, since CS already, like maybe 2016 or maybe 2015, and then we kind of grind together. We play together like a lot. I can say a lot. I'm taking him also is my suggestion, basically. So yeah, our chemistry is just made from long time ago.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's a bit bittersweet, having to go up against, your fellow countrymen, your fellow region mates who are also coming there from Indonesia. But I want to ask you, with you guys having so much history between the two of you as teams and as players, was this series more about kind of drawing from the past, what you've learned and what you've studied on their opposing side, on the Alter Ego side, or was it more of the mid-game adjustments of what you saw happening in the game while you were in the series itself?
I think the percentage of the adjusting in game is much more than we prepare against them. Of course, we watch their demo, but we don't want to change how we play. So yeah, basically it's just adjustment like how they play in game. So we basically gonna adapt, of course, and then we proceed. And then yeah, the last map is just too good for us. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that really shows the identity of BOOM Esports as a whole. You guys don't adhere to anybody. You do your own thing, and it works. So again, thank you so much, Blaze, for joining us in this interview, and good luck on your next match. It's gonna be either Paper Rex or CBT. and I cannot wait for that. Thank you so much. So anyways, guys, that's it for this best of 3 series. What a fire way to end a best of 3, and I guess the question has been answered. Who's the better of the Indonesian reps? It's BAAM Esports, guys. But of course, for those Alter Ego fans, like to remind you, we are double elimination. There is no fear yet for Alter Ego to get out of this tournament that easily. They still have a match up against Full Sense tomorrow, so that's going to be something. Anyways, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we do come back, it's the last series of the night. As I mentioned, PRX versus CBT Gaming, so don't go anywhere.
I was right.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Well, the sun is setting, but it's not yet over for us. The final series of the day is just about to begin. Paper Rex versus CBT in a best of 3. My name is Asteroid. Joining with me now is Viminal and Dax. Gentlemen, this is looking pretty fire. One of the top, I guess, contested teams of this tournament, Paper Rex, up against CBT that has been restructuring, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, two very well-decorated teams. Strongest teams from their respective region. Paper X coming in from Singapore. And then, of course, we got CBT coming in from the Taiwan HK region as well. It's just an incredible matchup, a marquee matchup, I must say. Wouldn't you agree, Dex?
Yeah, it's good to get back into the inter-regional warfare. But before we head into this, I just want to say, guys, I learned 2 things that last series. 1, penguins are majestic creatures. And number 2, BAAM Esports is still the king of Indonesia. Well, for now. But anyway, back to the point in hand. Yes, you guys are completely correct. Paper Rex, they've really been just one of the imperators of the SEA scene for so long already. Mixed roster forming up from the Singapore, Malaysian, and the Indonesian scene. They've come together as one team, and they have been absolutely potent so far in SEA. And there we have it. Benkai, Divide, Forsaken, Mindfreak, and Shiba. The thing is, besides, of course, the entry of Shiba back into the Paper Rex roster, it has to feel like there's this evolution from Paper Rex. I believe we were tackling it a little bit early on at the very start of the day here in SCA with Full Cinch, mixing things up with some flexibility on one of the players, PTC. Here we go, same case. You can see Forsaken filling up a few other roles as well. Flash, Agents, and the Life. You got the Vi instead playing some Jet from time to time. But on the flip side, if you want change, well, look at CBT Gaming here.
And as we look at this roster, we got Berlin, FloQQ, Rainy, Winner, and Uanger. Uanger, you know, he's brought back in action. He was, I do believe, the 6th man for this particular roster for CBT a while back. Rainy, the original member, formerly HQ, I believe. Isn't that right, Dex? And then, of course, he got Berlin and Winner from KPC. FloQQ was added at the last minute, but somehow, in some way, the chemistry is just undeniable in this roster.
And it sparks now the head-to-head. Of course, we cannot mention Paper Rex without mentioning their star player, Forsaken, 282 average combat score. He's been at the forefront of, I think, Paper Rex, aside from the Vi, but really it has been this man that has sparked the ignition for Paper Rex. Uanger, on the other hand, can be said the same. And the statistics here, I think, just a tad bit deceiving. I feel like Uanger in their specific group, even with that kind of margin, has been performing exceedingly well. But again, here comes the biggest challenge for them as of today, I would say, up against Paper Rex. Now we're looking at our map selection here, and the first icebox of the map has reared its head. And we know Paper Rex loves this icy tundra.
This is actually a very good map pool here for Paper Rex. Icebox, of course, has been one of their signature map picks for so long in SCA, and they can really get that frozen crown on their heads when they play a map like that. In the meantime, Split, they do have these defense-centric crouch positions as well, and finally Ascent. I wonder which Paper Rex we'll see there on Ascent. They have a myriad of compositions. On the flip side, though, for the side of CBT, they do have good win rates on a map like Icebox as well as Split. They do have that experience, yes, but at the same time, it does feel like Paper Rex is a bit more of that veteran team, especially with the rosters and how they are here, Vim.
You know, to elaborate on that very good point, Dax, Icebox is the 2nd highest win rate percentage for CBT Gaming at 71%. Split has their 2nd lowest, which is 59%. Still a very high win rate, all things considered. But Ascent is going to be their lowest win rate at 56%. So this being the map selection by PRX, it sort of kind of makes sense. But then, of course, it depends on how they're going to go about doing things. I'm pretty sure CBT is well capable of fighting on just about any map. Of course, this is the highest level of Valorant this side of Southeast Asia. And honestly, this is, again, a marquee matchup that I cannot wait to see. CBT, previously they lost 0-2 against Bren, but they had a near flawless run essentially coming into this.
Again, one could argue that the group of Bren, aside from the inclusion of CBT, might not be the best meter to see how the level of CBT really is. So I think this first best of 3 is going to be up against Paper Rex, is going to be the true metric as how CBT has really grown as a team. They might be the strongest, one of the strongest in the Hong Kong, Taiwan region. When it comes to Southeast Asia, do they have the cojones to be able to stand up against the bigger dogs of Southeast Asia? That's something that I think we have to watch out for here. Again, looking into this particular roster, it seems like there is a lot more to be offered by CBT. We have seen them pop off a couple of times. Again, like you mentioned, Anger has been one of those pinnacle points, I say, of CBT, but I just don't know how they're going to be able to make this happen. Because again, predictions, let's begin this. Mine is definitely going to be Paper X. I feel like they have everything that they need to get into the grand finals, even if we just started the playoffs. Could be wrong here though, but I feel like Paper X has it from what they did in the group stage.
You know what, likewise, I'm welcome to be proven wrong here, Azrai, but I do believe, and I'm very confident with this prediction, that it might actually be 2-1 in favor of Paper Rex. I don't know if it's going to be a 2-0 or a 2-1. I'm going to give CBT the benefit of the doubt here. They are a very strong team. I think they're going to give Paper Rex a run for their money, but in the end, I am very confident that Paper Rex has the upper hand coming into this one. What about you, Dex?
Well, I'm going to go for Paper Rex 2-0 here, guys. I'm very concerned about how this map pool is going to be after looking at the scheme of things. In their history, in the group stage, they haven't played any of these maps yet. It's been Bind Haven for Group A for all of the CBT matches. And really, with only the local scene under their belts, is that going to be enough versus a team that has been tried and tested in both the local scene as well as the region here in Paper X? And I feel like here, yes, it has been an incredible story for CBT Gaming. They've come together, they've really worked together so well, having this effectively new roster, but at the same time, Paper X, they have gone through so many turmoils together, they've gone through so many trials, and it doesn't feel like that CBT will have that strength to stop them, but we'll see, because CBT might have the biggest surprises, especially since there is no data from the group stage for the 3 maps.
Trial and Tribulations versus Rapid Growth. We'll see. Game number 1 is going to go underway, so we'll pass it on to our casters. Guys, take it away.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it, they ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. About how cool is the gunplay when the strays will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore, until somebody from your past come back to settle the score. Like, let's go back.
Will be able to trap one. Takes down Justa. And who else would it be?
Viminal and Dex coming at you live. Real wild. You know how it is. Now, Dex, I wonder how this match is going to go down. Neck and neck, tooth and nail, tug of war, seesaw battle. You get the point. I'm running out of metaphors here. The fact of the matter is, this is going to be one hell of a matchup, and I'm sure you're going to agree with that.
You know, I'm going to be straight with you, my friend. This matchup is going to be a bit of a mystery, in all things considered. Looking at this map pool, CBT Gaming, we keep saying it, newer roster, plus a map pool they haven't experienced yet in SCA with this configuration. There's a lot of question marks right now. What can they do against Paper Rex, who has been tried and tested, especially as we're already getting straight into the first map of Icebox. With Paper Rex on the defense, for them, this is their best chance now to make it to the top spot of SPA with X10 out of the picture, and full sense down in the lower bracket. They finished 3rd last time in DC Challengers number 2. They're looking for that first place this time and a ticket to Berlin. Let's keep an eye out on CBT, because it does feel like that this is a team giving and looking to give us a surprise. Well, just at least a surprise here and now as we get into the game. But we're going to get on into Icebox here and now, ladies and gentlemen. And Rainy, at the very least, Owl droning to get the scouting information. Paper Rex, though, already set up in their stations. And in terms of these comps here, Mr. Viminal. It does seem like CBT going for a classical comp. They do have the stage to try and go for defaults as the spike is gonna get planted, but Benkai gonna be on the board there. Divido in the meantime caught out by Rainy, and CBT holding their stations right behind this wall.
As Shiba and Benkai takes out Rainy. Winner quickly trades him out, but Forsaken with the one tap on to Winner. This man has so much firepower. He takes out Float QQ, and Mind Freak just takes down Berlin to secure the round. What a convincing round for Paper X. I mean, honestly, a pretty good effort coming in from CBT during that one, Dex. And again, I'd like to comment on the fact that we do have a mirror matchup for both of these teams. And, you know, there's a very good reason why. It's just a standard meta composition, and it's called meta for a reason. Obviously, it's the most effective tactics available for the current style of play. There's absolutely nothing wrong with these team comps. It really matters more on your micro decision making and perhaps variations on some macro plays here and there. One cool thing he can do is perhaps take the backside of Snowman instead of actually planning on default towards B. So let's see if they can do something like that later on. It appears like the Viper toxic screen is going to be going up over there on B long as the second round starts.
This will be a bit of a theory crafting with a composition that has been used on this map time and time again. But I gotta say for CBT, looking at the so far, when they play a map with Xbox, it's all about that map control. If they can figure out a way to set up on site and push even further than that, they will be willing to be. The thing about CBT as a whole, they're quite proactive roster compared to the rest of the Hong Kong side. They know how to just trap the opposition and then push from in behind, especially when they're on the defensive end. But here on the attacking side, it's up to them to make the plays. But Paper X, you know this maze here on A site, you know the whole map of Icebox as well. They just have such good navigation all throughout. There we have a set on up Divido with a takedown onto Rainy. PRX off the hot start with the guns in play. And they do have the Spectres. They have the gun advantage. They got enforced so far with the Divide getting 3 of those. And with Anger falling to the hand of Mind Freak at the very end. It's a clean round here from Paper X relatively, as Shiba is the only one who falls. So 2-0 right now. But let's see what CBT can do as we go into the third round.
You know what, Dax? It's kind of funny when you think back in the day when everyone didn't like Icebox. For some strange reason, it's just Icebox right now is my favorite map. It's just so fun to play, so much verticality over there on A side, so many possibilities on what you can do, whether it be wall boost, whether it be stage tech, or Viper lineups and stuff like that. There's just so many possibilities. And I'm looking forward to seeing those come out from two of these teams. But we're going to go into the third round here. This is going to be the first buy round for CBT. All of them going for those Vandals. And yeah, some teams do prefer Vandals over Phantoms, which is a rare case, especially here in a map like Icebox, as they do seem to be taking control of B long, preparing for a B execute. But make no mistake, Winner is right there playing the anti-flank, but he does get spotted out.
Forsaken will be going for the kill on the Float QQ to start things off. But I gotta say, Vimlo, you say you like Icebox now. Maybe just a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome, my friend, after seeing this map time and time again in the ladder. The fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, is that every single team, they need to learn every single map. And Paper Red, their home so far. And here you go again. Mind Freak now with the catch on the winner. CBT right behind the yellow box. And while Anger is looking all around, does get the takedown. Does seem like CBT looking a little bit of that firefight within them and trying to ignite some momentum under their belt. And there you go, Anger gonna be able to get that takedown onto the device. CBT right now backing on the way, but low on the HP side. Berlin with a single sliver of health points here, and now Anger with 63 HP as well. And Kaido already by the snowman here, Vim, and PRX trying to make this retake happen.
Yeah, right now, Anger, the rest of CBT trying to play that post-plan game. Berlin will be taking down Shiba, will be traded out by Mind Freak, however. Anger has something to say about that. It's all down to him and Mind Freak. Can the Cerebral Assassin pull this one off? The clock is ticking, Dex.
Here we have it. Time there, and oh, that's gonna be a take on Viminal. Anger just going for the kill. Anger, wow, just so stellar.
Damn, what a shot from Anger. Quick little peek right there. And really, that's the kind of mechanical skill you expect from a player of his caliber. If Forsaken, on the other hand, is a very strong player in terms of raw firepower, this guy Uanger also has the brawn to back it up, and really being a former reserve player for the side of CBT kind of makes me question why he was only brought into the fray as the forefront of the roster right now. But I'm pretty sure it's for a very good reason. Uanger trying to gain a little bit of info, doing that double updraft right there. Always a very common technique. Again, so many possibilities on what you can do in Icebox, and I think it's probably one of the most creative maps in Valorant for now.
CBT, they're gonna need to be creative. We mentioned a while ago on the local scene, it's all about them at least trapping and ensnaring the opposition and then going for the killing blow. But PaperX, so wily in the icy tundras of Icebox, and you can see that they are just navigating around the map and look, PRX, they will lose but there as they are on an equal CBT clutching it out in the previous round. Uanger, he's not done. He wants to go for more here, Vim. Fork is wild to go. Bladestar right now out in the forefront. He's hunting down some members here of PRX. He wants to take names. He wants to take kills under his belt. As well, CBT right now, they're on the hunt. Benkai gets spotted though.
Oh, Benkai does not get a pick, but Uanger does. On to Benkai. I mean, they're still up in terms of man advantage. This is going to be 3 of PRX against 5 for CBT. And again, they also have the gun advantage here for CBT. Mind Freak, though, will be taking down Uanger with a quick shot with a Marshall. It's still going to be a challenge for PRX here.
Now CBT. Great angle here, playing the default as well. And going for the takedowns. Slow over now, gonna get thrown on over. There's the shock dart though, flung from the hands of Rainy. And Winner's not done, looking to play it into his namesake and giving himself a gold medal there with a headshot off the Mind Freak. It's all left now to Devi. And unfortunately for him, it just might be his time to die as Rainy will spot him from above and CBT tie it up. We say it, guys. CBT Gaming here. They're going to be a bit of a mystery coming into this map pool without any experience in SCA from the group stage prior. But then again, these guys have been playing this in the local scene, and some of the elements that we've seen them unleash there in the Hong Kong Taiwan region, they're doing it right now. The way that they moved it, the way they station, and the way that they defend that spike.
You know what, Dex? It's just that CBT had such an incredible run in the group stage as well, even against the strongest teams in the whole shebang. I mean, who could forget that quadruple overtime with the Bren, right? And if that's any good benchmark to what their performance is going to be here against PaperX, which I consider to be similar in terms of power ranking to Bren right now, then, you know, they're definitely going to give them a run for their money. But I know it's too early to call right now. It's only 2-all. But as of right now, I do really like what I'm seeing from CBT. But as I say that, Forsaken with an off shot to Berlin.
Oh, Forsaken just finding that one out. And he's not done, but he has to dash on the way as he stares into the absolutely angry face of Uanger, keeping an eye out and watching out that left flank as much as possible. Interesting tech though from Mind Freak. Did you see that Viper Spit? I do believe it covers up even the second floor if you put it in the middle of that maze.
Yeah, I think you have to put it above 410. I'm not quite sure if that's the one. I didn't quite catch that, but when you put it above 410, it kind of gives you sort of a pseudo second floor coverage. So it is probably the most textbook spot to put on that Viper Spit right now. And then you typically stay above 410, and you can see the edge, just the edge of that main entrance. So it is a pretty powerful location.
That's the fattest souffle I've ever seen in the history of history. And Mind Freak right now, he's going to be able to find that kill there onto Winner as Uanger falls to the hand of Forsaken as well. Flow QQ, though, in the meantime, finding the answer. Divide there versus Flow QQ. And Divide finding two at the very end. PaperX right now, they show up yet again with the strategies. They will take that lead back. And, well, it's 3-2 now. For CBT, though, we've seen the heroics of Uanger, which has been the bread and butter of CBT. More often than not, their utility there is to help out Uanger, play the entries well, and then just follow suit after the Jet makes space. But PaperX, if they catch out that early push early on from CBT, if they deny the sightlines in the first place, then overall, they're going to have a lot of control here on the defensive side. And as we get now into the next round, PRX still sticking on around with a site with the Viper. Then again, what will CBT do as Forsaken? He's relocated into the tube here. Mr. Viminal, and he looks for one target, waiting for someone to peek him. After that turret spots him, just a little bit of the bait play, perhaps sacrificing armor, but no one is foolish enough to walk into the sightlines of the operator, and it is going to be CBT right now, playing it slow and steady, moving over to B site.
Forsaken, he's still holding down that angle. I gotta appreciate the audacity of this young man right here. About to actually get winner, and he does. Patience is a virtue, my friend. Forsaken knows that all too well, but it's going to be Benkai, Shiba, and the crew trying to prevent spike plant here, but Berlin is going to be deploying that Viper's Spit, just solidifying that post-plant scenario over there onto B site. Now, they're down one man. Winner is going to be out of the board. Rennie does have that Hunter's Fury, however. I'm pretty sure Berlin still has another Snakebite at the ready. Floors are out. Benkai takes down you anger though.
Beautiful push there from Benkai, but Berlin not only getting one with the snake bite, but also take that there out to Benkai. Rainy though with the Hunter's Fury, Forsaken catches one with the operator. But while this is happening, Devi goes for the stick, and no fear whatsoever from Devi. He just does not die to the Nat Swarm whatsoever. He's able to stay sturdy and stay true to the stick onto that defuse. Paper Rex will steal that under the noses of CBT.
That was such a winnable round for CBT. Very well played. Perhaps if they had equilibrium in terms of numbers, then it would have been a lot more favorable to them. But now for Paper Rex, either they can go retake or take more map control. I'm pretty sure Forsaken is like one of the most proactive players in the region, so I really don't expect them to go full retake. But Benkai does have that option. Divide does have that option. They have a resurrection and a lockdown at the ready.
Here.
So time will tell how they play this out. Of course, Forsaken, as I mentioned, he's going to be over there on Nest, a very forward position. He's just right beside Winner right here, but you know, neither of them know that they're just right there.
Oh, that spot.
Scratch that thought. Forsaken, beautiful shot to Winner.
Yeah, Winner unfortunately going to be losing out in that fight as Float QQ using the alarm bot there as a distraction. And perfect time there from Float QQ to even up the odds. Thing is though, it's going to be Divide ready with the res, and Winner on the other side, dead to rights already. But I like the call here from CBT. They will go to the A site, not just to go for the site that they've gotten to pick up on, but also at least cover the body there of Forsaken to prevent the resurrection there from happening. So on to the site they go. Shiba in the meantime onto the high ground, sees Rainy there, backs on the way as he drops down from the railing. The spike's going to be planted on the right-hand side near the rappel rope. Flow QQ has an inkling of a backstab perhaps in for Peter X, and it's not just one, not just two, but three players of Paper X trying to play the flank here. Vim Marfreak now with the first take on Berlin though from up above. Ben Cardo in the meantime shutting down Berlin, and here comes Paper X. They want to make a sandwich out of CBT here. Shiba though the only one at the forefront of all of this, but he still kicks out Rainy, and now he's gotten two. Shiba making sure that every Sova has his day, and PRX gonna make it 5-2 on the scoreline.
You know, Dax, now we're starting to see a little bit of a discrepancy here. We're starting to see the gap becoming bigger and bigger in favor of Paper Rex. It seems like they are way more proactive in terms of map control. And, you know, let me remind you, this is Icebox. Some people, I mean, most people would argue that this is a bit more of an attacker-sided map for the most part. But again, it does differ when you get to this high stage, right? But Paper X, I love the map control they're doing right now. They're very, very proactive, and they're not really giving any space to breathe for CBT, and it's working for them.
You know, if some people talk about the size of Icebox, many people in SCA will tell you that Paper X just has such good mastery on a map like this. Icebox has been one of the best maps that Paper X has to offer in the SCA region, and what we're seeing from them is just another case in point of that, as Forsaken tries to point it towards Winner there. Will be the shares here for the side of CBT though. And while we said it's going to be the great unknown so far for CBT, they will have to figure things out and fast. They understand that Paper Rex has this reputation, Icebox, for good reason, and the movement yet again from Paper Rex is quite swell. But as I say that, you are catching out the vibe, but Benkai, he will get two in response. Perfect coverage yet again by Paper Rex at the end of all of that, understanding the push there from CBT. Keep an eye out on these angles. Rainy, sneaky, peeky light, almost got the kill there on Benkai, but Benkai will shut him down instead. And it does seem like for CBT, it was a valiant effort with the Sheriffs, but PRX should be able to get this round as Forsaken spots out Float QQ. Spirit just floats on away, 6-2 right now. CBT should have the guns. Now I have an important question to you, Viminal. Very, very important. 100% important.
What's
Do
up?
you ever think that when Berlin decided to name himself Berlin, he was going to play in a tournament that would be the road to Berlin? That
Perhaps,
would end up.
You know what they say, manifest destiny, man. Law of attraction. I don't know what you name it, but he's thinking positive. Perhaps he's an optimist. Berlin, he's been playing really, really well. But this is a really tough challenge in front of him. And speaking of name stacks, honestly, Forsaken is one man that is out to make a name for himself. Arguably, he already has, but he had an interesting backstory behind his name, that he didn't want to live in the shadow of his older brother, Excurate, and he didn't want to live in the shadow of another Forsaken that we will not talk about. But yeah.
What executive again, my friend? But besides the fact, right, here for the side of PRX, they have been making names for themselves in the Valorant scene. They have been at the very top, and they did transition over as a full roster from CS to Valorant, only making a roster change now. But Shiba, the newest one to this roster, does get rid of Berlin, but CBT, since they have Winner still alive, they will win out that trade with the Resurrection. As I say that though, Defy will find you anchor there and say bye-bye. Forsaken in the meantime, still with the Operator up top the rafters, and Defy, he's just playing on the second floor. He's just playing from a perch, and the high ground is the best ground here for PaperX, just overlooking and watching CBT fall into the snow. Forsaken, what a shot at the very end. PRX now up by 5. And by this point in time for CBT, it doesn't feel like they're not as comfortable as we've seen it in the group stage. Maps like Bind, especially Haven perhaps, they whip out an incredible double initiator composition. But when we go down to the basics here on Icebox, CBT picking that tried and tested composition versus PaperX, who not only knows this tried and tested composition by heart, but they have went through trials and tribulations on a map like this in the biggest stage of SEA. So with that experience and with the results behind PRX right now, you can see why they're up by 5. For CBT though, can anything be done? Can they get a little bit more creative on their takes and the strategies to just psych out PaperX right now, Vim?
Right now, they're not really doing anything different other than default plays and set plays that we have seen time and time again. Perhaps that is the win condition for CBT. They need more creative set plays and executes coming into this. Perhaps it could be bringing it out in the next buy round. We'll have to wait and see. But you made a very good point there, taking into account the statistics of both of these teams. CBT and PaperX, they played a similar number of games. They have a similar amount of experience, but the difference being PaperX probably faced a lot more tougher opponents. And as you mentioned, they have been tried and tested here on Icebox against very formidable opponents in the past.
If you look at the history, I'm going to actually point out there, Vim. They played Icebox over the past year plus around 30 times already in just tournaments that have been tracked, including the VCT program. In the meantime, for CBT, yeah, it's only been 7 times, and especially with this new roster, with this newest stage for them, it's only been 4 times, I believe, that they've gotten that experience against other Hong Kong Taiwan teams. And the default place, they work there in their local region because they play it the best. You can see how much of a gap CBT can have against the rest of the teams, especially when they're just popping off and executing quickly, forcing their opponents to stop in their stations. But PaperX, on the flip side, feels like a completely different beast. They don't stop when they get stuck. They have a problem, they have any kind of disadvantage, PaperX finds a way to adapt on the fly. It has been the case so far, giving PaperX that advantage. And for CBT, is it time to go back to the tried and tested formats? Or will we get something new as we go further and further into the half? But Berlin, just seeing Shiba too busy with the Void Barrow. That's going to be the takedown there. Waldo is going to get set on up. Spike is planted, and you aggro now with a Blade Storm in hand. A while ago, he was able to will CBT to victory with his grit and with his shots. This time now, he's facing up against Forsaken, and you aggro right beside Forsaken, who's panicking. I don't know what to do, says Forsaken, but Ben Kai, he knew what to do by putting that turret right behind the 2 dancing jets, and will get the takedown onto you, Anger. Divide right now with a final blow onto Rainy, and apparently, that might have been a completely different seen what we watched there, Viminal. Instead of Valorant, we watched interpretive dance between two Jets. And I guess I know a little bit more about Jet culture now here after everything's said and done.
I mean, yeah, that was definitely something else. Something you don't see at the very highest level of Valorant. Or perhaps, you know, he was just in the mood to, you know, shaking on that dance floor. But, you know, that was what we were talking about for CBT. They tried a different execute. And honestly, going for that mid take, going for that barrier or over there for defender spawn, it was a good try. It was a good try, but in the end, it just didn't pan out for them. In the end, it was PRX 3 versus 1 against Rainy for CBT. And there's really nothing you could do about that. And I think at this point in time, what they have to do is basically pinpoint where Forsaken is, try to displace him with that alt drone, and then hope for the best. Because
I mean, they made Forsaken panic a while ago. At least that's something.
Yeah,
some
that's
mind games there. But speaking of Battle of the Minds here, Mindfreak, of course, find the Anger early on. And again, that's a big dent here to CBT Gaming. Without Anger for those entries, CBT's pace will change immensely, especially in the competition that they're running right now. Scope on in, Winner trying to challenge, but Forsaken is still the champion of that A site, and does it look like he's going to be dropping that title anytime soon. 5v3 scenario, Berlin does have the Viper Spit into play. CBT right now trying to psych out the opposition. They still do have the spike in hand there with the Viper. They're waiting for the snakebite to dissipate as Rainy right now wants to go for the dart. Mindfreak though quite low, does get scanned, and Rainy with a wallbang takedown. So good catch there for CBT. But these need to be more, these kind of plays need to be strung together, not just on the individual side, but CBT as a whole. They needed to find a little bit more footing here, Vim, because Paper Rex has been taking 2-3 steps for every one CBT has done so far. And it's going to be the similar case here. Rainy now does get the only takedown in that last skirmish, and Shiba will get the final kill on the Flow QQ. PRX and their expertise shining bright here. And it does seem like right now that they're so motivated to go further and further here for the SEA Challengers.
PRX, I gotta say, they're looking absolutely relentless right now as Forsaken hits that beautiful shot. I mean, it was a good try from Rainy. He did save that recon dart and tried to play off the Viper Spit from Berlin. And they were able to get a kill onto Mindfreak using that wallbang. But Benkai, time and again, he was on that second floor above default. And he's been playing that same location actually for quite a few rounds now. The thing with this is just, as soon as the toxic screen comes out, they're pretty much defenseless against that second floor. So perhaps before they actually move in, someone has to keep that angle in check. And it's a really tough situation to call, honestly, because Paper Rex is just so proactive from all angles, even in orange, you know, playing this buddy system. Benkai having the audacity to somehow take that aggressive angle as a Killjoy. A Killjoy, as you know, is not capable of dashing away.
Oh, the punish. Never mind. Flow QQ still gets to take down off the Forsaken after he whiffs those initial shots. And Shiba now will find a trade at the very least to make it 4v4. But really, here for Paper Rex, can they get one more on the board to make it 2-10 on the scoreline? As CBT will go for default play here and now. Putting up the wall, putting that spike down. They're just getting pelleted by bullets, peppered there by Benkai in the end. Winner now will just put his name into the records of history rather than the battlefield at present. As Rainy here gonna be going for the Hunter's Fury, but the backstab is real, and Mindfreak gonna be in position. Divide gonna be alongside it to get that takedown, and now it's gonna be Anger trying to fight on back alongside Berlin. Will this work out? Anger, Berlin, they get the takedowns here. The Young Guns of CBT try to fight on till the bitter end, but the question is, will they handle Forsaken? He gets the blade on one, he's looking for a second, and one quick shot to Berlin will pave the way here for Paper Rex. 10-2 the scoreline. A dominant half here from the SGMY roster. And we are going to be swapping some sides with Paper Rex already up by 8.
Switching sides.
My gosh, Dex. In a blink of an eye, the first half done and dusted. And now I'm usually the Galaxy Brain here when we do our duo cast. Sure. But for now, I need some help via your expertise. Why do you think Paper Rex just completely dominated that first half? CBT, they look kind of confused, moving onto the site, just vulnerable from all angles. But this is Icebox. This is not Breeze. It's not a huge map as Breeze. So, you know, there's not really an excuse for that.
It really feels like right now that CBT, they go back to the defaults, they go back to the standard playbook that PPRX already knows, loves, and knows how to counter extensively. While CBT can rely on Uanger in a pinch, it's not the most reliable situation, and the fact of the matter is, PPRX have done their homework, not only for the map, not only for the matchup. It just feels like it's a more complete package here from PPRX, who is so active around the map. And CBT, the victory so far on a map like this prior to the SEA regional stage has been against teams who would get stuck in their ways and couldn't figure out what to really do after getting stopped by the likes of CBT Gaming. But here we have it, Rainy Berlin on the board. And if they are going to walk into their flight lines, and CBT is happy about that, they can just go for the duels themselves and go for the head-to-head clashes, and they have the skill behind them to fight on till they still have this round under their belt. Will Ben Kaido going to be able to get that takedown on to Berlin? Got Forsaken on the left-hand side. A few taps here and there. Forsaken now with the kill onto Uanger. Float QQ, though, finds a response, and it's 1v1. Float QQ, can he clutch it out? Benkai, though, with the faster fire rate gun here. Classic versus Ghost. Who's going to be able to get the kill on who? A bit of damage, perhaps, here for Benkai, but no, Float QQ finds the headshot instead. But this is going to be very, very close. CBT, can they actually get the defuse in time? No, they cannot! And PPRX will make it 11-2 at the very end. PRX right now, they still got away with that one, and now they're 2 away from taking this map.
Oh my gosh, that must have been absolutely heartbreaking for CBT. They needed that one desperately. But PPRX just denies them of any chance from coming back in this one. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this would be match point for PPRX right about now. But case in point, Dax, that previous execute from PPRX at round 1 of the second half was what I was talking about earlier. If you remember, taking control of Snowman and then walling off Orange. You know, it's that type of creativity that we need to see at this highest level, as Forsaken takes down Winner with a quick shot to the head using that Vandal. Such a huge gun discrepancy right now, but let's see if they can get some taps with the Sheriff. Benkai says no, with a quick 2k onto Uanger and Berlin.
Yeah, PPRX is cleaning a pass by this point, and CBT, they wanted to answer the question if do you want to build Snowman in that last round, and they said bye to PPRX, but they couldn't buy themselves any guns this time after taking the L in the pistol. Just been it really feels like the worries that I had a while ago for CBT, they're coming on true. CBT Gaming, incredible roster. The young guns, honestly, the next generation of Taiwan here for the side of the Hong Kong Taiwan region, as they've really shed those AHQ roots. They've been stellar in the maps that they know well how to play, especially in the map like Bind, where they're playing that stellar double initiator composition. But now we go to Icebox and we go back to the basics, and we know by this point that PPRX has had that history, has had that experience, and CBT, they don't have much in their playbook so far. Can they just out-muscle PPRX by this point? The scoreline hasn't been in their favor here. Besides that, they still have the will to fight. They still have the guns in hand. The real question now is, what can they do here? Uanger back into the pipe position, looking at the very least to be a bit proactive. Maybe a change of pace can help out CBT immensely. There's the duel, and this time Winner will get that win versus Forsaken. Some revenge at the very least, some retribution here for CBT. That's a good start for the round, but PPRX, they bought up some rivals here, Vim. They want to finish off this map as soon as possible.
Forsaken down, though. Still is a favorable round for the side of CBT. Let's see if they can make something out of this. Live to fight on another round. But really, at this point, Tax, I do believe it's just delaying the inevitable here. Unfortunately for the side of CBT.
Well, there's always hope until one team gets to 13, and CBT, they will be fighting, they will be clashing, and they will look for pickoffs at the very least to allow them to have that head-to-head matchup in the aim duels instead. It did work out in the pistol round, all things considered. Sure, they didn't get the defuse in time, but they did wipe out PPRX at the very end of that. So you can see here for CBT, If they can't figure out how to move around the map, might as well just outshoot them instead as soon as PRX gets in their face. CBT right now still holding on to the kitchen. Perfect angle from Flow QQ as he navigates from one side to the other of the corridor. And Shiva now will go on down. Divide though looking to go for the plant as much as possible. Berlin though still with the chase on Divide. And CBT, this is what I was talking about. This was the one thing they did to outclass everyone else in the local region. As soon as there's a hiccup on the other side, they go for the push, they go for the punish, they constrict the opposition. And what else? What other team would play like that besides CBT? Berlin was so close already to Paper Rex at the very end of that, running around with a classic in hand and still getting a kill with it anyway.
Yeah, and CBT, a point on the board here on the second half. They desperately needed it, obviously, because Paper X already on match point. But at this point in time, Paper X, they have the guns. They have the economy. Forsaken has that Blade Storm. I don't think they're going to take that round loss lightly. I think they're looking to end this as quickly as they can. Paper X making this look like a speed run, Dax. They're making it look so easy against CBT, the most formidable team from the HK Taiwan region.
Yeah, the skill of CBT, you can't really question it in terms of the mechanics, but right now, it does feel like they're out of depth coming into this map. Their comfort zone really isn't this map per se. And we'll be seeing, because as we mentioned before, we're not going to be getting the usual CBT picks, but they're getting the pickoffs instead here with Berlin. Is this where CBT rallies? Is the doom and gloom that we've been seeing from the first half only going to be there? And now we're going to be in a different kind of present, another dimension, and a few different results instead for the second half here as we swap sides. But Spike now gonna get planted inside the Viper's pit. Benkai though in the middle, keeping an eye out. He's just gonna be the guard here, wanting that 360 motion if ever. He'll have to be careful as Winner is looking for the flank. Float QQ though up top the wall. Benkai in the meantime dropping on down here. The Guardian there, and Float QQ hopping up just to die. And Winner here will still fall to the hand of Benkai. The stats don't lie, and the history will repeat itself as Paper Rex has already navigated themselves into a 1-0 scoreline. Icebox truly is their kingdom, and the frosty fields will never chill the warm and hot hands of Paper Rex.
The hottest of hands, Dax. I mean, that was just an absolute speedrun. Honestly, I'm taken aback by that performance from Paper Rex. We've never seen them perform this caliber before. I mean, we all know how powerful they can be, but it seems like they've gone beyond what they were previously known to be. And, you know, doing that to CBT is nothing to scoff at. It definitely is a formidable team. And the fact of the matter is they absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah, in the battle of the smallest regions per se, it is still going to be Paper Rex up on top, and that's why the SCMY roster, FCMY field rather, has gotten that respect from the SCA community, because the top teams of SGMY are at the very top of SCA as well. And you can see for Paper Rex, they just school CBT with a 13-3 scoreline. It wasn't the prettiest from CBT at all. Yes, they could win some firefights here and there. You could win some skirmishes, and at the very least, try and aim and shoot at the opposition and get success from that. But more often than not, the reposition from Paper Rex were the biggest instrument to their success. Benkai here with a 3.3 KD, knowing exactly where to move on around the map. And it really feels like for Paper Rex, they didn't even unleash the fullest arsenal they had in that game. They didn't use as many ultimates as you would expect with a 33 to score line. They just held together, they held strong, they got the kills, and were so aware of how CBT would move around the map. I do have to give it to CBT for putting in the effort of still being so proactive. It has been their biggest strength in maps like this. They love to go on in and find the takedowns anyway, especially if the opposition is not paying attention. But PRX, eagle-eyed and ready to go. It does seem like that they've just been energized right now, making it to the playoffs. And as we said, their path, the SCA path to Berlin rather, it's looking clear so far. The motivation is true and the performance is there from the first map.
You know what, Dex? When Paper X was first announced, when they first announced they were entering the Valorant space, everyone was freaking out, for good reason. Now, almost a year later, perhaps a year later, I'm not quite sure, but you know, they've had a tremendously long run since Valorant came out, and now we know of their legendary status. Their performance speaks for themselves. And this is really just proof in the pudding right here. As we go into a quick break, guys, again, Dax and Viminal here keeping you company for this final series of the night. When we come back, it's going to be map number 2. It's CBT versus Paper Rex.
Well, we're coming back, and it seems like the speed run is true. Paper Rex, the kings, the proverbial kings of Icebox. They definitely took a Polar Express to 13-2 in that particular game up against CBT. We are in a best of 3, so there's still a chance here for CBT, but again, the odds are stacked against them. Welcome back, guys. My name is Asarai, and joining with me now is Dax and Viminal. And gentlemen, what a match it has been for Paper Rex. I think more so than not, we really can't sugarcoat it. It was a show of force by them, and specifically the combination between Divide and Forsaken.
You know what, Azarai, we were talking backstage during that break. It's just, no matter how you look at it, from every aspect, they were just outclassed by Paper Rex. You could talk strats, you could talk agent compositions or what, executes and stuff like that. The fact of the matter is, Dax, they were just outclassed.
And you're not wrong there. It just feels like it really was CBT as a whole out of their depth coming into Icebox. They knew they had that experience from the local scene, but against a team like Paper Rex, it's just not going to be enough. playing those defaults in a standard manner is not going to be enough against proactivity of PRX whatsoever. And in the mirror matchup, you need to really outmuscle and outwit the opposition time after time. And PRX was so consistent in how they moved, how they played, how they took care of each other. And really, that's just it. Let's put it in the past because we need to go to the present as we move on to Split instead, which should be a lot more experience here for the side of CBT Gaming. But overall, if that's going to be the pace of the game, PaperX, they really are showing why they are one of the favorites now, especially with X10 gone, and why they want to make that case to make it to Berlin.
It just seems like PaperX are looking so hungry now. And I think one of the reasons why is, as you mentioned it, X10 are not here anymore. So the amount of threats that are there to kind of stand in their way are diminishing little by little, bit by bit. And whether it's PaperX or any other team, it seems like they just are not stopping. And CBT, they can get in the way, but PaperX is a freight train. As of this moment, it's looking damn well scary. And I don't know how this team by CBT arguably has done fantastic in their own remark. They've beaten teams like Ego. They've beaten teams like Sharper, who are in their own rights also amazing teams. But it just seems like PaperX is on a whole different level as of the moment. Yeah, they go over aggressive, but it's because they're so comfortable with how they take the sites. They are one of the Smeagers of Southeast Asia, to say at the least. And well, there's just, I don't know what CBT have to do to try to bring themselves back out in this best of three.
You know what? It's a tough thing to call, in all honesty. But PaperX, again, looking like a really well-oiled machine. Yeah, if you have any thoughts, Dex, now would be a good time to lay it down. Because as for me, I'm struggling. I'm struggling to find a win condition here for the side of CBT, honestly.
I think for CBT, it's just a matter of comfort right now. We know in the group stage they're comfortable to face off against their opposition on Bind and Haven. And that was the same case for their opponents. They're like, okay, we're good with that map pool. Let's go for that. But PaperX, their map pool is very vast and very different, I gotta say. They are willing to play on Icebox. They're willing to play on Spit. They're willing to play on Ascent. And really, sometimes when the battle is drawn and you see the battlefield itself, you know which team, which place might have the advantage or disadvantage. And coming into this one, even though this is the map pick of CBT, it's still going to be dicey versus the side of PaperX. But I feel like this is a map pick for them for good reason. Again, going back to the roots of the likes of KPC, I'm actually going to be looking forward to what Berlin will bring to the table. Is this going to be his signature race back on the board and going for a very aggressive composition? Perhaps here from CBT, we'll find out here.
Well, I'll just throw it on to the casters. Is it going to be Papersaurus Rex, or will CBT fold this opponent? Let's see. Let's find out.
Okay, and thank you there, Asrai, as we are going to get into Split Tax here at Minimal. And the question is, can CBT get redemption? PaperX, let's just be real, they crumpled CBT there and threw them away on Icebox. Now is the time for CBT to return the favor, and we are going to be going on back with a pretty familiar composition for here from the side of CBT in a manner of speaking. Berlin will be sticking on the round with the Viper, and Anger goes on over to the Raze instead. I was thinking about maybe CBT go for a double duelist instead, but Anger has proven to be an incredible Raze player alongside the Jet anyway, and Berlin says he wants to be comfy on that Viper and will just play that controller here for a double control playstyle on the attacking side. In the meantime, though, for the defense of PaperX, well, Forsaken, he's hungry for some kills, and he goes on over to the Reyna here. And I feel like, Viminal, this is a big show of force from PaperX, because usually on this map, we see him on the breach now flexing on over, as we mentioned, one of the improvements PaperX has had so far. But I guess Forsaken and Devi, it might be a bit of a competition here on who can get the most kills, if ever. And Forsaken, he's hungry for some blood, but needs to still respect CBT with mid control.
Just oh so confident. Forsaken on the Sheriff on round one. On a Reyna at that. He's going to pay for it. Anger, swift right click to the head of Forsaken. I mean, I thought I would only do that in a ranked game. Like, on Reyna, Sheriff and a single orb. Apparently they do it here. So, you know, much props to Forsaken. But it didn't work out for him there. Shiba's going to be pushed on back, displaced by those paint shells so far. This is a pretty good start for CBT.
You know, great contemporary artists say in our day and age, Mr. Viminal, sit down, be humble. And Forsaken, yeah, he's on that Reyna, but he's getting shut down there early on by Anchor. Again, CBT, their prowess is still on the mechanical side here, and they can fight on back. Anchor now with 3 so far in this round. Everything is left to Mind Freak and Paper Rex. They can't be too overconfident after that win on Icebox. You can see right now with this kind of gamble, with this kind of composition, and Anger will punish this with a 4K instead. Hello, CBT, where have you been all my life? Because it's Anger now with the quad there. Paper Rex, again, respect begets respect. They need to respect their opponent here. They still the top seed of the Hong Kong-Taiwan region.
Yeah, and for very good reason. And, you know, I just wanted to comment on the agent compositions as per usual. I mean, this is going to be an eco state for PRX unless they decide to force. Looks like they're going to be saving. Anyway, for the side of CBT, very interesting that they're going for a double controller. But then there's the issue of not having a Sage on split. And then you have PRX, who's just exhibiting a very standard cookie cutter meta comp. Now, I'm really interested how this is going to work out. Because, you know, if Berlin and Winner has this really, really strong combination coming into their defensive half later on especially, they might actually have the upper hand. But again, on the attacking side, not having a Sage, I think it's like a big disadvantage. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I know some teams don't really use Sage on split, but I think it's one of the best agents to play on split, quite frankly.
The thing about it, the Resurrection getting so much value in these nooks and crannies. Plus, of course, you feel more like a Sentinel with the Slow Orbs and the Barrier Orb as well. But Rainy now with a takeout. But Benkai finding 2, and PRX, they're just going in with Reckless Abandon. And they just say, we're gonna go in, go ham, and get the takedowns on the other side of the map. This is CBT being subject to the playstyle that they unleashed in their local scene in the Hong Kong-Taiwan region time after time. And Paper X is getting retribution for all the teams that CBT has spelled to the road to SCA. And CBT has to be on notice. Spike, though, is planted, but Paper Rex does have the man advantage. And when you just want to go in and go ham, might as well fully commit onto it. Just get this job done. Get this game over with, says Paper Rex. Because you can see how they navigated across the map all the way to the other side, playing the flank and more. PRX, they're just absolutely confident here, Vim, and might I say, if this can keep up, their confidence will be rewarded.
I mean, they're oozing confidence right now. And conversely, for the side of CBT decks, they can't lose the mental battle before the second map even really begins. And after you lose a map in that manner, there's already this preconceived notion that you're going to get out-muscled by Paper X coming into this map number 2. CBT, especially starting on attack, they cannot be stifled in terms of aggression. They can't overextend, obviously, but they can't be paralyzed by fear. Paper X right now, they're trying to impose that fear onto CBT. Especially with that eco flip, what a strong message, my man.
You know, acronyms are great, Bim, and I'll give you one more. This is some BDE from PRX. Big Defy energy. And there you go already. The infusion for Defy versus Berlin. But he does get taken down there by Rainy Forsaken, though, in the meantime, finding Anger in response. And Paper Rex, they want to fight. They want to duel. And they want to show CBT that there is no hope for them as much as possible. Forsaken right now going for the fight, but again, Winner! He gets the punish now on Forsaken. Again, a humbling experience for Forsaken, funny enough. But then again, PRX still having the man advantage. Shiba, though, catching out Rainy. Flow QQ, the only one left. Beautiful Slow Orb now to try and catch out the Killjoy. And Flow QQ quite low, but still stays alive to get that pick off the turret, though. The turret, it might win it here for Paper X. Benkai is just saying, go turret, kill him, watch over that angle. But PRX, man, oh man, if they just want to demolish CBT here, I have to say this is the best way, because we saw in Icebox a while ago when CBT could get that direct combat on, they stood a chance against Paper Rex. It was just the mobility and the proactivity of Paper Rex that really enabled that scoreline to be so dominant. But now, if PRX is willing to get in the faces of CBT and say, yeah, you know that last thing you did against us, we're not gonna lose to it this time. And Paper X looking like quite a complete package. CBT, it might be back to the drawing board here. Might need to respect the pushes of PRX and find ways to punish Divine Forsaken from the get-go.
Absolutely right. You gotta shut down Divine Forsaken first and foremost. especially at this point in time, Forsaken is looking a bit vulnerable, overextending in some cases as his Mind Freak in that particular situation. A very risky angle to hold right in the middle of A-ramps. That was pretty much destined to happen, but Divide.
Divide, though, operator shots, trying to make it work. And, you know, they haven't played arena-based comp in so long here for the side of PRX. Again, they've been looking at utility options. Those were the notions that they want to run here for the SEA Challengers. But here and now, with their confidence sky high, they're back with that Dolbo duelist setup. And we're not done. Divide there, catching out Berlin. But Rainy with the push instead. And Divide just unaware of that fact. He wasn't really as prepared for the push there from Rainy. Seeing the Sky just run in his face, couldn't react in time. And now the Seeker's chasing down Forsaken. But Forsaken doesn't care. He will go for the kill on the flow QQ while the Seeker is chasing after him. And he'll get that takedown. Rainy, though, not done yet. The only remaining member of the CBT roster from those AHQ days, the veteran captain, I gotta say, of CBT right now. Question is, though, can he come in clutch here for the team? It's duos versus duos here, Viminal. Mano y mano with 1+1 per team as well. Question now is, who can actually get the angle on who? Double stack here by A-Main. Forsaken so low on the HP. CBT setting up their station. And Rainy with the 4K. CBT again, you let them fight you, they do stand a chance to win. And with Rainy there stepping up when needed the most, it's CBT tying things up.
You know, I was pretty surprised at that point in time that Divide was actually able to get a kill in that manner. Granted, Rainy was able to go for the refrag, but all three of them were looking at screens. That shouldn't really happen at this point in time. But in the end, still a good round for CBT. But I think at this point, PRX giving too many chances so far for CBT to be able to bounce back. I think they're going a little bit too ham on the trigger finger. Perhaps they can dial it down just a little bit.
I mean, let's give credit to where credit's due. CBT here winning the duels that they need to. Again, PaperX, they want the challenge. They want to play that way. CBT is happy to oblige. And PaperX, that wasn't the recipe of success a while ago. They still need to respect what CBT brings to the table. And we mentioned it. They're in the top 8 for good reason.
Right.
Stick to your strengths. Stick to what works. And for CBT, they can't really stick to what works and their strengths are because this is not the map pool that suits them as well as it should. So that's where PaperX really wins out the whole match in the first place. The draft. And they play that intellectually, especially that first map. But now into the second, if they want to play CBT's game, then we are going to be here for the long haul instead. And this does show us that CBT is still a force to be reckoned with. Lockdown already is a go. Quick ultimate here from the side of Float QQ, and he's not done. He gets a takedown there on Forsaken, and CBT now pushing on forward. Uanger trying to hunt down for a member or two, flinging out the backside as much as possible. CBT yet again playing to their stations well, knowing the defaults as much as possible, but PRX will fight on back. Divide just surgical with those blades. Uanger right now with a Guardian though. It's 2v2 now. Can Divide get more though with his ultimate? That's the question, as Rainy is pushing on forward and gets the guiding light. Confirms now Mind Freak is on the right hand side, and Divide finding one more silent blade onto Uanger. Will this be enough here? CBT running out of time. Rainy needs to get the kills and fast because there's no way he can go for the spike plant anymore. And here comes Divide, who will get tripped up by Rainy. And a great escape from CBT. Rainy just runs away from Mind Freak as PaperX will take the round. What a shutdown from PRX against the default plays, but really a messy endeavor, to say the least. If you think about Valorant as contemporary arts, that was abstract. That was surreal. That was
beauty, my friend, is in the eye of the beholder.
So, Viminal, if that round was a painting, how much would you value it?
Oh, I would rather not say. But yeah, I mean, for the side of PaperX, it did win the round, and I gotta say, big Divide energy.
Yes, sir.
Checking out, man. Checking out.
Come on. There. I mean, you have acronyms for many things, and big Divide energy has to be one of them right now. It's the playstyle here for PRX. It's just that big chat energy, honestly. And Divide, he's not done, and yep.
Woohoo, he's just getting started, Dex.
Bro, put it in the can. I feel like that's gonna be the next big energy drink. You know, we got the Red Bull, the monsters, and everything, and Divide, it's time. That's the real gamer fuel that we need. But Ben Kai, though, he is still spotted and taken down. So CBT will, of course, still clash. We'll still find a way to get a pickup, that's for sure. This is not going to be an easy experience for PRX. They're both, well, making it harder for themselves, and at the same time, still have to respect the powerhouse that is CBT on duels. And there you have it, Berlin, somehow, some way, navigating himself onto spawn of all places while that spike has been left behind in the middle. B side is clear here, Vim. But with no spike, CBT cannot put that plant down. And now PRX setting a kill box into the middle. Berlin, though, in the meantime, he's infiltrated before, and he'll do so again with a shutdown there onto Shiba. 2v1, Divide, though, is not done, but Mind Freak will be done with this round. It is 4-2. PRX, at least, they saw the spike, and they gave up the site, and they still win it. So, interesting here for Paper Rex.
Thanks.
I mean, you gotta play the objective, quite frankly, and of course, Paper Rex know that fact, and they're just gonna play around the spike. At that point, there was a crossfire setup covering Male and of course Ramen over there, and Divide with that operator absolutely lethal. The moment someone is visible in his line of sight, you bet that he's gonna flick to that target. I don't think he's missed quite a few shots just yet, except for that one time in air ramp here. But Forsaken.
Oh, he saw the bird. He saw the bird, and it's just like, why is it there in your hand? Execute Order 66. Yes, my lord. And Divide is the lord and savior right now.
Oh my
Paper Rex in the middle. 3 kills already. That's a quick one here. All up the winner. Can he win these duels? That's the question. You know, positivity, Vim. Positivity here for CBT. We keep saying it, right? They have names like Berlin and Winner. They're trying to manifest that destiny, but that destiny is being denied out of them by Paper Rex.
You know what? You know,
yes.
you have a name,
I want to hear it.
Berlin. You have a name, Winner.
Winner.
And I really do appreciate the optimism, but sometimes that's just like other things in life. Even if you want it really, really hard, sometimes it just doesn't happen. But, you know, right now, Divide is just that brick wall at smack to reality that CBT is facing right now.
I mean, we want to be radiant of pro players, but we're not good at all, honestly.
Yep.
But you're better, that's for sure. But
This
is why we're in the casting this over anything else.
I'm living a lie, Dex.
No, don't worry about it. No one's gonna know, except
one's gonna know.
no, except everyone who's watching. And we just watched Witness on cam. Forsaken and Divide have fun. That's
He's
3.
blowing my
Forsaken.
mind, Dex.
He's blowing the minds of everyone in front of him. Okay,
what is
PRX,
going on?
We see you. We see how strong you can be. We know how potent this matchup can become if Paper Rex is popping off and CBT can fight on back. But right now, it's quite really the Paper Rex show. CBT, they cannot peak like this at all. If Paper Rex sees 3 heads, they will take 3 heads by storm. And Forsaken, he just silences everyone. That's just clear. Nothing malicious whatsoever. That was just all him, all his aim, nothing else at all. Forsaken, that's a great name, by the way. We have a lot of good names really in this server. You have Forsaken, which is obviously a very rich history in tactical shooters. I like Shiba. I like Shiba's name. I always think about the cute dog, and he can be quite ferocious, honestly, in his play for the side of PRX. So good on him. Great new addition, proving how much Paper Rex is looking forward to the future. And if this keeps up, well, the future is going to be the present, and they're going to be moving on to the semifinals. CBT, the only way to really deny them of that fact is to just outduel the competition. We've seen CBT do it before, so it's not an impossible task whatsoever. Paper Rex can lose these firefights, and the moment CBT gets back that confidence, then we might still have a contest here between these two teams. But for now, though, PRX, that's an interesting retake here of him. That's a heavy stack from the back of the site, and they're going to go for the lockdown this time.
Yeah, it should be a pretty straightforward play from here on out. Lockdown is going to be in place. And then, of course, Shiba does have that res if need be. I like how PRX has adjusted, has switched gears from playing that super fast, aggressive playstyle. Now they're going for the full retake. They are giving ample respect.
Bad guy's diffusing. Bad guy's diffusing. He's done. He's done. We're done with this round. Hello? We're done. Hello? Reception? Hello? Seems like CBT did not get the memo, and Paper Rex!
I didn't get the memo, Dex.
Go for the classic ninja defuse. Under the nose.
I mean, it's because of that cosmic divide, right?
CBT. Yeah, it is. Still, though. Still though,
Phenomenal.
You should
Phenomenal
check.
round.
Guys, so okay, the spike, it's kind of like a Tamagotchi. Remember those? So if you leave it for too long, it's gonna die, or in this case, it's gonna get defused. And yeah, CBT, they need to buy a new Tamagotchi now because that one just got taken away from them very quickly.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Quite unfortunate, but
You know, I
Divide.
usually have a lot of things to say, but
Yeah.
really, it's
I mean, that's pretty much enough said, right? For at least that round.
yeah.
It was such a spectacle to witness Benkai diffusing under everybody's noses, mine included, but Divide will be displaced by that guiding light coming in from that mid position.
Yeah, Paper Rex here. They're just in control. They don't only have the driver's seat right now, Vim. They also have the shotgun seat. They also have the second row. And CBT is kind of stuck in the trunk right now, looking to figure out a way to get on out. Again, one option really is to just outshoot Paper Rex by this point. PRX feeling so confident and honestly so cocky with how they play so far.
Yeah.
Just if they can remove that big Divide energy from the equation, it's gonna be so helpful here for CBT to get back that confidence, and that's all they need in this matchup. Get confidence to outduel Paper Rex and PRX. You don't see that wall too often, but Shiba gonna be putting it in the way. Divide in the meantime with the operator still. And this is gonna be Benkai falling on down to the hand of Berlin, raiding on the board as well. And there you have it, CBT rallying call in to go. And they're getting the take that they need. Forsaken though, he finds one hole in the wall, and he's gonna be putting Flow QQ through it and getting that takedown. Berlin in the meantime with a kill on Divide. It's 4v2 right now. And is this gonna be the Forsaken show? Will we get another holy sermon from the side of the Reina, looking to consume those souls rather than going for salvation? Mind Freak though in the meantime finding Berlin there, and here comes Forsaken. It's 1v1. Paper X finding the pickoffs, and there you go again. Turn to a new Genesis here for Paper X as they just find the pickoffs one more time, and it's gonna be an 8-2 scoreline. Okay, so Forsaken throws away the gun and goes for the defuse after picking up the operator. Still, they know the op is something they want to keep, and they are keeping this lead in a very firm position here, Vim.
Yeah, it's going to be shopping on a round after that defuse. Again, a very convincing 3v5 retake thanks to the dynamic duo of the Cerebral Assassin Mind Freak and Forsaken. And this guy's been absolutely on fire. Guys, for all you Rada mains out there, you guys better be taking down some notes because this is just an absolute masterclass from Divide and Forsaken.
Wait,
It's art!
Aren't the notes for Reina just kill people? Use their soul.
You know, it's a lot harder than it seems, guys. I'm a Rada main, and it's pretty hard, trust me.
Okay. Well, there you go. Take some tips from Forsaken, then, and maybe, just maybe, you might be able to get to that hat pro here in Valorant. But Forsaken, he's just incredible. That's just it.
Yeah.
Gets the takedown, backs on the way, and we're in a 5v4. So did you know that in the middle of the map, the ramen shop, right? It looks like it's falling. It's because the mushrooms are pushing it. Like they're small little mushrooms that are pushing that. It's cute. It's like it's
I love
almost
mushrooms.
it's the most adorable thing. What's your favorite kind of mushroom?
I do like chanterelles.
Okay. Oh, I thought we were going in a different direction. But right now we go into another spot on the map as Divide gets a takedown onto Berlin. So if you're talking like that, I think I'm a shiitake kind of guy myself. But Forsaken, he is going to be looking to be crowned here as the Empress, but no coronation this time, as Flo's QQ will get that takedown. Divide though, here we go! Late Storm catching out Flo QQ at the very least, thanks to the slow arms there of Shiba. And really, 2-3 is the number so far here for Divide. He wants to get the fort there, raining now quite low on the HP. Divide though can't hit the shot, so Mind Freak will take the kill for himself anyway. And 9 now is the magic number here for Paper X. It's 9-2. And didn't we see the scoreline in the previous map?
You ever get that feeling of deja vu, Dex?
Yes, a little bit of a recall, some pulses right now, ticking on away, and maybe, just maybe, we can trace how this game has gone. And you can see it down below. There's the round history. Yes.
Let me stop you right there. Forsaken with an Odin. This guy.
Why not? Why not?
I mean, why not? But why?
I wish he had.
Perhaps
I wish
he
he
just
had Empress.
wasn't having fun with the.
You know, I
with the
wish he had
Vandal
Empress because Odin plus Empress equals even faster than the speed of lights. And if you think about speeds, you have Formula 1 cars, then the speed of sound, then the speed of light, and then Empress Odin. That's even faster. So that is an absolute scientific fact. And Benkai just gets a kill, 2 kills with the turret. We are now watching Pacific Rim and CBT are basically getting beaten back from the city of Split here because of the 1 turret of Paper Rex. This is incredible. This is a sight for sore eyes, and really, after quite a day of matches here, Paper Rex giving us quite a show. CBT, so unfortunately, the victims of this regard. Berlin, though, would take now on the Benkai. Winner gonna get on board as well. And Paper Rex now gonna get 2. It's all up to float QQ, and while he tries, he still will die. And 2-10. Not a good 2-10 here for CBT, but a great 2-10 for Paper Rex instead.
Coming in strong in the second half. Wouldn't be surprised if this would end up exactly the same way that Icebox did. Quite unfortunate for CBT, but at this point, really, just outclassed in absolutely every aspect. Paper X is on a different level, and this is a statement to their future opponents moving down further the bracket here. But really, if you guys are like watching right now and sort of at awe by Forsaken's performance, really, when you play Arena, when you play a Jet, you basically thrive in no man's land. You go in those very, very risky positions, very risky angles that make your opponent go, why is he there? Like, why would he push that? And then you just dismiss or dash away. So yeah, that's basically it.
Well, at least CBT does have a fighting chance right now, and beautiful combo here. That's a lot of utilities actually over onto the tower. Not only the Nano Swarm, the Snake Bite, plus the Gravity Well. And when in doubt, go for the combos with the abilities and just get the takedowns as soon as possible. Make it easier for himself as Winner there catches out Mind Freak. Divide though pushing on forward to the other side of the tower. And it's now going to be 2v3. Divide dropping on down. Forsaken in the meantime up top the rafters. And CBT, can they handle the onslaught that is Paper Rex? It seems like there is a chance here, and a hope and a prayer has been answered. CBT, they get the pistol win. They needed that badly. And in all honesty, this is a good sign for CBT. This is still split defense after everything is said and done. And looking at the composition of CBT, there is that tendency to be favored for the defense. You have double controller, which are both the Astra and the Viper. Stellar, cellular, defensive-centric agents. In the meantime, you also have a Sentinel that is the Killjoy, plus the raise of Anger, who can flush out any kind of angle Paper Rex is stuck on. So there is a chance still here for CBT after everything is said and done. A while ago, it was a bit of a... It felt very puggy in all honesty. It's all about who can get the kill onto the other. But now, Paper Rex, they really have to respect CBT in the composition, because if they get caught here and they cannot shoot their way out of the angles that they're stuck in, then they're just gonna fall flat on their faces. And sometimes, here for the CBT roster right now, they don't even need to get in the face of PRX at all. They just love the utilities, and they can get wins and kills there just through indirect utility usage.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can't match their aim, their raw prowess, then that really is the only way to go here. The fact of the matter is they are capable of doing that with their double controller setup. And then, of course, Anger as well. But what can you do? Well, that's the answer.
No, and this is where it starts perhaps for the side of CBT, but Mind Freak quite precise yet again, getting to there. And whenever CBT gets a little bit of that hope, a little bit of that positive energy, just giving them some good vibes so far. PRX there to just disappoint and shut them down. So now it's 10-3 here, and PRX at the very least have picked up 2 Spectres in the field of battle. There's a Sheriff in the hands of Forsaken as well. No utilities though here for the side of PRX. Beside that alarm bot, and PRX need to go on to that A side. Beautiful pick off there by Winner though. Float QQ in the meantime with the kill as well. It's all up to Forsaken. Does he even have that spike? He's going for the tap, but Berliner will get that takedown. And CBT, they will get another one on the board, but this is now the true test to CBT. This is where we see if this is gonna be an actual game or not. Can CBT outclass Paper Rex when they have the rifles in hand? Or will this just be Paper Rex overrunning CBT yet again? They have a chance now on the defense. They're going to have a chance later on as well once they get a few more buys perhaps. But interesting enough though, since they lost a few members there in that previous round, Viminal, it's not going to be the best economy for CBT if they lose this.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the question is here, is CBT going to aggress, or are they just going to hang back basically and try to go for those very cheeky crossfires? I think the latter would be more advisable, because you bet that Divine Forsaken are going to be meeting them head on here. But it seems like that previous round was a bit of a wake-up call for them. They're kind of slowing it down here, giving ample respect to CBT yet again.
Well, they don't want to give up the guns, first things first. The second thing really is how CBT has proven how versatile they can be with the utilities, and this is where they can truly shine on a map like this. Forsaken though on the board. Berlin holding the line steady, and it seems like this side of the wall will not break here for Berlin whatsoever. And that's going to be a 4v3 scenario. It's not going to be even a Cold War whatsoever in defense. It's just absolutely hot and steamy there after the takedowns. But Shiba hiding behind this gray box. Save yourself in a pinch, hide into the corner, and be extra sneaky. But no, you Anger still keeping an eye out, patrolling the area, and will be able to get that takedown. Unfortunate for Shiba.
30 seconds
just got caught. The alert there from Paper Rex and into the instantaneous takedowns. But in the meantime, well, CBT right now, they have this 4v2 advantage anyway. PRX though, they are going to try to navigate this spike onto A site, and Winner is there in the way. Everything left here to mind trick them, but there's no time remaining, and PRX will decide to go for the save, and here we have it. Finally, we've seen CBT shine bright. This is where they absolutely thrived with a composition like this. And PRX, the time for games is over. The time for strategy is now, because this 5-10 scoreline, it can quickly become 10-10 if this keeps up from the side of CBT.
They can't get complacent here, Dex. PRX are going to be on tactical timeout, and rightfully so. They just lost quite a few rounds consecutively here. What they did when they were on their defensive end, just trying to outmuscle CBT straight up, worked really well for them in that first half. But now that they're on the attacker side of things against a double controller setup and a formidable raise in the hands of Uanger, it's just, you know, it's a bit of a challenge, just pretty much for any team. So they definitely have to get creative on how they're going to get around those double controller setups.
You know, that was one of the messiest first halves I've ever seen in C Challengers. Let's just get this out there, really.
Yeah,
it was...
can confirm.
It was a lot of things. If I ever had Valorant Bingo, I probably would have got 1 or 2 lines crossed there. Between the defuse, the duelist fiesta, just the absolute mess that was B-side. Let's be real. It really was just a bit of an exhibition between these two teams on who could outfrag the other. But now, this is where PRX really needs to understand respect. They need to respect CBT as a competitor. Well, they do, that's for sure. But at the same time, they need to respect the composition on the other side. It's such a big deal having that Viper, having that Astra, and having that Raisin so alongside the Killjoy and even the Sky for that intel. For CBT, they do have a very decisive package, honestly, on the defense side, and this is where the storyline really shifts here, Vim. It was all fun games in the first half, especially for Paper Rex, but we are going to go down to business, and we're going to be keeping an eye out on this game, truly. Can Uanger, though, make this boombot work as Paper Rex just going for that full stack onto this A site? Forsaken, though, pushing on forward, flushing out Uanger and making him use the blast back to back on the way. Good heaven control so far here for Paper Rex. Not only that, they go for the wall, but winner, chicken dinner as Mind Freak gonna get taken down from below. Precision here from CBT, looking stellar so far, and they get the first 2 pickoffs in the round here, Vim.
Forsaken is going to get a shot onto Uanger. 3 tap will take him down. Still has another Leer and another orb here. Winner is going to be... Oh, Forsaken! Switched to a Phantom. Looks like Winner is going to go down as well, but Rainy will quickly trade him out at the very least. 3v2 now in favor of CBT. Still looking pretty good for them. We still know what Benkai and Shiba are capable of doing.
Thing is, Shiba does have a rifle in hand. Benkai though looking for the taps, but Berlin psyching him out with the snake bite. And there we go with the takedown with the Phantom instead. It's all up to Shiba here. Has the heal, but he can't heal anyone that's dead. And he is dead, well, in that round. Berlin now with the triple kill to wrap this one up. And CBT, that was 2 a while ago. Now it's 6. And if this continues on, it can become 10, it can become 12, and it can become 13 instead. We are not done with this match and with this series, ladies and gentlemen. If you think that CBT will just roll on over and die versus side of Paper Rex, you got another thing coming, because the defense has won the first 4 rounds in a row, and with this momentum, Paper Rex will need to put in the best effort that they can in this game to stop that streak.
You know, even though Paper X can most of the time out-aim CBT in those straight-up duels, it's not really going to matter as much here on the defensive end because of the utility advantage that CBT has. And really, that's going to be the name of the game here for Paper X's attacker side. That is the challenge that they need to figure out here. Perhaps play autonomously throughout the map, try to take a few of CBT's agents out of the board. But then again, how are you going to do that if CBT is just hanging back? And the ball is in the court of Paper Rex here as Berlin gets spammed through the Viper's Pit. This is really scary.
There are enough people to spam out a lot of the parts of the Viper's Pit right now. And eventually, some of those bullets would hit. Maybe if they had an Odin, though. Maybe if they had an Odin. Could have been more successful there, but there you have it. Forsaken eventually finding Berlin and finding 2 so far. Autonomy, that's gonna be the name of the game for Paper Rex right now, as the duel is there in the middle, finding the pickoffs to open things up here for Paper Rex. Not only that, PRX now going for the default play, setting up that wall, and Yuanger will have to hold the line by his lonesome. Slower though, catching him out off guard, and Mind Freak now with that takedown, everything left the winner. And PRX, they understand that CBT is a force that you cannot just write off. It's a force that can fight on back, and Paper Rex, they need to respect their opponent and fast, and they are doing so right now. They found the pickoffs, they went for the play, and this is the PRX way. 11-6 as Paper Rex finally gets a score here on the attacking side.
Really good adjustment coming in for Paper Rex. Perhaps they realized that funneling themselves as a 5-man group in one bottleneck of the map was simply not working because of, again, Yuanger's utility and the rest of the squadron. But you know, it may sound silly, but if Forsaken was actually left alone on the other side of the map and then you trust him to get some frags on the board, it might actually work towards his favor. I mean, a lurking Reyna is sometimes scoffed at, right? But not all the time, is what I'm getting at.
Zero silliness at all of them, because when you look at the history of Paper Rex, especially when Forsaken's on the breach rather than as Reyna, they play as a unit because Forsaken will set things up to allow the Vibe to go for the push. But Yuanger blowing up Shiba, stopping Paper Rex from the get-go. Good sign here for CBT. Back to my point, if Paper Rex is going to play this double duelist instead, well, Divide and Forsaken, they need to make space for themselves. They need to get the kills by themselves. Go QQ there will burn down Divide and hurt Benkai along the way. Cosmic Divide, though, is the call here from Mind Freak this time. Spike is planted, and in that silence, winner will still fight the win versus Forsaken. PRX throwing everything they can now in this round. The wall is up, the dome is there. Different shapes, different planes of existence right now onto the map, but the lockdown is something that CBT needs to respect. But unfortunately for Paper Rex, Low QQ waiting on that side of the ramps and does gets takedown on the Mind Freak before Benkai gets a refrag. Seekers though gets the blind, gets the kill here for Yuanger. And CBT, they proved to us that they will still fight, that this is still going to be a match, and conveniently enough, CBT has gotten another scoreline in this series. It's 7-11 now, 4 rounds to gap, and Paper Rex, yet again, pay attention to what CBT is doing to you.
The fact of the matter is, though, Dax, here, Paper Rex is up by 4, right? They only need 1 more to get match point. You know, doing the very challenging math here. But for the side of CBT, you know, they don't really have room for error anymore. Paper X can still afford to give a couple of rounds here and there. And I think the more they try things out, it's basically trial and error for here. And eventually, Paper X is going to find that success, just as how they got that 11th point on the board.
Oh, and look at this. CBT now very confident to push on forward. But I gotta save him before we start in this round. I hope your kindergarten teacher is watching right now. They'll be
I'm
so
pretty sure
proud
I
of
made
you.
her proud.
They're just
right?
so proud. Just 11 minus 7 equals 4. The
Who would've
big
guessed?
maths on this guy. This is why he's an analyst caster, guys.
Yeah,
So proud of you.
That's why I get paid the big bucks. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
it's intellectual. Absolutely intellectual right here. But right now, intellect again of Paper X, it's gonna get tested because that's a lot of damage in front of him. That's a lot of utility. And we're not done because the alarm bot now saying hello. Divide not gonna get distracted. But a beautiful retreat here from Divide. I love that he didn't even use the tailwind there in that situation because he knew he could just back on away by sprinting off. Rainy though. Guiding Light now gonna be the call. Forsaken up top the boxes. And you Anger here keeping an eye out on the Rams with CBT now with the takedown on the Forsaken. Seems like CBT, they could trust one another to cover the flanks. But now Divide opening things up versus Float QQ. Winner. Top the rafter still. Cloudburst 1, Cloudburst 2, and hello to Winner, who will be the third stop there in that station. Winner's not done. He's gone 2 so far. And Paper Rex yet again. Seems like their assault here looking paper thin, Mr. Vim. Soggy pushes from Paper Rex, unfortunately, just folding quickly to the hand of CBT. And it's now a very manageable scoreline here for the defending side. 3 rounds to gap. And we go into another pause. Paper Rex right now, they might be feeling a little bit of regrets going for the double duelist now.
You know what? It was just really good initiative coming in from Rainy. Just like to commend him on his use of those guiding lights. Really good restraint on using it as a counter flash to when Forsaken attempts to go for the entry. When you nullify Forsaken and pretty much the refragger from the side of PRX with that guiding light, they're basically free kills already. Once they get triggered by the alarm bot from Float QQ, you know the signal is there. And then when you guiding light, and then just swing and basically free kills. So really, the play here for PRX, I don't think they can really afford to like rush or burst on the site. They gotta play autonomously, just like what they did when they got that 11th point.
Yeah, just really goes to show here for Paper Rex that, oh, it's time now to step on up. If you're gonna be playing a hard carry composition between Forsaken and Divide, you better make sure that you can get those kills, because the only time Paper Rex got around on the attacking side as we go to the technical timeout is the time that Forsaken found those pickoffs in the middle and everything started collapsing there for CBT. Without the foundation, there is no building, and the blocks there of CBT tumbled in that single round. But besides that, this is quite a schooling to Paper Rex this time. The irony truly is there was dominance a while ago from Paper Rex in the most chaotic ways, but here now on the defensive half for CBT, the domination we're getting is in the most orderly fashion. How CBT has been able to set up the stations, as I like to say, go for the defensive holds, play into the angles that suit them best with the best utilities, and really prevent Paper Rex from going in as that unit, going in for the refrags, especially with the utilities ready to burn up the first victim who steps on it. And it was all fun games a while ago in the first half, but here on the second, it's absolutely all business. How the tides can turn really in VCT, that's for sure. And that's why we say never give up till the other team actually wins the map, wins the series, because anything is possible, especially when you get momentum. And CBT right now, they have loads of momentum on their side.
You hit the nail on the head there, Dex. In that first half, it just looked like a totally different game. I'm at a loss for words, honestly. I'm just being real, Dax. It was
there's that part. Wait,
it wasn't a high level of play, in all honesty. But now that CBT has switched and taking into account their agent composition, it's just we're seeing a lot of discipline, a lot of utility synchronicity, and a lot of good plays coming on all around. Paper X having the same hardship that CBT had during the first time, but not because of them straight up losing duels. It's just because of that impenetrable wall of utility. You know, no matter how much you can flick to the head of your opponent, you know, you ain't walking through that paint shell. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing, right? CBT, they have a big wall up, basically, with all utilities. And the guy playing that Viper with the biggest of all of them all is aptly named Berlin. Just a little bit of history right there. But CBT right now, they're looking to make history if they can make this comeback work versus Paper Rex. It's still a 3-round gap. It's still PRX 2 away from taking this series. But this is a lot closer than anyone expected if you just tuned in to the first map and that first half. Gotta say though, again, credit where credit's due here as Forsaken with the Guardian, but Rainy now with the refrag. CBT has proven that they have good understanding on the map of Split this time compared to their Icebox gameplay a while ago, and it's a big reason why they're contending here with Paper Rex. Paper Rex, they did win that battle in terms of the map draft very, very heavily. It was an incredible draft in their favor. But CBT right now, they're proving that they can still fight even though they were at the disadvantage from the get-go. Now then, can this 4v4 actually work here for the side of Paper Rex? They still have 2 frenzies alongside the Guardian and the Phantom, so it's not the best arsenal here for PRX. Divide though, it's time right now for that big Divide energy to shine on back, and can he actually get it done? Will we see the hyperactivity of that Jet? Find the takedowns onto that B site. Spike though in the meantime, moving on around, waiting for the Notion to come. PRX, they're looking for the collapse here, Vim on A site.
I mean, I like it though. They're not straight up rushing. They're looking for picks now, and this is what they have to do. Rainy is just holding there in backside. They're doubling up with Winner right there.
Behind the smoke though, and Winner will just win that duel anyway. Shiba though in the meantime using this time to go for the plant, but Rainy will still find him. And as soon as Paper Rex walks into the sightlines of CBT, CBT makes quick work of the upcoming assault. It was just training range right there for CBT by that point. Find the takedowns, avoid the blades, and go for the kills. And after everything is said and done, just irony, truly, and sometimes karma even, absolutely a reality here in SEA Challengers.
Perhaps. But you do got to keep in mind, though, that that last round was pretty much an eco state for the side of PRX. So this time around, they're going to have those guns. So maybe, just maybe they can secure match point coming into this. But, I mean, it's not going to be easy because CBT, for all their utility advantage, have 4 ultimates on the board. My man.
They've been keeping those.
They've been saving up for a rainy day.
Exactly. And come on, Rainy's there for good reason. He's the one who can control the clouds, and he is just raining on the parade of Paper Rex right now. This is the part where you think, okay, you can start planning that winning parade. You can start the celebrations you put on social media. There you go, 2-0 right after that first half. But no jumping the gun whatsoever here for Paper Rex, as CBT is a roster that demands respect. And truly, the thing about CBT, they are quite unproven right now in a way, because it's just the next generation of the Taiwanese scene on their roster right now. Gone are the usual stalwarts of the AHQ that became CBT from back then, from Masters 1. Actually, they didn't make it Masters 1, but some players did who are in this roster right now from that KPC roster itself. But C Challengers too. It still looked so different back then, and they did take a map against X10, so you have to respect CBT as a whole. But now they need to be respected in a different way. How they're playing against Paper Rex, who decided to try and go for the duelist mindset this time, will send ripples across the battlefield. This will say that PRX can still be mortal after everything is said and done. That CBT here is a team very versatile on the utility and so renowned on maps that they have expertise on. And it feels like for CBT right now, the weaknesses that we saw on Icebox, especially the unfamiliarity on the territory, it's not happening here on Split. Yes, Paper Rex can outduel them, especially with the comp that they have. And we saw that in the first half. Yes, CBT have slipped up in questionable ways, to say the least, on the first half. Let's be real about it. And that's the fact of the matter. But now, we're seeing the best that CBT has to offer. And Paper Rex is absolutely stumped. They tried to go for brute force. They tried to go for the plays. They tried to go for the picks. They tried to go for the movements. And it hasn't really been working out for PRX at all. CBT now, I feel like this round can make or break their momentum. If they win this, they have a chance to really tie it up and make that wish to go for that full comeback. But if PRX gets this, yes, CBT will have the guns. But that might be the confidence PRX needs to wrap up this game.
In all honesty, with a composition like this coming in for Paper Rex, all you have to do is try and win those duels as best you can. Forsaken seems to have hurt us. He's going to take down Yuanger just like that. But really, brute force is pretty much their only option here, but it doesn't always work out. Rainy with a quick double kill.
Oh, he even finds the buy, and one more time onto the buy. 3 kills already for Rainy, looking for a fourth, but has to reload in front of Benkai. But the damage has been done. The second life has gone to waste, and it's all up the Mind Freak here. CBT. The comeback story is looking to be a reality here, unless Paper X can just play out of their minds here with Mind Freak, or just find a little bit of that different strategy into the next one. Is this a go next, or is this going to be a go clutch? Mind Freak does have the spike though, still has half a minute to figure things out. Winner now, the first to fall, spotted out there by the Astra, but it's still 2v1. And Float QQ getting in position by the tower turret now will say hello. And I love this here from CBT. They're trying to stop Mind Freak from going for that fast push on the B site if ever. That fast rotation with the Killjoy utility. And Float QQ looking to get in the way yet again. Climb the staircase here and now. Poison Cloud gonna be there. Mind Freak though gonna drop on down. Doesn't care about the decay, but there is just no time. But still, Paper Rex will make it at the very end. Give him a medal for that sprint. It's 2v1 right now, but Berlin will make sure that this Olympic training from Mind Freak will go to waste with that shutdown. 10-11. And would you have expected this scoreline after what we witnessed in the first half, Bim?
I mean, that's the thing. No one ever expected this, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, we did speculate, to be fair, about the defensive power of the utility potential that CBT has. But judging from that first half, just how dominant PRX was, no one really saw this coming. And this is just a spectacular comeback from CBT. Absolutely winnable for them. PRX on the eco state. 3 ultimates on the side of CBT. Now Yuanger's going to be on that operator. It's just looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, you know, from a game that looked to be a fun one to cast, it suddenly just gets so serious so quickly. And this is what we're talking about. When you get to the highest echelons of play here in the region, it's just such a different kind of pressure. It's just such a different kind of field. And right now, Berlin is fielding himself alongside Rainy and putting themselves at the tip of the CBT sphere. 3 already for Rainy. This is why he's still there for this roster. Someone you can rely on to lead, to keep it clutch. Float QQ. Big commendations to this guy. He got added to this roster after they qualified for SCA right before the group stage, and he's also able to step on up when needed the most. Make a wish, CBT fans, because you have been rewarded. 11-11. What has just unfolded in front of us here, Viminal?
I mean, you really can't deny it. Just taking a look at the scoreboard, it's Rainy absolutely popping off. If Forsaken was popping off during that first half, it's Rainy who's fragging out, absolutely. Coming into this defensive half for CBT, and they're still holding on to their ultimate abilities here, perhaps saving it now for this moment to secure match point. Yuanger misses the mark
tag.
onto the buy, but he does get the tag, yeah.
29 HP, that's very, very perilous here for the buy. Lucky enough that they do have that stage for some physical therapy, and does put the buy at least to 89 now, but still, that's a bad sign here for Paper X, knowing that CBT has the operator there on that B site. And if they're still going to force things out, they need to make sure that they can flush out Yuanger at the moment's notice. Thing is, though, this is confidence for Yuanger for one big reason. He's not on the jet, but he's still playing the operator because he does have the showstopper in the pinch. And if this can work here for CBT, they might try to unleash it. Luckily enough, though, for Paper X on the flip side, they do have the lockdown right now. Snakebite though in the way. There's a lot of green blocking Paper Rex through the middle, and Berlin is not done. Single detained though. I do believe that might be the Rays, but Shiba finding winner there, finding the entry finally for Paper Rex. They needed that pickup and fast 5v4 scenario right now. Spike though being planted, and for Paper Rex, is this the rally that they need? There you have it, Forsaken consuming one already. Rainy will go down, and is this going to be the shining brilliance here of Paper Rex yet again? Will we get PRX with a flawless victory in this round? It's all up to Yuanger, who has to back on the way. He has a Vandal this time, fighting on back into the corner, but since he's trapped, he is very, very dead to the hand of Paper X. Coverage was through here for PRX, and they're finally on match point. But what a journey it was to get here. CBT still has a chance to tie things up and force overtime.
You know, I'm just kind of confused, Dax, as to what exactly happened in that round. Shiva got an opening pick, and then everything kind of fell down, crumbled down for the side of CBT. Perhaps they were just a little bit too conservative on their ultimate abilities. Reina could have could have used those Seekers. Yuanger could have used the Showstopper right then and there. I don't understand.
I feel like they were so afraid of what was to come, and then they also get hit by the detain. So it just shut down one of their players immensely, and it slowed their defensive pace to crawl. It was a great effort there from Berlin to slow down the mid push itself, but you mentioned it all right. Shiba finding that pickoff, and that just opened the door there for Paper Rex, and now they're one away from moving into the semifinals. And there you go, the Paper Rex decree is here. It's going to be 3 kills so far as Yuanger gets 1, and while it has been a valiant effort for CBT, it's looking quite dicey, and PRX not only have the spike down, but they also have the operator in hand. Oh, Cosmic Divide, though, is going to be the call. Sure, this op's not going to get that range, but they are happy anyway here for the side of PRX for CBT to walk into that one. Forsaken right now looking for the flags. Yuanger now flying on high. Gravity well, though, catching him out. And Wither also sucked into the vacuum of that space and time. It's Forsaken Wither going for the takeouts, but Flying Freak is there. And Paper Rex, sure, it was a delayed decree, but the royal decree here is that the Imperator's Paper Rex will move on to the next round. Semi-finals here for Paper Rex and a 2-0 victory, but a valiant defense from CBT yet again.
Paper X asserting dominance absolutely on multiple levels in that first map on Icebox. And then as we got here into map number 2, it was looking like a complete wash on the first half. But little did we know, CBT had a lot of fight in them. Brought it to such a close game at the second half. But alas, Paper X still came out on top in a very convincing manner in the end.
It seems like there was a rain on the Paper Rex parade, but it did kind of take them a bit of rounds. Still, in the end, they did strike that W. So they'll be going into the deeper parts of our bracket with a 2-0. Paper Rex still looking like a dominant force. A couple of those rounds, I think you guys were also a little bit taken aback as to how Paper Rex.
For sure.
Yeah, they were
Also somewhat? No, just from... It looked to be a fun experience to cast, you know?
It was fun.
It was
Granted,
fun.
it was fun, but definitely not what we were expecting.
You know, it was like fun in games at the start, and then fun and absolute seriousness, and all of the analytics that we need to talk about, just how every single step of CBT's defense works in the favor of them. Just how sometimes when the tone of the game shifts, even on the casting side, we need to shift our mindsets immediately.
At one point, Dax, we were talking about chanterelles, you were talking about shiitake mushrooms, and I was like, okay, why are we talking about food? But then, you know, things kind of got heated up, and you know, we just had to
there was a part,
bring the action
let's
as
be
it
real.
happened.
Where there was a part where you were talking in analytics, and I was like, he's diffusing. He's diffusing.
Yeah, and I was like,
diffused.
Huh, you're right.
Oh, you're right. That's it. That's done. That's the round. We're done. We only need to talk about things, but really, this is a wake-up call in a way for Paper Rex. Again, they need to respect everyone that they have to deal with. They need to understand why some of these compositions can work and can't work. And while Paper Rex is a mechanically adept team, so inclined there, especially with the likes of Forsaken and Divide, this isn't the playstyle that works for them on Split, because this could have been a CBT victory after everything is said and done. There was that hope, and it was actually a possibility. But in the end, PRX figured out how to just overrun the competition the way they know how and took that win. But my oh my, this is a call to Paper Rex to go back to what has been working recently. The flexibility and the different utilities working out for them has been stellar so far. And I think that's the style that will bring Paper Rex the success that they need in SEA. But gotta give it to CBT. They're no wash whatsoever, and when they compete in the lower brackets, I feel like they will put another tenacious effort against whoever they're facing off against.
Yeah, so to answer that question real quick, CBT will be going up against Alter Ego, who we did see lose to BAAM Esports a little bit a while ago, or the series before this one. So we are preparing our next interview here, guys, and I do have to also echo your thoughts a little bit there. PRX took a much longer time than we did expect in this particular split map. So they might need to adjust that moving forward. If a team watches their VODs, these demo matches, they might try to use that against this team. Anyways, I do believe we have our next interview from, of course, the Paper X side. We got Ben Kai, who is standing on the other line. So,
hello.
Hey, what's up, Ben Kai? How you doing? Congratulations on your match. And yeah, it's a little bit to the left, man. We got you. We need to see your beautiful
face. A little
face.
bit more. There
we got you. We got you. We got you. We're good.
There
You're
you
good.
go. Ben Kai's here.
What's up, guys?
All right. So,
Hello.
what's up? We're doing good. We're doing good. I hope you are as well. So we're gonna be asking a couple of questions, as of course this is our interview. I just wanted to ask real quick. You had a dominant performance on, in this series of 3. What do you think is something that you need to adjust to or keep doing as a whole team to reach your goals, which I think right now is, road to Berlin, Germany?
I would say because right now we can be easily studied because we have so many demos outside there. So right now our main focus isn't on, like, the way we practice as a team is we have a heavy focus on having the correct reactions instead of having the same set plans every time, because everyone can just count like anti-strat set plans, right? But they can't anti-strat people that can react to whatever plays that they're doing every time. So I think that's the strength of our team, just being able to react the correct way every time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna say that's a really good answer because you are one of the top teams here in this entire region. Obviously, you're gonna have a lot of demos up, and that's one way, just being very, very adaptive on the fly. But what do you think is one of the things that you can work on as a team right now to bring you to the next level or break a plateau, perhaps in the future?
I'd say our aim could get like just a little bit better to where we need it to be, but I'll also say our communication could use a bit of help also, because when we start losing rounds, sometimes the nerves tend to get to us. So maybe we can get better at like resetting our mindset and just focusing on the next round, which we've been doing like fairly well with this entire tournament, which is why we had like very dominant performances so far. I wouldn't say so for like the split net, but it's like at least we got there in the end. Yeah. But I'm proud of them because they had that like yeah. They had that mental resilience to just push it over, Yeah.
Yeah. Just to continue on that because it's perfect. My question has to be, how do you guys feel about that map? From let's be real, the first half it was interesting to say the least, and then second it felt like everything was so serious. The feelings of the map itself, it got just so much pressure on the line. How did you guys go about shifting a bit of those mindsets, as well as perhaps keeping calm, cool, and confident versus the resiliency of what CBT had to offer when you swap sides?
All right. So I guess I can give credit to CBT for playing a really good defender's half, but I think we just took it round by round and we kept trying different ways of how we could beat their playstyle, because their playstyle was basically they would just get a lot of info early round and they'll fall back and they'll just play the choke points with all of their utility. So we are running away from the utility first, and we tried pulling off rotations, but in the end we just figured out that we should just try like beating all of the utility before they can just bring it up, So we just beat it and we'll just go into their face, we'll shoot them real quick, kill the rotators, and yeah, it just worked out for the last 2 rounds.
And that's, I think, as simple as it gets, right? Just go back to the fundamentals. If you can't handle the utils, you could just try to force it and then go after that. Makes a lot of sense, man. Anyways, Benkai, thank you so much for joining us in this interview, and good luck with your next match.
No worries, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So that was Benkai from Paper Rex, and Dax asked the question that I actually also wanted to ask.
Come on, let's be real. I think everyone wants to know what was going on in the minds of Paper Rex, and they gave us the most, I'd say, proper answer after everything is said and done.
Yeah.
Like, we want to know, what are you guys thinking? What's going on? But really, they just show how cool, calm, collected they can be. They understand what their opponent is doing, and they figured out the answer for it with the composition they had in the first place. The moment they found that go signal, they were at it immediately on the get-go on the attacking side. And I really got to commend Paper Rex. They understood they had rounds to give anyway to figure out exactly what's going on. And a win is still a win. After everything is said and done, a wacky map on split, turning absolutely serious into the second half. But even though we had those tale of 2 halves, gotta say, for that split map, it's still Paper Rex who took that win and took the series.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you know, I'll point this out real quick. It's better that they do it now than they do it in a crucial series happening later on for this playoff. So sorry to cut your there off them real quick. We can see the updated brackets that we will be seeing for tomorrow. This is going to be a crucial one, guys, because now we've reached a point of the tournament, of the playoffs, where a team can start getting eliminated.
Yeah.
It's gonna be dicey.
Absolutely right. I mean, let's take a look at this bracket right now. Moving on to the lower bracket, guys, it's going to be Full Sense versus Cerberus, and then Ultra Ego versus CBT, and match 5 and 6 respectively. But yeah, seems like we got BAAM and Bren coming up.
It's gonna be exciting. So look at those semifinals. You got PH versus Vietnam. They're starting things off, and then it's gonna be Boom versus PaperX Indonesia versus the SGMY roster. So immediately inter-regional warfare coming into the semifinals, and those victors of those matches are gonna be one step away from making it to Berlin. Do not forget, guys, that this is double elimination, and also, you know what's double, guys? 2 seeds to Berlin. Why are you chuckling about the word double, Asarai? But
What's so
yes.
funny?
What's so funny, Asarai? Tell us.
It's not funny. I'm chuckling because I'm in agreement with you. That was an agreement
okay.
chuckle, a confirmation chuckle.
A confirmation. Sure.
I am
Well,
utterly confused. But
I will not.
you know,
I will not
because
believe that. But we'll just go with it.
I'm just
anyway,
gonna go with it.
TLDR, if you make it to the upper bracket finals and you win it, you're into Berlin. If you are in the grand finals itself, you're into Berlin. And that grand finals itself is just to figure out who's going to be the top seed of SCA and who doesn't want to be the champion of region.
Yeah.
True, definitely true. All right, so before we do end our stream, guys, we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors that have made this VCT Southeast Asia playoffs possible. Again, Esports Spy Club, join global competitions, create and customize your own tournaments, and unleash the inner master in you. Find out more at esportspyclub.com. Next, of course, is Globe. Of course, you have that internet winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiber Ups Powerhouse Bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Your plan starts at plan 2899. And of course, we can't we can't play video games. We can't do this without our amazing Predator sponsor. Clutch at win and hashtag summon your strength with the Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming. And when it's all said and done, guys, the first chapter that is being written right now is at a close. We'll continue the second one tomorrow. When we do, it's going to be even more action here at the VCT Southeast Asia Challengers Playoffs. My name is Asarai. With me is Dax and Viminal. So we'll see you then. And yeah, have a good night. Ciao and bye.